I'd rather put 04 versus Ben J Beef in a video title right now. Uh-oh. Here comes Kyle. No, Kyle, the super chat. Thank you guys for coming in, man. Lock in chat, round 11. FaZe are throwing his map. They're up 5-2. Now it's round 11. What the hell is going on? Don't do this to me.
FaZe not calling anything aggressive here. Just a couple of nades and stuns over the top. Very ceremonious in nature. But Riyadh is prepared for something over the top at mid by the look of it. Not going to find any info or contact there, though.
Feel out round for both teams. Don't want to make a mistake in this moment. Now FaZe going right back to the go-to strategy. Smoke grenade goes down.
MC's in like a great lay-down spot, but I think there's going to get red.
To read on that sound cue, though. Sellium's in trouble here. Can he get
nice, boys.
Oh. Late trophy is going to go down here for FaZe.
Oh, no, no.
What the hell? What the hell? I agree with you on that one, Penjay.
No, he trolled right there.
Vegas, you know, everyone else is in front of you. Someone put yourself in position to watch a pitch.
Red is trying to get this post plant to move. Spotted, Musa's seen it. So it's a quick re-wrap back.
Oh, Simmons into the tough spot. Oh, AG. Oh, no. They're on it. They're on it. They're on it. They're... Someone was yelling over the other side.
That one is crazy, bro. Look at him.
Hello and welcome back to As an Aggregator, a channel designed around connecting you with content one title and thumbnail at a time. We produce playlists for you to consume content on YouTube easier, better, faster, stronger, and there you have it. We just finished watching a round 11 game number 2, Riyadh Falcons versus FaZe Vegas.
Yeah, he lives for that shit.
He loves this shit.
Just tied.
Look at Clay. Look at him.
Placer is roaring.
Today we're unlocking a training last
in the game 2.
How did FaZe throw that away, bro?
In a row.
Hey,
The crowd was giving it away that they were on it too.
I'll give you that one, man. 04 troll right there. Give me that one, man. He trolled right there.
Yo, Ben's dope as check, bro. Lock in, bro. You good, bro? No, it's just, bro. Like, bro, it's just like that's just such an unacceptable mistake, bro.
It's all good. They gotta bounce back here.
Bro, it's such an unacceptable mistake, bro. They haven't seen anything. They're gonna rush.
okay, so we're watching that, but we're also doubling back to see psychographics and personas. How to get to the truth about why people buy. This is a blog post from Content Square. And we're doubling back, we're doubling forward, we're getting ourselves integrated. Summarize with AI. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so let's read this page.
Psychographics and personas, how to get to the truth about why people buy. Psychographics is the qualitative methodology of studying consumers based on psychological characteristics and traits such as values, interests, social status, and lifestyle choices. In marketing, psychographics is used to understand the consumer's emotions and underlying motivations, helping businesses create accurate marketing and compelling buyer personas. Psychographics versus demographics. The article emphasizes that effective segmentation requires combining both data types. 1. Demographic data, quantitative, example age, income, location. Answers who the buyer is. 2. Psychographic data, qualitative, example personality, values. Answers why and how they buy. The two main types of psychographic characteristics are 1. Traditional psychographics focuses on general attitudes, personalities, example openness, conscientiousness, lifestyles, interests, and values. 2. Buyer behavior psychographics focuses on the buying decision process, specifically priority initiatives, the circumstances that lead someone to seek a solution, success factors, the expected results, perceived barriers, worries about making the wrong choice, decision criteria, the features customers consider essential, and the overall buyer's journey. Data collection and action. The most effective ways to collect psychographic data are through 1. Non-scripted customer interviews, the most insightful method, allowing researchers to ask probing questions like, take me back to the day when you first decided you needed to solve this kind of problem or achieve this goal. 2. Surveys, used to test and validate insights gained from interviews. 3. Brainstorming with internal stakeholders, gathering information from teams like sales and customer support. The ultimate goal of psychographic research is to inform business decisions by focusing on what truly matters to the customer, leading to the optimization of the website, product roadmap, and messaging. Call to action. The page encourages users to use the platform to collect psychographic data and build buyer personas. Action: start for free. What do you know about your customers? Do you know what actually makes them buy or why they choose you? Conventional wisdom says you can perform audience segmentation by studying demographics such as age, location, and education of your target audience. Some marketers go beyond demographics by taking psychographic data into consideration, looking at attitudes, values, and desires. But if you want to create marketing campaigns that truly engage your target audience, you need to understand a third type of data: buyer behavior psychographics. Learn more about your customers with Content Square. Collect powerful psychographic data to figure out what drives customers to buy with Content Square's Experience Intelligence platform. 1. Start for free. My name is Adele Rivella, and I'm the CEO of the Buyer Persona Institute and author of Buyer Personas. In this article, I'm going to show you how to combine demographics and psychographics with a special focus on understanding why people buy, how they buy, and how to use these insights to make an impact with your marketing. What is psychographics? Psychographics is the qualitative methodology of studying consumers based on psychological characteristics and traits such as values, social status, desires, goals, interests, and lifestyle choices. Psychographics in marketing focuses on understanding the consumer's emotions and values, so you can market more accurately and better understand consumer behavior. Psychographic data versus demographic data. Demographic data focuses on insights like age, gender, education, income, and geographic location. Demographics tend to be quantitative, whereas psychographics tend to be qualitative. Ideally, you should use psychographics, demographics, and buyer behavior data, which we'll go over next, to build buyer personas to help guide your marketing strategy. 10 Psychographic Characteristics. The two types of psychographics to consider are: 1. Traditional psychographics, data that tells you about people's attitudes and beliefs. 2. Buyer behavior psychographics, data that describes how someone turns into a buyer of your product/service, based on the Buyer Persona Institute's 5 Rings of Buying Insight. You need both for a strong buyer persona. For example, a standard buyer persona might introduce you to Madison, a 35-year-old project manager who loves cats and yoga. This buyer persona contains demographic and psychographic characteristics. But what does this actually mean for your business? Does her love of cats or approach to exercise help you influence her choice to try out your project management software? You'll know the answers to questions like these when you pair the two types of psychographic characteristics together: traditional psychographics and buyer behavior psychographics. 5 Traditional psychographic characteristics. 1. Personalities. Personality describes the collection of traits that someone consistently exhibits over time, commonly assessed through a 5-factor model. The 5-factor model personality traits are: 1. Openness. This trait reflects whether someone is open to new experiences or if they're resistant to change. 2. Conscientiousness. This trait indicates whether someone prefers structure, organization, and dependability, or is more spontaneous and less disciplined. 3. Extroversion. This trait describes whether someone is outgoing, energetic, and sociable, or more reserved, reflective, and solitary. 4. Agreeableness. This trait shows whether someone prioritizes harmony, cooperation, and empathy, or is more competitive, critical, and less concerned with others' feelings. 5. Neuroticism. This trait measures whether someone is generally anxious, prone to negative emotions, and easily stressed, or calm, emotionally stable, and resilient. Example: a company that sells fishing gear online discovers their average customers are men who score low in extroversion, meaning they're mostly introverted. So, they might want to include images of men enjoying solitude and fishing alone on their landing pages and social media accounts. 2 Lifestyles. Lifestyle is the collection of someone's day-to-day activities and includes things like their associations, where they live, and where they spend their time. Example: a company that owns a meditation app finds that many of their users are single individuals who like to spend their weekends partying. With this information, the marketing team might create advertising campaigns that speak to the need to disconnect from the hectic pace of city life. 3 Interests. Interests include hobbies, pastimes, media consumption habits, and what occupies someone's time. Example: an online poker website discovers that a substantial proportion of its users also enjoy watching soccer. This might prompt the company to use sporting analogies in their ad campaigns, X, referring to a big tournament as the World Cup of online poker. 4 opinions, attitudes, and beliefs. Opinions, attitudes, and beliefs are distinct psychographic categories, but I've grouped them together because they tend to be strongly correlated. Example, a fitness brand finds that their customers have a supportive attitude towards body inclusivity and body positivity. They might focus on campaigns that celebrate diverse body types. 5 values. Someone's values describe their sense of right and wrong. Example, a food delivery service learns their customers care deeply about the environment and sustainability. They might benefit from delivering meals in biodegradable containers. 5 buyer behavior psychographic characteristics. 1 priority initiatives. Priority initiatives explain why some buyers are willing to invest in a solution like yours and what separates them from those who are fine with the status quo. Priority initiatives aren't just pain points that your features are designed to reverse. You want to understand the precise circumstances that lead people to pursue a solution like yours. Example, what makes a project manager seek out new software to organize their team? How do their current solutions fall short, and what would inspire them to implement a new system, even though it might result in unhappy employees and critical managers who resist change? 2 success factors. Success factors are similar to benefits, but they're more specific and defined. What results do they expect to achieve by purchasing your solution? Example, if a person wants to buy a new computer, you might assume that speed and computing power matters. But what if speed and power aren't important to them? What if the prestige that comes with owning a MacBook Pro, and the feeling its sleek design gives them, matters more than tech specs in the end? 3 perceived barriers. What could make a potential customer worry they're making the wrong choice? When interviewing people who recently evaluated a solution like yours, expect to discover plenty of misconceptions, including issues you've already solved and some that never existed in the first place. The resistance may come from buyers themselves, but it could also come from peers, friends, family, or colleagues. Example, does a mobile phone carrier have a reputation for dropped calls in a major city, despite the fact they have a better than average record? If a sales manager wants to purchase a cell phone service for their entire sales team, their supervisors or employees might plant seeds of doubt based on a popular misconception. 4 decision criteria. Which features of competing companies, products, or services do your customers consider essential to make a purchase? What are their expectations for each feature? What makes them leave a website, and what makes them stay? This insight will shape your marketing strategy, and it usually has nothing to do with what's new or what makes your product truly unique. Example, when looking for scheduling software to book appointments, does a busy sales professional care how much it costs if the company is willing to pay for it? They may be more concerned with ease of use, for both themselves and anyone who books a meeting with them. 5 buyer's journey. This is where you aggregate everything you learn about the steps your buyers take, the resources they trust, and the influencers involved, from beginning to the end. Example, when someone considers buying a luxury watch, they might shop online, visit a few stores, and be influenced by articles they've read or their peers' recommendations. With that in mind,
through
it makes
evolution,
sense
this will
to
go from
study.
being a trait that is
1. What did they do first when they decided to shop for a new watch? 2. How did they hear about the different brands they're considering? 3. Who / what
chimps that were-
resources influenced their decision?
chimps that were
How to
more
collect
willing,
data for
perhaps even inclined
psychographic
to hurt other
segmentation.
chimps. They were the ones
easiest
that
way to collect data for market segmentation is to hear directly from your target audience. Even better, you don't need a huge budget to collect reliable and useful insights. Method 1. Non-scripted customer interviews. Non-scripted customer interviews open up two-way communication where you can speak with your audience 1:1. The questions you ask depend on what information you want from your interview. But a good question to include is this. What happened on the day you first decided you needed to solve this kind of problem or achieve this goal? Not to buy my product, that's not the day. We want to go back to the day when you thought it was urgent and compelling to spend money to solve a particular problem or achieve a goal. Just tell me what happened. After the interviewee answers the question, ask them to clarify, elaborate, and dive deeper. Get them to walk you through every step of their buying journey. You might spend 5 to 10 minutes learning about their motivations for their decision to buy. After, ask them to talk about what they did first to learn about the companies they were considering to buy from. Finally, ask them to discuss how they narrowed their options, who was involved, and what they learned about the solutions they evaluated. Your customers' answers will clue you into the subtle motivations that made them choose you over the competition and the barriers that prevented them from buying from your competitors. Lightbulb pro tip: ContentSquare's interviews capability lets you easily schedule and conduct customer interviews. Plus, you can use the platform's pool of 200,000 plus participants to find interviewees outside of our customer base to gather more diverse insight. ContentSquare's AI-powered interviews capability not only automatically transcribes your interviews, but also lets you create highlight clips of key emotional drivers and leave comments for better collaboration with your team members, helping you build richer, psychology-driven buyer personas. ContentSquare's interviews capability lets you highlight key moments, share instantly, and collaborate with your team. Method 2, Surveys. Surveys are a great way to hear directly from your target audience, gain confidence in the results of your interviews, and get a deeper insight into what is most or least important to buyers. With ContentSquare's surveys capability, you can add surveys to your website or send survey links to potential participants. ContentSquare's free user persona survey template asks questions that will tell you 1. Who your users are and how they describe themselves. 2. What their main goal is. 3. The barriers users face. 4. How they use your product today. Get clarity on survey responses by letting customers answer in their own words with ContentSquare. And with ContentSquare's built-in AI, creating smart surveys is easy, helping you to ask the right questions to gather the insights you need, faster and with less guesswork. Set your survey goal and let ContentSquare's AI assistant generate survey questions for you. White medium star caveat, use caution as you create a customer survey, because you could end up merely reinforcing your existing perceptions and biases. It's best to do the interviews first to discover the psychographics of the buying decision, and then use the survey to test your insights and learn how different markets or audiences think about the decision itself. Method 3, Focus Groups. A focus group brings together a carefully selected, demographically diverse set of potential clients for a guided discussion about a product or service. Focus groups are great when you want to expose your product or campaign to a target group of customers and see/hear their reactions. The group dynamic is ideal for this purpose, but isn't ideal for capturing individual stories and experiences. Also, you need a strong facilitator to avoid the discussion being led astray by strong personalities within the group. Focus groups can also be expensive and run anywhere from $2,000 to $15,000. Their hefty expense may make them unattainable for those who want to collect psychographic data on a budget. Method 4, Brainstorm with internal stakeholders. Many people within your company will have information about your target customers, like your sales team or customer support team. Speak with these teams and ask them questions to uncover psychographic characteristics about your audience. However, keep in mind that internal stakeholders' opinions are shaped by their own biases and interactions. For example, buyers often withhold critical information from salespeople and relate price as a critical aspect of their decision as a negotiation tactic. So, your sales team may think that price holds more weight in the buyer's process than it actually does. You can try to counteract these biases by speaking with a range of teams to gather diverse opinions on your buyers. How to use psychographic research. Once you've gathered enough data, it's time to put that information to good use. Here's how. 1. Review data with internal subject matter experts, SMEs. Organize workshops and go through all your customer data with internal SMEs who understand your product, especially product managers and salespeople. Use these workshops to match your data with customer quotes. For example, say your data highlights that people often use their mobile devices to access your product's dashboard. Find user quotes, from your surveys, interviews, etc., that support this insight. 2. Identify your top selling points. You'll come up with many insights, but you can't address them all, so focus on that sweet spot where your product meets what your customers want. Review your data and customer quotes, from the previous step, to find your top selling points. These might be the points that had the most customer quotes, indicating that people brought it up the most. Or the points that had passionate language, X, rather than someone saying they like a certain feature, they might say they can't live without it. This means you may have to stop pushing some of your favorite features and benefits. Do you love the fact that your product comes in different colors? If your ideal customers don't love it, you've got to drop that selling point and focus on the messaging that works. 3. Train your sales team. As a career business-to-business, B2B, marketer, one thing I've noticed is that companies struggle to align their sales and marketing messages. If you look at what sales is trained to do, the messaging in the product demos hardly ever matches up with the marketing message. After you've done the market research, however, you'll know what your customers want, and you'll have direct quotes to back your conclusions up. Then you've got to get marketing and sales on the same page. 4. Focus on what really matters. You'll be tempted to do a million different things based on what you learn, but time and budget are always limiting factors. Here's what you should focus on. 1. Optimize your website, perfect the buying experience to deliver exactly what your ideal customers want. 2. Update your product roadmap to address buying needs. Product usage criteria and product buying criteria are two different things. Product managers focus on making products that customers love once they start using them, but they also need to consider what features will make someone buy the product in the first place. After all, if customers don't buy a product, they'll never get a chance to experience it. 3. Refine your messaging. Make sure your messaging, on your website, in marketing communications, and in sales talking points, pulls those psychological levers that make people buy. Use what works and discard what doesn't. Examples of psychographics in action. Here's an example of a real organization we helped with this technique. We used this method to bust assumptions and help them better serve a key customer segment. The product, our client creates software that automatically calculates sales tax for e-commerce businesses. Companies doing business in the US are sometimes required to collect sales tax at the point of sale, and different states have different tax rates. The assumption, like most companies, our client segmented their customers based on organizational size, a demographic criterion, and the marketing team crafted the messaging accordingly. But, what they learned through interviews was that they needed to segment based on entirely different criteria. 1. Segment number 1, mid-size and large companies with in-house accounting departments that kept them in compliance, or had the money to outsource it. 2. Segment number 2, small companies that did everything on their own. What's the difference? Small companies knew they could be doing it wrong, and if they messed up, they might end up in jail, a psychographic criterion. Pretty valuable insight, wouldn't you say? With this psychographic data, they were able to adjust their website, product, and messaging to address that concern, and they increased sales based on this segment. Collect psychographic information to guide your marketing campaigns. Creating fully fleshed out buyer
But he's choking on his own analysis. Yeah, be like that, Misha.
And buyer behavior can take your marketing campaigns, messaging, and conversion rates to the next level.
Oh, isn't this Falcon's best map for this?
Maybe.
The Falcons to do in an opening 3.
Not sure.
We need Benjay for the stats.
Yeah, Benjay's got that shit in his fucking back pocket.
He's currently into a booze and 04 come off the respawn. They find 2. Not trying to reposition himself.
Oh.
Power spots this
Oh, he almost won that.
He's only able to find a double.
Saud is cracked, bro.
Yeah, he's so turned.
Looking for kills.
You can tell just by his monitor how fucking turned he is.
Yeah, wait, they have the best Overlord record.
Oh yeah, you're right.
That's crazy.
The map for at least a little bit, and that's a big win there from Sin. That now makes an opportunity.
I wouldn't expect that.
Oh!
Dude, he's cracked.
He's so fucking turned right now.
Elimination from Kismet. Riyadh looking to take away space.
Oh, he's dead.
DNB saves, flies out mid, wins a one-on-one, and you also take care of Exton behind enemy lines. So, possession right now for the Falcons. You don't have a lead blocker if you're selling him, so gotta slow down. Exton does land a nade though, over towards panels. Fred wins one through the middle of the map, so now it's just down to can you find the rest of this phase deep.
Oh, ankle break.
Kismet's on the bottom of the map, you see? We're wrapping it towards him.
Oh, shit.
It's a big kill. It's a big kill right there.
Huge win from 04. Fred trying to
Oh, I have no idea AG's here. He slipped the gap.
Behind enemy lines here, but Celium's in some trouble. Will be traded out after the pistol win comes out, and it's just Fred last one left alive.
And Fred just has to keep the EMP right in front of him. All you need is one kill.
All you need is Who do you think is going to win? We're co-streaming a coast. We're
every life feels like a grind.
Yeah.
More proactivity right now.
Oh, he's fucking shitting.
Dude, he's got some crazy kills.
Hello.
That's
Hey, what's going on?
Grab and possibly go.
Oh, you're outside?
Position with that kill onto Brett. Chance to try to run this right through the middle as that gets the one stick in trouble will drop. Can you find a way to jump on?
Oh, they're going to A.
Oh, Saud.
Oh, wow. Bro, he is fucking shitting.
Yo, Saud is having a map, bro.
Okay,
I just feel like he's just like, he's just so turned.
Yeah.
He's so fucking turned.
Oh my god.
He's not losing a fight.
Exit is popping takeover on 6 in a row, looking for an early hellstorm. Has another gunfight right in front of him.
Oh my god, if you would have won that, would have been insane.
The Falcons looking to add another one quickly. Selling him on the corner, but tagged
Did
up.
he get it?
Not
Did he get
gonna
it?
get there and sells down to 3 HP. A dire effort nearly finds a way to effort its way over the finish line as Accident's able to slow down.
Good work
Vegas
again
for a
from
moment
Saud.
for a chance
Yeah.
for counter possession here for Vegas.
They're going up the middle of the map. Fred just making sure he is safe. Fred needs
Oh, they just shoot the fuck out of AG. AG just got his ankles broke.
Gets the second kill.
Oh, fuck, but it's Saud.
The big dog is here.
There he is.
Gotta slow down, get back to the scene.
14 in 7 for Exted. And another kill there that completely stops phase.
When he's having maps like these, you gotta like capitalize, you know?
Yeah.
Now down low, over to the EMP. Damage is out. And
To be fair, he's been having maps all weekend, and the response he's been cooking.
Yeah, that's what I'm
He's where
saying.
he was struggling a little bit.
And now Zip on the pitch.
But he'll get better at search over time. His respawns are insane.
find every kill that I possibly can. Finessing his way with the movement. Surrounded by so many players on the side of the Falcons. The reset comes in again. A minute left to go.
And it's that SMG battle that continues to turn up in favor of Riyadh. Abuza clears out some space over towards Tank. Looking for Kismet. Raza finds him first. Trades are good. Opportunity here for Vegas is, I believe Abuza may have just seen the corner of Celium's outline, but not able to find the shots to land. Same now the next one to move forward with Abuza, and they're going to double down. Opportunity here to play for FaZe. If they can find the last goal, should be a free score.
Yeah, it's a free score.
That shit could be a relay here, maybe.
Just able to get over.
Holy fuck.
He's not going to land, and we're tied at 1.
You're not in a position now to essentially be on the defense. To lose that opening fight. Now you know that Falcon's going to be watching their back, so very big moment. You need to stabilize, and the boost just with that one gunfight does just that. EMP now in this possession of FaZe. Abuza, your lead blocker. There's 3 players right in front of him. It's the first timing on the
Nice, Abuza.
You gotta stay alive if you're in the
Great.
back.
Oh, no way.
If you blink, they score 2. They're up 1 going into the half.
Yeah,
Abuza's having a great series.
Riyadh exit, trying to play all the way through over to the A's.
Could be another one here, maybe.
Hold on a second. We may not be done for this half yet.
Yeah, could be another one here.
He will open up. Abuza will grab it to give the extra overtime in this half.
Here you go, Pimp.
Still playing forward.
Here you go, Pimp.
One. Does he create?
Here you go, Pimp.
Oh my God.
A second, not quite the third, but here comes the run. Abuza trying to will it.
Oh no.
Let's go, boys. Way to end it, bro. That was a good relay from FaZe.
Right there at the end.
That
It
was
overloads
insane.
all momentum.
Yeah.
Like, you can run points up so fast.
Damn.
Caliber, give it a resub, bro.
Give them the lead, but then this final
It's the
push,
Treetop and Harvey. Thank you so much for the resubs.
Bro, they had so much control for so long.
Spawning all the way across the map, and you don't get the trade. So Vegas was shut down for the first 4 minutes of that round.
Literally, 4 minutes, Falcons outplayed them.
The second half.
1 minute of good ball,
Exactly.
and they just ran it up.
Falcons for the first 3.5 minutes. And if it wasn't possession of the EMP, it was at least control of the map. So a
Lot of game left, though. Lot of game left.
Completely changes the overall sentiment around how that first half was starting to build. So Falcons, now the ones that have to try to find their way into the driver's seat. Opening 8 for Cell gives an early numbers advantage. They actually get damage onto Abuza as well. Exit trying to find a way to challenge that, but Abuza stays strong.
You just got to get some momentum to go on your side if you are Falcons. Read these long routes. When you have this kind of a lead, take a couple risks.
Go for it. Throw out of the place. Trusting the Pimp. That Pimp gets 2.
Make up for it. 0-4 is going to turn it into a one-on-one, try to value his life, but that play gets shut down from Sip.
Yeah, now it's down to who finds who first and exited. Able to get the gun up and find 0-4. That restabilizes each side of FaZe. Now controlling the EMP, looking to try to move over towards BK.
Big kills from
An
Bulldog.
opportunity for Falcons to clear everything out and possibly go for a counterattack of their own here.
Yeah, 0-4 just got to value his life. Wait for his teammates to get into the mix. Now he's going to try to be the initiator. Stay on your mini map.
Ooh, what the fuck?
Oh,
no.
shit. They just broke their ankles.
That might be a cap.
Oh,
Sure,
family
Cap.
coming to visit.
Pimp's talking it. They're talking it.
Where we at?
We're going to give this one up and just play for the setup around the new position. Huge
Kinda fuck with
opener
that.
in this second half for Riyadh. Sim working alongside the rest of the FaZe members to clear out space.
I actually love how FaZe are playing this.
Isn't looking all that great right now for Riyadh. It's Sully who's trying to slow down the EMP, trying to get back to the play as Kitchen, but it might be a little bit too far away
That's a
from
cap.
0-4. Big
Yeah.
one to the other side for Draza. Should be a score unless
Let's
the
go.
can come over the top.
I love how FaZe played that counter there.
Falcons fucked up by insta-capping it. They should have like waited.
There were still 2 guys up. Yeah, I don't think they knew where they were.
Map control and instantly have a response to still have a 2 lead advantage.
Like, holding is sketchy unless you have a 4
It is, but like when you ankle break like that and you catch them off guard, you should know like, okay, it worked because they're not here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or else they would have been fighting you.
Yeah.
Falcons with the map control.
I could be hindsight cheesy,
Oh,
but
come
it
on,
could be hindsight,
Vegas
but it is a
is
good
up
play to wait. If you
4-2.
can do it, it's a
Come
good play.
on
To
now.
keep him safe. Cell's looking for him. Able to
Okay,
find Nova.
here we're at.
Holds him off that angle.
We're
Now
coast.
he's
We're
now in and will win that
restreaming
gunfight while exiting.
Ben
Switch
J.
over towards
Nassim,
T4. Finds himself a second.
watching
What the
day number
fuck?
3 of Call of Duty
He is winning
Major
so many
1.
crazy fights.
Creates an opportunity here for Falcons to attack. Draza stepping up, finds the front.
MC was playing that way too slow, bro.
Gotta get out now if you're
He would have already pushed up, got the trade, and blocked the spawn.
top mid, but
Yeah.
Sip has the cross.
He
Sip has the
shouldn't be shooting. This guy's automatic.
He shuts down your push. Now it's a battle for the map control. It's exit every time, just lining up the kill feed. You have the numbers, you gotta go if you're Falcons.
And you know that Tip's playing over towards T2 stairs. He's getting bullied out. Semtex trying to keep it safe over, stepping up and trying to hold to help out, but Fred finds the win. EMP resets down towards drone. Fred trying to get top ring control. Draza trying to find the battle, but loses track of him. Follow up though over the middle of the map from Abusa. Now has Fred a bit stuck, but he's still able to win a gunfight to keep the play alive.
And Fred has to be their lead blocker. Hope that your teammates can clear out space over at the objective. Need to be pushing over towards B side because they're allowing FaZe now instantly off the respawn to fill the gaps that they need to potentially hold.
And now you've got two SMGs here for Riyadh to try to stop the rotation for FaZe. But up top, I was gonna say you've got Abusa watching that corner. Kismet gets stunned.
Oh shit!
Come through Fred for free. 1 point game. Fred on 5 in a row. Could be building towards the Hellstorm as Kismet is putting some pain in
what the hell?
Yeah, you give him that Hellstorm. You have the best opportunity.
Damn.
You sniff him out if you're 0-4. Now the last man
Good clean wipe from FaZe.
So all of FaZe going to be the aggressors. Just going to take their time, allow him to walk right into their free aims. Selling was finessing.
Bro, MC's going rogue.
No, that was looking nice.
Yeah. He would have won that. That would have been
the
insane.
Falcons forward. And they find a kill on a Draza. That clears out the middle of the map. The rest of the spawners for the Falcons can go quickly up the mid. Bold challenge for Fred. He nearly wins. But Kismet's able to
They
lead
juke
control
this?
the
Yeah, they
EMP
do.
for now and see if he can get the rest of his teammates around him.
Yeah, it's on Celium. He's the lead blocker. Already gets behind him.
Oh, are they going
Hitting
ring?
that top
Oh, they're going ring.
EMP's on the chase, but eventually he gets spotted, and thankfully you had the safety net in 0-4, puts that to the front side of dirt. So
There you go,
that push
boys.
gets
Last
shut
guy.
down. All on Fred to alleviate the pressure, only finds 1 kill, and now FaZe. Let's play keep.
They're parking the
Park
bus.
And that's exactly the case. Simp is going to go play hide and go seek in the back of his spawn. And with 20 seconds left, someone's going to have to do
Why is
something
this so sketchy on this side, though? Parking the bus is so sketchy here.
No way.
Yeah, shut up! Shut up!
Wins the win.
Everybody's doing it.
Left cell shut down by 0-4, and FaZe, they're going to find a way to take it, and a lot of it coming off the 3 late scores they had in the first half.
Damn.
Yeah, boys, let's go. That's a big win. Falcons are good at overload.
The Falcons have been playing good, man, this series. This could have been a 3-0.
Yeah.
This could have been a 3-0.
Yeah, the first hard point, they kind of...
They threw that bad.
Yeah, they
But
did.
honestly, I'm impressed with them right now.
But then FaZe through the S&D, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
FaZe
yeah.
threw the fuck out of
That's
that.
why it all.
It's been a
Yeah,
tight
it's been a
series,
banger.
man. It's been a very tight series. Every map has been close. Let's see if FaZe can close it out, or let's see if Falcons can bring this to a last map. Let's lock in.
Listening to Riyadh.
Come on, boys. Come on, FaZe.
We know what we're going to get, but
Lock in here, man.
stay
Close the
calm.
shit out.
We have to play good COD even if we find ourselves up 100 points because nothing is a guarantee against this FaZe team. And here we go, map number 4, must-win situation for Riyadh. Loser is out. And FaZe will kick us off with first blood and already working on a little bit of a round from 0-4.
Pressure.
It's interesting to see how the breaks have changed on P1.
What does loser get? Top 8?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's crazy.
which is how it goes, bro. We got a lot of good teams, and the way this format works, the teams that don't deserve top 8 are going to get it.
Predictions
How
are
do we
on,
move
man.
that off the thing? The minimap?
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Exit, but it gets shut down before
I'm
we
stealing
get
that
into the
spot from
play.
Sam.
Chance for FaZe to respond. Shots from Celium, gonna land. Is that a stick? It may have been, but kill
Is
comes
Kason
through.
pulling up? Maybe, Chad. I think he wants to watch off stream. He doesn't want to be on stream right now.
Kason's stressing, bro.
FaZe to flip the map around with only 10 seconds left in the hill. They will.
I'll just say how it is, bro. Kason's stressing, bro.
Oh! Good piece out of AG.
But then it's the pass!
But it don't matter.
Oh,
Holy shit, he be snapping, bro.
Yeah, he's a shooter.
Last job well done because FaZe now have the spawn.
Fucking go,
They're
Simp.
soaking up this time.
That's what you were talking about when Simp is able to get into space where he has to finesse.
This is a good spot.
We'll see if Simp's famous quote from the offseason, "Don't worry about FaZe, I'm him," ages like Kurt Signetti's Google me.
I mean, he is him. I can't lie.
The spawns around and it does.
He definitely earned the right to say that shit.
Yeah, he did.
Trying to hold off the
that's tough timing.
He's trying to hold from the front of the hill. He's got Simto with him. Fred's double.
AG is fighting, bro.
Well, they're going to push out Draza. Nowhere to go.
AG is fighting. He's keeping them in this game.
FaZe gonna troll that.
Now you blink, he's on 5 in a row. Potentially a chance at an early Hellstorm. He's a world champion. He's not
MC
willing
has
to
been
go
having a slow
away
series. He's starting
undefended.
slow again.
Yeah. And the hardpoint last time he started off really slow too. They 1-8.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be afraid of the Chow. Looking for kill number 8. Thankfully, 0-4.
Big 2 for 0-4 at old.
But a great
Nice 10
response there
seconds.
for Falcons to get an early break, Now only going to be down
Getting deep
13
spawn,
going
so-
over
oh.
towards New, but you're losing those rotation fights.
Yeah, Sib's able to find one, trying to cut off the
Ammo for him, I got.
AG's
almost
having
got
a
nice
map,
cutoffs.
bro. He's fighting.
Cell gets back to full health. Nade over.
There you go.
Oh, wow, heck of a play from Cell. Trades himself out for the 1v2. Kismet keeps the mid-pitch relatively safe. Has a comm to 04 who wins his opener, but nothing more as Kismet's nade does land, and Riyadh a chance to get us back to this level term.
And now Faye's got to go right through Dojo. You're ready for this push if you are Falcons. Stuns and nades will be felt because there's no trophy systems yet, but Fred is making sure all of
What
it
the hell?
is safe. Now you got the numbers. You funnel your way through the front side and play these trades.
Falcons
And
are
it's
playing this
Falcons
well.
last man
Oh,
standing.
what a
The
stun.
25 seconds, Faye's
And he
nowhere
lives.
close to P4, so we want to maintain this side of the map, but not willing to give him this whole time for free.
Oh,
Damn, 04 just made a play.
Dancing across the hill, Fred.
Oh.
It's a big two.
Win it versus Sid, who finds two.
Falcons just won super
Just
deep.
barely able to put together his former teammate. And Riyadh will attempt to put pressure on rotations by shrieking.
Problem is they got
through
two at old here. I'm a 1v2 watching lobby.
Bro, this gunfight is insane.
Dancing
My God.
Everybody died, bro.
Find themselves over the top.
What happened right there? What's happened there,
Bro,
bro?
they
Did they
had
kill
two at
him?
old. They had two at old and just fucking.
The kill feed's
Overwhelming them with
Yeah.
pressure
break
for the
sometimes.
spawn. And now you got Exton trying to be the lead blocker. He does get cut down.
The names just changed, or am I tripping?
Yeah, the kill feed, like the names change and like the fucking
Oh, what the hell?
Hello?
the numbers 5569 and it's 1 1 2 3.
Yeah.
Big rebreak from FaZe.
Now FaZe have a chance to take the lead.
A little bit too easy from the front.
I think MC's trolling with his class.
You think so?
It aims in so much slower than when I watch like Ghosty and Dante in them.
Yeah.
His gun aims in so much slower.
What is he? Why is he doing that? I wonder. Does he? I think he strafes more. I think he can strafe faster.
He has that like fat grip on the bottom.
Play over to one. Contested time though is decent time.
There you go,
for
Twin.
Riyadh, and Kismet will get the last couple of seconds if he wins.
Somebody
the
trade
fight.
Who will win?
Pistol out for both players.
I'm betting on the Riyadh Falcons. That's who I want to
Falcons got
win.
a great start.
Put your money where your mouth is. If only we could do some sports betting for Call of Duty in the crypto world.
On the first attempt there for Vegas. Instantly back into the P1 they go. Falcons looking for a stunner and nade to open it up.
He's able to get in and contest. They had Abuza watching the crosshair vids, but he will drop. So an opportunity here now for, the push out to come through for the Falcons. And it's going to work out to at least neutralize time and eventually allow Selling him to step in to find more. 25 seconds. What if FaZe
Let's get a deal.
trying to break
Let's go,
the
deal.
and setting themselves up not having P2 in their favor rotationally?
And you already have 04 trying to develop on this route. Get the aggressive through mid cut. Great Semtex to allow your teammates to get this time. High game going over towards the P2. Now this is where FaZe is trying to turn up the tempo to catch them off guard with some gunfight.
That's three.
Someone able to find three, and it's a Booza.
Wow, they're
Now
still
there's only
spawning
one
there.
player for Falcons.
Not
Two
all of
players
them,
for Falcons
though.
in a position to try to hold.
The next bit has not had a great start to this map, but if he can find one and lock down spawns, would be big.
Damn.
Raza able to beat him on the gunfight. Now selling him. The last one standing around the hill. Fred trying to get here to save his
Oh,
Wins, twin, big wins,
04.
twin.
From FaZe.
There you go, twin. There you go. There you go, twin. There you
Oh,
go,
they might
twin.
a lot of time here.
And now
I'm
Falcons
talking
got
about
to
04.
on this approach. Fred is able
Get
to
another
push
one.
forward.
Get another one.
Initially gonna get traded.
Kill feed
Now
is so
FaZe has
fucked right now, bro.
to push through the front door. Still 30 seconds to go. Falcons don't want to give this up. You just need
Bro,
to
he's
find a
fucking
way on in right through
crazy.
front.
Got the numbers. Trophy system down. Trying to keep FaZe safe, but it's a quick.
How does AG keep appearing in that hill getting his
Yeah,
reviews?
Open up the scrap
Keep
time
saving
for
him.
a chance for Riyadh to, again, just play a little finesse over the old time while you can send someone on rotation to do. It's Kismet. First one and only one here. Draws and trying to push him out.
Damn.
Wow, these are big.
Oh, he got
they got
two.
there. How did he get two?
Oh
there?
my God, Kismet.
He's about to get pitched up from behind.
Oh,
fuck.
shit.
Riyadh have full control around P3.
That's 2 times now where Falcons off the gunfight.
Oh my God, and he got a double detonate.
I found every single one of
204s
them.
on the map.
Are able to now to set up here at the P3. 5 in a row for X.
But I was simp, by the way, because the kill feed's glitched. It was
Oh.
simp the whole time.
Able to find it. So Falcons now in the driver's seat. You can place.
Oh.
Celium lines up a double.
Everybody's 04 chat, I can't tell.
You are banking on the guy.
What the hell?
Raza to make the play.
Get him! Come on, Falcons! You can do it! You did it already! I know you did. I know you already won. It's hilarious, right? Because it's behind.
already on rotation. It looks like it's Kismet, and yes, it is.
Brother,
Does
you,
he
are
find
we not?
time to get this win around the back?
Jesus.
No, I believe that's Simple finds the kill, plus another elimination at mid. FaZe a chance to set themselves up for 4.
Yeah, it might be a situation where Falcons have to invest one of these Hellstorms. You got 2 in the back.
Oh my God, number 5 got crazy timing.
Red now knows potentially a one-on-one on the time. He loses the fight. Sip and 0-4. The SMGs on the side of FaZe.
Falcons play the weirdest dens, bro. every den I watch him play is just the weirdest shit.
Someone said Ben's worst nightmare, 204s.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. That was pretty funny. I'll give that one. That's pretty funny.
That's hilarious.
Bye! You get the connection from the Hellstorm. Now it's just down to finding the final member. Looks like it's a
It's a fucking crueler, bro.
Oh, shit.
Who's really turned things up here in this second rotation. Couple of straight shots.
There you go.
From behind,
Before got a big one.
Focus on the front. Kills are good as Riyadh are going to hold for now. Draza and Abuza trying to work together on the
There you
outside
go.
of the rooftop. That will land. Stellian's trying to cut them up. He's able to find an opener, and that will lead to Riyadh.
He's turning up now.
And still finding time.
Yeah, this is their final set. Now going into the third set. FaZe looking to set up around that mid map.
There you go, whoever that is, 04 or Simp. I
That
can't
was
tell.
Chris.
Imp the feed, we think. Gotta use another Hellstorm.
Kills for FaZe working out decently to zone off the exits. Look at this quick route in the mix. Stell gets the read, finds
Thought
the
he was about to
win.
spawn kill him
Now
at the
it's a
street.
20-point game for Riyadh. They completely get forward. And of course,
This
FaZe
is
have to
good
fight this
time
up
for
multiple
Falcons,
ways.
bro.
Yeah, this is a really good time.
In a route and go for it through mid-cut, looking for the
Oh.
opening. He's able to find it. Now you just gotta get this guy out of the time, and it's a very difficult kill to find
Wow.
it, but the Semtech still gives you a chance at holding it down.
Damn, and he stayed alive?
Oh, he almost found another one.
Only find the first kill, but all that space still leaves your team in time.
Oh, and you've got a freebie there for Fred. Shuts down Simp, trying to make his way across, but can't find the third. So Spawns will still stay stable.
Damn.
P2
Yeah.
now for FaZe.
Oh.
Gunfights it. Kismet just gets shut down. Exit. Huge moment
No
here.
way.
But can't win against Draza.
It's a
you're
big
gonna get
P2 for
to
FaZe, bro.
stabilize. Down 40 points. With an opportunity to get it all back on P2.
And no need now for FaZe to have any more worries about any Hellstorms. Falcons have invested both at the P4 and P1. Now need to get a break again at the
Big
P3
trades?
through the front door.
Oh, it's a big kill, bro. They're spawning out now.
That was a huge kill. Was that AG?
AG.
Oh my God, that was a big kill.
Got to get back in to help.
I think it
Watch
was
the side door. 04 finds the first. Trying to push out some space to extend his life. Not going to happen. Draws up from the opposite side. Only able to find one. Is that enough though? Because Simp has found his
There you go,
way
Pimp.
in. FaZe.
There you go, Pimp.
Big
There you go, Pimp.
Simp now on 2 in a row.
Yeah.
Good, and they're stabilizing from the front.
And if you're Falcons, gotta start thinking about
Damn,
that.
how did
This
I
map
break
is
that?
unruly, bro.
Yeah, it is. But it's gonna be a tie game, literally, going into this P3.
Know that he doesn't have
Never
a
mind,
one-on-one.
we just died at a time.
Ross is just trying to play
Oh,
it.
no.
Oh.
And this is
How do we
when
get
the
picked
money
at a
hill
time?
Every single time for Falcons in this
Time
game.
just got a
They
blessed
reach
spawn.
20-point
Jesus.
mark. They can close it out.
I don't think he's gonna get red.
Scattered spawns though right now for FaZe.
Detonate,
Every
Dexter.
individual
There you go.
gunfight's gonna feel like a big one. Abuza found on the long flank. That starts to discern.
Shoot your
where he's at.
gun.
Each
Shit,
team is
yeah,
gonna
he's
spawn
got
in.
it.
Your gun, man.
Down
Stop
the
fucking.
corner. Needs to pop off for this position.
Oh, it's a
My
big
God.
break.
The SMGs for FaZe that take over and get FaZe into P3.
A big break there for the FaZe boys.
Exactly where Falcons are spawning because
That
you got
was
players like
insane.
Ron, the hard
Your
block
fucking
towards
gun.
Dragon. Potentially another comeback, just like they did in map
Oh
number
shit,
1.
we're getting pinched. MC's
The
pinching.
Falcons this time aren't going to.
Nah, that's an AG
Where's
route for
AG? It's
sure.
gotta be AG,
That's
yeah.
an AG route for
Trying
sure.
to hit on this route. They're finding kills through the map. Now you got the numbers for the break.
They cut on the way in. Draws a stuck
Yeah, it
in.
is AG.
Finds himself the first for the pistol. He doesn't have any ammunition left to the AR. Trying to help out over the top is 04. But the time is good right now for the Falcons. FaZe still spawning over towards the P4 side. Cannot allow all this time to go for free. And they're setting up for maybe one more finesse exit.
Just going to talk this up now. Die here, you have a chance of potentially spawning all the way across the map.
Bro, FaZe got a hold of
Stellian,
P
maybe
fucking
spawn out.
5, bro.
No, they're good.
So where do
The
those-
P4
Nope, one guy
side.
spawned out. Fuck, bro.
If it's so, they're live. This game could be over if they can actually just hold it before.
Dojo side. But there's gunshots happening all around. He's got to
Oh,
keep his head on
fuck.
the swivel.
GG.
FaZe needs to get here. Finds the first. Can he snap? Yes, he finds the second. Exit is still inside the hard point for
Nice,
Oh,
Chris.
shit,
Oh my
never
God.
mind, never mind.
Simp just fucking took over.
Falcons have an
He said,
opportunity
"Fuck it then, I'll do
for
it myself."
So they're setting up a break from the front, but the nades are landing, and Simp may not be done yet. On the
Oh my
corner.
God.
Help. Pistol out.
Oh
Not
my
gonna work.
God, bro.
Falcons for the break. And
Oh my God, bro.
Simp with the
AG's frying, bro.
It's Fred with the SMG, finds 4 in a row. Now
He's 34 and 31.
Only need 10 seconds.
It's got to be from the front for FaZe. First shutdown comes through. Fred watching the rooftop side. And Sim draws
GG.
it,
What's
trying to
that?
get there.
Bro, they had rotation to every piece.
Good job,
bro.
FaZe. Good job, Falcons.
G with the rock. He laying that.
See with a first blood. So I can ban Cowboy, please. Relax, Troll. Relax. You know what I mean? I thought Pine Park. That's a, wait, what? I'm not smoking no Pine Park. Check, listen, I'm locked in, bro. No papaya over here, man. I did have a glass of wine at dinner last night, though. Slowly, fuckies. That's how you know I'm getting old. Getting glasses of wine for dinner.
An unk.
Nice, man. Get a glass of wine. Knock out a little bit. Fucky, Sam. Right, Jack?
Oh.
Fuck this!
Dude, this is a war of a series to start Saturday.
Hey, loser gets top 8, man.
The dictated space that you can create. Or
Chat, keep me updated with Stallions Black, chat. What's going on over there?
Forward, try to take away space aggressively. We're gonna find out here pretty quickly. Lock on in, friends.
I think they're about to
Back
start.
number 5
Lowe's texted me,
on
said
the way.
that I think they just started.
Both teams 2-0 in this position.
Keep me updated.
Lose
So,
clutch moments.
Bulldog with the snipe out.
Early battle for
But him sniping is just weird, bro.
Yeah, it just looks so weird.
Both holding their angle.
Oh, Shelly and wallbang.
See with a first blood.
We ISO Abuza, and we also find that first blood.
Yo, Ben, you wanted AG with the rock. He laying that shit.
That's a good plan.
And they're about to win the round because of it.
He's
Yo,
out of there,
Ben
too.
J was onto something.
The FaZe defense that window. Draza, smoke, and allow him to step up and get forward. Kismet watching the crossing angle. Secondary smoke now coming through.
Oh,
Late shots for Draza land.
Oh.
Fred's got the angle on where the bomb is planted. Just finds the
Oh, there you go.
Second, Celium finds his second elimination of the game.
Wow,
and that will
bro.
be enough to
I
clean
actually
things
loved
up
how
for
Falcons
Riyadh.
played that.
That's good stuff there from Falcons, especially to find that first blow into a
The quick plant.
Took his sniper out of play very quickly on Colossus.
The funniest thing with AG and the bomb is that when he came from Australia, the first year of Vanguard,
Map control.
I wasn't there for this, but they were trying to get him to carry the bomb, right?
Yeah.
And he was like, "You think I fucking came from Australia to carry the fucking bomb? Dude, I'm not fucking carrying the bomb." I said, "Damn, you better be him. You better be him if you're talking like that." And then he was him.
Hey, that's a comedy.
And it was kind of hard
This is
to
like
tell
day 3 him in America. We didn't even see him play
He's
yet.
like, I'm not grabbing that shit.
Yeah.
Cell is already.
And then he actually was MVP. I was like, "Oh shit, yeah, you got it."
Yeah, he can do whatever he wants.
Abuza, what do you
All right,
got?
phase down 0-1 here, or 1-0 here.
Looks like he does have the AR again, possibly here. As Sim going to work with the rest of FaZe on this corner. They get a stun. That's going to allow some space to be taken. But Sim is your bomb carrier. He's got to be really disciplined about how much he wants to do.
This guy's just through it all, though. Gets first blood, gets the objective planted. It's also taking so much space away. Smoke going to get invested from 04. Trying to draw out Falcons to spot them on the peak. He went through top window, info on the second floor bottom. Just waiting for his moment to strike.
Yeah, No Force is playing a little bit of bait here. And he slides across.
Nice,
that
Sim.
The Chow Fred down low.
Bulldog up. Good trades coming in from 04. 3v2.
To get the numbers back in favor of FaZe. 04 in some trouble, but keeps his life as Exit will reposition.
Oh, it's out of there.
He doesn't want to get isolated. Norway the man down.
This is a good play from Falcons, but
To go. FaZe is still taking the time on which bomb they want to go to. Relocate over towards B. Should be
Down, get it down, boys, get it down. Get it down, get it down. Holy shit, they're taking forever. Here we go.
Maybe is this too
No, they're gonna get shot off bomb now because they took too long.
Oh, he didn't see it.
Quite see it. So the bomb will get planted. So now both the Falcons in the retake, trying to work this together from the back. 04 on one close corner. Nice shot.
Bro.
Exit finds him over the
Oh
top.
my God.
Down to the 1v1. Pistols
Nice.
Why did he have
Oh,
his pistol out?
bro,
Nice.
they,
You run out of ammo?
they're playing so trolly,
I ran out of ammo,
bro.
maybe.
Teamwork right there from Falcons.
The fucking
No,
plays,
totally,
Abuza.
bro.
The fucking plays, bro.
I don't know if he got caught YY or he ran out of ammo.
Put yourself in a 2v1, but Abuza in the right position.
Hey, man, well, thank you for the super chat, bro. I'm good, bro. I don't need no papaya, no nothing, bro. Appreciate you, though. Got addicted for 9 months, man.
Ties the game.
Bro,
Game
this
volume's
is,
up, back you up it a little bit.
yeah, I got you go.
Really
Is it low?
interesting offensive
Loud in my ear.
phase. We need to keep that one.
I don't want it too loud.
The fact that you're putting both ARs in a position to watch that top window, and then you're late hitting SMGs up to A with that opening look. With the
They like changed the volume on the mix.
All for FaZe down towards dirt.
On the broadcast.
See if they decide to do that again next time they're on the approach offensively for Falcons. If you're selling him, why not? You just dominated from top range. Go ahead and stay here. And a stun lands onto 04 down low.
They said he got caught YY.
See if they can find the first
So he
one.
had ammo.
The shots come through, but Black Jacket will keep 04 safe.
It's another fail out round. Don't want to get caught making mistakes, and Prez is trying to use that smoke as a decoy. Potentially have the advantage here at the B side, but Sim, the island player, is able to find a kill. Can he find the second?
Oof, he almost
Still
won
has
that.
Pressure on him, he doesn't, but
Oh, you're dead.
Smith trying to get away at will.
He's out of there.
He's not going to force the red dot chase. We reset 45 of the
Booze is
clock.
in a real one and done spot, but it could be a round winner.
Trust the Booze's position to hard watch this A site and the rest.
Because if he gets back down for this guy mid-cut and they're low, he's fucking dead. So.
Gotta hope that Falcons don't take this low dirt route, because whenever you want to get this objective planted today, you usually won't.
Oh,
low
Boozer
dirt.
might die here.
So Boozer in a good spot, but he might get sniffed out.
Damn.
Fuck, man.
And Kinsman now play top.
Oh,
No,
shit.
Image output traded by Draws.
Nice,
boys.
boys.
The angle is held by 04. 15 seconds on the clock. Just
Yes,
down to
he's
Cell,
got a
1,
plan,
2.
bro.
And FaZe.
Nah, that's a great play from FaZe.
Cell has the bomb. We'll get out of dodge. Set ourselves.
Wait,
up
MC
for
my
just a
clutches.
second
Oh,
and
no, he's
5
in
seconds
window.
to
GG's.
confirm the round, and that's exactly what will happen.
He ain't
Cell, no
clutches it.
chance to find 04.
Hey, good boys. Good round.
And I thought once a Boozer
Got a little sketchy there, but
Falcons stood a pretty good chance that clutches them on a
Good
round.
bounce
They
back.
short
A squirrel,
that
give it a tier 1. Welcome.
dirt area to the A site on the jump up.
Yeah, who got that first kill when they went to plant? Was that from low or was that from window?
That was from low.
FaZe did not throw away a man up advantage.
Window guy made Kismet weak, and
That's
when
why
he
his
fell, the
map,
low
yeah,
that's why
guy.
his
so
map
I
is,
kill him.
that's why his map is so bad, bro. It's so hard to lay that bomb, bro.
Yeah.
And now we're going to figure out what exactly do FaZe want to do offensively. Again, Simp with the bomb.
No, but if you get low control, like P5, like tower, and you can just back the guy down window,
That's,
you can,
it's just hard though. Back
because I don't think the guy low can get good angles on bomb. Like if you're laying down behind it. It's-
Nah, you could plan it safe.
Yeah.
But top will, like, you have to
It's
worry
just
about
hard. You
top.
gotta back down the guy top, then
Yeah,
get
yeah,
out
you
of
do
playing the
have to
bomb
back down the
too.
guy
It's like
top.
this.
If you don't back down the guy top, it's fucked.
Take their focus elsewhere.
Show early presence through the middle of the map. And of course, Falcons keep thinking that you're going on that side. Now Stun's over the top. Exodus is aware. The pressure's going to be over towards this B-bomb site. They're uncontested, so you can get this down for free. Well, Exodus does take a long-range gunfight over the one. Try to finish
Wow, he's alive.
Oh, and he got away.
Trying to pop up.
Oh,
Finish.
shit.
But he gets pushed aside. Abuza, angle.
Oh,
That's
damn.
good. Opportunity to exit if FaZe want to, but keep your eye on Kismet, the pivot man playing behind the play.
He's just not going to force a one-on-one gunfight. Wrap back, you're going to walk right into my pre-aim with 30 seconds to go. He's in the perfect position to make something happen, but you're trying to isolate this guy on the bottom side of the building now.
Lolux just sitting there,
That
huh?
was good shoulders.
Kismet never gives
Ground.
up his angle. Shuts
Holy
down the
shit,
chase.
chat, this series is
In
so
reality,
back and
he
forth
was
right
tied,
now.
at 2.
We're tied up at 2 here in the map 5.
Yeah, that was good out of AG to not commit to the fights down there, just play shoulders,
Yeah.
get away.
Yep.
If he played for a kill, he would have got double
Kill
teamed.
and get away with his life. You had his week.
Hey, kid, Austin, give it a 3 months, Austin.
Sim tries to get that trade, but it's the bait and switch out of Fred and Celium to give them the early numbers advantage, to stand strong on defense, tie the game.
First blood's even, 2-2 apiece.
They already started the
There they go.
Oh, no, I don't know about that. You know, infuse that young man.
Dude, it's full for the first match on a Saturday.
Yeah,
It's
it's about to be
full.
fucking crazy
Yeah.
when Optic starts.
Play up top at mid. Selling exit. Bringing team shots towards top window, but Draza's not going to peek. He's watching the cross for
The fine from 04.
Find a long-range gunfight down through the
Now they can play a just double fucking P3 setup.
That's all the timing play. 04 is quite familiar with timing, especially in Search and Destroy.
Actually, they might just give him this
Out of
plant.
dodge. Now Falcons looking to make up for it. Potentially want to get this A bomb plant down, but your bomb carrier is the guy at dirt. You have to switch the position.
Create something out of nothing here. And Fred, oof. Not quite able to capitalize on timing. Exit will drop. And that's not your bomb down. Cell. Fred trying to work together. And 04 almost whipped it around himself.
Nah, 1v3 though.
Yeah.
Looking for the quick
Good
trade.
trade.
Cell
Bad.
hanging on to a nade.
She's got nowhere to go.
And the
Stop.
follow-up help is there.
All right, good round. Comfortable round. Comfortable round.
Oh yeah, as
That's
soon
gonna
as
work.
that first blood goes down, it's an easy setup there for FaZe. Just hold down.
Yeah, that Stallions versus Bush all over again, bro. What the fuck, man?
Just a gruel of a series, bro.
At that B site, they want to wrap back and connect them. Especially someone sitting on tank. So you go go for the push through. And FaZe are ready.
I don't think neither team is really playing A plus COD in this one, but they're both good teams, and unfortunately only one of them can win this one.
One that easily shuts down the Falcons trying to play forward at mid, and that could change the dynamic of what they want to do offensively from here on out. So we'll put a pin in that and talk about that in the next attack for Riyadh while FaZe. Again, same setup of the trophy. Get down in time, so
The trophy didn't get down, bro. He pulled a Dante.
He Dante'd it, bro.
They do that shit here.
Onto this man. 04's gonna have to make a play.
What the hell?
He finds
What the hell?
Exton got caught.
Wide open. It's got an extra AR to play with now.
That's a situation where Exton can't afford to get caught. You found the first blood. All you're doing is playing for the information, and now you give FaZe a chance. Bomb being planted. Everyone from Falcons look out,
they're gonna
retake
fucking
quickly.
They've got numbers at this reapproach. 04
Holy shit. Smoke warfare.
Dead ass.
Here comes the timing.
What the fuck?
Nice,
baby.
No way.
Let's go, Sim.
Good mix.
I like the plays from 04 there. Good plays, 04. Come on.
Dylan Onboy would be proud of that smoke usage.
First allows Simp to
Good work.
rewrap the play and find the last two.
When the chaos is
If you know, you know, Chad. If you know, you know.
This is not afraid to be the playmaker.
Damn.
04 gives himself some cover fire, like you said, with the smoke, but it's Mr. Simp the Pimp. Gets the objective down, spawns back up, closes out with the final two. As that's just around, you can't
I think
lose at
Austin's
this
coming
moment.
through.
Riyadh-
I'm gonna get him when he gets here. Yeah.
Caught there.
Well, I understand it. He's just looking for a shoulder to see if there's any aggression after that
the
first
problem
blood
is
comes through. You
my
just don't
son,
expect that
MC.
FaZe are already there,
He's
but
not
that's
getting
just, again,
greedy.
Good initiation from Simp,
that
understanding
curse?
the
What
situation
was that?
after the first blood comes out. Kismet, scope in hand down towards dirt. Haven't
Hold on,
seen
sniping
one
again?
not directly from Abuza yet.
They try to hard counter B when they do out of the setup though.
Trying to pick the guy window, but FaZe don't even have a guy there this round.
Playing through the B side of the map. Riyadh will be aware that there's a possibility of
should
I
be.
like this from FaZe. I actually love this. Oh, Saul's reading this. He saw that?
Spot one, but
Oh, he's
not
dead.
ready for the second
And the
kill,
bomb is
that
down
also
in
gonna be your bomb
P4.
carrier. So 04 gains all
Oh,
this.
man.
This has got a little fucking weird now.
Yeah, there you go, boys.
I don't know how So's the one chicken pinch with bomb.
You
That's
got to keep in mind he's got
questionable.
a profile, so he's going to have to do this the hard way.
FaZe, I think, just wrote they should just fucking play on the bomb now.
This looks like a Jeej.
And they get isolation.
That's a good play. They literally have no idea.
There's no way he reads this right.
I don't think so.
And his cell will drop. So
Nice, baby.
Wow.
Good job, boys. Good job. One more round. Come on.
This story before.
It happened in map 2. It was 4 rounds in a row for the Falcons.
That's tough for So because he read it. He just got terrible fucking
I mean, he
timing.
needed help. I mean,
Yeah.
apparently they saw them. Like, if they see two guys cross, why aren't they all backing up and playing for him?
Oh no,
Kill him.
Central offensive round they had was when they
that was a
were
bit trolly.
third. So the adjustments come on in. We're pushing right through B. And when Exton puts himself in position to watch the flank, just doesn't spot the second player and the bomb carrier. So that's a GG.
Is this the start of KQ?
Now FaZe.
QK.
UK? Same
I
shit.
think whoever
Thank
loses
you.
is not making a change, bro.
5-2 at Colossus.
I think both these teams are good. They didn't play great on Thursday, and this is what you get in this format, Lamar.
Not on the offensive side, especially with the losing.
Someone's
Fair.
gonna go home top 8 and feel pretty shitty, but it's major one.
Have the Falcons moving
I think
up
both
the
these are
position.
solid
FaZe
squads. Just gotta
actually
clean up a few
so
things.
by that
The
stun
QK
by
is
Finn,
frying.
so FaZe will be aware of this situation and they're
Yeah,
looking
people
to
are saying
play
he's next up.
Yeah, but like who? QK's an AR. Like who you dropping?
Oh, is he?
pressure to sell him
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
much
Oh, I
as
thought he was a sub.
possible.
Like, you're not dropping kids off this team. I think
He's like a flex, kinda.
Kids played pretty good this
Get a
weekend.
troll position that can keep you alive a little bit longer. So watch the way that you peek this, because Abuza with the boost, they gives you
Oh, he just
Ooh,
missed.
just missed his head, bro.
Usually doesn't miss shots, but you give Sellium a chance.
Time ticking, 45 seconds on the clock. Falcons have put themselves in a really solid defensive position to watch.
They're gonna
over
rotate
this
to
hit.
B.
It looks like FaZe are going to rewrap this over to B. Abuza, can he get?
It's gonna have to go down
control
pretty
at
quick
A?
though. They're gonna.
No, maybe not. It's just a rewrap quickly. Someone makes a call saying, no, I want to keep this at A. So Fred on one corner, Selling up top of the window. Kismet's still watching
Actually got
over
laid.
possible dirt play. Here comes the plant. Abuza trying to get here. Has the angle. Shot with Kismet. Push him off. Now here comes the hit from the Falcons on outside a window. Kismet for first blood. Draza trying to shut all of this down, but there's kills from Simp instead. Does he win
There
it
you
by
go,
himself? Sure feels that way.
Oh, he
He
won.
won the 1v1.
Wow! What a series,
Let's
gentlemen!
fucking go, boys.
What a series!
That was a war.
Great series. Great series. Hey, Falcons look good. They look good.
Yeah, that was a war. That was a war.
I think, listen, if you're Falcons, bro, I think especially a player like Saul.
Amazing.
These are the biggest series ever played in his life. I think this is a good start for Falcons.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not
can't
bad,
be
bro.
discouraged. They played really good ball this stage. Unlucky to walk away with 8th, but keep at it. I think they'll be good in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
FaZe,
they
I
played
think-
good. They
I
played
think
good.
for FaZe, they got to clean a few things up because I think right now.
So that was a great match. We're jumping back into the Watson School for International, the Watson School of International and Public Affairs. We're diving in.
Obtain more resources, and then that trait, that predisposition towards
glaciers are melting. Even if people don't think about it consciously, I think they're aware in the back of their mind that things are just a lot more scarce than they used to be. They're harder. There's too many people for how many resources there are. And I think it does raise the level of aggression. It makes it much more likely that you get these civil conflicts because people realize, like, it's him or me. I remember years ago when Richard Wrangham was talking about the difference between chimps and bonobos. So chimps are quite aggressive and bonobos are pretty peaceful. I was like, what's the difference? And he was like, well, bonobos live in these environments where the food is scattered and there's not a lot of resource scarcity. So, you can get plenty of bananas and you don't have to climb really high in the tree. But chimps have much more concentrated food. So you have to fight with one another to get to the food at the top of the tree and stuff like that. And so part of what happens is those who are stronger, right, the stronger male chimps are going to be able to control the resources more or go out and, kill the smaller animals or whatever. And so you get really different societal structures out of the resource distribution. And you see that, chimps versus bonobos, and humans have gone much more in the kind of chimp direction.
right. So as you're saying, between humans' two closest genetic relatives, chimps and bonobos, we evolved more like chimps in this regard, that chimps that were more willing, perhaps even inclined to hurt other chimps, they were the ones that obtained more resources, and then that trait, that predisposition towards committing violence is passed on to the next generation. And so over many generations, through evolution, this will go from being a trait that is present in some animals and not others into something that's much more consistently in the hardwiring of chimps and humans.
Right.
We've been talking about male chimps and male bonobos here, and I want to talk a little bit about biological sex because it's a big part of this evolutionary lens as you see it. You write in the piece about male coalitional psychology and how generally this sort of violent coordination is a more male trait. And I want to hear your thoughts on that and also sort of how to think about this, because it can be a little tough when talking about this stuff. It can start sounding a little, deterministic, like all men are X and all women are Y, and, which you make clear in the piece is not how we should be thinking about it. But that said, we do need to factor in these sort of differences. So how do you think we should be thinking about the concept of biological sex and what that then looks like when looking at society and gender today?
I don't think any of these evolutionary arguments should be understood as like all men are X or all women are Y, right? Like these are probabilistic tendencies, like any other distribution in other characteristics. However, on average, you can show that there are different psychological tendencies that tend to operate in certain populations. So the best example I can give is that with regard to conflict, that male psychology on average is very coalitionary, meaning you like to have lots of people around, right? So if you go to football games, baseball games, you just see a lot of people around. For men who are fighting predators who are fighting another group of humans, the more people you have, the more likely it is that you'll win, right? And so that coalition is a really, really important part of the fundamental psychology. Again, that doesn't mean every person is like this. It just means that on average over time, and evolution is very backward looking, right? So maybe that's not how it's going to be going forward, but that's what built us from the past.
Well, turning more to the present, I want to look at some examples of conflict escalation we've seen in the world recently and look at how thinking about evolutionary psychology can help us see them in a new light. So two that have come to mind recently. The first, in early January, the United States carried out a military operation in Venezuela and ousted its president, Nicolas Maduro. And then, more recently in January, Trump really upset some key allies by saying that the U.S. should and would take control of Greenland. And, he's since backed off the most forceful versions of that claim. But it felt like a type of aggressive posturing that I think to a lot of observers didn't make a ton of sense. There were material reasons, but it feels like, was there something else there? And I'm curious your, thoughts about that. So maybe let's start there. How can an evolutionary lens help us understand what we're seeing coming from Trump's foreign policy? And, maybe to start with around Greenland.
I just think there's so many pieces to the Trump and Greenland thing. I mean, I'm not sure that, evolution is not always as great at explaining, a temporally immediate problem like what's going on today as opposed to like patterns over time. It doesn't mean that it doesn't help explain the psychology of somebody who wants dominance. I think that does have a really long evolutionary history that, I know it's not a popular term, but, you think about the alpha males in particular primate communities, somebody who wants to dominate everybody in the group. Across evolutionary history, part of what's interesting about that is that if you have a dominant individual who does not actually take care of the community, like does not protect the community against, threats and so on. A group of lower ranked males usually will try to take him out. In animal communities, that looks like killing. But, in modern societies, it can look like throwing somebody out of power in a democratic regime. The problem is it's very hard to track those things when you're at 330 million people as opposed to, a troop of 50 animals or, a group of 150 people where you can track the extent to which a leader is exploiting his constituents or his community. I've been surprised that I haven't seen more of a stronger coalition of congresspeople trying to really challenge Trump. But of course, on Democratic opposition, the numbers aren't there. But there should still be some Republicans who are ambitious enough in their own right that they want to.
So right now we're consuming our human brains wired for war. From the Watson School of International and Public Affairs.
Say I'm going to be the next leader. And that's surprising and, to my mind, disappointing.
I can't help but think as we're talking about all this about what we were talking about earlier in terms of the role scarcity plays in maybe highlighting some of these more basic human drives. And I think on one hand, when you see a world like we have with nuclear weapons, it's kind of hard to think of any military conflict as rational because the risk seems to so outweigh the benefits. But, I think especially with what we saw around Trump and Greenland, when things get framed as kind of a protection against a threat, whether it's a climate threat or a geopolitical threat, it brings up some of this scarcity framing. And, that is a framing Trump discusses a lot. There are too few jobs. There are too many people trying to come into the United States to take our jobs and take our resources, and we need to protect ourselves. Does this framing trigger a sort of return to a more violent outlook towards the world in contemporary politics, would you say?
Yeah. When you frame things in a way that's designed to emotionally manipulate a population through fear or through anger, you can do it because it's true, you're being invaded by another country. But you can also do it because you want to get support for policies that actually don't help the population but help you as a leader, right? So the leader can emotionally manipulate the population, claiming that it's a defensive fight. Like, if you don't join me in this fight, you're going to really be destroyed. When in fact, what it really is striving for personal, political, or financial gain. That form of manipulation works really well to give them what they want for other reasons. And it's not always rational. Like here, I think about what Putin did invading Ukraine, right? Was it rational for Putin to invade Ukraine? Clearly, he got incorrect information about the level of resistance he would find in the Ukrainian population. So from that perspective, it doesn't look rational. But if you don't think of rationality in a cost-benefit sense that economists do, about like what's going to happen in the near future, if you think about it in longer psychological terms, well, he wants a particular legacy. Maybe, like when people say, would he use nuclear weapons? I think if he was really sick and he thought he was going to die, he had some kind of advanced cancer, what does he care if he takes the rest of the world with him? And he's not the only one. I think there's other world leaders that are like that, but he's an obvious example.
And this is a little bit touch and go culture commentary. And it deserves second layer analysis, which we can't necessarily provide here yet. But I guess that's the point of us discussing in this context. Why is that problematic? Because in our Consume Digest, we watch fringe social science culture commentary with regards to geopolitics. And from that perspective, let me cite people like Conversations Amongst the Ruins, Alexander Mercouris at the Duran, and they might, Jeffrey Sachs, they might say it was because of the encroachment from quote-unquote the West. So to that end, we say, is it, I don't know if it would really be framed as that type of cross-section of where we're at. Can I get a hello there? Do you get what I mean? Does that make sense?
Where, people say it's not rational, but then there's lots of suicide bombers, and that's, technically not rational. In an evolutionary sense, you can actually understand suicide terrorism.
How so? Could we just unpack that for listeners, a little bit?
Because if those people are acting in an environment of resource scarcity where they have no job, they have no money, they have no other opportunities, and the organization says, if you engage in the suicide bombing, we're going to take care of your family. We're going to give them a house, we're going to give them a refrigerator, we're going to make sure that they survive. Then even if who benefits is not your children, but your nephew, your first cousin, you're actually helping genetically your relatives to survive. It's completely irrational in you're not going to have a good life for yourself, but you can understand the motivation that wants to make your genetic structure immortal.
Right. When you think about the pressures of evolution, it does sort of, the classic ideas of rational human behavior start to look a little different or have some holes in them for explaining things.
There is a rationality. It's just, it's not an economic rationality. It's an ecological rationality.
Recently, in an interview with CNN journalist Jake Tapper, the president's advisor, Stephen Miller, in defending Trump's decision to invade Venezuela in December, said,
"You can talk all you want about international niceties and everything else, but we live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world
But
that
are you
existed
saying
since
that
the beginning of time."
But in terms of
I guess in your view, is he essentially correct in his analysis? And if there's something off about it, what's off there? And if he's right, what does that mean for how you think about Trump's politics? You know, I think a lot of Trump's critics took a very dark view of that statement, but I wonder what you think of that statement.
He's not wrong historically in terms of might makes right, but that doesn't mean we have to be that way, right? Again, humans have the capacity for cooperation and they have the capacity for conflict, but we can choose cooperation, right? Like that is also an evolved trait, and we've done pretty well with it, you know, relatively speaking, since the end of the Second World War. And so it doesn't have to be that way. So I always find it very odd when you see these guys who physically are not formidable themselves deciding that they have to go beat up other people. That seems like a wish fulfillment thing to me. And, you know, I think that was kind of Mark Kelly's point in doing the video with Elise Locken to say, hey, if one of these crazy guys tells you to do something that's illegal, immoral, unethical, unconstitutional, for his own ego, his own selfish purposes, you don't have to do it. And I think that was part of the point, was to say you don't have to follow a leader who's asking you to do something that's wrong. And I also think that's an even deeper part of human psychological architecture, going back before the development of the state, right? Like you see it in hunter-gatherer communities. If your leader is exploiting you, you get together and you overthrow the leader.
I want to look at how all of this can maybe help us think about any ways to enlist our psychologies, our evolutionarily built traits to help create a world where there's less war and less violence. I guess what I'm asking is, are there any ways this thinking can help us to actually push back against these, what you see as human drives towards conflict and war?
You know, I think that's a hard question. I think that, you know, part of the challenge with human evolution is it's slower than technological innovation, right? It takes much longer to have an intergenerational transfer than it does to build a new technology. It doesn't mean that we can't create cooperative venues. We have, you know, that's what the UN was. You know, we have these other kinds of organizations where we try to achieve some level of cooperation. But I think it has to be done consciously, right? It's not going to happen necessarily automatically. And so working toward it is supported by a greater understanding of human psychological architecture. Because if you build a system that doesn't align with preferences, it's not going to work, right? So if you build a system that says you have to like broccoli more,
ways to enlist our psychologies, our evolutionarily built traits. Let's think about.
This tells you to do something that's illegal or go beat up other people. That seems like a wish fulfillment thing to me. And, you know, I think that was kind of Mark Kelly's point in doing the video with Elise Locken to say, hey, if one of these crazy guys tells you to do something that's illegal, immoral, unethical, unconstitutional, for his own ego, his own selfish purposes, you don't have to do it. And I think that was part of the point, was to say you don't have to follow a leader who's asking you to do something that's wrong. And I also think that's an even deeper part of human psychological architecture, going back before the development of the state, right? Like you see it in hunter-gatherer communities. If your leader is exploiting you, you get together and you overthrow the leader.
I want to look at how all of this can maybe help us think about any ways to enlist our psychologies, our evolutionarily built traits to help create a world where there's less war and less violence. I guess what I'm asking is, are there any ways this thinking can help us to actually push back against these, what you see as human drives towards conflict and war?
You know, I think that's a hard question. I think that, you know, part of the challenge with human evolution is it's slower than technological innovation, right? It takes much longer to have an intergenerational transfer than it does to build a new technology. It doesn't mean that we can't create cooperative venues. We have, you know, that's what the UN was. You know, we have these other kinds of organizations where we try to achieve some level of cooperation. But I think it has to be done consciously, right? It's not going to happen necessarily automatically. And so working toward it is supported by a greater understanding of human psychological architecture. Because if you build a system that doesn't align with preferences, it's not going to work, right? So if you build a system that says you have to like broccoli more than chocolate chip cookies, it's just not going to happen, right? Like maybe 1 in 100,000 people will prefer broccoli to chocolate chip cookies, but basically telling people that they have to prefer broccoli isn't going to happen. You can set up all kinds of structures where they will eat broccoli as opposed to chocolate chip cookies, but it doesn't mean that they like it better. So understanding the fundamental drives of human psychological architecture can help us try to design institutions, norms, and procedures that align with what's natural as opposed to fighting against, you know, instinct. Because that's not going to work.
Are there examples of those types of institutions? You know, you mentioned the UN, but in some ways, is the UN maybe an example of saying we wish everyone eats broccoli? And then people.
I'm not saying it's successful. I'm just saying that there have been various attempts, right? And that's an attempt. I think part of the problem is it's really hard to do it at scale, right? Like human psychological architecture doesn't really think about 330 million people.
Never mind 8 billion.
Kind of 150 people. It's really hard to keep track, right, of all these things. And so we assume that these huge things are how we would understand it in a small scale, but that's not actually how it works.
I was trying to think as I was reading your paper what ways that today we already sort of tend to more of the psychological and maybe I'd say emotional side of international affairs and policy in the international realm. And one that came to mind to me was speaking with people at the Watson School and elsewhere who have worked in the Foreign Service and done diplomatic work, and that these sort of less formal moments of really connecting with people can play an important role in maybe pushing back against some of these instincts towards violence and conflict. I guess I wonder what you think about that.
I think that's the foundation of cooperation, is individual relationships that develop over time. And that's why I think one of the most destructive things the Trump administration has done is to gut out the State Department. Because you have, 400 years of experience walk out the door. And even if you decide, hey, let's rebuild this, somebody can't walk into that role and develop a relationship with a compatriot in Germany or the UK or France or whatever in a day, right? Like, these relationships have built up over decades. And so when you pull those individuals, you can't assume that it's plug and play with the next person. And so I think that understanding that these individual relationships is actually how you build out cooperation. That's the foundation of it. That's how we think of, again, smaller groups, and then you build it out to scale. And without that, I just don't think it's possible.
Think about the power of relationships that are closer to one-on-one, or at least a personal, relationship. You mentioned something in the piece. I think you were quoting another scholar who said that male coalitions constitute the original and universal political institution, akin only to marriage in its ubiquity and time and place. And I guess in your analysis, then, would you say that there is something sort of inherently male and masculine in political states? And if so, are we kind of doomed to keep pushing in these realms of violence that you say are kind of built into male psychology on average through evolution?
I think the data and evidence would support that. It doesn't mean that women can't be aggressive. They are. They're particularly in defense of their children, or motivating men to protect them. Of course, there
have been women leaders who have gone to war in history.
Absolutely, and that's what I mean. Like Margaret Thatcher, Indira Gandhi, Golda Meir. You can think of lots of them, although not as many as male leaders who did that. And so it's not exclusive. It's just that when you think about how dominance hierarchies play out, they tend to be predominantly male. And those dominance hierarchies are inherently unstable because lower ranked people want to be higher ranked people. And so that leads to aggression. You want to take out the person above you so that you can be the person in control. And so violence kind of comes out of those dominance hierarchies. And it doesn't mean that that's the way it has to be. It's just, again, backward looking. Like, you think about how it has been through human history. That's predominantly what it looks like. Doesn't mean that has to be what it is going forward, but we have to put more intention into changing it if we want to change it.
And understand the power of that history that has brought us into this current predicament.
And historically, a lot of it is about physical formation.
Well, one thing I want to note about FMOE 1 to 2 NT consume is that I'm only as smart as the content that I consume. I'll say that again. I'm only as smart as the content that I consume. And to that end, I find myself having to agree with subject matter experts, but also taking time to disagree where I find the need to contextualize my own point of view.
Ability, right? Men, on average, have 8 times more upper body strength than women, on average. Which means that if a woman tries to do something a man doesn't want her to do, he beats her up. And, look at rates of domestic violence. That has not changed. Right? That really has not changed. But in the international environment, that should be inconsequential because you have mechanized warfare, right? But that doesn't mean that you get the same level of interest in dominance or the same level of interest in mechanized warfare among women as you do among men, on average, And again, I know that this is really a dicey way to talk about things because, especially, liberal people in America don't tend to want to bifurcate these things. But again, these are averages, right? It's just probabilistic. I'm not saying it's determinative.
Going back to bonobos and chimps, something you wrote about as well was that in terms of the way environments can shape behavior, and correct me if I'm wrong in how I summarize this, but there's evidence that male bonobos also have a tendency towards violence, but there is in fact more robust structures put in by female bonobos to put a check on that violence. And so it's not just a matter of male bonobos have a less violent architecture psychologically, it's that their environment has helped create a less opportunities for violence.
Well, it's more than that. What you have in bonobo communities is female coalitionary behavior. Females join with other females to keep junior males controlled. And it's often done through the mother-son dyad. So sons hang out around mothers for long periods of time. And, in chimp communities, females have to leave to find another troop. In bonobo communities, it's the males who leave to find another troop. And so the exfiltration of genetic migration is different. So you get these female coalitions that stay intact in ways that you don't get in humans or in chimpanzees.
But it was at least, I felt like there was a ray of hope in reading about that arrangement for a way that a broader environment can help shift.
Well, it's more than that.
Their environment has helped create a less opportunities for violence.
Well, it's more than that. What you have in bonobo communities is female coalitionary behavior. Females join with other females to keep junior males controlled. And it's often done through the mother-son dyad. So sons hang out around mothers for long periods of time. And, you know, in chimp communities, females have to leave to find another troop. In bonobo communities, it's the males who leave to find another troop. And so the exfiltration of genetic migration is different. So you get these female coalitions that stay intact in ways that you don't get in humans or in chimpanzees.
But it was at least, I felt like there was a ray of hope in reading about that arrangement for a way that a broader environment can help shift some of these tendencies towards violence.
Absolutely. And that is the lesson that I do in all my Women and Nations classes, is the single most important thing is to develop female coalitions. Like the innate thing is to privilege men for all kinds of reasons over their female affiliations. And that's why men continue to be able to politically dominate women, because they can form strong coalitions that survive individual differences, and female groups have a much harder time doing that. But when you can develop strong female coalitions, then you can actually make a difference in terms of political power. Think about the civil rights movement. Part of the reason that was more successful in some ways is because there were men and women working together for political power against another group. So, you know, I do think the solution is to develop stronger female coalitions, and takes some effort.
Well, you have certainly given us a lot to think about, and I'm jealous of your students who get to explore these ideas with you more. But unfortunately, I think we have to leave it there for today. But thank you so much for coming back onto Trending Globally and talking with us.
Thanks so much, Dan. I really appreciate it.
This episode was produced by me, Dan Richards. Our theme music is by Henry Bloomfield, with additional music from the Blue Dot Sessions. If you like this episode, leave us a rating and review on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. And if you haven't subscribed to the show, please do that too. If you have any questions or comments or ideas for guests or topics for the show, send us an email at trendingglobally@brown.edu. Again, that's all one word, trendingglobally@brown.edu. We'll be back in 2 weeks with another episode of Trending Globally. Thanks.
So I want to say that this is, let's say C+, B- culture commentary. I was expecting more out of it, but I guess it's because they had such a compressed amount of time. It was like a teaser episode for the school, meaning that this is a content marketing operation for the school to increase awareness of its quote-unquote talent by maintaining a content marketing operation. It's not really getting at the heart of creating a through line for their content marketing operations to say, hey, well, what of discovery for our end user? What of, like, what I'm looking for, which I guess was more, because they could have, if this was extended by 3 times, so I'm gonna need a 90-minute publication. Well, it was 38 minutes, so I'm gonna need an 100-minute publication. Then yeah, we could do something like that. We could get it popping. But yeah.
Hey everyone, and thanks for jumping back into the heavy metal verse. Today, we're going to talk about silver.
Did you say the heavy metal verse?
Alright, so we are recording. Hey everyone, and thanks for jumping back into the verse. Today, we're going to talk about silver as it dropped almost 40%. If you guys like the content, make sure you subscribe to the channel, give the video a thumbs up, and also check out Into the Cryptoverse Premium at intothecryptoverse.com. Let's go ahead and jump in. So, silver just had a fairly nasty drop. I tweeted out just a couple of days ago that metals were approaching a local top. With the Silver Mania video that we did a couple of weeks ago, one of the things I mentioned that I'd like to follow up on is the...
All right, so we are recording this the day after Kanye has dropped a apology in a Wall Street Journal, apologizing for his anti-Semitic and anti-Black remarks over the last couple of years, and in part blaming it on his bipolar disorder. So we have Lily in the studio, who is a therapist, so we wanted to get her thoughts on it.
My first and immediate thought is that I feel sad. This makes me feel really sad. I think that I think that Kanye is just like really a tragic figure. I loved your guys' episode on this. Like, I was such a fan of his for such a long time too, and it just feels really sad to me, especially that he is this like public face of
times the amount of compute that China has, but our compute is pulling ahead of Chinese compute, not only in terms of quality, like per unit quality, but overall volume, which means by 2027, America is expected to have 17 times the compute of China. And that is due to export controls, which from a geopolitical perspective, that means America is winning. That's our moat. Now you might say globally, that's not a good thing because that slows down Chinese research. Although, as I said, constraints are the father of creativity, and the Chinese are very creative. They're able to do a lot of research with a lot less resources. Now,
we're looking to add this to Crypto 5.
Which is that the one that is the subset of NIST? I think that's the department inside of NIST. Their studies basically show that the Chinese models are inferior across the board. Some of them are cheaper, some of them are more efficient, but in terms of cybersecurity risk, they're much higher. In terms of intelligence, they're not as good. So they don't really represent a threat on a military level. Then you've got the EU AI Act. So this is the break. This is the compliance wall. So the licensing cost for any high-risk systems is $52,000 a year, which means that you're basically going to stifle any startup. No startups dealing with higher-risk AI use cases will be in Europe, and this is already true. And so where do they go? They go elsewhere. They go to America. Some of them go to China. Some of them go to Saudi Arabia. Basically, Europe is very good at ensuring that frontier business does not happen in Europe, which is kind of silly in my opinion. It's like, they're very, very proactive, and there's a lot of regulatory capture and what I call a vetocracy. So basically, the Department of No, that's what Europe is. And then finally, liability. This was the most interesting finding from my research, is that many insurance policies have absolute AI exclusions, meaning that if you use AI and if there's an OSHA violation, if a patient dies, then the insurance company completely washes their hands. They say, if AI touched that incident, we are not taking any responsibility whatsoever. And the reason is because it's new, it's high risk, it's high variance. They don't know how to price it. I used to work at a workman's comp insurance company. When you have, and this was at the very beginning of my career, when you have a domain that is well understood and the risks can be controlled and understood and measured, then they know how to price it. And so like we had a division of our insurance company that would handle like the one-off cases where it's like, oh hey, you're a physician who operates out of a yacht or something like that, like because you have onboard physicians, and that is not as well understood as a physician operating in say a hospital or a clinic. So then it's like, okay, well how do you insure a physician if they're working under suboptimal conditions on a really expensive yacht and with really expensive clients? How do you price that insurance policy? And so you can price those things, but it takes a lot of work and a lot of effort to do a one-off, and that's not how you operationalize and how you scale. So likewise, when you have your average corner store or your mom and pop shop or your average enterprise that really just wants a templated insurance policy to say, hey, we're using AI for this, make sure it covers our customers, make sure it covers our own butts. The insurance company says, we don't know how to price that, and so we're not going to cover it, and we're going to ensure that our policy has an exclusion saying we will not be on the hook. And if there's no insurance, then the companies and the enterprises simply won't do it. And so this is I think the most ironic kind of barrier, legal friction for adopting AI. So if I have any insurance people, any insurance pros in the audience who want to like help explain how we can make this better, I think that would be great, because this to me is the dumbest reason to slow down AI. I get it, but it's like really like we're because we don't know how to price it. Like moving on. So what this is being called, this phase that we're in 2026 through 2028 is the digestion phase. So the hype cycle was 2023 to 2025. Now we're catching up with reality. So reality says, we need grid interconnects, we need transformers, we need high bandwidth memory, we need the chips and wafers, we need verifiable synthetic data, and we need to figure out the insurance policies. So it's now from bigger models and scale is all you need to efficiency and distillation and make do with what you've got. Just do the best with what you've got, and that's the paradigm that we're going to be in over the next couple of years. Now that's not to say that no new capacity is coming online. Obviously there's new capacity coming online all the time, but we're not the distance between what we would like to install and deploy and where we can actually deploy is still growing. So then after 2028, that's when acceleration and the economic pivot will continue. So the friction map. So this is basically a recap. Is the critical and binding constraints are power availability, grid interconnection, and HBM supply. Moderate and addressable, so that's data quality. Again, I'm not concerned about that. The packaging, that seems like it's going to be solved by the market. Deployment friction. Again, that it just takes time for enterprises to learn how to deploy these things and to operationalize it. And then liability, the insurance liability. This to me is the silliest thing. The things that are not friction, at least for America, is number 1, safety and X risk, number 2, federal regulation, and number 3, capital availability. So that's a really interesting place to be. There is no bubble to speak of. There are frictions.
The USS Zumwalt DDG-1000 has carried out a new round of sea-based evaluations after completing a major modernization period that transformed it into the U.S. Navy's first platform configured for conventional prompt strike (CPS) missions. The trials marked the successful conclusion of builder sea testing conducted by HII's Ingalls Shipbuilding facility. Ryan Blanchett, Ingalls Shipbuilding president, said, "We have achieved a pivotal milestone with our Navy and industry partners to advance this complex modernization work that will set a precedent for the Zumwalt class. I'm very proud of the team effort and their critical role to advance the U.S. Navy's first warship with hypersonic capabilities. In this video, Defense Updates analyzes how Zumwalt warships is set to change the game with hypersonic CPS missile. Before we proceed, a word on NordVPN, which is one of the most trusted and fastest VPN brand that has a no-log policy validated by Deloitte. NordVPN provides a 256-bit encrypted tunnel that protects your privacy and also enables you to access contents that are blocked based on geolocation. Its threat protection system helps you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. NordVPN application is available for all the major platforms as well as browsers. Get an exclusive NordVPN deal with massive saving by going to nordvpn.com/defense or clicking the link in the description. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. Conventional Prompt Strike, CPS, refers to a non-nuclear hypersonic weapon concept built around an intermediate-range boost glide architecture. The complete missile package consists of a two-stage solid-fuel booster that accelerates the weapon to extreme altitude and velocity, paired with a common hypersonic glide body, CHGB, that delivers warhead. The U.S. Department of Defense has developed the CHGB as a standardized hypersonic payload intended to underpin multiple offensive strike systems. Rather than creating separate glide vehicles for each branch, the Pentagon opted for a shared design that could be adapted by both the U.S. Army and the U.S. Navy, with the Navy designated as the lead service for the glide body's development. The CHGB traces its technical lineage to earlier hypersonic research programs. Its design draws heavily from the alternate reentry system, which was flight tested in the early 2000s under the Army's Advanced Hypersonic Weapon Initiative. That system itself evolved from the Sandia Winged Energetic Reentry Vehicle Experiment, a prototype developed by Sandia National Laboratories during the 1980s. To support joint use, the glide body's physical dimensions and interfaces have been standardized across both services. In a CPS launch sequence, the booster lofts the glide vehicle to very high altitude along a ballistic trajectory. After separation, the glide body re-enters the atmosphere and travels toward its target at sustained hypersonic speed, skimming through the upper atmosphere rather than following a predictable ballistic arc. Hypersonic flight is generally defined as speeds above Mach 5, or more than 5 times the speed of sound. Roughly 1,715 meters per second, 3,836 miles per hour, or 6,174 kilometers per hour. Unlike traditional ballistic warheads, the CHGB is designed to maneuver during flight, allowing it to alter its path and evade defenses. It is also far faster than conventional cruise missiles, combining extreme velocity with an unpredictable trajectory. This blend of speed and maneuverability significantly complicates interception, as there are currently no widely deployed defense systems capable of reliably countering such weapons. Each branch of the U.S. military will incorporate the CHGB into service-specific weapon systems, whether launched from land-based platforms or naval vessels. Within U.S. strategy, CPS is viewed as a means of delivering rapid, long-range conventional strikes against high-value targets, offering a powerful non-nuclear option for strategic deterrence and response. Zumwalt-class destroyers were originally designed around an advanced weapons layout that included 80 Mark 57 vertical launch cells arranged along the ship's perimeter under the Peripheral Vertical Launch System, PVLS, along with two 155mm naval guns. The Mark 57 launch cells are versatile, capable of accommodating a single SM-2 or SM-6 long-range surface-to-air missile, an ASROC anti-submarine weapon, or up to 4 evolved Sea Sparrow missiles for short-range air defense. They are also compatible with Tomahawk cruise missiles, giving the class significant strike flexibility. The pair of 155mm advanced gun systems, AGS, were intended to provide long-range precision land attack fire. Using a specialized munition, they were expected to engage targets at distances approaching 60 miles, around 95 kilometers. That munition, known as the Long-Range Land Attack Projectile, LRLAP, ultimately proved impractical. Originally projected to cost about $50,000 per round, the price ballooned to roughly $800,000, leading the U.S. Navy to cancel the program altogether. What's up, guys? With the gun-based mission no longer viable, the U.S. Navy opted to redefine the Zumwalt's role. Rather than operating primarily in littoral environments, the class was redirected toward blue water operations, with an emphasis on long-range strikes 60 miles, around 95 kilometers. That munition response vessels. Within U.S. strategy, CPS is viewed as a means of delivering rapid, long-range conventional strikes against high-value targets, offering a powerful non-nuclear option for strategic deterrence and response. Zumwalt-class destroyers were originally designed around an advanced weapons layout that included 80 Mark 57 vertical launch cells arranged along the ship's perimeter under the Peripheral Vertical Launch System, PVLS, along with two 155mm naval guns. The Mark 57 launch cells are versatile, capable of accommodating a single SM-2 or SM-6 long-range surface-to-air missile, an ASROC anti-submarine weapon, or up to 4 evolved Sea Sparrow missiles for short-range air defense. They are also compatible with Tomahawk cruise missiles, giving the class significant strike flexibility. The pair of 155mm advanced gun systems, AGS, were intended to provide long-range precision land attack fire. Using a specialized munition, they were expected to engage targets at distances approaching 60 miles, around 95 kilometers. That munition, known as the Long-Range Land Attack Projectile, LRLAP, ultimately proved impractical. Originally projected to cost about $50,000 per round, the price ballooned to roughly $800,000, leading the U.S. Navy to cancel the program altogether. With the gun-based mission no longer viable, the U.S. Navy opted to redefine the Zumwalt's role. Rather than operating primarily in littoral environments, the class was redirected toward blue water operations, with an emphasis on long-range strike. Central to this shift was the decision to equip the ships with hypersonic weapons. USS Zumwalt which arrived at HII's Ingalls shipbuilding facility in Pascagoula in August 2023, became the first ship of the class to undergo extensive modification. This overhaul is part of a broader modernization effort funded through a contract awarded to Lockheed Martin, valued at up to $2 billion, aimed at integrating hypersonic strike capabilities across the Zumwalt fleet. The ship completed undocking in December 2024, marking a major milestone in the upgrade process. According to reporting, the Navy has determined that the Zumwalt's hull can support 4 large-diameter missile tubes, each measuring approximately 87 inches. Every tube is designed to carry 3 CPS missiles, giving the ship a total loadout of 12 hypersonic weapons once fully configured. The return of USS Zumwalt to active service equipped with hypersonic strike weapons would mark a significant milestone for the U.S. military, and in particular, for a ship class that has long been the subject of debate and criticism. A successful reintegration would underscore a fundamental shift in how the Navy intends to employ the Zumwalt-class destroyers. By arming the class with CPS missiles, the U.S. Navy is seeking to extract greater operational value from a platform that costs roughly $7.5 billion per ship. Although the Zumwalt program introduced a host of cutting-edge technologies, it has frequently been portrayed as an overly expensive experiment with limited practical payoff. The hypersonic upgrade could redefine that narrative. The modernization plan extends beyond the lead ship. The Navy intends to apply the same CPS integration to the second and third vessels in the class, USS Michael Mansour, DDG-1001, and USS Lyndon B. Johnson, DDG-1002, with the goal of having all 3 destroyers fully mission-capable by fiscal year 2028. Notwithstanding the difficulties encountered during development, the 3 Zumwalt-class ships remain the most technologically sophisticated surface combatants ever fielded by the U.S. Navy. Their design incorporates numerous next-generation features, including integrated electric propulsion, a low-observable, angular hull to reduce radar signatures, and a wave-piercing, tumble-home hull form. Extensive automation supports fire suppression and damage control, while a composite deck house houses sensors and radar systems in a way that further minimizes detectability. Each vessel is capable of generating up to 78 megawatts of electrical power, a level of output that enables the operation of energy-intensive systems such as advanced radar suites and future directed energy weapons. Once equipped with CPS missiles, the Zumwalt class will gain a long-range hypersonic strike role, transforming these ships into highly survivable, high-impact platforms. This capability would place them among the most powerful surface combatants in the U.S. Navy's inventory and give the class a clearly defined mission at the forefront of future naval warfare.
Hey everyone, and thanks for jumping back into the Heavy Metal Verse. Today, we're going to talk about silver as it dropped almost 40%. If you guys like the content, make sure you subscribe to the channel, give the video a thumbs up, and also check out Into the Cryptoverse Premium at intothecryptoverse.com. Let's go ahead and jump in. So, silver just had a fairly nasty drop. I tweeted out just a couple of days ago that metals were approaching a local top. With the Silver Mania video that we did a couple of weeks ago, one of the things I mentioned that I'd like to follow up on is the gold-silver ratio. Because what we said is that this level that it hit down here was a fairly good time to start converting silver into gold. Now, in this case, what did we say? Will gold drop when silver does? Absolutely, right? Absolutely. So you could always justify trying to go to US dollars and trying to time that. But when you look at the silver, when you look at the valuation of gold against silver, you can see that when it hits these levels, going back all the way to the 1980s, that is when the ratio of gold against silver starts to bounce. And you can see that it went to a low of around 43, and now it's already back up to 57. The other thing that might be surprising for a lot of people is just how crazy the drop was, right? A 40% drop like that, right? Really, really quick. Now, that's a fairly normal thing after mania phases in metals. In fact, on the Thursday AMA that I did with ITC Premium members just yesterday, I said that very thing. Here we go. When silver tops, there will likely be a 30 to 50% drop. It'll be quick. So remember, when it happens, it's always a quick drop. It does not leave people time to get out. It's just a 40%, 30 to 50, and it's really, really quick. And you can see that's happened multiple times. And we'll talk about, have there ever been times where it dropped this much, and then did it go back on to put in a new all-time high? Like, is that possible, or does the data suggest that this is in fact the high? One of the things what I would say is if you go back and look at the high that silver had in 2011, what you'll notice is that it had a 35% drop. And then, after bottoming, it had a counter-trend rally of approximately 37%, and it put in a macro lower high later in the year. Now, what's interesting is if you overlay gold onto this chart, what you'll notice, and I've said this many, many times, what you'll notice is that there's a lot of examples where silver will put in a high first, before gold will put in a high, then silver gets a larger drop, gold gets a smaller drop, but then gold goes on to put in new all-time highs on a silver lower high. If that were to happen later this year, then that would be more confirmation of a bear market coming up. That divergent high. A lower high by silver, but a higher high by gold. And so one of the reasons why I said previously that converting silver to gold was a good idea is because a lot of times in these bull markets, silver will top first before gold does. This is one example of that. Now, in this case, if you did not convert any silver to gold at the highs and then you watched it drop, if you panic sold your silver US dollars in, say, May of 2011, silver still had another rally left in it, another 35% rally, where it went back up basically to just like 10% below the prior high. You know, so I mean, 10% below silver's prior high that it just had is pretty high, honestly. I mean, you're talking about a valuation of like 108, 109. If that's possible, that would be reason right there, if you did not take any profits, to not panic. And that doesn't mean that silver can't go lower. I'm not trying to suggest that. I'm just saying that a lot of times when you get these brutal drops, you can likely have counter-trend rallies. There was also, if you go, so that was what happened in 2011. Silver topped before gold, which is why I've been saying for the last few weeks, makes some sense to take some profits from silver to gold. It doesn't mean that silver can't go to a new all-time high. It just means that gold has a little bit more momentum right now. Now, I know that's kind of silly when it's down like 10%, but what I...
Close it out, shift. Looking at the bands, do you like?
We got a Scar Hardpoint, Raid S&D, Exposure Overload, Exposure Hardpoint, and Scar...
Terrific in hardpoint, especially in the map 1. They're going to come out, they're going to hit you. They'll be that first haymaker.
Let's get it, boys.
Whether or not you're going to be able to
we have big map 1 from Dante here. Let's get it.
We're jumping back into Call of Duty Esports.
This is a different Thieves team. They're coming to war. This is the type of matchup that can play like a grand final. I mean,
Let's go.
Nothing that I love more in my career than a revenge match.
So many storylines in this match, bro. So many storylines.
You know it. There is going to be so much emotion on that stage. We saw it online. Now Ghosty going to try to do it with Envoy here.
They just shit on them too hard on the breakoff and got split spawns everywhere.
2.0 or something. Yeah. That's how they
Paco would have been start.
Supernatural in that one.
If Paco plays like Paco today, I can see things. Last series, he was fucking insane.
They'll be Team A in this, so this will be the pick for Thieves.
Good pitch from them. Should get one here.
So Paris, how good they are on map 1s.
Damn.
If they can steal this one, it puts them in a very good situation being Team B.
That's why Nev's so good, though. He takes routes so fast, and he's super decisive with it. He knows what play to make, and he makes it fast as fuck.
You have an exposure hardpoint, exposure overload, and well, Abizi, we saw him a lot early on running this weapon. So a map that they want to play, a play style that they want to play, can they capitalize?
See if they'll be able to do just that. They had the
these guys got They got another pick roll aside, so they should know this piece.
They're fucking pinching. Yeah. Let's go, DT.
Clean break. That is just too easy for Paris.
He's a fucking vet. Checking his corners now.
Well, I mean, that's just
You thought of that or what?
on the mini-map, and that was another.
It took years, but he got it now.
A couple of picks, but then you go all the way around. If you were Sid, just pick them apart. A great break there at P2.
The first maps we casted for Paris, I mean, Sid, when he needed to take over, he was able to do that. You got a slow start for some players. He erupted. Everyone, it felt like, had their special moments. This is a full team. And these have to match that. Do they have
Neptune
the
is
superstars
shitting on him.
power to do it? Absolutely, but Gentleman's have been doing it a whole hell of a lot more consistently.
Oh, he's under his gun. That's crazy.
That break leads to around a 30-point lead.
Come on, DT.
P3. You had Neptune on 4 in a row. Envoy's got a ton of time. So
Damn.
Abizi's got the AR.
They're going to have a really good setup here. They always got to take some routes.
For him, but here we go. Thieves now is their turn at this P3.
A big P3 now.
That's a good spot.
Big give from Paco and window.
Damn.
No aim assist?
Oh.
No, I don't think there's aim assist there.
Oh, DT. They just hit the front and broke it. What the hell?
Oh, hell.
Nice gunfight win. That is going to turn some heads, so this could be an immediate break back in for Thieves. It looks like that'll be
Good play from Dylan.
Yeah, you needed that for
Great play.
He's able to find that
Great play from
Why the
Dylan.
hell did Scrap just run?
Oh! I saw that.
Why do you do that? I don't know, but this is a way they can accrue a lot of time. 20 on this, and maybe 40 on next.
Senior setup for this B4.
No, dude.
They're out of Envoy.
Well, not going to get any hill time.
Okay, it's okay. Yes, spawns. Get a full 60 here, boys. Come on. No. What the hell?
So your ARs on an AR heavy map are getting beat up a bit, but you're still in the
They have top.
Number 6 got a free pitch.
One spawning out deep for Paris. You'll have numbers here for a second, or actually it'll just be a race to get back to give you numbers for both players that spawned out. The gunfights go the way of Thieves.
Oh,
nice for Thieves.
Good positioning there, good wins.
That was a crazy break.
Some of this time. If the spawn's not out too far for Paris, they're going to reinforce this quickly.
They got to deal with this first wave. That has been the problem. They had set up at P2, they lost it right away. Set up at P3, lost it right away. Abizi, he's on 5 in a row, but there's immediate pressure. Post spawns, why this is a money hill. Envoy, though, going all the way around, should be able to
Single
block it,
push
so
and grab.
parallels are in. But so far, these have hung out.
They'll want to
early
big
down
outside the back though. Teammate will spawn there.
Staying in the front.
Nice.
Looks like it's going to be a battle, but a nice sequence there. A nice movement from Ghosty. They still take it, and they'll look to rack up in this final 20 seconds or so.
Just kept going. Just kept going for sure.
Maybe Scrap's starting to heat up. They're going to need that on a
Now you
map
spawning
like
back
this.
grannies
Scrap
at
can
5
take
seconds.
over on any map and mode. One of the best players we've ever seen at the AR position. Just so much talent.
Unlucky.
We'll see what he's capable
They
of
stole the
here,
spawn
but
though somehow.
X1 is up in position again. It's
What the fuck are these spawns?
One's going to
White
spawn
Hill.
with them, one's going to be tracking back. The player tracking back is going to get caught. That'll be Hydra, that'll get shut down. So pressure to the other three now around the point. It seems they're up to the task.
Yeah, you see, right, as soon as that
No
hill
way.
spawns, and he has to back up to take no
Ooh.
pulling out to drop it. He's on 3 in a row, so really, heating up is Abizi. But yeah, if you were Paris, you have just made this not easy for LADs. Every single time it feels like they're getting to a comfortable setup, a multi-kill is coming into play. And just immediate
got
pressure
picked
on
for
the hill.
top
As
grade.
much as I talked about making Thieves uncomfortable, like coming out and winning the map, but it's just in general too. Like they have been more comfortable on the map.
Genemates
Make
just
them
ran through
uncomfortable.
front,
Play with a
broke
pace
that
they
shit.
can't match. Don't let them get into their setups and get comfortable. And yeah, I think Paris have done that very, very well so far.
Yeah,
Penny with a slow start here,
absolutely.
7 and
Because you have had
17.
your initial setups at 3 of those 4 hills. So, and now you're going to lead as we're going to head back towards B1.
Let's get into our second set.
Rodell is in an absolute gritty corner.
30 points, about the biggest
They sniff it
margin
out,
we've
but
seen. That's growing up to 40. We'll see how much Paris can push it out
Damn.
here. But in the early
Ghosty
going,
just ripped his ass off the
point.
top.
They're gonna lose 2 players early though. Kenny's struggles continue early on. He's gonna look to turn it
The
around.
Gentlemates is always on the route, bro. They are
Yeah,
never.
bro, I'm telling you.
When it's a hard break situation, I feel like they're always in the right routes.
Always,
That's
bro.
for like these 2-on-2s and you're winning them, and then you are just sort of pinching the hill. But LA Thieves are going to respond with 3 of their own. Just a beautiful break early from Paris again.
They're good at knowing when to bench and when to just like hold.
We'll get back in. Neptune, lovely double, 18 and 12 out of him. Seems like every time you get a good sequence just in the kill volume department for Thieves, it is answered almost instantly for Paris. Ghosty is trying to stay up with 26 HP inside the point. Inside Mark, it'll be Envoy that's looking to cover him. 10 seconds remaining on Old. We'll look at the fight.
Kenny
so
Damn.
the guy off Old.
next. The big double for Kenny. Maybe
But
a
it's
moment from
Tito.
him forward.
Oof. He's winning that without
He's
not
gonna
stunned.
Gotta stun him to
But
take
they
him
are
down.
in position,
It's all
but
good.
The guys that have been breaking over and over again and keeping this a mess and keeping the lead has been Paris. I want to hear the comms from Gentlemates.
Oh no way.
Take your time. Take your time. Inner SWAT, guys. Inner SWAT. Inner SWAT. Inner SWAT got me. Where's he going? He went still inner SWAT. He's promoting inner SWAT. So there. Hit once. Scrap. Take your time, guys. Nice shit. I need another time. Need another hill. What's gonna be our top R? Make sure we finish. Shouldering R. One shot, Kenny. No, only one there right now. He's still inner gens. And then
Oh, he ran out of ammo.
Paco with 2.
And he got 2. How the fuck did he get 2?
Paco's frying right now.
Kenny hit once. Here, I'm playing new.
My God.
He's in a good ass spot right here. Low right time and inner SWAT right now. Alright, inner SWAT, old top grenades. Inner SWAT.
Oh, Genemates are trolling. How they hitting 10 seconds though?
I'm gonna check this, right?
Looking everywhere.
He's only new hit once. Inner SWAT, nice.
I've already like checked everything but that. Like he like half checked that.
Paco's gonna get this initial time. He's gonna be pretty close to streaks.
Give me a second. One shot.
Mostly frustrations for Paris. It is a
kills from
great
Envoy.
stretch from Thieves. We'll see if they can go back-to-back hard points. Let's
Nah,
hit the
they're
top
hella
down
good
for
at
Thieves.
breaking now.
Yeah, they are.
I swear they're better at breaking than they are at holding.
Yeah.
the damn hill.
Yeah.
A lot of teams are like that.
Nice DT. Damn. Man, he's trying to rip.
It's a ruler, bro.
Oh, yes. Come on.
Deep right, one shot. Absolutely deep right, flying out. Deep back, and then one shot, bottom left. I'm one shot. I'm standing back right. Black right. Top right.
Felt whoever we listened to was the team trying to break.
Okay, he's got in there.
Was in hell, but now it is mixing.
Damn. Abe is frying.
Right now.
Abe is frying.
20 and 8 and 18 frame.
Ben's punching the air right now, low key.
Way to go, Ben. Look what you did, man.
Listen, people don't know Tyler and I are the low-key golf duo, bro. Low-key golf duo.
Oh, yeah?
Man, don't try to save face now.
Facts though.
It's high game.
I don't think Paco got that that streak, right? I don't think so.
Guess who was there? Kenny and Abizi. So a nice, really second set so far here for these.
It has been. Not much of a lead, but it is a lead nonetheless. Pressure to Paris to break again. They've been terrific.
Genemates are pinching this out.
Can they do it
They called
again?
3 cross.
Kenny, maybe in trouble early on.
Killed the guy front, so they should be able to help this guy back. But...
Oh. The teammates they going to have to pick it up.
It's a really good round from 8.
You want it on the other side. Back spawn now open
Bro,
up.
Dill is just fucking unbelievable. Let's benches, dude.
Break. The setup just not there for the break that came in for Paris. So much focus on the backside spawns.
Holy shit, this is going back and forth, bro.
It might stay a little bit messy around the point. There hasn't been a whole lot of clean hard point holding.
No, there has
Nice, Dante.
Plays Dante.
Sid with the pistol. He's on 4 in a row. Very close to a hellstorm. Should be a T streak
Or spawning
to
everywhere.
end this game. And well, you stabilize towards the end of that hill if you are Paris.
Gonna get one more.
Damn.
Holy shit, he's ripping.
He's ripping, bro.
W picks right there, Tom.
Yep, W picks in the chat, absolutely.
Oh, and he has a streak. Let's go.
There's a streak instantly going to be called in towards mid-map. Inside the point will be strapped. Best of luck with that. The pressure coming plane side from the rest of the Paris players. They're looking for an opening. It's going to be high.
What the hell? How's he not dead to the hill? Okay.
Deal with one player at the point, getting hit by the streak. Now everyone fighting back to mid.
Oh.
For a long time. We'll see if Thieves can respond to that.
Yes, Dante.
He is fucking ripping, bro.
Well, he stays on 6 in a row.
He's popping take right now, bro. This is that takeover shit. Yes.
You have to pressure this with rotating towards that P2.
Sip had an incredible map one on Thursday.
He's alive.
The best map one team in the game. Looking to close it out, but some nice skills come through.
He's just
for
standing
Thieves.
this, bro.
They're able to get the tail end of this time, but on rotation then, gentlemen's like, okay, fine. Take
Damn.
the
Shots.
we will get set up. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to get the
I like this route for number 3.
This Dan goes through the vet.
Get red out though. See
Oh,
what timing
no.
he gets. He gets good timing. Oh, he's off.
Every gunfight just massive right now between these squads.
Yeah, it's up a one-on-one. You see him easy.
No way, he checked the corner.
All eyes really on him. But he's going to get double teamed, so he's relying on the other side. But
Ernie with 2.
To get them off the hill.
Big plays from Ernie.
Did he do enough? Do enough to get an opening.
Hey, routes for here, Thieves.
Dante.
Still going nuts.
Come on.
A nade's going to combo there for a BZ to hit, but still in the kill column. But it's been all gentlemen taking control.
Good
13
shots.
points now needed. Cutting them down.
Oh my God.
Neptune is beaming.
Oh my God, bro.
Neptune locking it.
Oh my God.
That was disgusting.
That is just utter filth.
He's not missing.
Pops, Gentlemate soaring, and that is going to be a map 1 victory.
Wow.
If he can be just takeover.
Yeah, Doom. Like, kicks Doom in him.
Yeah.
It's the Z Carbone, baby.
The last like 2 weeks.
It's the Z Carbone.
When you think back, I mean, this is the first time they played these guys.
Wow, Chad, take a look at it. Take a look at the crowd real quick, Chad. Man, it's fucking packed in here, baby. Look at this shit.
Yeah, it was gross.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Gentlemates lead the series by 1.
It wasn't much you'd believe.
I think we all expected Gentlemates to take the hard point. If you're Thieves, you need to take this S&D here. You need this.
Have to.
Yeah.
I got
They are running an S&D team.
I got Neppy with a 10 bomb.
Black blew them out into a 5-6 loss, 3-4 loss, and 246, 250 loss. That hurt, but Oka is everything. Absolutely. Jai-Divity update. So Stallies Black lost?
We go to red.
Fuck, man. Stallies are
This
out?
will be the pick for Paris. And a pick for Civ to get the first one.
Stallies
There's
lost,
gonna be
Jack?
AR in hand of the snipe. He can be just takeover.
The problem is that's bomb as well. So Paris now with a man advantage. They have bomb down. And see if maybe if there's one weak point for Paris on the season, a 5-6 record, 9th in the league. Still only so many, individual maps that we have had. Still very early in the year. But here we go now. After that first blood, things starting to get hot.
We'll see if Thieves can find a pick here to even up the odds. Might be able to isolate Envoy if they get there quickly, but no, not going to happen. The trade will be there.
I got one, but it beats
Envoy
dead.
gets one before he drops, and that's the important thing.
Oh, Dante. Oh.
stop for a second. Ghosty may try to like instantly shout for the trade, but that's not going to happen.
That was super troll.
2 versus 2, 30 seconds to go. Bomb has been recouped. Keep an eye on number 4.
Loki is rounds kind of on Dan.
I mean, he's got to make a play now. There's 20 seconds left. What are you doing?
Has no info, so he's just relying on his duo and Hydra to just clear something out. The one key player is going to be Ghosty.
Man's got timing on Dan here.
He's gonna be very nervous about time. He's just not. He's gonna get the kill first. Oh no, that's the round.
Damn, Dan Ghosty.
Bro, even if he killed Dan, I don't. Would they had
No,
I didn't think he should make a
the
play
round
for a
was
bomb
over.
there. Pick a bomb and make a play.
He's like a bullet or two.
They're just waiting around.
So he's
Know what to wait
I
for.
just gotta go, but yeah, he knew the time on the clock. Then it did. Deal with this. Sprint to the bomb.
Okus played really good this land. Yeah, nah, Okus showed out, bro.
Ken got picked instantly. He did 84 damage, so maybe it was on to Sid. Maybe they just squared up right away. We didn't see it from either POV, but.
Guys, we have maps in the Optic G2 series.
They try to double chow that.
It's an interesting set. Map 1.
Losses.
Cramp losses. Exposure and then triple scar to finish things off.
He saw like 2 or 3, so he's telling them to back off.
Cramp losses, man.
Damn.
I look at that map set. If it goes last map, I actually low-key think G2 can win.
So it's Ken in round 1.
They're kind of low-key discussing its scarcity, so. I don't know about low-key, but definitely good.
Need a BZ start getting some kills here.
Yeah, not the best map one, but a lot of series to go.
Tommy's 0-1, bro. Chill.
Yeah.
Why are you running my guy fucking easy like that, bro?
Actually with the snipe out.
But he's not your guy, bro. You literally dropped him.
I dropped him, okay.
Wait, if you pick up a snipe, it's fine? It's okay?
Yeah.
You can use it, but you already lost your life still.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for a second I was like, Neptune with a snipe, huh? I'm sure he'd be pretty.
You can't like save the op.
As we saw time sit down, that makes a lot of sense. Envoy tucks in the corner. Picks the wrong side. He's gonna get dropped. Neptune here with the angle. I think the Thieves player is just peeking to see if the ball plant's going down.
Oh, shit.
I thought he hit that, but instead he's very weak. Kenny, though, going to get caught. 2 versus 2.
What the hell?
What the fuck?
Neptune making the plays.
Shoot him a bomb, Ernie.
See if I can stop this plan.
Oh.
Gets him off it. Right back on it. The challenge.
Neptune's just running him down.
What the fuck was Paco doing? Am I tripping?
Nah, Paco was blacked out.
Yeah.
I thought Ernie blacked out there too.
Kind of talking about, right, where it just feels
Fly down the stairs, kill the guy a bomb, fucking finesse in the 1v1.
Pressure on the Neptune up top. And Hydra never.
I might be tripping. I don't know.
How'd they just lose that round?
Shot in the back. I thought he was going to immediately
Trolls, bro. Trolls are in.
That doesn't happen. Allows him to reset, and then all of a sudden, Scraps left in a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, they had him 20 HP.
I'm not sure what happened there. Yeah, maybe they were just worried he was going to
His hair and his eyes, bro.
These were the
I don't know how he plays like that.
were happening to them online.
It just after that situation, yeah, with Scrap, it looked kind of funny just to see how Hydra ended up dying. Whatever the read was not correct. Ghosty 4-0, Neptune 4-0.
First blood, DT. Oh.
Flick
They
after
traded.
flick. The snipers.
That's your Rocket League partner right there.
Yeah, turn that stone.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, and then just right up the gut.
That turn that stone.
I know this shit.
Kenny running through to give them the man advantage, but they had man advantage last
Oh.
round.
Get him, Ernesto.
And well, it was picks like this.
Oh.
They lose them the round. And then I think
Yo, he was running it down with the sniper. You saw that? He was in there with laundry.
Yeah, he don't give a fuck.
You can't have somebody getting isolated like that. I thought for a second Scrap was going to work out perfect. She didn't catch the knife play, but not able to do it. Now in Hydra and Ken. Try and get this done. Still 47 seconds.
That's going to be the
between
round.
both players.
Wait,
Hydra
wait.
MP1. Neptune. Let's see if he can clutch up. Yet the drop, trying to stay perfect.
Why did he jump in money?
First gunfight, they chest bump as they
Bro,
should
Eddie-
be instant
Eddie almost
trade.
trolled
They
there,
get
bro.
it done. Thieves need it around desperately, and they'll get one there.
Yeah, still a scary one. Still
Yeah,
a
no,
scary
every
one. A lot of
round
timings on the
is.
map. Yeah, a lot of timings on the map, and well, those timings were going the way of Paris.
The
but
hell's
that
a
time,
BZ doing,
they
BJ?
just split them again right through.
I know, we need
kitchen,
some
able to
blood from
find the
BZ,
first.
bro.
I mean, there was a chance. If Neptune is already back, Laundry sort of turned the corner, he might get 2 freebies, but it didn't work out that way. Ken was able to play his life behind the tree, then they worked that bomb plant, they stopped the bleeding.
Honestly, with how BC's been like a hero for them, especially just this weekend, the fact that he's 0-3 with only 60 damage currently, he has not been involved really in this search yet. So you got to imagine a player like a BZ, he's going to get going at some point. We'll see when that comes, but I'm sure Paris pretty happy. He hasn't really been a threat at all. Will Sid get caught? Those shots are
He gets first blood every round and then just dies.
It's his challenge.
Yeah.
He challenge everything.
To push it out, but not
He's gotten 3 bloods already. All his kills are first blood and they're dead.
Yeah.
I think similar to what happened in round 1 happened again. Like his teammates are up middle. He's thinking.
I'm the only one who feels like these is just running right now. They're just running. Like they're just like Ernie and Launching that round, and then even right there, just giving them free bloods.
They only have 1 rep on this map, so
I don't know, that one round that was a 4v3 or everyone was so
yeah, they hold it. Come on, Ernie, do something.
Able to pull off a little more time to work with.
Hey, Stone.
Clearing.
Damn.
That's just a tough one. Pretty good shots right onto his forehead.
Ghosty's having a good map.
Good job by Ghosty getting to it.
I don't know, bro. This might be over. This might be fucking over. Bro, these look like...
They don't look good yet.
They don't look like they're playing with each other. They look like they're just like, I don't know.
First map was close, though.
It was close. It was close. But that was like big. Like the hard point was big. Like if they could have took the hard point. Like they lose the surge, bro. This might be chalk,
away
bro.
with 3 first bloods. He's been the key. And then Josie's closing the rounds out. What a map from him, sitting at 7-1.
I mean, Ghosty just hammered them the first time they played. He was a big part of the reason it wasn't competitive. But yeah, as you said, Civ, with 3 out of 4 first bloods, Kid's only kill was that one grenade that was first blood from the Thieves side. They have to get something in the early going, or at least not losing a player in the opening.
Dude, Dante is a fucking maniac. No, he's actually a maniac.
Civ has been blooded or gotten the blood in all 5 rounds now, but it's the
Bro,
same
but see,
thing
they
that
instantly
happened.
get a
Basically,
kill, like,
round Thieves have gotten
how are we
numbers.
dying
They get
there?
numbers, and then whether it's been Ken, it's
That's Hydra, man. He can do whatever he wants.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just maybe timing's off. He's thinking he can go. They've already rotated towards
Damn, he
Now
just
we about
walked.
to lose. See, we got a blood. Now we about to lose.
Oh my god, he just walked onto that shit. That's crazy.
Now they just had to take down
Now we about to
Oh,
lose.
they're
Hey,
running into
we're
each other.
dead.
What the fuck?
And Neptune's getting every kill this round. What is this?
And in the fucking game.
Bro, what the fuck are they doing?
Way too
The
easy
fuck,
to
man?
You get first blood if you were Thieves. You get
Dom, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
And this is your fault.
Oh, it's my fault. Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, no,
Because
it's rough because we knew it like right. Well, I mean,
Just
they
we do it
knew it,
people
and
we
they're
have to more, bro.
channeling it for me as
Bro, have
the.
they not
I
lost
don't
like a
really
man
know
situation
ball,
like
but I
3 or
know
4
ball.
rounds?
Like I can see it, but I don't know it.
He tries to take the
That's the
chance.
type of shit that happens at practice. I'm like, all right, we're not trying.
Yeah,
I'm done.
end the
I'm
game.
gonna dump it.
Yeah, end the game.
Probably a ton of first bloods, but there have been like
The fuck,
3 or
Jack?
4 rounds that you've had numbers at some point. Yeah. And you haven't been able to capitalize on. So props to Gentlemates and finding those picks and isolating the off player. But in my eyes, yeah, it's always going to be that player's job to make sure you're getting one or you're getting away with your life.
I mean, you talk about Sims like, I mean, guys just flying out ring. I mean, 5 seconds into the round. Guys, 3 and 5, but most confidence in the map, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no, that is for sure. Thieves desperately needing one here. It's gotten a bit unhinged. Neptune to his natural habitat here. No presence really outside of money. You've got Kinney there, but it looks like they're just getting Neptune into position, and then Bomb is wrapping out of this. So going to be a big pressure to Ken to deal with Neptune.
And try playing A plan. Neptune's gonna lay flank.
Should be good for one here. Okay.
Good check in. Yeah, this spot's kind of like.
Shoulder.
It was really good at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, that spot's just so ass now. And look, Neptune's making a play now.
All right, you've got one. And then got traded.
Goes Ghosty, another big kill by Zig. Scrap gets him all
Igor, Ernesto.
but Neptune should be able to capitalize at some point. And that point is going to be now. Wants to make sure he has a freebie, and he does. He has been here the entire time. Kenny is pinned in.
It's over, man.
3-0, bro. I told you, bro. I told you. They look fucking good. They're not even working together.
But really,
that was a good ass shoulder out of
the spot that Hydra was, even the spot that Hydra was playing, like you're gonna get that's a one and done.
Free omni movement.
That was a real good shoulder.
Pull it in there.
Then on top of that, right, you just had the Zig jump up. Like,
Well, people use that spot first week of the game, and everybody died from it. So now everybody checks it. Yeah, everybody just looks at it now.
Well, Paris is taking advantage again. Just another beautiful round. Just their understanding of who they're going against. So well done, right? They waste 30 seconds off the clock, allow Thieves to sort of get into their setup, and they just work through art. Say, hey, Abizi or Hydra, they're going to be somewhere lurking. Let's find them, and then they just win the round.
I guess for Ken, I mean, you're 1 and 6, but you've got four assists. So I guess you're shooting with the boys, but you're just going to need some plays, I think, individually here. If they're going to bring this back, they're going to have to rip off 5 straight.
Yeah, swimming.
Yeah, it's a GG route. Yeah, there goes Kenny.
They're so jacked.
They're checked.
No.
Nice
Here you go,
first
BZ.
blood
Pop a
from
fucking
Paris.
ace.
He gets evened out though, Sib. He's finding a way to die early in a round to get a killer here, that's for sure.
Plant the bomb.
Ghoshi's just gonna back the whole way up. A bomb site wide open for now.
There you go.
It's hard to have any confidence in Thieves' ability to hold on to this. They just haven't really had any positive
Easily
moments
this round.
throughout
Chalk it
this.
up, man.
Gonna find a
Bears
way.
have been
Bro.
happy to let them plant, right? Just sort of like don't allow
They lost
them to
rounds worse than this already.
plays. Put them in a position where we can isolate them.
Scrap trying to help out. Not really get much emphasis there. Not able to connect on any shots. Wants to chow. He's gonna chow. Good damage in. Able to take down one at least.
GG.
These guys, bro.
I called Neptune 10 bomb. He got 11.
Able to find
He got
three.
stunned.
This is what you wanted to see.
Well, Scar's pretty frantic.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a roll call? Map number 3 starting. LEDs are down 2-0 to the Generates.
This is a 3-0 slammage right here, baby.
If you are at home, break down so far how it's on. A nail biter map 1, a blowout map 2.
That Thieves are gonna rise to the occasion, bro.
They looked at close.
They're not fighting back.
Big Papa's too big for them.
Hey, start to 1.
Scrap and the boys get firing. Scrap gets 2 within the blink of
Ernesto
an
with a quick
eye.
two-piece.
Immediate pressure right now. I think
Oh, man, that might be a cap.
one. It's going to shut down any kind of push, but still going to be a threat. Getting forward will be Hydra. He's got to try and find something. Not able to do it, so Scrap backs out for now. Kenny's like, try to get forward with me. I got one, but he's not able to do it. You at least still retain control, but for Paris, you slow it down for a moment.
And that's the key, right? They're finding that first kill onto Hydra.
Oh, that's a cap. Maybe.
It's going to be a 3 dead.
Neptune's gonna go big.
Right off spawn, him and Abizi were able to find
He got
3.
stunned.
This is what you wanted to see. And well, right after those first
There you go.
shots,
He's on the board.
Oh, fight back, fight back.
Yeah, I mean, if Thieves come in here and lose, it's winner's bracket and they have a chance
Damn.
to bounce back. I want to see the Thieves team we've been seeing a bit as of late.
Whose side of the loser's bracket does the loser of this team fall on?
These two teams have been playing really well. Do you expect a great matchup? We haven't really given that yet.
In this round it
But there's
flips,
still a
so
chance for it. We're not done
they're
yet.
on the top, they go to the bottom.
Still here looking
Or on the
for
bottom,
score.
they go
They're
to the
gonna
top,
lose one
whatever.
at
I don't know.
mid-map. They're going to lose their forward man, Abizi as well. Really, the only person left is going to be EMP carriers. The Hydra's going to try and just dance. The dancing will stop there.
Yeah, just try to get out, push it towards their side. And really what the story has been throughout this weekend for Overload is just sort of these back and forth battles, but then when one team gets going, a spawn trap comes in, just rallying them together, putting 2 or 3 up in a minute. See if that happens in this first half.
Yeah, no, it hasn't really been about the individual scores. It's been about the rallies.
But by the end of the year, bro, teams are gonna get so good. Like when they get that first cap, it's gonna be like hard to like lose.
This looks like a cap right here.
At least for a side.
He needs to get kills or at least be a distraction.
The stun came in.
Stun over the top. Lets it be.
No way.
Good defensive clearance.
That 1-1v1.
Your nade so important towards the goal line.
And well, just that first kill, right? We saw the importance.
Oh shit, loser of this goes to play phase. That's a gauntlet.
To Neptune, Abizi with a
The big kill from Paco Ring. They can get out of here.
3 dead. Neptune, the last one alive, but he is the important double onto Abizi to stop the EMP.
And this is one of those frustrating moments for Hydra probably. He's been hunting on the other side of it. He's still finding kills.
Grab the
In a
ball.
different game. They are trying to hunt him down.
First
in a
one pushed up,
1-on-3.
fuck
The
it.
fact that you've been able to get control of the actual EMP and now be a threat to score, this is insane from Jimmy.
Neptune be moving, bro.
Yeah, he's cracked.
Mid-map that ends up being huge. Threat to score.
You can just tell by his shimmies, bro.
Not able to get across.
He throws tight shimmies.
We pause the brakes here for a second. Kenny's double, maybe enough to shut this down. Defense holds yet again. We've got 2 minutes remaining in this. Now the counterattack.
Do my son Tomasi Jr. suck my dick, brother. Fuck yourself.
LEDs has been strong on those first couple attacks. And they're
I'll
trying
say
to
what I want.
get loose.
Lord of child.
Hydra maybe just shooting them out, but his team.
You're my son, bro. You're not supposed to be talking to me like that.
Taking them so long, they could have like they might have been able to cap this.
Still here.
Yo, Abe has been the only one fighting.
Good defense out of Thieves and good defense out of Paris.
I'm the Surge, unfortunately.
Back and forth we go. Not a whole lot of scoring yet, but
Must have heard Benjay.
Yep, I told you.
Get hot on this particular map. It can happen.
NJ motivates him.
It's typically on the side they're going, right? Attacking that top right side.
I'm telling you, man, this game mode's going to get to a point. Whoever scores the first point is probably going to win the map. No bullshit. People are going to get so good at just like maintaining map control and like keeping the ball away from people.
Both almost went on like double-digit streaks and absolutely took over. Trying to do that maybe in the final 60 or so.
That's going to be hard to do, though, Duarte.
Maybe for a side, right? For like a side, it's like you're guaranteed to lead.
That'll be the tying score.
But like, dude, you start seeing it. You see the challengers. Like, there's a lot of challenger games that end with like 1 or 2 scores per team, maybe.
You're trying to push forward. You're going to leave that, I guess, for BC to try and deal with
teams are just getting better at like getting a lead and maintaining a lead.
So Neptune's still finding picks on the other side.
So unlucky, right? 10 goes up top, bringing that last
Yeah.
player in Envoy.
Oh man, he's out of there.
So, I mean, Scraps thinking he's got an open goal, but it was Envoy who was just able to sneak on through.
I don't know what he thinks he's doing.
If he would have done that, it would have been insane.
Get shut down by a BZ.
Finally, they deal with Neptune.
Oh no.
Feeling good as he was getting spawn killed pretty much on one side. They'll deal with Kin on the other. Under 30 seconds to go. EMP control the Thieves, and we'll see if they can get one more opportunity. Want to make sure you don't lose this EMP in scary position right now because the pressure is coming from Gentlemates. Teammates coming off a spawn for LAT. Envoy wiggling, waiting, popping.
Oh man.
And finding it. EMP is going to get out of there for now and try to wrap top side.
My man has been running.
What is this spot?
Getting his
Up top there?
Is easier.
You go from the top of the
Hey, Lamar really hasn't been watching this game. The top through the 27, man. Chase with a Twitch Prime. Patty with a 19 months. Thank you guys, man.
Get a bullet in to finish this, but
Oh, Dante knocked his cam off?
absolutely laid out.
You don't give a fuck.
I'll look at some of the highlights, but it's 1-1. What
They're
stands
acting
out
like
for
the
you?
game's
Just
over.
Decent defense, really, for both.
Yeah, I think honestly, the defense from LATs. I think
They've been doing this all weekend. It's weird. Like halftime, they play like the highlights and play some music.
Yeah, for Paris, I think they had like one good quality stop, but if you're like
How long is the fucking halftime transitioning game there for them to do that?
I don't know. I swear it doesn't feel this long.
They fucking
playing.
pause
I
it?
think you're happy it's tied at 1 apiece.
Nah, they don't. It's just that long.
That's long. There's another countdown.
A final kill cam and a countdown.
Honestly, rather
I feel like when you're playing though, it feels like hella fast. You're like calling your break off and you're already running.
Yeah.
But I guess not.
just expecting
Time goes quick when you're in game, bro.
Time, just maybe because kind of how that half played out, not going to be the case. Thieves down on the side where you think they can really get rocking and rolling, and well, it's a good.
I don't know if Dante has above a 1 right now, bro.
With the S&D, I don't think he does.
Yeah,
I think he's like barely even, or maybe a little neg, like barely neg.
That really finds
I don't think he's neg. I think he was even going into this.
Grabs the MP though, and then doesn't really have a shot.
I just already threw.
Hydra, can he get one? Utility coming in, putting in damage, trying to snap back and help. Now, so worry about the other side of
Well,
things.
we're watching Call of Duty Esports, launched at Los Angeles Thieves versus Paris Gentlemates.
Nice pick from Abizi. Hydra gonna get caught from the heady. Abizi's turn to go ahead and chow out.
Ooh.
Damn.
There's the reset, and that is gonna make all that
He
work
heard you.
for much.
You heard me, bro. He's turning up.
Kills, but yeah, that reset would have really hurt them if they
Ghosty be winning some crazy barrel stuff fights.
If you are Paris, their turn to attack. The last player here is going to be Abizi alongside Ken. Zips trying to get lost behind enemy lines, and he has. The problem is all his teammates died, but can he slow down LA Thieves?
We'll see if he'll be able to do that on one side. You've got multiple threats on the other end of it as well. Sib kind of playing ring around the rosy towards the B goal.
Good play from Sid.
Dante is lost in spawn.
Kenny's going to likely be in trouble here in a moment. See if he can get any kills before he gets traded out. He's at least able to find one out. Sid's position.
Oh, good win. Nice grab. I don't know how he didn't die. Wall bangs probably?
Yeah.
Started slow at 9 and 15, able to connect on the headshots there. And this is like kind of similar to the first half. And we got 2 minutes gone. It's a low-scoring affair. This feels like an early score.
You see what both teams are really prioritizing, right? It's getting pushed up into their enemy base, just trying to get lost, putting the pressure on them when they come off a spawn. But both teams are doing a good enough job to find those players, not let them make those extra plays. And well, for LA Thieves now, it's to find Envoy before
No way.
they do just that. So here we go, a chance everyone off a spawn for Paris.
Going left.
Your best opportunity. Unfortunately,
Wait, what?
Oh, wait, he's out there.
Wait, why didn't he go with his team?
That is a big kill from Scrap. If he
Why
didn't
is
get
his
the
team
cross
running
state
down
action,
mid like
Yeah,
that? Like,
and-
nobody went to the side?
Yeah.
that might have just been an instant pick and go. Are you a little bit shocked that that just ends up being the case? Did someone not call a name? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, maybe you're just thinking they all spawn like B-side or all the way back middle, but yeah,
He
they
wins
tried to
this is
make
big. Ah, it's a big win.
Go
That's a
towards
big win. This
bottom,
might be a
and
cap.
Instead, now they have to play more defense. In 10, he's able to find
Dead.
two, but Envoy
Dead.
I feel like Thieves just hold that.
That is a frustrating moment for Thieves. And a brilliant
Yeah, they had the
one
spawn
for
cup, but nobody
Paris.
ran with the ball
2-1
carrier.
Game, 2 minutes to play, but Thieves
Dude, Goatsu's always winning some crazy barrel stuff.
The M115, bro. That's just M15 is OP, bro.
They've got to answer, and they've got to answer soon.
Ah, shit, my bad. I'm in the middle of 2 AR players. Fuck.
Bracket, and they'll have to continue their fight later today. Envoy's streak finally comes to an end. I don't believe any crews earned for him. EMP top.
I don't know about 3. I'd be shocked with a 3-0, bro.
Got to be clutch. Utility good.
I don't know. It's looking like it.
Trying to swing out and jab, but
I thought this was gonna be a grueler.
Gentlemen's are going to sell this. They're going to play keep away.
Right? So Paris are just playing slow, playing for map control. You have to take that first chow. And now Ghosty, if they want to, they can play a little deep away. Nice trade on to Getty.
Oh,
my God. Fucking knife out?
Knife maybe stronger than pistol at that type of range. Just over a minute to play.
But you'd have Dante to have over a 1?
Yeah, he has
Yeah.
it for sure right now.
2 are going to be dead for gentlemen.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't go like neg 4, I think.
2 we're going to spawn up A.
Wait a minute.
Spawn up B side.
Oh my God, are they gonna cap it?
2 people here to do with it. Those 2 that pushed out going to be dead. Big gun
Their guys aren't pushed up far enough.
Damage in, but eventually will get traded out. You still have
Nah,
pressure
through that.
here, but Envoy
Park the
with
bus.
triple
Look, they're
shot.
gonna park the bus. Watch.
Yeah, it's parked the bus
Watch.
now.
Watch. Yeah, here it comes.
And you're just able to hold.
Ah, it's respectable. It's respectable.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go
No, they're not cowards. Look at them.
I'm surprised they're not parking, bro.
Oh,
Oh,
wait a
no.
second.
Oh, no.
Wait a second. Who's back there?
That's going to be Hydra. But all right, you get the kills. Someone else is here. That's Scrap.
Oh.
He finds
I
that
got
first kill. Envoy just.
Oh.
They're gonna spawn right on top of him now.
Trying to get every single kill. The vehicle is going to take him out. No way.
Dante positive as well. Love to see that.
Hero 3 pieces.
This is over, Chad. They're not losing this.
Yeah, it's a G.
But it's a vehicle explosion that takes.
Why is the crowd not booing like they were booing face, you motherfuckers? You ain't gonna boo 'em? They were booing face for parking the bus the last 20 seconds. Face parked the bus. Whole crowd start booing.
The result is the same.
Damn!
Let's go.
About making.
Big win.
Oh.
The first.
Boy, they gotta shut the crowd up quick.
Okay, so we're jumping back into culture commentary for playlists. We're listening to Into the Cryptoverse. Silver drops 38%.
Is that with gold at this price, like it's had a much shallower pullback, you could argue that the momentum hasn't been completely taken out of the sales, right? Whereas silver, it's probably going to take some time to sort of get back into some type of more constructive trend. Now, if you look at, so that was the one in 2011. If you look at the one in 1974, you'll notice something similar. And what you'll notice is how silver had a high, right? So silver had a high in February. Gold did not have its high until March. When silver dropped from the high, it dropped about 35%. Gold continued to go higher into December, despite the fact that silver was making lower highs. Right? Despite the fact that silver was making lower highs, gold went up into December. So that's another example of, like, when the ratio gets so low, it's generally a good idea to make that conversion so that you're not just stuck watching gold continue while silver then lags. And so that's the reason why this gold-silver ratio is so important. My guess is that the gold-silver ratio will start trending back up. Not just a wick up, but start trending back up. Are there going to be some more wicks back down? Almost assuredly, right? Almost assuredly. There probably will be some counter-trend rallies by silver at some point that really are surprising, and you make people like, wow, like it could drop even more and then have a counter-trend rally back up to 100, right? It's hard to know, but the point is by taking some of that over and putting it into gold, it tends to be a better, sort of a better risk to reward than silver when you get to gold-silver ratios that are this low, right? Now, if you go back and you look at what happened in 1980, what you'll notice is that silver topped out in January, kind of like maybe it just did, but then silver had a much lower high in September. It found the bottom, by the way, in March. Then it was actually a deeper correction. It was a 60% drop. Actually, no, it was 77% drop, even bigger. It was a massive drop for silver back then. But what's interesting is gold didn't really drop nearly as much. And then by September of that year, gold was still essentially near all-time highs, despite the fact that silver was down so much. Right? Like, I mean, on the counter trend rally by silver, it was down still 50% from the highs. But gold was still basically near the highs. So that is why I think from here, gold is a better thing to sort of hold on to more so than silver. I'm not saying you can't hold any silver, right? I mean, there's going to be counter trend rallies, absolutely. But this is why we spend a lot of time talking about this gold-silver ratio, that when it comes down here, one way that you can even like double up your silver is just by sitting in gold for a little while. And then, if you were able to make some conversions, between say like 45 and 50, then if it ever goes back up to 80 or 90, then you just effectively like doubled up your silver position just by sitting in gold, and you don't even have to worry about the USD valuation. Now, if you value your portfolio in US dollars, then you have to think differently. But if you value your portfolio in something that we know is not going asymptotically to zero, which is the US dollar, that's why you have to think like that. Now, why is silver getting such a large correction? And is there a chance that it could go higher? That's the other thing I wanted to mention. Have there ever been drops like this that then did lead to new all-time highs? Or is that it, right? Is that it? If you look at this move from 2020, you could argue the bull market is only 6 years old. If you look at it from January of 2016, you could argue that it's already 10 years old. So I've never known which one to sort of defer to. Do I defer to this one, which will be more likely that it's over for silver for a while, or do you defer to the one in 2020 where it swept low, and so maybe it has a little bit longer to go? The hard part here, when you're in these macro bull markets, and I want to sort of zoom out so you can see what I'm talking about, the hard part is when you look at these like massive bull markets that silver has had, in 1974, silver dropped about 40%, and then it just stayed at that level for years, and then it had another massive parabolic rally much, much higher. In the last bull market for silver, before the current one, there was also a massive drop by silver in 2008, 2009, before then going up into 2011.
You're currently tuned into playlist.
And I say that bull markets typically last 10 years.
Playlisting by going over our subscription box.
2020, that's 6. Now, technically speaking, when you look at the one from the one I've sort of looked at from 01 to 2011, that's a 10-year bull market. But really, you could argue that it technically started in 1991. In that case, it ended up being a 20-year bull market. So I don't want people to like jump to conclusions, because one of the ways that I could see this playing out that is still a valid view in my opinion is, what if, and notice these green shaded regions, you guys know what those are? Those are recessions. What if we have a correction, like a longer correction by metals like silver and gold? But what if it's not like the top? What if it's just a top that gets temporarily put on hold? The bull market gets temporarily put on hold because of potentially, and I don't say this lightly, but potentially because of a recession in the United States. Now, I know that's not really something that I want to throw around too lightly, because everyone and their mom has predicted recessions over the last several years, and everyone has been absolutely wrong on that. The stock market still just hit new all-time highs very, very recently. But when you look at the valuation of the stock market against gold, it looks like it's starting to really break down here. And the last 2 times it broke down from these levels, it did lead to recessions. And both of those recessions, both of them, were in the bull market. It was the mid-cycle top for silver. So look at this. Look at 08 and look at 73. You see those 2 bull markets? Sorry, you see those 2 periods where stocks broke down against silver, or against gold? Stocks broke down against gold in 1973 and in 2008. 1973, 2008. Okay, go look at the silver chart. In the last 2 macro bull markets, where did you get mid-cycle tops? 1974 and 2008. Exactly, basically, where stocks broke down against gold. And you could argue that metals had that correction as the United States went into a recession. Now again, in 1974, the market dropped 42%, silver dropped 42%, consolidated there for a couple of years, and then had another parabolic rally. In 2008, it was a deeper drop. It was a 60% drop. And then from that low, it then had another rally over the next 3 years that took it even higher. So what I'm trying to communicate here is that, is this the top for silver long term? Always a chance, right? Especially when you overlay some of these parabolic rallies that silver has previously had. Like if you overlay it onto the chart, if you look at that and we just line this up here, just kind of make it the same, and then you look at it right here and you can see that very similar parabolic rallies. In fact, in this case, if it were to repeat 1980, then maybe it even goes higher. But it's hard to know. I mean, the drop that we just had does seem to do a lot of damage in the short term, you know. So I don't know that should be the base case. But look, I mean, if silver does that and spikes out next month in the government shutdown or something, then that might be more that would be more convincing of a multi-year top, even way more so than the current one is. But what I'm thinking is when I look at charts like this, I can't ignore these two periods where silver had deep corrections between 40 to 60% during a U.S. recession. And that U.S. recession occurred when stocks broke down against gold, which is exactly what just happened, from the same levels that it broke down from in 2008 and 1973. So, for me, what I think is this. I think it is more advantageous right now, and for the next several months, to hold gold over silver. I'm not saying you shouldn't hold silver. I'm just saying I think portfolios should be constructed in a way that suggests you're more bullish on gold than silver. That doesn't mean don't own silver. It just means gold's more bullish right now. That doesn't mean gold has to go up. It just means it might not drop as much as silver if, in fact, we are in a correction. Because in 1973, when silver had that drop, 1973, 1974, when silver had that drop, gold dropped, but it didn't occur until a year or so after silver did, and then gold got a larger drop, and by that point the gold-silver ratio was more favorable, and it made a little bit more sense. But in the first drop in 1974, gold dropped 26%, while silver in 1974 dropped 42. Okay, now look at today, right? I mean, what's happened today? Silver has already dropped 38. Gold has already dropped 16. So what I'm sort of showing you guys, what I'm trying to communicate, is that it looks pretty likely that a local top for silver is in. If it's not in, it's probably only because it like wicks higher in February on some type of like crazy, you know, uncertainty that I can't possibly hope to predict. I mean, in 1980, who knew that it was going to go higher into you know, sort of one more month? It went up 50% and then it went up again the next month. That's impossible for me to know. I can't know that. But what I will say is this. If silver is to continue going up at some point in the future, it's only because gold starts to go up. Because silver usually tops first. Now, if you overlay the gold-silver ratio onto this chart, I want to show you something. If you overlay the gold-silver ratio onto this chart, one of the things you'll notice if you go back to the 1970s here is that it sort of hit this low, but then when it hit that low, the gold-silver ratio went up for basically the next year. So what I'm thinking is the gold-silver ratio might be in an uptrend until, I don't know, January 2027. That's certainly a possibility that, you know, we have to contend with. You'll notice that eventually it did go lower, right? Eventually it went a lot lower, but that was later that decade, right? That was further out in the decade when it had time to sort of consolidate at these levels and then go up again. So one of the ways this all could play out, and I don't have a crystal ball, I could be absolutely wrong. Like, it's possible that it's all, you know, that gold's done for and there's nothing more. But one of the ways this could potentially play out is that metals drop, gold and silver, like they drop into a U.S. recession, which maybe is what's happening right now, and then then the stock market drops. But then when looser monetary policy comes in, metals recover first. That's the key thing. In 1974, when gold had this drop, it recovered to new all-time highs later that year. Later that year, overlay the S&P onto that chart. I mean, frankly, the S&P didn't get back to all-time highs until like 7 years later. So what I'm saying is that when you see stocks break down against metals, what usually happens is that if there is another bull run in the next, you know, couple of years, metals will likely reach new all-time highs first. And gold could even do so this year. Silver, it could, but it's not as likely to. I would say that the odds of gold putting in new all-time highs this year are a lot higher than silver doing it, but I could still see silver getting some counter-trend rallies back up. I think, as I said previously, I think you have to look at these pullbacks that we had in these prior bull markets and recognize that very well could be what is simply playing out right now. Where you have a pullback, it occurs during a recession. That recession occurs exactly when stocks break down against gold, which just happened and also happened in 2008 and also happened in 1973, and that's where you can see these pullbacks by silver. So what if that's the path? Right? What if this is the path where it drops down? I don't know exactly where. I can't tell you. And then maybe like later on this decade, it gets another rally back up. There's a chance that's what happens. In the short term, I think it makes, if you're going to be exposed to metals, I think it makes sense to be more exposed to gold than silver, because gold typically tops later than silver in these larger bull runs. And if we get a higher high by gold later this year and silver's putting in a lower high, that would likely be sort of a bad omen for a little while, right? And again, even in that case, it still could be like the 70s where silver doesn't go that much lower. I mean, back then, silver rallied, you know, I mean, it had a crazy rally from these lows, right? I mean, it rallied 400%, and then it dropped 40 before then rallying another 1,000. In this case,
So the timetable fits, right? Starting principal photography in this fall. It's that timetable.
All right. Okay. Starting to film new series in London this year by Darren.
That's me, don't wear it out.
Yeah. So in the UK, I'm trying to figure out how to insult you. Wouldn't we call you a wanker in that case? Is that
I think that's very rude.
Oh, I apologize then.
We'll have to ask our British friends.
Yes. The latest entry in the venerable science fiction franchise is set its home base with production slated to begin in 2026. That's this year. So Aaron says London will serve as home to the main stages and production office for the 4th live-action series of the franchise, which is created and executive produced by Martin Garrow, Stargate Atlantis, and Blind Spot. Amazon MGM Studios officially announced the project in November, and the series will stream globally on Prime Video. Watch the video below for the original announcement, featuring yours truly ×2. While the main stages will be in London, the show will be shot all over the world. A source tells Gateworld production is slated to begin in the fall of 2026, with the studio currently discussing a possible September start. Oh, really?
So the two big takeaways, we can go through this paragraph by paragraph if you'd like, but the two big takeaways for people is, number one, we were waiting to see where, if they were going to shoot in locations all over the world, where was home base? Where were they going to set up the production offices, and where was the main stage going to be for whatever the home base is for the show? Is it going to be Vancouver? Is it going to be Los Angeles? Now we know as of today that it's going to be in London, or the London area. They're going to put their production offices there, they're going to build sets there, and the second big takeaway is they're, kind of as we speculated, they're going to target the fall of this year to begin shooting.
Oh, man. Yeah, well, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, that the ramp up, in terms of development for something like this was going to take a hot minute. I didn't think they would have aspirations to start shooting in July. It probably won't even be done with casting by July, I think. So, wow. Okay.
Yeah, we might start to get casting. I'm just, based on the fact that Martin Garrow has told us that this takes about 2 years. From the time that he announced it with us last November to starting a writer's room in January, it takes about 2 years to go through this process for various reasons that we can get into. Right? This show's not produced like the old Stargate series were produced week to week. But if it takes about 2 years and the writer's room is working the first part of 2026, then you can start to game it out and think, okay, well, they're probably going to be casting maybe by the summertime and shooting by the fall, filming on, if it is a 10-episode kind of typical big-budget streaming series, those shows, like a modern-day Star Trek show, they tend to film for, I want to say, 8 or 9 months. And so we're talking about late 2026 through the first part of 2027, potentially the first half of 2027 for principal photography. And then they have all the visual effects and post-production and other stuff. So I still think late, very end of 2027 is probably the absolute earliest we're going to see this premiere.
Oh, yeah.
But the timetable fits, right? Starting principal photography in this fall fits that timetable that we were guessing.
Yeah. What do you think about... Well, let's get back to the news, and then we'll ask more, because maybe I'll learn something.
You have read it, haven't you?
No, of course not. I only knew about this an hour ago.
You just saw the headline and said, let's go live.
Dude, I barely had a pee. All right, here we go. While the main stages will be in London, the show will be shot all over the world. This timetable compares with Garrow's statement to fans last month that the first season will be in production for approximately 2 years before it premieres. Several months of principal photography that stretch into 2027 will be followed by post-production and visual effects work, as well as the process of localization that will allow for simultaneous global release in multiple languages. That's everything that's required to get it into the shape that it needs to be in for it to work in that region, right down to like colloquialisms. So a great example of this is Emancipation, SG-1. In the English-speaking world, when they're talking about not being able to share this new plant or whatever it is that may be a cure for something, O'Neill says, well, there goes that Oprah interview. And Tilk says, what is an Oprah? In France, in French, you know what it says?
No.
There goes my shot at a Nobel Prize.
They just changed the dialogue.
That's right.
Because there's no context for what is an Oprah.
No context. So the audience is left with the same feeling in the end,
Exactly.
and that's the goal. Just like in Inside Out, the nasty food on the table that the kid has to eat. To go, ugh. The food was changed region for region based on what kids would think there. So like this is all regioning. So that's really cool stuff. Yeah.
I mean, we've been celebrating since the announcement that one of the strengths that Amazon brings to the table for this show is a truly global simultaneous release. Unlike in the olden days when here in the States we would watch it on Showtime or Sci-Fi Channel, and then in the UK they would get it on Sky. Was it on Sky?
Sky One premiered season 8, 9, and 10 first, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, UK people in the chat, let us know where you watched the show.
I remember torrenting.
Yeah, so most seasons it would be at least a month behind, and then it would kind of roll out to other countries. French fans would get it a few months later, Italian fans would get it a few months later, Czech fans maybe a year later, and it was this staggered thing, and it was a great source of frustration for online fandom, which of course is global. We're all in the chat talking to each other right after an episode premieres. So if we want a really global experience as a fan base, well, we got to build in all that extra time, because you're talking about hiring voiceover cast, and recording all the dialogue and doing all of that post-production for the voiceover, and then you're also talking about translating the subtitles,
the closed captions so that you have on-screen text in your local language and getting all that synced up. And there are third parties usually get hired to do that work region by region.
That's it.
But that's part of post-production now for a show that drops in over 200 countries and territories at the same time. So that's part of what we're going to be waiting for after principal photography is wrapped, not just all the sparkly visual effects, but the localization. And that takes time.
Sorry, there's a Chinook flying over my head. There's a whole lot of stuff that goes into the post-production process, not just visual effects, down to subtitles, everything else. Yeah, the big advantage for this was, and I'm so thankful for it, that every Stargate fan, the world over, gets to share this show at the same time, and none of us have to feel like we're on the high seas just to get a copy of the thing. We get to put our money where our mouth is, which is what I have been saying to Stargate fans from day one.
Yeah.
14 years ago. Support whatever comes next if you want to see more of this thing. And they've got one shot to do it right, with that pilot. It better be a banger. And
yeah, because
there's
remember,
a pretty darn good chance it's going to be.
Stargate is new to Amazon, and Amazon is new to Stargate. So other than the data that they're getting from the streaming of all the previous shows, they're going to be watching the numbers on this show to decide if this is a franchise that's worth investing in.
That's right.
Or are they going to look at the numbers and say, I guess Stargate fandom's not really that big.
We tried.
Not really that energized anymore. So we'll just run this show out, maybe let it rest for a few years and think about what it might be next. No, if we really want a franchise, which is what I'm hoping for, I'm going to do some more content, some more videos over the course of the next 2 years on the fact that I want Amazon to build a franchise, which means potentially more than one show in production at once, different kinds of projects in production. The first one's got to be successful. It's got to have the numbers to back more ambitious plans.
Casually, Sandra, why do you think the UK was chosen as opposed to Canada? Differentiation, is that a word? Differentiation. Tax breaks, maybe? I actually have a UK citizen who submitted a video to us who just found out about the news, and he brings that up a little bit as well. This is Tommy Valentine, formerly of The Companion.
So the news has just broke that the new Stargate series is going to be filming in my city, in London, and honestly, I couldn't be more excited. I've spent my whole career living and working in and around London, even in various of the film studios like Leavesden and Pinewood, and I mean, Amazon MGM have ownership of Shepperton, so I'm sure stuff could be happening there. Either way, I'm just so excited. I mean, London's got a great history with film and cinema, with things. Living and working in and around London, even in various of the film studios like Leavesden and Pinewood, and I mean, Amazon MGM.
Okay, let's start with a question that sounds super simple. Where do our dreams come from? I mean, for us, right now, the answer feels totally obvious, almost instinctual. Our dreams, our feelings, all that stuff, it comes from that private universe inside our own heads. This quote from the Romantic era just nails it. Our inner life, that personal passion. It's not just a part of who we are, it feels like the whole point of our existence. So let's start right there. Let's dive into this private universe we all seem to have, the modern inner world. We're talking about that rich, complex, and, deeply personal landscape that each of us is carrying around. So when you and I think about a modern dream, there are certain things we just assume, right? We think it bubbles up from our subconscious, that it's packed with symbols that are unique to our lives. We see a dream as a space for us to reflect on our fears and what we want. And this is a big one, it's a form of self-narratization. We're basically telling ourselves a story about ourselves, starring, well, ourselves. This whole intense focus on an inner autobiographical life, that really exploded back in the Romantic era. Okay, but what if I told you that this entire way of thinking, this whole idea of a personal symbolic dream, is actually a pretty new invention? Yeah, let's jump in a time machine because an amazing discovery from the ancient inner world. We're talking about, let's start right there. Let's dive into this private universe we all seem to have, the modern inner world. We're talking about that rich, complex, and, deeply personal landscape that each of us is carrying around. So when you and I think about a modern dream, there are certain things we just assume, right? We think it bubbles up from our subconscious, that it's packed with symbols that are unique to our lives. We see a dream as a space for us to reflect on our fears and what we want. And this is a big one, it's a form of self-narratization. We're basically telling ourselves a story about ourselves, starring, well, ourselves. This whole intense focus on an inner autobiographical life, that really exploded back in the Romantic era. Okay, but What if I told you that this entire way of thinking, this whole idea of a personal symbolic dream, is actually a pretty new invention? Yeah, let's jump in a time machine because an amazing discovery from the ancient world presents a completely, well, alien way of experiencing the mind. So, picture this. It's the 19th century, and archaeologists are digging in the ruins of the library of the last great king of Assyria. And among thousands and thousands of clay tablets, they find this, the Zekik Wihu. It's one of the most complete dream manuals from the ancient world, basically a direct window into the mind of our ancestors. And what it showed them was, frankly, shocking. Leo Oppenheim, one of the top scholars who translated this thing, came to this absolutely stunning conclusion. Now look at this quote really closely. The dreams these ancient people were recording, they weren't symbolic puzzles you had to solve. They weren't personal reflections at all. They were direct, literal messages from the gods. No interpretation needed. Just think about that for a second. Imagine not having to wade through all this bizarre imagery to figure out what your subconscious is trying to tell you. Nope. You just dream that a god shows up and tells you to do something. The message was the dream. It was just an order. And this table just lays out the massive gap between their mental world and ours. Look at this. For them, the source of a dream? External. It's the gods. The purpose? A divine command. The meaning? 100% literal. Now look at us. The source is internal. It's the self. The purpose is reflection. And the meaning is symbolic. It is like we are talking about two completely different operating systems for the human mind. So this leads to a huge question, right? How is that even possible? Was their psychology just totally different from ours? Were they just, I don't know, misinterpreting everything? Or was something way more radical going on with the very nature of human consciousness itself? And that question brings us to a really mind-bending and pretty controversial theory that tries to explain this whole mystery. It suggests the answer isn't just about different beliefs, but about a fundamentally different kind of mind. Just think about this for a second. What if that inner voice you hear in your head right now, the one that's narrating your life, the one that feels like the essential you, what if that's not a biological fact of being human? What if it's something we learned? Okay, so the fancy academic term for this is conscious interiority. I know, it sounds complicated, but it's just describing something we all know intimately. That private mental space where we think, and we worry, and we tell ourselves stories. It's that feeling that there is an I inside, looking out at the world. And here is the absolute core of the theory, from a psychologist named Julian Jaynes. He argued that this conscious interiority, this inner narrator, it isn't something humans have always had. He said it's a learned skill, a kind of cultural technology that only showed up around the time of the late Bronze Age collapse, maybe 3,000 years ago. So what was there before? Jaynes called it a bicameral mind. People back then, he said, didn't have an inner dialogue. Instead, when they were in a stressful or new situation, that impulse to make a decision wouldn't feel like their own thought. It would feel like an external command, almost like an auditory hallucination. And in the ancient world, what do you call a commanding, disembodied voice? You call it the voice of a god. Okay, that's a wild theory, I know. So let's bring it back to the evidence we started with. Those really, really different dreams. Does this theory actually explain what we're seeing in the historical record? Check out this perfect example from a cuneiform tablet. The Babylonian king Nabonidus has a dream. The gods Marduk and Sin literally appear and give him a direct order: rebuild the temple. Now, the fascinating part is, Nabonidus doesn't try to interpret this. He takes it literally. He even argues back. He's like, but the Medes are surrounding the temple. It's a straight-up conversation, not a symbol. This is exactly what Jaynes' theory would predict. All right, now let's fast forward 2,500 years to the Romantic era. The focus could not be more different. Suddenly, you see the rise of the autobiography. Art becomes all about projecting your inner psychoscape, your moods and feelings onto the world around you. The whole point of life, as one historian put it, became the feeling of feeling. The self was no longer a receiver of divine commands. It was this huge internal territory to be explored and narrated. So, what does all this mean for us? If this theory is even close to right, it forces us to completely rethink what it means to be a conscious human being. This timeline kind of maps out the whole journey. Before about 1200 BCE, you got this older mentality of just hearing divine voices. But Jaynes argued that as ancient societies got more complex and chaotic, especially during the Bronze Age collapse, that whole mental model just broke. You couldn't just sit around and wait for a voice to tell you what to do. So humans were forced to develop a new cognitive tool, a portable internal narrator that could simulate different outcomes and help make complex decisions. That was the birth of our inner voice. And from there, it was refined over centuries, leading to the super introspective self of the Romantic era. And this really brings us to the biggest takeaway of all, that constant chatter in your head, the very thing that feels the most like you, it might not be a biological inheritance. It could be a cultural one. Our consciousness has a history. It was invented, probably out of necessity, like a piece of mental software we developed to navigate an increasingly complex world. And that leaves us with one last really provocative question. If our modern narrative self is an invention, and it's only a few thousand years old, it's almost definitely not the final chapter in the story of the human mind. So, what do you think comes next?
We hope you've enjoyed this look into the groundbreaking work of Julian Jaynes. Today was just a glimpse. To dive deeper, visit the Julian Jaynes Society and read his landmark book, The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, along with the Society's follow-up works. The journey will change the way you see the mind and human history.
Today, we are diving headfirst into one of the most profound, most challenging, and honestly, most mind-bending theories ever proposed about the human mind. We're talking about Julian Jaynes and his theory on the origin of consciousness. And let me tell you, this isn't just some dusty academic debate. This is a theory that, if you really let it sink in, could completely rewrite your understanding of history, of religion, of language, and even of your own inner self. So buckle up.
I want you to just pause for a second and think about this. That little voice you hear inside your own head. You know the one. The one that's narrating what I'm saying right now, the one that worries about tomorrow, the one that replays conversations from yesterday. What if I told you that voice is a relatively new phenomenon? What if, for most of human history, people didn't have that inner monologue? and that when they faced a tough decision, they didn't think it over, but instead, they heard a voice, a clear, external, commanding voice that they believed was a god, speaking directly to them. That is the incredible, startling idea we're going to explore. So, here's our roadmap. First, we're going to tackle the great unsolved mystery of consciousness itself. Then, we'll introduce Julian Jaynes' absolutely radical answer. From there, we'll journey back in time to imagine life before consciousness, in a world run by a different kind of mind. We'll look at the cataclysmic breakdown that changed humanity forever, sift through the evidence for these echoes of the gods, and finally, we'll grapple with what this all means for us, here, in our own modern world.
Okay, so our starting point has to be what philosophers call the problem of consciousness. It's the 800-pound gorilla in the room of neuroscience and psychology. It's a question that has stumped the greatest minds for centuries, and as Jaynes himself put it, it's a problem that keeps returning, not taking a solution. Here's the issue in a nutshell. How does that 3-pound lump of electrified jelly between your ears, your physical brain, produce the entire private, non-physical universe of your subjective experience? I mean, think about it. The ability to introspect, to deliberate on different options, to reflect on the past, to project yourself into the future. This gap, this chasm between the objective world of brain chemistry and the subjective world of introspectable thoughts, well, that's the problem. And mainstream science, for all its incredible power, is still fundamentally stuck on it. This is the great knot that Julian Jaynes decided not to untie, but to slice right through with a completely new kind of blade. And this is where Julian Jaynes, a psychologist from Princeton, steps onto the stage. After decades of deep research into everything from ancient texts to neurology, he offered a conclusion that was just breathtakingly audacious. He basically said, you're all asking the wrong question. The question isn't how consciousness evolved in our biology over millions of years. The question is, what if it didn't? What if consciousness isn't a biological feature at all, but a cultural invention? You can almost hear the frustration in that quote, can't you? Jaynes saw that the standard approaches were just going in circles. He saw a field tangled up in its own metaphors, assuming the mind was some kind of space that we look into, without ever questioning where that space came from. His solution was to do something truly radical, to go back and read the most ancient texts of humanity, but without our modern assumption that the people who wrote them had minds just like ours. Now this next point is absolutely 100% critical. Seriously, as Marcel Kauston, the founder of the Julian Jaynes Society, points out again and again, almost every single criticism of Jaynes' theory comes from people misunderstanding his very, very precise definition of consciousness. You see, we all have a fuzzy, intuitive idea of what consciousness means. It includes everything from seeing a cat, to feeling angry, to solving a math problem. If you use that broad definition, Jaynes' theory sounds totally absurd. So to really get what he's saying, we have to first clear the table of our own assumptions about what consciousness is not. Alright, let's break this down, because it's a bit of a mind bender. First, consciousness is not everything your mind does. In fact, almost everything your brain does is non-conscious, from keeping your heart beating to understanding the grammar of the sentence. Second, it's not just seeing or hearing things. A frog sees a fly and reacts, but we don't say the frog is conscious. You weren't conscious of the feeling of your back against your chair until I just mentioned it, right? Third, and this is a big one, it's not necessary for learning. Think about learning to ride a bike or play an instrument. You don't consciously think, okay, now I will fire neuron A to move muscle B. You just practice, and the skill develops non-consciously. It's a process of paying attention, not of introspecting. Fourth, get this, it's not even necessary for complex problem solving. How many times have you wrestled with a problem, given up, and then had the perfect solution just pop into your head while you're taking a shower? That's your brilliant non-conscious mind delivering the answer. Fifth, it's not necessary for speaking. You don't consciously thumb through a mental dictionary for every word. You just have an intention to say something, and the words just come out. And finally, the most radical idea of all, consciousness is not a biological given, it is a learned skill. So if consciousness isn't all those other things, what in the world is it? Well, for Jaynes, consciousness is a very specific mental tool. It's a virtual space, a mind space, that we build inside our own heads using the power of metaphor. We take a physical concept, like seeing, and we create a mental metaphor like, I see your point. We take the idea of physical space and create mental metaphors like, I'm going to look back on my childhood, or I need to face my problems. This process, this use of metaphor, generates this imaginary space. And inside that space, we create a metaphorical version of ourselves, an analog I, that can move around, relive memories, and play out future possibilities. That ability to introspect, to narrate a story of yourself to yourself, community. That is what Jaynes...
This Pongal, we are happy to announce a new space for the Tambram community. Announcing Tambram Connect, a new online forum to bring together Tambrams from across the world into a tight-knit community. Tambram Connect, by the way, I love how they do this. An international agraharam.
means by consciousness. It's a piece of cultural software learned by every child as they learn language. It is software, not hardware. Okay, so if consciousness is a learned skill that's only about 3,000 years old, what on earth came before it? Jaynes' answer is a different kind of human mentality altogether, a stable and successful one that he called the bicameral mind, which literally means a mind of two chambers. Now let's be super clear here. Jaynes was not talking about primitive zombie-like cavemen. Bicameral people were just as intelligent as we are. They had language, they felt grief, they built cities, they created art. What they didn't have was this private, internal world. They didn't have an analog eye that could introspect in a mind space.
Let's really paint a picture here. Imagine an ancient soldier, a warrior, in the heat of a chaotic battle. He's stressed, he doesn't know what to do. Now a conscious soldier from today would retreat into his mind space. His analog eye would run simulations. Okay, if I charge, I could get killed. If I fall back, my flank might be exposed. He'd weigh the options and make a decision. But the bicameral soldier, he experiences the same stress, but he doesn't introspect. Instead, the stress itself triggers an auditory hallucination. He hears a voice, clear as day, that he experiences as coming from outside himself, from his king, or more likely his god. The voice commands charge, and because he has no internal self to argue with it or question it, he just obeys, instantly. That voice was his decision-making process. But how could this even work in the brain? This is one of the most brilliant and testable parts of the theory. Jaynes proposed a specific neurological model. He argued that in the bicameral brain, the two hemispheres were more separate, less integrated than ours are now. The language centers are usually in the left hemisphere, but the right hemisphere has corresponding areas that aren't typically used for speaking. Jaynes suggested that this right hemisphere area was used for something else. It organized all of a person's life experience, all the commands from parents and leaders, into a guiding authority. And then, in a moment of stress, it would speak that wisdom across the connecting fibers to the left hemisphere, where it was perceived as a voice coming from God. Essentially, one half of the brain was talking to the other.
This bicameral system was incredibly successful. It was the bedrock of the great, stable, God-ruled civilizations of the ancient world for thousands of years. But it had an Achilles heel. It only worked in a stable, hierarchical society where everyone heard more or less the same commands from the same gods. Around the end of the second millennium BCE, a series of massive global catastrophes shattered that stability, and the bicameral mind began to break down.
This wasn't one single event. It was death by 1,000 cuts, over several centuries. You have the colossal volcanic eruption of Thera, which sent tsunamis and climate chaos across the Mediterranean, forcing huge migrations. You have growing populations, complex trade, and constant warfare between kingdoms. Suddenly, you're interacting with people whose gods are telling them to do different things. The system is getting overloaded with contradictory commands. And then comes the real game changer, writing. The written word creates a new, silent form of authority. A command etched in stone is permanent, unchanging. It doesn't need to be hallucinated. It starts to erode the authority of the spoken, hallucinatory voices. The old mental operating system just couldn't handle the new complexity. And slowly, tragically, the gods began to fall silent. And that silence left a huge, gaping wound in the human psyche, what we're calling that God-shaped hole. This, according to Jaynes, is the very origin of religion as we now know it. It's born from the trauma of losing that divine guidance. People became desperate to get the voices back. They started casting lots, reading sheep livers, watching the flight of birds, all forms of divination designed to get a simple yes or no from the now silent gods. They made pilgrimages to special places like Delphi to hear an oracle speak. They began to pray, pleading with the gods to speak again. They looked to prophets, those rare individuals who could still hear the voices. And they began collecting the last known words of the gods into sacred books. This deep, profound nostalgia for divine communication, this anguish, that's the engine of faith. Now, I know what you might be thinking. This is a wild, fascinating story, but is there any real proof? This is where the theory shifts from brilliant speculation into a truly powerful scientific hypothesis. Jaynes didn't just dream this up. He assembled an incredible, multidisciplinary case, a cascade of interlocking evidence from a dozen different fields that all, strangely, seem to point in the very same direction. Let's start with the ancient texts. Homer's Iliad, which Jaynes argues is a window into the older bicameral world, is Exhibit A. The heroes in the Iliad do not have an inner life like we do. They don't sit around and ponder their options. When Achilles is filled with rage and about to kill his commander Agamemnon, he doesn't have an internal struggle. No. The goddess Athena appears, visible only to him, grabs him by the hair, and tells him exactly what to do. The gods in this text aren't metaphors, they are the triggers of action. Now contrast that with a later text, Homer's Odyssey. The hero of that story, Odysseus, is famous for being wily, deceitful, a man of many turns. He is constantly lying, scheming, and introspecting. He has a rich, conscious inner world. The literature itself shows a profound mental shift. And the archaeology of the ancient world suddenly looks completely different when you look at it through this lens. Those massive temples in Egypt and Mesopotamia, Jaynes says they weren't just places to worship, they were literally the houses of the gods. And the idols inside those temples, they weren't just symbols of the gods, they were the gods. We have ancient texts that describe rituals for the opening of the mouth, designed to make the statues speak. The statues were physical props, focusing points to help elicit the auditory hallucinations. It even explains why kings were buried with their entire households of slaughtered servants. It's because the dead king's guiding voice was still heard by his people, so of course he would still need his servants in the afterlife. It was a functional, not a symbolic act. But maybe the most jaw-dropping piece of evidence comes from modern neuroscience. Remember that neurological model Jaynes proposed back in the 1970s? He said the voices originated in the right hemisphere's language area and were heard by the left. He came up with this decades before we had the technology to actually look inside a living brain and see this happen. Well, starting in the late 90s, neuroscientists like Dr. Belinda Lennox and Dr. Iris Sommer started putting people who hear voices, like schizophrenics, into fMRI machines. And the results are just stunning. When a person reports hearing a voice, the brain scans show a burst of activity in the right temporal lobe, in the exact spot corresponding to the speech area on the left. And that is immediately followed by activity in the left hemisphere's auditory centers, where the voice is processed as sound. The hard data from today's science perfectly confirms the model Jaynes predicted decades ago. It's just an absolutely remarkable scientific validation. Jaynes' theory also gives us this powerful new lens for understanding all sorts of modern psychological quirks. He sees them as vestiges or echoes of our bicameral past. Schizophrenia, with its commanding external voices, can be seen as a kind of neurological throwback, a partial and terrifying relapse into that older mentality. Hypnosis becomes a state where you willingly give up your conscious control and allow the hypnotist's voice to become your volition, just like an ancient god. Modern practices like spirit channeling are basically just attempts to reactivate that old bicameral pathway. And you know how many young children have imaginary companions? Janes would say that's likely a developmental echo of a guiding external voice, a remnant of the system that we're now taught to socialize away as we grow up. So, if we take all this on board, where does it leave us? If Janes is even partially right, the implications are just enormous. It means that the very thing we think of as the core of our being, our private thinking, feeling self, isn't some timeless universal feature of being human. It's a learned behavior with a specific and relatively recent history. I just want you to let that sink in for a moment. Your sense of you, your ability to get lost in a memory or to plan your life 5 years from now. That whole inner movie theater where you are the star, director, and audience, all of it, according to Janes, is a piece of mental technology that was invented out of the chaos of the Bronze Age collapse. It was built with the new tools of metaphorical language. We are not born conscious in this Janesian sense. We become conscious as we learn language from those around us. A child from our time raised back then would have grown up bicameral. A bicameral child raised today would learn to be conscious. That idea just fundamentally changes how we view ourselves in all of human history. And that leads us to one last, truly mind-expanding question. If consciousness isn't the final destination of our mental evolution, if it's just one phase, one operating system that we developed, then it's a process that's still going on. Our minds went through this radical software update just 3,000 years ago, blink of an eye in evolutionary time. So what's next? Are we on the cusp of another great mental transition? What will the human mind even be like in another 1,000 years? James' theory doesn't just offer an incredible story about our past, it throws open the door to the future of what it means to be human. And that story is still being written.
We hope you've enjoyed this look into the groundbreaking work of Julian Jaynes. Today was just a glimpse. To dive deeper, visit the Julian Jaynes Society and read his landmark book, The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, along with the Society's follow-up works. The journey will change the way you see the mind and human history.
Companion.
So the news has just broke that the new Stargate series is going to be filming in my city in London, and honestly, I couldn't be more excited. I've spent my whole career living and working in and around London, even in various of the film studios like Leavesden and Pinewood, and I mean, Amazon MGM have ownership of Shepperton, so I'm sure stuff could be happening there. Either way, I'm just so excited. I mean, London's got a great history with film and cinema, with things like James Bond, but also with sci-fi. I mean, Star Wars was filmed in Elstree Studios in 1976 when no one knew what the hell they were getting into. Even reusing props later from Doctor Who, another famous sci-fi show that's filmed over here. So we've got great history for it, and I'm really, really excited by this news. Just on a real personal level, we've got such a great crew system in and around London as well. All like experts working on dozens and dozens of productions because everyone loves those UK tax incentives to filming over here. So I'm really, really excited about this. I can't wait to see what's in store. Even hearing that they're going to be filming a bit more internationally is really exciting as well. But having a strong hub in London with our amazing studios over here just gets me really, really excited about the new fresh direction of the show. I love Vancouver. It's one of my favourite cities, honestly, on planet Earth. And I love the ties to Stargate and how attached that they felt in the past. I think that's been very important. I think for the future, this is an exciting new bold step. And as a Londoner, as a local, I couldn't be more proud and excited.
So, tax incentives is a big one, I would think. There's some pretty good ones coming out of, yeah. So.
Which was the case for SG-1, Atlantis, and Universe when they were shooting in British Columbia. We had the tax incentives from BC Film and Television, as well as the strength of the American dollar relative to the Canadian dollar back in the day. So yeah, that's going to be a factor. How far does Amazon's money stretch shooting in the UK?
And these are going to be made on euros, I guess. At this point, are they going to be GBP? I'm not entirely sure. What's the politics?
Oh, they're on pounds.
They're back to pounds.
They're still on the pound.
Okay, they are.
And apologies to Brits in the chat who are watching later. Yes, it is the autumn, not the fall. Autumn.
Yes, yeah. They don't have lawn. They don't have yards. They have gardens.
That's right.
Yeah. And someone asked, why do some people spell MacGyver with a U? Because they're wankers. So the fact of the matter is that there are a couple of studios now that could be flagged for this. Is that right?
Yeah, so this is in the Gateworld news story. There's lots of places around the world that Amazon owns or has interests in. So they lease space or they own space in lots of different places in Toronto, in London, in Los Angeles area, obviously. But kind of the two prominent ones that we currently have our eye on in the UK, in the London area, is Shepperton Studios, which Tommy mentioned. That's in Surrey. That it has space that is leased. It's apparently a big behemoth. They just added more space to it, more sound stages. I think it's now the second largest shooting space in the world. And they're currently leasing to both Amazon and Netflix.
Okay.
But in 2024, Amazon also purchased Bray Film Studios in Berkshire, which is a historic film studio. Tons of stuff have been filmed there, and most recently, for Amazon's part, The Rings of Power and Citadel.
Wow. Oh, Citadel shot. I'll be darned.
Both shot at Bray Film Studios.
Okay.
Shot or are shooting. I think Citadel got canceled.
You're kidding. Which one?
I think so.
Wasn't that going to be a franchise?
It was. I think the first spin-off or spin-offs are still going ahead, but I want to say that maybe the experiment didn't work. Don't quote me on this. I'd have to go look up the news story.
Either the experiment
didn't work, or the executive who was spearheading it. This might have been a Jen Salke project, and it might have died when she left Amazon.
Absolutely. All right. Understood. Yeah, this is absolutely wow. I mean, I'm still just sitting here digesting the implications of this. There's so much positive about this. For one thing, if you want access to more arid locations, if you want access to Africa, to the Middle East, you know, to more, a few more alien spots than you could over here. Basing it in London.
Okay, we're going to be jumping back into Call of Duty Esports, Optic Texas versus G2 Minnesota.
Here you go, chat. Colossus Hardpoint Map 1. Optic versus G2.
GG.
Yeah, it's over. Gotta look at the chat.
The kills go the way of Optic. And Krem gets himself onto the board in a quick way.
Fantastic start.
Time. All this going great for the green team. They got the time, they got the kill.
Yeah, you love that. The spawns flip, and it is all those green arrows instantly turning. Mercules soaking up on the time right now and happy to make that his home. Trying to swarm with the Dravix, his skies, and well, everybody.
Damn!
Shit!
It's all good. Krem's here. It's Krem losses though. It is Krem losses.
In the time. 4 kills.
Krem's already got 4.
To stop the bleeding.
Yeah, Chelsea knows.
Damn, that was a dirty pump.
Good finesse.
The hard point, he gives them an opportunity there to push those kills out. But G2 final seconds here of P1. Not going to get a whole lot of it. It's not going to amount to a lot. Optic, they've made themselves over towards P2, low right-hand side of the mini-map. They're in.
First break opportunity for G2. 2 players working. It's Kremp and Skies together. Dash is the one trying to lock it down, and the AR support is there. Couple trades rolling through. Murphy, Skies, or maybe Estriel, the lone man able to soar through. G2 have the spawn, and G2 will take the time.
Here comes the next wave of Optic, though. It's a conga line forward. They're trying to find entries, but it's Skies with a pistol. Oh, and he finds a bit of a trade there. Estriel over the top. Over to Bueno once again. Toe-to-toe against his own teammate. And he finds
shots from Bueno.
Yeah, he was shooting with that pistol.
G2 holds. And listen, Skies has a lot of pressure on this as well. He is the one.
Skies Revenge Series. Let's see what he can do.
Match the energy, has to bring the fire. You can see Motor Mouth in the comms and trying to play aggressive. Was force-free in the time when you need him, but it looks like Optic overwhelming. There are no trophies just yet. Those nades impactful to make the break.
Incredibly strong. P3 now up. Chelsea the first man in. Mamba, the X factor right now for G2.
Damn. That was a good check.
On the backside though, Mercules is going to give a little bit more pressure now for Optic to make their way forward. G2 are on time.
Well, Mercules making the impact, trying to work himself down. Now he's got all of his teammates on the top side of the map, but it looks like
the mirror that nade blow up hella fast.
Pressure, who can shot?
It's the overclock.
Oh.
At least playing a little bit of keep
You
away.
can cook it.
Optical rig.
Got that iron on his hip. Poop finds a big one there as Optic's still soaking away, and it's Dashi. He's the man on time right now.
That's starting off hot.
Right now for Optic. This is the hold they want. Identifying the attack wave. Oh, and down and out they go. Over towards the G2 boys. It's Hook though, trying to hold the line alone. He's got a couple of kills. Brought down through the middle by Estriel, and a big trade there from Merc.
I mean, Optic right now, they're just managing the pace.
They're just winning every fight, every trade.
But holding the line.
Of course, perk, double pause.
Never flip the spawns, but they have built themselves a sizable lead.
But he does, and he's making a play right now. He wins this one, it's big.
Oh, big win by Krem.
Krem losses.
On the rotation, though, will be G2 with the left side spawns. They're set up around
good position for G2 to be in. They got to capitalize right here, though.
Looking for their impact here.
Yeah, they caught him.
Big row now. Once they get G2, they're going to be first in. Can they hold it? Dashi catches the
we're trolling. We're trolling.
Sky's now fighting to keep the hard point.
And they're just breaking every hole from the front.
Yeah.
There's going to be every fight. But you've still got the numbers here for Minnesota.
Oh, spawns might get weird. Yeah, players over towards P2. Take a look at the minimap. You never know on this hill, but there you go. It's the wipe in the feed. Estriel for 2, and
deep.
G2 manages to hold on. Still, though, only
what the hell?
chipping away at the lead. Optic made the impact early. They're trying to do so again.
Oh my God, they're just getting ripped.
And they find the kill.
Hit on.
One man on the backside as well. Optic flood on in time.
They just spawned across the map and just ran forward and broke the hill.
Optic with a break.
Yeah, they actually
what the hell?
They just won every fight.
In the game, walked into the hill down 50, and that's exactly how they will walk away.
Optic's guns are hot right now.
They got him spawning in the back. Got P1 as well.
On Optic is getting theirs. A beautiful start for the green wall.
First set of hard points complete.
They know, last 2 on ult.
We now go back over towards P1. The rotation now done. Optic with a strong start. G2. They weren't fantastic on the holes. The breaks were decent, but it was scrap time, keeping them afloat here. For now, Optic with a solid lead and a big 7.
What the fuck?
Let's go for a listen in.
I got time. I have a choke watch. I have a choke. Bump flash.
Brandon loves this spot, bro. He's here every time.
He's already statue. He's already statue. He's the door. Chow out their door. Their door again. He's probably gonna find you in RP2. I'm nading time. Make sure you hold this shot though. Hold this shot. I didn't need him bounce. On time, dead. Another one on time. Flying statue. Close right. Close right.
Damn, Kyler kicked up.
Bro, Optic's playing this perfectly.
Yeah, they're in full control. This is beautiful.
They just keep pushing out, and they get kills.
Oh, Bruce is ripping.
I fear this might
This is
be
over.
a quick one.
Yeah, this is over. It's GG, bro.
Yep, close front. Side door as well. Side door and 2 front.
Fantastic work on the listening there. Suffocating performance so far from the Optic boys.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's
They sounded
shooting.
good too. They sounded good.
It's land. They're actually trying, Tom. Online, they'd be like chilling sometimes.
Yeah, right. They sounded better.
Yeah, they actually don't care online. Here, they're like, I bet.
Both on their side.
True.
But it's Saturday, the chat says. That's right. They're looking good. 3 in the second set. Hercules are the 18 and 14, but it's Hoog leading the charge right now for Optic. Fantastic kill time from young Mercules, but a nice 2 dead there for G2. Opportunity now to hold on to time. You've got eyes on the remaining Optic members, and you know the spawns.
Well, they're desperate for the hold. Need to try to get back into this game. Losing your map pick to start the series would be devastating. Shotzzy's taking the long round.
Damn.
Managed to find 2 in time, so maybe it's a front break rolling through, but at the very least, Shotzzy has flipped the spawn, so you trade away the initial long-term Optic in a good spot, but G2, at least they're fighting back.
Yeah, hold it down. Get as much damage as possible. Skies and Mama tremble and the guns blazing right now. That G2 red looking fine indeed. What a battle this has been. This hardpoint superb now from G2. Hook's sending it forward. The trades are good. There's going to be a pinch on time here, but you're worried.
Good play from Merc. Great play.
Frankly, Optic happy to get those final 10, just bump up the lead a little bit more. They've maintained it the entire time. Mercules, though, does get caught. Shotzzy now trying to play some entries, but he's in a tough pickle. He gets overwhelmed, and for the back spawn, Dashing here to fight for it. Multiple players to take down, but if Optic get this break, they likely get the game.
Oh, wonderful work there. Skies and Kreb, that's a massive moment. Shotzzy, though, managing to bring the
they're going to bang the front.
forward. Here comes Skies. Just trying to sweep clear.
You forget about this guy?
Section of the map. That's a good read, and now through the front.
Behind the statue, it's hard to kill him off that.
Good hold again out of G2 and another 3.
This is doable.
This is doable.
This is
good work
definitely
from
doable. They
G2.
gotta be perfect though.
1 by 1, and G2 slowly crawling back into the game. Sky's going
Oh man, he just gave himself bad timing.
It's a good route from Shotzzy. He's gonna break this whole setup. He just saw him. He lost the fight. Everybody died the other good.
Yeah, they tried to kill that last guy. They found him. Yeah, they found him.
For this final 20,
Can they kill him?
had a beautiful.
All right, they're only gonna be down 20.
What a people holding it down, watertight here on Colossus. Mama the last man left standing on a 3 spree. If he gets this, which he doesn't, it would have been ideal on that run towards the Hellstorm. What a comeback there from G2. Third hardpoint set. Here we go.
And it's a reset from Optic trying to stabilize. They're even reading the Mamba, spawning on the old time. 2 players in.
Oh shit.
But in the kill feed, G2, there's 3.
The second.
Delivers you 2, and G2 in this initial time.
Statue control from where Skies takes his shot. So important.
Huge entry.
Oh, he didn't see him.
Nice work there. Adachi and Koda attack hard.
Oh, Kremblossus.
Time. G2 fighting from
Having a good map.
Yeah, he is.
Leading the
they're in a
lobby.
good spot. That's,
Now this G2 minutes.
you know the last guy is now.
Oh
This
no.
is a slow map for him on this shit.
Hook just went big there for that break. Oh my god.
Make it in towards the time, and we're at the point of the score now from Optic. Any bit of chip score you
What the
get
hell?
is
What the fuck is going on?
Another 2-piece though from Estriel. Mr. Consistent this entire time. G2, they are bringing the battle.
Oh wow. Hold it down. I'm so mid.
Oh.
I'm no good. Mercury's gonna hold it. And keeping the kills going.
Wait,
Holy
number
shit.
8. Number 8's on a great route right now. They don't even know. Huge
Mama's
from
making
Mamba.
great plays.
Will he strike? Another read from
Fuck,
Shotzzy.
number 5 got
back a little bit.
He runs 1 again, but over the time.
Kremblossus.
Oh, huge wins.
Overwhelming. They're gonna make it all 4. Shotzzy now gets the push out.
Tries to do a front. Hercules now
This is
holding.
good time for Optic.
Towards the very end of our
This could
opening
be it.
map.
This is
25
really
for the
G2's
win
like
now
last
for
good
Optic
push right
Texas.
here.
Here comes G2.
What the hell?
And they got the entries.
Oh,
That's huge.
shit. They
Just
broke
what they
the
needed.
front.
That's 3 down.
Oh, shit.
Hold up now.
And they got spawns.
You might have a game.
This guy's gonna break the hill though.
For 5 might, or my number 2 might get by.
What the? How are we just letting him walk through? What the?
What the hell?
We'll talk about that later on the flank.
We're rotating to new.
We just letting him walk through. What the?
For 5 might, or my number 2 might.
This guy's gonna break the hill though.
For 5 might, or my number 2 might.
This guy's gonna break the hill though.
For 5 might, or
Oh,
shit.
Hold up now.
And they got spawns.
You might have a game.
This guy
Just broke the front.
That's 3 down.
Oh, shit.
Hold up now.
And they got spawns.
You might have a game.
This guy's gonna break the hill though.
For 5 might, or my number 2 might get by.
What the? How are we just letting him walk through? What the?
What the hell?
We'll talk about that later on the flank.
We're rotating to new.
Massive win.
That looked way too easy for
We
Bird.
just let a guy walk through lobby undetected and shoot us in the back?
Third Krem, bad timing. Can he make something of it here? Here comes
That was a big win.
It's gonna be over.
Mamba trying to get something going, but it's
Wait, hold on, Caesar with
Bueno.
two.
and the break is there. 7 HP.
Bro, Bruce is winning every fight.
Sky.
GG.
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 What a
Hey, Duke had a great match.
They're going to overwhelm these lanes.
Exposure S&D coming up next, folks.
Typically where we see a ton of action go down, but exposure.
Hey, Scoper, thank you for the 14 months. Scoper, appreciate
Right now, you're watching Call of Duty Major 1. The Optic Home Major. We're watching G2 versus Optic Texas. G2 Minnesota versus Optic Texas.
Here we go, folks.
Number 2. Two of the highest impact S&D players in the game are sitting across from each other on the stage.
Pragmatic, David Chaz. Zuma, what color?
Incredibly
Zuma, what
high
color do you make it to on a popsicle? Bro, what the fuck are you talking about, Pragmatic? Fuck yourself. What the hell is he saying? Can you lock in, Pragmatic? Fuck. Brucey with the snipe off the rib. See what he can do.
Look out, Bruce. The snipe.
Rip.
Maneuvering. Intel pass.
Yeah. There you go, Mamba. Yup.
Oh.
Peace. Have a good day, Mamba. Good day.
Shot.
Welcome to the show.
Luke's got a lot of
The rib. See what he can do.
look out, Bruce. The snipe.
Rip.
Maneuvering. Intel pass.
Yeah. There you go, Mamba. Yup.
Oh.
Peace. Have a good day, Mamba. Good day.
Shot.
Welcome to the show.
Luke's got a lot of pickings here. Oh, it's at least 2. Into
Oh
the
my
traffic
God.
forward.
Good win.
Huge to get one there.
Which is more than enough.
Yeah, huge out of who?
Oh, I like the aggression on Bruce right here.
Actually has
Oh, that's tough.
crazy shot. That's true.
That was a good ass shot.
Yeah, it was a good shot. I got bombed down now.
Perfect. That was a great play.
2v3, they're forced to try and clutch.
There's a hole in his pocket for sure. A hole in the defense. The bomb has been planted now. The man advantage for Optic. What a setup they've got. Shotzi, a slight off angle. Skies should hit this on the wall jump. That will give him a fighting chance.
Alright, G2 splitting up here. I don't know how I feel about that.
Going that way. Out
Kinda have to,
second
TPP.
longer. Mercury's dodging.
It's a good setup from Optic.
Yeah, the middleman, the one that's going to call everything out. They got intel on
Yeah,
at
they're
least
fucked.
one
There's
player
on the
towards
pinch,
mid.
though.
Should be a freebie kill there. Ashiel trying to make the play, but eventually
Oh.
He's about to punch him.
Not enough time. GG. Good round.
No matter
Good round from Optic.
Bro, I love that. Right when you get mid control, you have the info where they are. Get the bomb down. It's so easy to win.
exactly what we saw on the Colossus
Such a hard bomb
as
set to
well.
retake.
As aggressive as
Should have
guys
told the Stallions that.
avoid big
Don't
Yeah.
play this map,
Shit.
dumbass.
Tachi Chan's pissed, bro. The generational talents on one roster. Heck's not playing fair. Justin, thank you for the super chat, bro. And Optic's got a good team, clearly.
On defense.
Back-to-back world champs. Holy.
Trying to sort of set a mental map now on every angle the dash takes with the sniper rifle. So far, you go down low. Next round, it'll be totally different. Keep G2 guessing. Don't let them get comfortable at any moment. Play as every advantage you can. Here we go. Mr. Bueno over the top. He's going to connect with that stun. How many players are caught in blast radius? We will find out another time. But for now, they pump the brakes. Sky's hoping for something there through the smoke.
I mean, that's 4 players on Optic basically standing on the B site. That's enough show of fortune to back those players down. Mamba has taken space. But this is a lot of Optic players he's dealing with. Yep, just needs to stay alive.
There's something wrong with the chat, bro.
Trying to get aggressive.
That's a good blood out of Mark.
Mamba in a tough spot. Those Optic players running.
Yo, they're going rogue. I don't know about that one,
Ant. And there's no follow-up for the trade.
But he's held them back. He's made those 2 plays.
Yo, that was...
Mamba showing some
insane
play on the Skies now. Catches the tail of one on the
Oh,
retreat.
he did. What the hell? Good read out of Bruce.
Picks up the man in the middle, and it's all down to Mamba once again. This would be for the ace in the round. What a special moment it could be for the rookie here. Less than 30 to go.
I mean, this is just a nightmare.
This could be the ace for the round. He's going to 1v3. Ooh.
Take a freebie on Hoop with
He's
still just 20
pinched.
seconds.
Yep.
And Merc drops you
Clean round.
instantly.
Aside from shots he
open
tried to run and knife him.
of attack in Dashi with the separation.
That was a crazy chow.
You good, Benjay?
These guys got no respect for him, man. They're just running it down.
Run across that door, but ends up getting caught. Who is the real hunter?
It's how simple you can make it look. A couple of shots into a man that's already damaged, but again, not giving away anything. We've seen a couple of 1vx situations here.
Got fucking stretched, bro.
spooky.
Look, it's Batman.
That's pretty cool.
That Batman right there.
So happy.
That's
That's dope.
That's what I look like Duarte with a
Big Bruce.
Batman mask on.
I imagine the new viewers are quite confused. We call him Bruce. It's a nickname. It's a long story. We'll get there later. Dashi was the... Oh, wait a minute. Story time later. For now, it's Dravik time. Shots, he gets a couple of tags in, but it's not going to amount to
What the hell?
Found, except for the Mamba first blood. And Dashi. Big Bruce!
Oh!
Over to Hoop.
He almost got that shit.
That'd have been sick.
Well, maybe try to pick up an Aaron Scott.
They don't know where number 8 is, though.
The play call going to be towards A. They have no intel.
They might
on
catch
Mambo,
number
but
7.
They know they have guys cornered.
Oh, shit. Okay, so he's just kind of shooting right now.
Good. The kill is not. If you're on G2, Mamba should be able to make the play, but in the meantime, Skies drops. They found the isolation gunfight.
Once again, 40 seconds to go here. Optic are going to get a bomb plant. And Mamba, if it's not A, it has to be B. Will he get the timing on this? The answer is no. The bomb should get planted. But wait a minute, can he isolate the fight? There it is. The first damage, the immediate now counter attack from Optic.
Damn. Bro, they're fucking moving, bro.
Yeah.
They're fucking moving. Optic look insane right now.
Mistake-free Call of Duty. Even in the 2v1, if you do not have the intel on Mamba, you do not want to get caught on the bomb. They wait for the information. Get the intel on Skies.
Yo, Pat's low-key trolling our predictions, bro.
Is he?
Oh, he picked G2.
Oh, yeah.
And I think we all picked Optic, didn't we?
Yeah.
And then I think all of Breaking Point picked Optic.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. Did anybody from Breaking Point choose G2?
Did people pick Falcons, though?
I didn't. I picked FaZe.
Might be a
Yeah,
lot of
people
Falcons.
did. Yeah, people did pick Falcons. I think.
Yeah.
Kill would go a long way for him.
Today's a big day to bring him back.
The 4th round now. We'll see if any shenanigans come our way. Opening layup for the nades will not connect just yet. Mr. Bueno bring his VS Recon to play this round.
That's what I'm saying about Dashi playing down low.
Damn!
Hoop there for the first.
Yo, Kyler is shooting.
The disappearing Acton, yeah.
Bro, literally looks like they're not losing a single fight.
Yeah.
The 5 Mercules.
I think you hit that mouse.
Grunt frustration there from his player character. It's charged through the middle now, G2.
I think it was showing up on that stream.
Shoulder to shoulder on the advance forward. The Optic with a 2-2 split, they're going to be making their way towards the bomb
Put it
side
behind
now.
me.
They will miss G2, but they will check it because they saw the door
It
open. Pedestrial.
Yeah.
Great manners, the rear guard there. Pulling security, making sure that no one gets hit from behind. And he
Oh, Merc just 1v2'd them. What the hell?
I think they're just getting gunned, bro.
turn his entire map around.
Hector!
You got your team on the board.
Hector repulse in the building.
He's going against
Let's go.
Dashi.
I feel like they're just
roaming together, clearing the space. Hoop leading the charge.
It's going to be very difficult to trade them. Even harder now that he's taken damage, but gets away with his life.
I mean,
easy situation to be in right now for Hook. Watches one angle Dashi on the other side.
Wow.
Timing has not paid off for him. Hook now has to join the fray. The clock ticking in favor of Minnesota. Round 2. Kremp on the dance.
it's good plays from Kremp.
Yeah.
Can he get to?
Nah.
It's no good. stays alive.
Good play from Krem. Good play.
Kyle's good as fuck at S&D.
And
I trust him in those
One
situations.
of the better
That's good work.
slayers in Search and Destroy. He has the most 1v2s in the game on the year. Valuable in the clutch, and he doesn't have to do it with aggression. He can just play that game.
Oh, that was a good stat out of Chance. He said he has the most 1v2s the whole season so far.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Off Dashy.
Well, there's another one right there.
Well played and well timed. G2 were desperate for that round.
He gets him right where he wants him in that tank position. Little bit too long to get to the gunfight. Little bit too long to get back to the bomb for the defuse. Good S&D there. And now, finally, G2 on the board. Another attacking round for Optic. Nades might have caught Mercury's there, but here we go. Boomstick, totally different position from Dashy.
And if your nades are on point, that means Optic, well, can't really push up too aggressively, at least initially. But the bomb on the lower side of the map in the hands of Hook. Actually a little bit of time to work with, but G2, no funny business on the map just yet. Mamba taking a little bit of space. Now Shotzi making the move. I think him and Skies, well, spotted each other, backed each other down.
Caesar have the op out?
Still waiting for options here with the bomb.
Does he have it out?
I think so.
B-bomb site making their way forward. They've given up the rear
He
guard
does.
for a second. Hook's not going to get there in time. Now he will. They've given it up. So no one's going to get shot in the back for now. Optic, he might be able to get over towards B. Changes
Mama
the
with a
play
blood.
with a big first blood.
Now Optic have to be worried about the pinch and that front pressure.
Oh, an intel from Chelsea. He should be good for one. He might be good for two. And the slide to stay alive. Krem gets involved. Here comes the trades though. Optic have got the plant. They've got to get out with their lives. Peek that balcony at your own risk. Down low, the gunshot rings out. Mamba strikes a coiled spring.
Yeah, surround.
And now
Good round from
immediate
G2.
attack. Hook coming from over the top. But it looks like the defuse should be good. But wait, he's
No way.
Oh.
They lost the round. Hey, Chet, they lost the round.
Oh my fucking god.
P2 defused it.
That would have been insane.
I don't think the crowd realized.
Yeah, I don't think they realized.
threes you have ever seen.
If we're being honest though, not even close. Play was absolutely filthy, but the defuse comes through. Wouldn't have had the time. Make no
Close,
mistake,
though.
Hook is a monster. You always have to be fearful, but Estriel
If he would have got that, would have been fucking.
If he would have got that, it's
That
GG.
would have been an all-time, like that would have been like all-time clutch.
Yeah, that was
As
insane.
close as it can get. Hook's 5 spree to walk away from that round though with the round loss.
That is good for Kyler though. He's on a 5 spree.
The kills. Big presence there for Optic and mid.
Wide open B side as well, but that just means the stuns are not going to be connecting. Skies with the initial positioning, but Optic sent 3 players back on the defensive end. They are ready for the fight.
We're seeing a lot of fights now towards this bomb site.
Wow, that guy just ate, bro. Did you just see that?
Yeah.
Good plays from Hook to get one and get out.
Numbers are still here from G2. They are not relinquishing the play. Dashi gets another.
Damn, they just shit on them.
Walking the irons.
That was a 15-second round.
A bastion of defense by the bomb
Walked
site.
into
that
the
Optic
death
do not give
irons,
up.
bro.
Wonderful round.
And when Optic has been playing virtually mistake-free Call
Has
of
a
Duty,
team ever
very
clean sweep the
methodical,
full year?
taking
Nah,
advantage
never
of
Hercules. I don't think so.
You did well for G2.
Like win every single event, you're saying,
No.
Hercules?
No.
I don't think you've ever seen that shit.
You start chasing a guy like
That'd be
Shotzi,
insane. Imagine a team won
stop
every
him every
event the
time.
whole
That
year.
would be insane. It'll never happen, I don't think.
I think the Dynasty was probably the closest to that, right?
What year?
AW maybe? Didn't they win like fucking nearly everything?
Nah, it's probably.
Sip the pip!
It's probably
baby.
phase
We're
cold.
back.
Cold. Or cold complexity, maybe?
Round number 7.
Win everything.
Far away from the hellstorm.
Ghost? They didn't win everything.
They got the closest, maybe? I don't know.
A bomb plant should do it. Mamba here on the outer lane, but Hook, he's also been on point for the first bloods. How about the timing on
Oh
this?
my god, they ran by each
They
other.
got the jump, a huge kill to shut him down. It kicks off
Yeah,
the
good
trade.
trades.
Advantage G2.
Alright, good round from
Put
G2.
it all down to Dashi now.
He gave Dashi good clutches.
Goes for the reach out
Yeah,
against
he's
Estriel,
ripping.
Gets the headshot. It's going to give him a little bit of space to play with.
He's challenging
a
shit.
strong challenge, and they've got rounds to burn right now.
Oh, complexity maybe? Yeah, complexity to get shot, chat.
Save from
Cold War phase? Oh yeah, Cold War phase. Cold War phase won what? 4 out of
That's what I
6?
thought, yeah.
4 out of 6 events?
And of course, the follow-up from the team was that.
Yeah, from Mamba.
Damn, they were insane. 4 out of 6 events, that's great.
Right now, about 6 and 7. I'm sorry, but it's true. I'm sorry.
3 first bloods as well for him. Optic still with the advantage though. 4-3 up. They'll have defense.
He's not really being deterred again by a rowdy crowd. Right, like, it has been a solid game from G2 as well, Mamba in particular. Optic flying forward out towards the B side of the map. That's where you've seen a lot of G2 love. Dashi these guys now. Is that enough to pull the attackers back towards A? Who's stalwart now on the defense, watching over the A bomb site?
And now you can play a lot more aggressive towards the middle of the map because Dashi, no more sniper for him. And Krem,
What the hell?
finds his spot. That is the difference maker. Still goes to trade. 33, bomb collected. Now a swirly moment. You do not know where these Optic players are. They got 2 players working the pinch. They got Hook in the depths of spawn. The sky's a massive responsibility, but from Optic, it is long route being taken. G2
have no idea.
Yeah, everyone's looking up top.
No, Mercury's.
Kirk is 9-3, bro.
Skies and Mamba are both watching up top window.
Over yet. Dashi checks it, doesn't get it. 1v2.
Nah, he's dead.
Merc up close. Finds his third of the round. His 10th kill. Over.
Oh, we can't see it.
Cut away.
They must have had no comms because both ARs that were looking over the bomb guy, both looking up top window.
That was weird.
Oh, he's fucking lighting his body
Use your
up.
imaginations, fans.
Oh, we wouldn't know because they switched off for some reason.
You can hear him shooting through the second player's POV right next to him.
That tone initially.
Shoot his body.
Mercury starts to go on that monster tear. 10 kills already for him. In S&G, he has been elite and consistent all year long. Provides on land once again.
Mercury's 10th kill off the map thus far. I think on the road forward, I think a little bit of damage might have passed ways there from the opening nades, but now Shotzi, this is it, we're going for the jugular. We're going straight to the death screen. We'll see you in the next round.
But it's Mercury's.
Who's still trying to keep the pressure up.
He wants to go for it.
Ezreal.
Oh my lord. Big plays from Ezreal. Big shots.
I'll see that kill cam, thank you very much.
Wicked work there out of Ezreal. That is a player
that
is always good in the
because Merc was shooting bodies and he
played
off. That's
at
why.
his best. The better the competition gets, the better Ezreal gets. Quick movement, solid round. Talk about that mistake-free COD from Optic Texas. Well, that is a round maybe just a touch too aggressive. Quick round in the end, but Ezreal delivers for the big moment. Nonetheless, Optic still a single round away from being up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, they were trying to get to the game break real quick. Will they do the same sort of shenanigans this time round? No, 2-2 off the rip. I'm going to split this one right up. Ezreal there for an inside.
Ben, the 3-pick KD is looking good right now. We need Merc with above a 1.09 and we're good. We win.
Heavy pockets for Optic.
Well, Mercury's had the time to get through on the pinch, so now the job for his teammates is give him the intel and let him live. And Mamba versus Merc for the pinch as well. Might settle in for the round.
Big blood for Mamba.
Delivers. That is 4
I see around 11 here.
This is going to change the play from Optic. Yeah, they've got 2 plays in mid. Shoshi saw at least 2. Krem with the heads up play.
Holy shit, they're running at him?
What the hell?
Electric
Oh, they're trolling.
Entering the fray. Ezreal keeping his spree going as he gets right, as he caught Dashi. No.
What a throw.
Fighting forward.
Yeah, they threw that. They did.
And a 1v2 to stay alive in the search. Save your lungs, Dallas. We've got a bit of time, though.
Good plays from Optic, though.
Here we go. Mamba fighting in.
Yeah, the crowd's going. That was far. I thought we were going to see around 11 after the blood, chat, but nah. G2 decided to run at them by themselves at spawn. Good plays from Optic again. They look phenomenal, chat. They look fucking phenomenal.
That was bad.
I mean, this is dominance from Optic Texas. Notice no one using a mag attachment anymore on the Dravik, so it has 36 bullets. Must be to deal with the OP M15. Got a ding time. Yeah, that shit's OP, bro. I don't give a fuck. Has the team ever clean? Oh, no.
Reset. Well, Daffy GG.
Let's go, man.
Rio.
Yep.
Rio.
Locked in.
I think they might get ran this map.
Opening hit now through mid. It's only Hook showing face there for the Optic boys. And Dashing with this top power position. Eyes across the objective.
Yeah, I've seen enough. GG.
Close right now. You're going to see some effort from G2 to try to get on the inside, try to get some damage, try and get those kills. We know how high scoring Scar can be. Once you pop, you just can't stop.
Oh,
wow,
shit.
Ezreal able to give you 2. Stop the gunfight maybe just a moment too soon. And Ezreal's out here taking names. This is now man advantage and a little bit of pressure for G2. So Shotzi out on the chase.
On the chase, he's looking for the next set of players. There it is, a big win, and up close and personal. That's going to be the carrier dropped. A quick swap of hands now for Shotzi.
Good trying to swing this around. So far, G2
Damn.
nice little cleanup kill there from Shotzi.
Damn, son.
As the device gets dropped, well, so does Mamba. We are just vying for position, vying for control. Damn, that's 2 more in the feed there from G2. At least the guns off the rip from Minnesota are hot.
Still hot. Krem knows the player next to him. That's going to be the device carrier. And technically, a wide open lane here to make something happen. And Hercules.
They scored with 1 kill.
Damage dealt. You can see the rally now from the top side of the map.
They got 1 kill and
Stretch this
scored.
one up the way they want
It was the device carrier that got a pistol
Snapping
kill.
moment. You just dropped the ball.
It's over, bro.
Split second, and Mercury is there to punish you. Now on the reset, well, Daffy, GG spot.
Oh, shit.
2 clean shots coming through.
Whoa, Krem, what a 2-piece there. The driver getting put to work. Still playing upstairs. Krem keeping this life as good as he can, but he doesn't have the coverage from his teammates, no angles to play with. Optic dominating the top field.
Double trades though. Optics still just maintaining. There is no pressure once you get that first score. You can play for the kills first. Now number 5 has gotten through. Kazook's trying to take a route. Now as the mini-map gets Dixie, it's Optic with the pressure. And now
It's end the game, bro.
It's over, bro.
Go through, pick it up and run it down. Shotzi's the one that's there. The final man.
He didn't get it.
I feel like he ran a bad route to go get that.
Yeah, he
I feel
did.
like he cuts right, linked him.
I was thinking he got naded.
They're good though.
That's not naded.
It is still
Gonna
on
reset
the goal line.
Yeah.
There's the reset. Optic still in position on the top field. 2:30 on the clock.
They should not have let it reset. They should have tried grabbing it and running it the other way.
Maintaining the pressure. They are happy to take things slow.
Good map now for G2 trying to find an opening there to attack the backside of the field. But again, it's a strong position to be in for Optic. They've finally got some space. And it's Mamba clearing house. Hook's going to get back over towards mid, and again, this is going to suffocate the attack.
Damn.
Mamba can go
Oh,
absolutely
he's playing so fucking good right now.
Yeah, he is.
So turn.
Fucking floating, dude.
And you got the lead blocker. Out and about, Estriel's there to drop him. You don't have the device either. Optic really trying to get in their spawn and get a couple kills before they start making moves. Ashley's nearby, but you can't pick it up just yet.
Yeah, he's still holding on to this position, this French side. The field is all Optics. They're keeping it well and truly green. Here comes the attack.
You ever get to the point where you have a lead and like this is where the ball is? You just fucking camp this shit. Getting people off that plane is so hard, bro.
Here we go.
Bombers wants to keep gunfights, and that's going to set you up. G2 can finally.
I still like playing for scores though.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I'm not a fan of the park the bus shit. Like,
nah, I get it. But it's effective.
It's like camping in CTF. I hated that.
It's way harder though.
Yeah.
CTF's way harder to hold a defensive setup than Overload. Defensive setup.
Another man's fuel. Mamba finds another, and it's not enough legs left in the play right now. The G2 get recovery. It has yet to turn over yet. It has yet to exchange hands.
Well, Optic's defense has been holding so far, but G2 the most pressure they've had. Krem able
Holy
to
shit,
stay
what the hell's going on?
Here's the opening. Moving
Oh,
over top,
wait a
but
second.
he's gonna drop a swirling moment.
Oh.
With the pistol to hand it to
Yep.
his boy. Skies
They're
getting
fighting.
through. G2 tying things
Damn.
up 1-1.
Yep, Optic is set up on the bottom side though for the next spawn. The 1-1 here with 45 seconds left to go. Trying
Looks
to
ready
one
from
over the
Krem
finish
there.
Just before the whistle blows for half time has been a wonderful thing to see. Pressure now on the motel. Estriel trying to clear space. He's in position to try to make something happen towards this goal. His teammates are going to win the fights as well, and win the fights they do. Last man there,
Wait a second.
and now a bit of a grab, but not enough skill.
Shotzi's gonna kill him.
Boys. You've got to try to get it happening.
Oh, never mind.
20 seconds to go. Krem.
Oh.
For the goal. Estriel down. It should be safe.
Yeah, Hook saved him on that one. Picked up a 2-piece over towards B2, and he was the last one alive.
They grab it for overtime, or do they just fucking let it reset and let the side end?
Might as well grab it. Then if they kill you, then like
Yeah.
ends anyways.
Wait, they got it. It's overtime now. They
Yeah,
grabbed
you
it.
might as well try. You get a
Nah, I was
chance.
talking about if Optic forced it, but I'm saying
Oh,
Minnesota.
oh.
It reset and now Minnesota grabbed it.
G2 slow but surely. Mercury
Oh,
might
if
be
he
able
would've
to
got
cut
through
his way
there.
out here. What a play, he's done it. That's the end of the half. Great
Damn.
3 out of Mercury's there.
Damn, son.
Swapping
All right,
sides.
G2 fighting. They're fighting here, Jack. Dolly divided gifted. Boink booted divided tier 1. Prodigy divided Twitch Prime. Appreciate it.
G2 extraordinary.
This was a crazy cap, be honest.
Just as Mercules was.
Got 2 pistol kills and ran up and capped it.
Yeah.
And just slipped
Yeah.
on through. That was a long battle to make that
Even
happen.
G2's cap was a clusterfuck. Back green.
Yeah.
This shit was just a fucking...
Walked up.
Yeah.
Needed this moment. This feels like a
SJR, thank you for the super chat, bro.
This one right now on
Appreciate you,
land.
brother.
It slowed down so much, and everybody's keeping things under control.
Little moments like that. Dashy on the defense there. Imagine you get two of those players, including Esri the carrier. For G2 not to line up and take extra shots there is a miracle, a brilliant amount of discipline from them. Just that little play there got them the goal. Well, second half now. Optic had tremendous possession in the first. G2 barely able to get their capture through. We'll see how they fare now.
Dashy with the first blood. Trent, less aggressive than we're used to, and now he soars out, but everybody's already healed up.
The hell?
3 in the feed. Mercules device in hand, and he is leading the charge
running that shit.
already.
Damn, gun.
Enough to drop Mamba.
Backline now completely full of G2 Minnesotan players.
If who can find some kills here on a pinch, would be big.
Trying to get something. Looking for the window, looking for the angle.
That's a point.
It's going to be a capture. Oh, he finds another kill, but that should be good enough.
Oh my god.
They didn't get it. They spawned there. What the
God.
fuck?
How the fuck did they not get
Where they
that?
spawned so close to the point.
I didn't see where they spawned.
They spawned like P2.
On the defensive side, trying to turn this into something good on offense. Well, Mercules in the feed strikes, and now those
Was somebody
Optic
blocking the
players
despawn
are
check?
soaring
What happened there?
around.
He was peeking out the back window.
Yeah, I think he
Up the top
blocked it.
stairs. Yeah. He's peeking out the back stairs.
That was a troll.
Yeah.
What's the issue? Very similar to what Optic had in the first half. This is what you want to go for. The rally. You capture this point. Go for the A goal. Keep maintaining that field pressure. That is the number. The G2 one right now. That'll set very pretty in this half. But Mama's trying to make something happen. He's making something happen, but he's got to contend now still with Dashy.
What the hell?
Are we able to get some G2 players up there to reinforce and maybe get a kill here? Hook's still playing the tight defense. Over the top. Oh, the trade there from Mercules. Safe from one end to the other here on the attack.
Yeah, those B-zone
I will say, G2's, the map's close.
Yeah.
They're close maps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the first two, they just started slow, and they brought it back. This one, they've been neck and neck.
Like, it never feels like they're going to win, but they're keeping the score close.
Yeah.
It's interesting here.
The play is towards B. Shotzi's got to save it. Shotzi's trying to make something happen.
Like,
And this could
that's a
go
point.
in. It is.
Okay.
Guys.
All right, G2's here.
G2 take the lead.
Yeah, unfortunately, watching the wrong
Oh,
team, but
shit.
Shots is making plays with the pistol.
And the ball resets heli side?
Yeah.
And they still have all the pressure in the world on the spawn. The top side
That's
spawn
another
is
cap.
thing for G2. Mamba, the front line man.
Goes for
Baby.
Oh, did he get? Where the fuck did he get shot from?
Top roof.
I can't see the mini map. It's too far.
Cleaning house there. Mama down
Got shot
and
from
out.
roof.
Rally to be found here. Optic takes
Kirk got an angle on him.
survive the advantage.
Uh-oh.
Now back to mid. Classic reset.
Big kills
for
from
them.
Shotzi here.
Now pick their choice.
Wow, big
Oh.
shots.
A bit more attractive.
Oh.
Yo.
Still winning this fight.
Holy fuck, he almost did that.
How the fuck is he still alive?
I don't know. Mama was like 30
Way
HP.
past up the middle of the map. Mercules, nice shots rolling through, and Optic debating about what they want to do. Maybe hoping for some more kills. Merc is basically fighting the entire team by himself. Finally, some trades start to roll through, but Optic, everybody falls, and Hoop simply know where you can go.
Damn.
Nice little
What the
fan
hell?
actually bails you out. Optic trying to keep this pressure up.
G2 commit quite a lot there to try to bring the carrier down. But Optic, they got the late checkout. They're able to stay in the motel that bit longer. It might be enough now to get themselves right on towards the goal. Here come the trophies in play. Skies cannot lose the next gunfight, otherwise he's in a bit of trouble. The reinforcements better get there quick.
Good
Here
one
comes
pump, but
the
he's so
attempt.
weak. Yeah, he's.
Dashy will be the carrier, waiting for the opportunity.
Oh my god!
Hercules is shitting on him.
Shotzi is still here.
What else
with
is
the
new?
pressure, the nightmare inside of your spawn. Merc is the backup.
Going for the rally, bottom side of the map. That's where the next ball will spawn up, and we're going to fight our way forward. Shotzi staying sneaky.
Oh, he almost made an insane play.
We get by, shot him all in the ass.
Might see an overtime here, ladies and gentlemen.
Get out of their spawn. They are getting decimated along the way. Another 3.
That's 3 dead.
Dash is able to give you 2 Skies. Cannot trade him out.
It's a good play from Skies, though.
For Seer and just protect this device.
Doing it. He's doing it. There's the grab.
Good play from
Down
Caesar.
straight away.
Great play.
Great damage.
He's getting shot by
Fantastic damage.
everyone.
Is it enough for any more kills?
They bought enough
Hook's going
time,
from the
though.
top. Oh my word, he
he has
makes
it.
something happen there. Has to back up. Doesn't have the teammates to do it, but
She colored.
Yeah,
They're
straight
diving
from left
in
and
the-
right.
dictating the play right now.
Oh, look at number 2. He's pushed up green and he's rapping. Oh, what the? Why are you coming back? Just run!
Holy shit,
He's
this is
getting
sketchy.
fucking ran down right now.
Get out of dodge, and while he's safe,
Is this about to work?
Hey,
Yo.
fuck? There's no way this is gonna work.
No.
Oh my
Oh my god.
No way.
Nah, that was absurd.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? Hook is playing so good this series, bro. You gotta.
Oh my god.
He's still going.
But Hook is the real
He's still
source.
going, Chad.
Trying to find another. Here we go, Optic once again possession.
That might be GG, guys.
That's for sure GG.
Buys himself a few more.
Oh, the streaks already? Yeah, it's GG. GG, 3-0.
There's a lot of people in this bitch, bro.
Well, that was fucking light work.
That ass.
GG, chat 3-0 as predicted. G2 kept it a close series, but they couldn't close any maps.
now in losers?
Miami.
They could win that.
They could win that.
They could win that.
They could win that, bro.
Full on in play.
It's over with, chat. It's over with.
So far, a stress-free tournament for Optic Texas.
Good series.
6 maps in a row.
It was close match.
It was close.
All the maps were.
Seconds. Scrapped able to find off of recent maps, usually based on how
Absolutely, baby. Absolutely. What a fucking pleasure, chat.
Trying to learn, adjust, and
Wow, Gio and them are down 2-1 to F-Dot Mythics and Denver,
No
bro.
way.
Bro, there's a chance that we have the winners finals in this tournament is a Saudi team and a European team.
That would be crazy.
That Colossus, you get
That'd be
4
crazy.
rounds. The Scar start to destroy in the game 5.
We got Scar HP loading up right now.
Can I get a roll call in the chat? It's time.
You need this map number 1 to forget about the last one if you're Thieves.
Absolutely the case.
Absolutely. Man, look at Trey Boy Cuddy, yeah. Trey Boy looking phenomenal. Here we go, chat. We got a
drama about to get
fucking Scar here.
LA taking on FaZe.
Scar hard point to kick things off.
Let's get it on.
Thieves on the preferred side. Mixed fest of who wants to be the initiator to go for the gunfights early on, and it's Steve setting the tone. 3 for 1. Last man standing is going to be Draza. Already in firm control of the map with FaZe spawning over towards green.
Good stuff though for Thieves, able to respond to this next wave pretty darn nicely. And how about that chow from Avizi? I'm telling you, he's been one of the most flexible players so far on the weekend, and he's showing it here early with the SMG in the hill. 20-0. A perfect start for Thieves. Next wave on the way for FaZe, trying to control mid-map, but they're finally gonna get some kills.
There we go, Booza. There we go, Booza. It's the Zaza brothers going crazy.
45 of the initial HP. So you got to try to contest this old time.
There
Final
you go.
10 seconds here at the
They gotta get set up. They got P2 row as well. Huge wins that new. And a great setup by FaZe. This is a great setup.
Big kill on the pinch.
Beautiful.
Good job, Draza. Good job.
Oh, they got everything. This is great for FaZe.
Fucking sip the fucking pin, baby.
Scrapable to find the trade, looking for more.
Oh shit, but
Oh,
it's
Ernesto's
Ernesto.
ripping right
It's
now.
Ernesto.
Stun will keep him at low HP. Abuza found it mid-map dealt with. Thieves now looking for their break attack. But Draza on 4 in a row is back and healthy on the staircase. Trying to pick up the pinch at the same rate, but no.
What a break. That was beautiful.
That was beautiful from the Thieves.
Yeah,
it was alright. Yeah, it was alright.
Now you know there's pressure from both angles, and then you force Draza to back down from top motel with 2 ARs going for the chow. So the break is good, but now you need time to go with it. 2-2 split in the kill feed. Kenny just trying to buy you his life.
Yeah, but he's in trouble. Draza finding a couple of kills. Hydra trying to save his life and may have done so. Kenny pops up with some extra damage.
21.
And wouldn't you know it, Scrap, Abizi able to lock down the scrap time. Nice P2 there for Thieves.
Yeah, FaZe are just going to talk this one up. You know that we're going over towards the P3, and if we're the initial player over towards the plane heady, you're going to stand a good chance at holding this, but you also don't want to die off the rotation. These are taking a lot of different angles. The one guy that's unaccounted for is going to be Scrap, so you got to give up plane heady. You're surrounded by all of LA, but Draza and Simp manage it. Now you just got to take the guy out the hill.
Yeah, Scrap just trying to find whatever time he possibly can. Thieves trying to re-wrap this over as they spawn up towards White Wall. Abuza already getting the lockdown, and FaZe have a chance to get this thing back to neutral. 40 playing 56. Spawn outside.
I think I just spawned out.
He's going to find Simp. Freebie on
Damn,
bro.
Crazy spawn.
It's good pinches from Thieves again.
They didn't really
Big win right here.
They didn't really pinch. I just spawned out.
Oh, FaZe is spawning deep right now. LA Thieves got full map control right here.
So these off of a great spawn out of BZ.
04 having another rough start at the moment.
And now spawns flip. FaZe on the heavy back foot. You need fights to go your way. You find the initial 2.
Yeah, the
That's actually a big
Time.
15.
Let's go 15. Get that shit.
They're
They're spawning out too. These are spawning out.
Off to another slow start. Abizi, 4 in a row.
04's having a hard time winning fights.
Not just the rotation, but also keep a spawn up here for Thieves. They win the last gunfight. Hardpoint about to open up. A brilliant moment here for LA.
Fantastic moment for LA. In the final 15 seconds, you clean out the house towards the next HP. And now you have the spawns that you want. But FaZe right through the front door, not trying to give up a lot of time here. You just got to get past the crossfire setups out of the ARs. You do the first job done on the Scrap, but he already finds a kill, so still the numbers in favor of LA.
And look where Scrap's on. He's able to come back over and just again stop the rotation in. Thieves taking advantage of what they've been given. Kenny, a little bit of difficulty there, but able to find some damage. The pistol not able to get the read on Dedraza. So Scrap, who was the man spawning out, now trying to block spawns in the back with 30 seconds to fight. Hydra swaps over to an SMG, but Simp with the double has FaZe looking for a break from the front.
Take care of Simp because he already finds 3.
What's good, Silky? What's up, brother?
What's good? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Man, you pulling up with the optic chain, bro?
That's messed up, bro.
He's switching sides, man. Damn.
That's crazy.
How you been, bro?
I've been chilling, bro. You know, I've been doing this org tours and stuff like that. I'm on Optic right now.
Hell yeah.
When FaZe is playing too?
Come on, Silky. Come on, bro.
With the big green ball flag and everything.
Hell yeah. How you been? You enjoying the event, bro?
Yeah, but I was watching Optic play just now.
Yeah, they're nasty.
Real, yeah.
They're nasty as fuck.
I want to see you guys win so I can see Optic versus FaZe.
That'll be a movie. That'll be a movie, bro. Yes, sir. That's the goal right here. These are a good team, bro. FaZe got a tough matchup right now.
Oh wait, Scrap is on these?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
So who's like the heavy hitters in these? Scrap and Hydra?
Yeah, I would say that. BZ too. Lower it a tad, Ben. Lower it a little bit.
The game volume?
Yeah, that's better. A little bit louder. A little bit louder. Hey, good to see you, bro.
Who changed the FaZe roster?
Who did FaZe lose to? FaZe lost to G2.
G2, yeah. Fucking hard counter, bro.
G2 got their number right now. It's kind of like a hard counter for them.
Wait, so Celium is not a part of FaZe Vegas now?
Nah, he's on Falcons
he's on Falcons now. Thallium's on Falcons, Abizi's on Thieves, and Simp's on FaZe still. So it's like they're all at different spots now. Yeah.
And the whole roster looks different.
Yeah, it's crazy. You don't know any of these guys, huh?
I only know Simp.
That's comedy.
Man, we need Twin to step up right here. Come on, Twin.
Who's 04 that's going 5-17 right now?
Yeah, he's struggling right now. He's struggling right now. He's going to kick it up, though, hopefully. Yo, Ben's been on his ass all day.
He's got to start Blood Sim, bro. He's got to start Blood Sim.
Got you. You don't need a better prompt right now. You need the corpus written. I'm going to start writing the long-form source text in a structure that's already exportable later, but it will read like actual writing first. Then you can compress it into sparse priming after. Below are the first 6 chunks. If this direction feels right, just reply continue, continue, and I'll write the next set. Chunk in. Mythcore claim, your playlists aren't storage. They're a new way to move through YouTube without surrendering to the home feed. Context. CC0 is already a heavy consumer, but their default discovery environment is the feed. Subscriptions, home, recommended, and watch next. They don't feel anti-playlist. They feel indifferent because playlists don't yet register as an experience. Mechanism. The feed trains a specific kind of attention. Endless browsing, low commitment, constant switching, and the illusion that you are choosing when the platform is choosing for you. Got you. You don't need a better prompt right now. You need the corpus written. I'm going to start writing the long-form source text in a structure that's already exportable later, but it will read like actual writing first. Then you can compress it into sparse priming after. Below are the first 6 chunks. If this direction feels right, just reply continue, and I'll write the next set. Chunk ID, row 1, role, myth, core claim. Your playlists aren't storage. They're a new way to move through YouTube without surrendering to the home feed. Context. CC0 is already a heavy consumer, but their default discovery environment is the feed. Subscriptions, home, recommended, and watch next. They don't feel anti-playlist. They feel indifferent because playlists don't yet register as an experience. Mechanism. The feed trains a specific kind of attention. Endless browsing, low commitment, constant switching, and the illusion that you are choosing when the platform is choosing for you.
Chunk ID, 001 role, myth core claim, your playlists aren't storage, they're a new way to move through YouTube without surrendering to the home feed. Context, CC0 is already a heavy consumer, but their default discovery environment is the feed, subscriptions, home, recommended, and watch next. They don't feel anti-playlist. They feel indifferent because playlists don't yet register as an experience. Mechanism: the feed trains a specific kind of attention, endless browsing, low commitment, constant switching, and the illusion that you are choosing when the platform is choosing for you. The myth shift is not be organized. The myth shift is choose a different environment. A playlist functions like a room with its own logic. It constrains the options while expanding the coherence. The viewer's nervous system experiences that constraint as relief, not limitation, because it reduces decision fatigue. In CC0, the pain is rarely "I need a system." The pain is "I watch so much, but I can't hold on to it." A playlist as interface reframes discovery as navigation, and navigation becomes the value. The myth shift is not be organized. Chunk ID 001 role, myth core claim: your playlists aren't storage, they're a new way to move through YouTube without surrendering to the home feed. Context: CC0 is already a heavy consumer, but their default discovery environment is the feed, subscriptions, home, recommended, and watch next. They don't feel anti-playlist. They feel indifferent because playlists don't yet register as an experience. Mechanism: the feed trains a specific kind of attention, endless browsing, low commitment, constant switching, and the illusion that you are choosing when the platform is choosing for you. The myth shift is not be organized. The myth shift is choose a different environment. A playlist functions like a room with its own logic. It constrains the options while expanding the coherence. The viewer's nervous system experiences that constraint as relief, not limitation, because it reduces decision fatigue. In CC0, the pain is rarely "I need a system." The pain is "I watch so much, but I can't hold on to it." A playlist as interface reframes discovery as navigation, and navigation becomes the value. The moment the viewer returns to the playlist instead of returning to the feed, the conversion has started. Signals: I didn't know playlists could be like this. This is easier than scrolling. They scroll titles inside the playlist like it's a mini feed. They skip without guilt but stay inside the playlist container. They watch 1 to 2 videos, then go back to the playlist to pick the next. They reopen the playlist later instead of opening the home page. They send someone the playlist instead of a video. Lever: treat playlist navigation as the product. Teach permission, not theory. This is a menu, not homework. Fail mode: selling sequencing or a system too early. CC0 hears obligation and bounces. Variants: playlist type, ASAP quick pick category quick pick motivator, relief control coherence device, mobile tablet desktop chunk ID, 002 role, model core claim, CC0 rightward arrow CC1A is not belief conversion, it's environment conversion. Context: you are not trying to persuade CC0 that playlists are valuable in theory. You are trying to relocate their browsing behavior into a curated container where value becomes self-evident through use. Mechanism: CC0 lives in an attention economy where the costliest action is choosing what's next. They solve this cost by outsourcing choice to the feed. That outsourcing has a hidden tax: fragmentation, repetitive recommendations, and a sense of circling ideas without landing them. The conversion is therefore best modeled as a simple swap, feed logic replaced by playlist logic. CC1A begins when the viewer uses your playlist as the browsing surface. That can look like scanning titles, skipping around, sampling, or letting it run in the background. None of that requires them to understand your curation philosophy. It requires only that the playlist becomes the default container for a session. Once the container holds a session, you gain time. With time, you gain trust. With trust, they begin to treat the conversion is therefore best modeled as a simple swap, feed logic replaced by playlist logic. The conversion is therefore best modeled as a simple swap. Variants: playlist type, ASAP quick pick category quick pick motivator, relief control coherence device, mobile tablet desktop chunk ID, 002 role, model core claim, CC0 rightward arrow CC1A is not belief conversion, it's environment conversion. Context: you are not trying to persuade CC0 that playlists are valuable in theory. You are trying to relocate their browsing behavior into a curated container where value becomes self-evident through use. Mechanism: CC0 lives in an attention economy where the costliest action is choosing what's next. They solve this cost by outsourcing choice to the feed. That outsourcing has a hidden tax: fragmentation, repetitive recommendations, and a sense of circling ideas without landing them. The conversion is therefore best modeled as a simple swap, feed logic replaced by playlist logic. CC1A begins when the viewer uses your playlist as the browsing surface. That can look like scanning titles, skipping around, sampling, or letting it run in the background. None of that requires them to understand your curation philosophy. It requires only that the playlist becomes the default container for a session. Once the container holds a session, you gain time. With time, you gain trust. With trust, they begin to treat your curated cross-section as a reliable alternate reality and adjacent hypergraph that gets them out of their filter bubble without feeling like random. Signals: session starts inside a playlist instead of inside the home feed. They return to the playlist page between videos. They use the playlist to decide what next rather than the sidebar. They tolerate unfamiliar creators because the container implies vetting. They watch longer because switching costs are lower. They treat the playlist as a place, not a list. Lever, in the first minute of any landing content, demonstrate navigation, scroll, pause, choose, skip, return. Make the act visible. Fail mode, mistaking watched one video from a playlist for CC1A. CC1A is sustained container use, not incidental entry. Variants, entry source, add recommendation search session style, sample binge background trust style, authority-led vibe-led utility-led chunk ID, 003 role, persona core claim, the highest yield CC0 isn't a normie, it's a capable person whose attention is overspent. Context, this persona is prime for paid acquisition because they already have the volume and the curiosity. What they lack is a low-friction container that feels better than the feed. Mechanism, name, Daniel. Age, 39. Location, major metro suburb. Job, senior manager in a knowledge-heavy role. Device, tablet at night, dual monitor by day. Daniel's day is meetings and decisions. His night is recovery. YouTube is where he gets ideas, relief, and a feeling of being connected to the world without performing. He watches long-form, interviews, breakdowns, debates, and the occasional live stream because it feels like thinking in company. Daniel saves too much content and returns to almost none of it. His watch later is a graveyard. His subscriptions are crowded. His feed is half accurate and half annoying. He doesn't say, I need a system. He says, I don't want to spend my night choosing. When Daniel sees a playlist that functions like a better browsing surface where he can scroll titles like a menu, sample quickly, and stay inside a coherent container, he feels immediate relief. Not because it's organized, but because it reduces the labor of deciding. If the first 2 videos hit, he gives the playlist his whole session. He might not notice sequencing. He will notice that he isn't restless. Signals, I just want something that's already picked. I don't want to scroll for 20 minutes. Bounces fast if the first click feels like homework. Stays if he can sample without commitment. Returns to the playlist later the same week. Lever, cell relief and signal density, stop hunting. Start inside a curated list. Fail mode, using productivity language. Daniel does not want to feel like he's doing work. Variants, life load, new parent burnout caretaking time window, 20 minutes 60 minutes 2 hours playlist type, ASAP category chunk ID, 004 role, journey core claim, the CC0 ad click happens when you name the friction without insulting the identity. Context, CC0 viewers often carry pride about their taste and volume. If your ad implies they're lost or unskilled, it triggers resistance. The ad must validate who they are and reframe what they're missing. Mechanism, the journey starts with an emotion that feels small but chronic, annoyance at the feed, fatigue from choosing, and a vague sense of I watched a lot but I didn't land anything. Your ad does not solve it. It names it. The naming creates a moment of recognition, that's me. The click is not I want playlists. The click is I want that feeling to stop. On landing, the content must immediately show the alternate environment. Do not lecture. Show the container. Scroll the playlist. Pick something. Skip something. Return to the playlist. Make it look normal. Then give the viewer permission, this is not a course, it's a menu. Once the viewer uses the playlist as the browsing surface, you've achieved CC1A behavior. Their second session is the real test. If they come back to a playlist instead of the home feed, the mythology is taking hold. At that point, you can introduce language like digest, cross-section, outside your bubble, but only as descriptions of what they already felt. Signals, add resonance is expressed as finally or exactly. On landing, they pause when you scroll titles. They copy the playlist link rather than the video link. They ask in comments, do you update this? Where do I start? They don't ask for theory, they ask for direction. Lever, on landing, start anywhere. This is browsing. In ads, you don't need better recommendations. You need better navigation. Fail mode, making playlist navigation sound like training. It must sound like a more enjoyable version of what they already do. Variants, entry emotion, fatigue frustration curiosity landing format, live stream recorded stream short demo call to action, browse pick jump in chunk ID, 005 role, language core claim, CC0 ready language is permission plus reframing, CC1A ready language is guidance plus habit formation. Context, you need a vocabulary ladder that doesn't start with curation or taxonomy. Those words are status coded and can trigger pushback or intimidation. Mechanism, CC0 language should sound like it's describing their life, not instructing them. It should validate volume and taste. It should name friction as normal. It should introduce navigation as the missing concept, not organization. The highest performing phrases tend to be short, visual, and container-based: room, menu, map, lane, index, shelf, briefing, cross-section. For CC1A, the language shifts slightly. Once they're inside the playlist, you can give them gentle rules of engagement that make the experience feel intentional without feeling like work. CC1A doesn't need theory, they need a way to return. Use this playlist like your new feed. Come back here when you don't want to scroll. Pick one and let it run. This is habit language, not identity language. Signals, CC0 responds to, stop scrolling, better feed, menu, map, index. CC0 resists, system, framework, optimize, productivity. CC1A asks, where do I start? How often updated? What's the difference between these playlists? CC1A repeats, I like browsing this way. Lever, maintain a controlled vocabulary, navigation, container, cross-section, lane, digest. Introduce curation only after CC1A is stable. Fail mode, explaining your philosophy before they feel the environment shift. Let the experience create the belief. Variance, tone, scholarly calm kinetic audience, older depth preservers burnout professionals high velocity natives promise, relief control coherence chunk ID, 006 role, principles core claim, your first promise is not better content. Your first promise is a better way to browse. Context, you currently ship 2 playlist types, ASAP Quick Pick and Category Quick Pick. Neither requires sequencing to deliver value. What they require is a clear navigation story so people don't treat playlists like dead lists. Mechanism, Principle 1, navigation must be visible. In ads and landing content, show the playlist UI and show decisions being made inside it. Principle 2, permission beats instruction. Tell them it's okay to skip, okay to sample, okay to start anywhere. Principle 3, the container is the product. Even when the playlist is raw, ASAP cross-section, it still beats the feed because it's a controlled slice of a competent consumer's hypergraph. Principle 4, your ecosystem is an alternate YouTube. Don't position it as better than you. Position it as adjacent to you, a parallel browsing lane that expands range without sacrificing taste. Principle 5, only introduce deeper ordering later. Sequencing can be a future layer, L2. Right now, sell the immediate win, less scroll, more signal. Signals, people who convert say this is a better way to browse. They spend time hovering titles and thumbnails. They stay in playlist instead of returning to the home feed. They ask for best place to start rather than why playlists. Lever, treat every piece of content as an invitation into the container. Your CTA isn't watch this video. Your CTA is enter this playlist. Fail mode, acting like the playlist needs to be perfect to be valuable. Perfection isn't the hook, environment shift is. Variance, playlist, ASAP category content format, live recorded shorts as doorway goal, time on playlist repeat sessions sharing reply continue for 007, 012. You said, continue ChatGPT said, chunk ID, 007 role, persona core claim, some CC0 viewers don't lack taste or synthesis they lack a chunk ID, 007 role, persona core claim, some CC0 viewers don't lack taste or synthesis they lack a container that feels like command, not content. Context, this persona maps to your 1969 born legacy synthesizer profile, high status cognition, selective attention, and a preference for controlled inputs. They're CC0 because YouTube still feels like leisure, not an instrument. Mechanism, name, Graham. Age, 57. Location, UK suburban belt. Job, senior legal/policy consultant. Device, desktop by day, tablet in the evening. Graham uses YouTube the way he uses a newspaper, selectively, deliberately, and with a sense that his real synthesis happens elsewhere. He's not lost in the algorithm. He's annoyed by it. His feed feels like a noisy lobby. He tolerates it because occasionally it yields a useful briefing. Graham's internal identity is competence. He dislikes anything that smells like tips, hacks, or creator culture. He will not click an ad that implies he needs to learn how to use YouTube properly. But he will click an ad that frames playlists as a controlled way to scan a topic landscape without surrendering to the home feed's randomness. Inside a playlist, Graham's behavior shifts fast if the container proves itself. He scrolls titles like an index. He samples one video to test the curatorial judgment. If it hits, he returns to the playlist and continues scanning. He doesn't need sequencing, he needs a trustworthy field of options. He becomes CC1A the moment the playlist becomes his browsing surface for the session. Signals, I want the best cross-section, not the whole internet. I don't want to hunt through recommendations. He uses the playlist list view more than the watch page. He picks by title logic, not thumbnail emotion. He returns to the playlist between videos. He shares the playlist as a reference tool. Lever, position the playlist as an interface for controlled discovery, index, briefing, cross-section, comparative context. Fail mode, using community, vibes, or creator personality as the lead. He becomes CC1A the moment the playlist becomes his chunk ID, 007 role, Persona Core Claim, some CC0 viewers don't lack taste or synthesis, they lack a container that feels like command, not content. Context, this persona maps to your 1969-born legacy synthesizer profile, high status cognition, selective attention, and a preference for controlled inputs. They're CC0 because YouTube still feels like leisure, not an instrument. Mechanism, name, Graham. Age, 57. Location, UK suburban belt. Job, senior legal/policy consultant. Device, desktop by day, tablet in the evening. Graham uses YouTube the way he uses a newspaper, selectively, deliberately, and with a sense that his real synthesis happens elsewhere. He's not lost in the algorithm. He's annoyed by it. His feed feels like a noisy lobby. He tolerates it because occasionally it yields a useful briefing. Graham's internal identity is competence. He dislikes anything that smells like tips, hacks, or creator culture. He will not click an ad that implies he needs to learn how to use YouTube properly. But he will click an ad that frames playlists as a controlled way to scan a topic landscape without surrendering to the home feed's randomness. Inside a playlist, Graham's behavior shifts fast if the container proves itself. He scrolls titles like an index. He samples one video to test the curatorial judgment. If it hits, he returns to the playlist and continues scanning. He doesn't need sequencing, he needs a trustworthy field of options. He becomes CC1A the moment the playlist becomes his browsing surface for the session. Signals, I want the best cross-section, not the whole internet. I don't want to hunt through recommendations. He uses the playlist list view more than the watch page. He picks by title logic, not thumbnail emotion. He returns to the playlist between videos. He shares the playlist as a reference tool. Lever, position the playlist as an interface for controlled discovery, index, briefing, cross-section, comparative context. Fail mode, using community, vibes, or creator personality as the lead. He reads that as noise. Variance, promise, control comparative context low noise playlist type, category ASAP tone, institutional pragmatic minimalist chunk ID, 008 role, persona core claim. Some CC0 viewers are already curators in self-concept, but they don't treat playlists as a legitimate scholarly apparatus. Context, this persona maps to your 1959-born intellectual curator, depth-preserving, tradition-oriented, and continuity-focused. Their CC0 is not ignorance. It's categorization. Playlists live in the entertainment bucket. Mechanism, name, Diane. Age, 66. Location, rural suburban fringe in the US. Work, semi-retired consultant in education/healthcare administration. Device, tablet for consumption, desktop for research. Diane's YouTube sessions are long, but narrow. She follows lecturers, debates, interviews, archival talks, and institutional channels. She is not driven by novelty, she is driven by continuity. Her frustration is not too much content. Her frustration is losing the thread across weeks and months. She can't always reconstruct where she heard an argument, which speaker responded to which idea, or what belongs together across time. Diane does not respond to discover new creators' language. That sounds like distraction. She responds to preserve continuity without extra work. If she clicks into a playlist and experiences it as an index, an archive, or a syllabus-like container, the playlist suddenly becomes legitimate. Her CC1A behavior is recognizable. She uses playlists as reference environments. She will pause, rewind, and take notes. She may not watch end-to-end, but she returns to the same playlist repeatedly and treats it as a stable collection with meaning. The conversion is not binge. It's re-entry. Signals, I'm trying to find that her CC1A behavior is recognizable. Diane's YouTube sessions are long, but narrow. She follows lecturers, debates, interviews, archival talks, and institutional channels. She is not driven by novelty, she is driven by continuity. Her frustration is not too much content. Her frustration is losing the thread across weeks and months. She can't always reconstruct where she heard an argument, which speaker responded to which idea, or what belongs together across time. Diane does not respond to discover new creators' language. That sounds like distraction. She responds to preserve continuity without extra work. If she clicks into a playlist and experiences it as an index, an archive, or a syllabus-like container, the playlist suddenly becomes legitimate. Her CC1A behavior is recognizable. She uses playlists as reference environments. She will pause, rewind, and take notes. She may not watch end-to-end, but she returns to the same playlist repeatedly and treats it as a stable collection with meaning. The conversion is not binge. It's re-entry. Signals, I'm trying to find that talk again. I want the continuity of the argument. She bookmarks playlists like reference materials. She watches on a larger screen when she cares. She returns to the same playlist over time. She values titles that are precise and sober. Lever, frame playlists as scholarly navigation, index, archive, syllabus, continuity map, comparative shelf. Fail mode, overemphasizing speed, novelty, or quick picks as the core value. She hears shallowness. Variance, value, continuity reference depth preservation playlist type, category ASAP entry, search recommendation add chunk ID, 009 role, persona core claim, some CC0 viewers are platform fluent but coherence starved, they don't need discovery, they need narrative alignment across time. Context, this persona maps to your 1997 born emerging specialist, high-speed digital life, social first discovery, mobile forward consumption. CC0 persists because playlists feel static and schoolish. Mechanism, name, Sophia. Age, 28. Location, Tier 2 US city. Work, e-commerce and digital marketing. Devices, mobile for consumption, laptop for production. Sophia lives inside feeds. She knows how discovery works. She's not intimidated by interfaces, she's bored by them. She watches constantly, often in short bursts, but she also binge watches when something becomes a storyline. Her pain isn't too much content. It's too many disconnected threads. She can tell when she's in a loop. She wants pattern, adjacency, and the feeling that different creators are speaking to the same moment. Sophia is CC0 because playlists currently register as storage containers, lists people made and forgot. The conversion lever is making playlist navigation feel like movement. When she sees someone scroll a playlist and call out the logic of adjacency, titles, thumbnails, and conceptual neighborhoods, she reclassifies playlists from static storage into dynamic browsing lanes. As CC1A, she does not become a dutiful playlist completionist. She becomes a playlist browser. She opens the list, scans for spikes of interest, watches one, then jumps back to the list for the next. She shares playlists as the lane for a topic, not as a set of videos. Signals, I want the thread, not random takes. This feels like a timeline of the conversation. She scrolls titles quickly and picks fast. She skips aggressively but stays in container. She shares playlists with a caption like start here. She comments when she sees pattern recognition happening live. Lever, show navigation as performance, fast scanning, surprising adjacency, this belongs next to that. Fail mode, over-explaining. She converts through motion and vibe before she converts through theory. Variance, motivation, coherence novelty social proof device, mobile laptop playlist type, ASAP category chunk ID, 010 role, scene core claim, the first CC1A experience should feel like stepping into a different YouTube, not enrolling in a system. Context, this scene depicts the moment a CC0 viewer becomes CC1A by using your playlist as the browsing surface. The point isn't they love playlists. The point is they stop using the home feed for the session. Mechanism, it's 11:43 p.m. The apartment is quiet except for the fridge and the muted city outside. The viewer is on a phone, thumb doing the familiar ritual, open YouTube, hover over the home feed, feel the mild irritation that nothing looks right, and start scrolling anyway because scrolling is what you do when you're tired. An ad interrupts, but it doesn't sound like an ad. It sounds like a confession. You watch hours of good content, but you still feel like you didn't land anything. Then it shows a screen recording. Not a talking head. Not a promise. A playlist page. Titles stacked. Thumbnails like signposts. A finger scrolls, pauses, scrolls again, taps one video, watches 15 seconds, backs out, taps another. No shame. No commitment. The voice says one line, this is browsing. Start anywhere. They click through. The landing isn't a polished explainer. It's you inside a playlist, moving. Here's the quick pick. It's a cross-section. Don't treat it like homework. You scroll and stop on something interesting. This one is a good entry. You tap it. The viewer feels something small but decisive, less pressure. It's not that the videos are magically better. It's that the environment is calmer. When the video ends, they don't return to the home feed. They return to the playlist list. They scroll again. They pick again. The container holds. Signals, they back out to the playlist list instead of following recommended. They test 2 to 3 videos quickly to verify trust. They settle into a longer session once trust is established. They save the playlist link. Lever, make skip and return normal. Normalize browsing inside the playlist as the whole point. Fail mode, asking for commitment up front, watch this whole series. Commitment kills the first session. Variance, time, late night commute lunch break device, mobile tablet entry, add recommendation search chunk ID, 011 role, objection core claim, the biggest CC0 resistance isn't I hate playlists, it's playlists feel like work, and I don't want homework. Context, these objections show up in ad response, comments, and bounce behavior. They're not moral objections, they're friction objections. Handling them correctly keeps your promise honest, navigation, not sequencing. Mechanism, objection, playlists are boring. What it means, they've only experienced abandoned lists or creator series that require start to finish devotion. Counter, your playlists are not a course, they are browsing lanes. The value is in being able to scan, sample, and skip while staying inside a coherent container. Objection, I don't have time to watch a playlist. What it means, they're imagining obligation and completion. Counter, a playlist is a better place to choose one video. Even if they watch one, the container did its job. Objection, this feels like someone telling me what to think. What it means, distrust of authority claims. Counter, you're not telling them what to think, you're showing them a cross-section of what a heavy consumer is seeing, and letting them choose. Objection, I already have subscriptions. What it means, they believe subscriptions equal control. Counter, subscriptions are a pile, playlists are a navigable slice. One is storage, the other is a lane. Objection, why not just use the home feed? What it means, they don't feel the tax yet. Counter, the playlist reduces decision fatigue and repetition, and makes it easier to step outside the filter bubble without sacrificing signal. Signals, fast bounce when they hear system, framework, or theory. Comments that equate playlist to series. Where do I start, phrased as anxiety. Do I have to watch in order, asked defensively. Lever, install permission language everywhere, menu, not homework, skip freely, start anywhere, return to the list. Fail mode, defending playlists intellectually. The correct response is behavioral, show browsing. Variance, objection tone, skeptical overwhelmed dismissive audience, control seeker relief seeker coherence seeker playlist type, ASAP category chunk ID, 012 role, script core claim, a winning CC0 ad is a live demonstration of navigation, with one line of permission and one line of promise. Context, this is a 30 to 40 second YouTube pre-roll built for the burnout leaning, high elasticity CC0 segment, your 1985 urban professional type. It avoids sequencing claims and sells better browsing. Mechanism, visual, screen recording. Start on YouTube home feed scrolling for 2 seconds, then hard cut to a playlist page. Audio, calm, direct. If you watch YouTube at night and still spend half the time deciding what to watch, you're not watching too much. You're browsing in the wrong place. Visual, finger scrolls playlist titles and thumbnails. Pause on one. Tap. Play 3 seconds. Back out. Tap another. Audio, this is a curated quick pick. Not a course. Not homework. A menu. Visual, show the playlist title area briefly, ASAP quick pick, then a cut to category quick pick with a few titles that clearly relate. Audio, one playlist is a cross-section of what a heavy watcher is seeing right now. The other is a topic lane when you want coherence. Visual, return to list view, hover, pick. Make skipping look normal and fast. Audio, start anywhere. Skip anything. The point is you stop scrolling the feed and start navigating inside a container. On-screen text, simple stop scrolling. Start navigating. CTA, spoken, click into the playlist and pick your first video. Signals, viewer rewinds to watch the scrolling again. Click-through driven by UI curiosity, not creator worship. Comments ask for which playlist should I use. Second session behavior returns to playlist list view. Lever, always show list view and the back out to list move. That's the conversion behavior. Fail mode, talking about curation philosophy without showing navigation. The UI must do the persuasion. Variance, tone, relief control coherence format, pre-roll shorts door mid-roll playlist shown, ASAP category both reply continue for 013, 018. Chunk ID, 013 role, myth core claim, the feed is a casino, the playlist is a lane. Context, CC0 doesn't need to be told the feed is bad. They already feel the irritation. They need a new metaphor that makes switching environments feel natural, not moralized. Mechanism, the home feed behaves like a slot machine, endless pulls, intermittent reward, and the subtle belief that the next scroll will solve the night. CC0 has adapted to this pattern so deeply that it feels like watching YouTube itself. Your mythology interrupts that identity without insulting it. It says, you're not broken, the environment is designed for restless browsing. A playlist, by contrast, is a lane finite, legible, and navigable. It does not promise that every item is perfect, it promises that you won't be trapped in the casino logic. The lane metaphor also protects your current reality, you're not claiming deep sequencing, you're claiming a curated route through a cross-section. The conversion happens when the viewer chooses the lane for one session and realizes their attention changes inside it. They are calmer, less jumpy, and less resentful. That felt change becomes the belief. Signals, this is way easier to pick from. I'm not doom scrolling the feed anymore. They browse titles with intention rather than boredom. They use lane language, send me that lane, what lane is this? They stay in list view to choose the next video. They return to the playlist later as a default entry point. Lever, in ads, contrast scrolling the feed with browsing a lane. In content, visually demonstrate switching from feed to playlist in under 5 seconds. Fail mode, turning the feed into a moral enemy. CC0 doesn't want guilt, they want an exit ramp. Variants, metaphor, lane menu room index playlist, ASAP category motivation, relief control coherence chunk ID, 014 role, model core claim, CC1A conversion can be measured as container retention, not watch time. Context, watch time is noisy because CC0 already watches a lot. You need a behavioral definition that proves the environment shifted, the playlist became the browsing surface. Mechanism, container retention is the proportion of a session where the viewer stays inside your playlist container when choosing what's next. A CC0 viewer can watch a video you included and still remain CC0 if their navigation stays in the home feed, channel pages, or the recommended sidebar. CC1A begins when they choose the next video from the playlist list view, or playlist UI, at least once, because that move indicates the playlist is now functioning as their interface. The stronger signal is repetition, they do that move multiple times in one session, then return to the playlist on a second day. This definition is robust even when your playlist is raw, ASAP cross-section, because it tests the exact product you're actually delivering, a better browsing environment. It also keeps you honest about sequencing, you don't need adjacency to be perfect, you need the container to be attractive enough that the viewer doesn't flee back to the feed. Signals, back out to playlist behavior after each video. Picked next from the list expressed in comments. Viewer clicks multiple videos from the same playlist in one session. Viewer returns to the same playlist later. Viewer shares the playlist link rather than the video link. Viewer asks for the next playlist or updated quick pick. Lever, optimize early content for list view browsing, show titles, scroll, pause, choose, skip, return. Fail mode, measuring success as watched the playlist end to end. End to end is not required, and trying to force it will reduce container retention. Variants, session type, sample binge background return window, same day week month playlist type, ASAP category chunk ID, 015 role, journey core claim, the first 60 seconds after click should be a navigation handshake, not an explainer. Context, CC0 ad traffic arrives with curiosity and skepticism. The click is fragile. If the landing begins with philosophy, you lose them before they feel the environment shift. Mechanism, the journey is a sequence of micro-decisions. After click, CC0 asks, is this for me? They don't ask it explicitly, their thumb asks it. The first 10 seconds must show the playlist interface and a human using it. The next 20 seconds must normalize behavior, start anywhere, skip freely, browse the list, pick what hits. This is the handshake, an immediate demonstration that your ecosystem is not homework. Only after the handshake do you name what's happening, this is a quick pick cross-section, or this is a category lane. Then you anchor the benefit they can feel right now, less scrolling, faster picks, better discovery outside the bubble. If they stay past minute 1, they begin to trust the container. If they return to the playlist list view to choose the next video, CC1A has begun. If they leave the playlist and return to the home feed immediately, you failed the handshake, not the philosophy. Signals, drop-offs happen during explanation, not during browsing. Comments ask where do I start, when permission wasn't clear. High retention spikes when list view scrolling appears on screen. Viewers mimic the move, they browse the playlist page while watching you browse. Lever, build a consistent opening ritual, here's the list. Start anywhere. Skip anything. I'll show you how I pick. Fail mode, treating the playlist title as self-explanatory. The title is metadata, the handshake is behavior. Variants, landing format, live recorded short demo entry, add rec search playlist, ASAP category chunk ID, 016 role, language core claim, your vocabulary should avoid curation until after the viewer has already behaved like a curator. Context, CC0 hears curation as status coded, effort coded, or judgment coded. It can trigger either intimidation, that's not me, or resistance, don't tell me how to watch. Mechanism, before CC1A, you want words that describe actions, not identities. The safe words are container words and movement words: browse, pick, lane, menu, room, list, cross-section, jump, scan, start anywhere. These words invite play. They also match what CC0 already does, choosing what to watch without reframing it as labor. After CC1A stabilizes, you can introduce light identity language, your digest, your lane, your way through. The vocabulary ladder works because it follows behavior. First you change the environment. Then you give language to the changed environment. Then, much later, you can name it as curation. Signals, CC0 reacts negatively to framework, system, optimize. CC0 reacts positively to stop scrolling, better way to pick, start anywhere. CC1A begins using your words, lane, digest, cross-section. CC1A asks for updates or the next quick pick. Lever, keep a controlled lexicon in ads and intros. Treat curation as a later reveal, not a front door label. Fail mode, opening an ad with curated playlists as the lead value. It sounds like organization. You're selling navigation. Variants, tone, calm institutional kinetic audience, control relief coherence device, mobile tablet desktop chunk ID, 017 role, counter objection core claim, there's no sequencing is not a weakness if your promise is navigation, it becomes a feature, freedom inside a vetted container. Context, you ship ASAP quick pick and category quick pick. CC0 and early CC1A may subconsciously expect order and then feel dissonance when the list is more cross-sectional than linear. You need a clean reframe that preserves trust. Mechanism, the counter is to separate two ideas, ordering and browsing. You're not selling a lecture series. You're selling a navigable cross-section. In ASAP, the value is speed to signal, it's the best slice of a heavy watcher's current intake. The browsing freedom is the point, you're allowed to jump. In category, the value is thematic neighborhood, adjacency is based on conceptual tether, not strict sequence. That means you can enter anywhere and still feel coherence. When someone pushes for sequencing, you don't debate it. You locate it as a future layer. If you want a strict best of path, that's a different playlist type. This protects your integrity and gives them a reason to stay now. Signals, do I have to watch in order? What's the right starting point? This feels random from viewers who expected a course. I like that I can jump around from viewers who got the browsing promise. Lever, bake in a one-sentence rule, this isn't in order. It's a menu. Then demonstrate jumping as normal. Fail mode, apologizing for lack of sequencing. Apology implies deficiency. Reframe it as designed browsing freedom inside a vetted lane. Variants, playlist, ASAP category viewer need, structure freedom coherence future layer, best of 50 guided path thematic arcs chunk ID, 018 role, scene core claim, the hook can be nothing but playlist navigation if the navigation itself is treated like a reveal. Context, this scene is built for the Gen Z/high velocity CC0 segment that won't tolerate explanation. It demonstrates the conversion lever, motion first, language second. Mechanism, a phone screen fills the frame. No face. No intro. Just the YouTube home feed scrolling fast, 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 then a hard stop. The thumb hesitates. A beat. The feed keeps moving anyway. Cut. Now a playlist page. The scroll is slower, deliberate. Titles flash by like street signs. The thumb pauses on a title that feels oddly specific, then the next title underneath it feels like it answers the first. The cursor hovers. Tap. 10 seconds of the video. Back. Another tap. Another 10 seconds. Back. A voice finally enters, almost as an aside, this is how you browse without the feed. The thumb scrolls again, and the viewer can feel the difference, not fewer options, but less chaos. The playlist is still abundant, but it's bounded. The choices are inside a container someone else already filtered. The voice adds one permission line, skip anything. Start anywhere. No more explanation. The scene ends with the playlist list view sitting there like a quiet alternative reality. The CTA is not subscribe. The CTA is implied, stay in this lane for one session and feel what your attention does. Signals, viewer rewatches the scrolling segment. Click-through happens on curiosity about the list. Viewer mimics the behavior immediately, scroll, sample, back, pick. Comments ask for more lanes rather than what is this. Lever, use UI as narrative. Treat list view as the hero shot. Make back to list the signature move. Fail mode, explaining before demonstrating. This segment needs proof of feel, not proof by argument. Variants, tempo, fast medium playlist shown, ASAP category voiceover, none one line light guidance reply continue 4019, 024.
Welcome back. You're taking a look at the semi-champs. FaZe beat Los Angeles Thieves. And we're jumping back in. Come get up and wake up to me. Jadum jadum jum from the ten. Jadum jadum dum dum make it go away. Dum 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 dum. How do you find a day? approaching a 500 video playlist. Just cracked 450.
London would give you a better access to it. Yeah. I think we could probably infer a few things, but like if you're going to film worldwide, it would make a lot of sense to place it in London rather than in the United States, like LA or in Vancouver. I'm wondering if Garrow and company are going to
Yep, so we're just sitting here consuming culture commentary, talking about the new Stargate series. We just finished
I wonder if
wrapping...
going to move out there temporarily or manage from afar. That's a good question. A lot of these shows, I think, that shoot worldwide,
Los Angeles
they do
Thieves
those
versus
international
LA
locations
Vegas,
for, by and large, for their externals,
Las Vegas,
and use for their location shooting, their outdoor scenes. And then they use the sound stages for all the stuff where they can build sets and have it fixed and control your climate and lighting and all that, and shoot around the clock. So Obi-Wan Kenobi, for example, filmed in some stuff in the UK and Los Angeles, but then when they go on location, you want a nice big desert, instead of using the volume or some other way of faking it. You know, if you want to film in Tunisia, you have a unit that is scheduled out for X number of days shooting in Tunisia, and you just run that unit. I was looking through the credits of Fallout for reasons that we can get into that are also related to this story, and Fallout had I think it said a Namibia unit, where they just did a bunch of externals in Namibia. So I imagine for Stargate with a budget, that's probably what we're looking at for worldwide. It's probably all the internal stuff, the sound stage stuff is going to be in London, and then go around the world for alien planets, right? Instead of the Vancouver Forest and the Rock Quarry, and that's kind of it. They can find alien planets by looking at different shooting locations all over the world.
Yeah, I'm thrilled that they're doing this. They certainly don't have to. One of my favorite shows that they killed was Netflix's 1899, and
yeah, that was the one on the ship.
Looks like $1 million. I mean, they do this shot where they're in the middle of like this mountainous area. It looks like Pelennor Fields. You got this rocky, grassy terrain, and then all around is just a wall of mountains. And there's this big black square in the sky where it's an artifice, and that the technology is extraordinary now. And the fact that they are choosing to go back out there and do it, I think says a lot about Amazon's commitment to making a fantastic product.
Chunk ID 001 Core claim, your playlists aren't storage, they're a new way to move through YouTube without surrendering to the home feed. Context, CC0 is already a heavy consumer, but their default discovery environment is the feed, subscriptions, home, recommended, and watch next. They don't feel anti-playlist. They feel indifferent because playlists don't yet register as an experience. Mechanism, the feed trains a specific kind of attention, endless browsing, low commitment, constant switching, and the illusion that you are choosing when the platform is choosing for you. The myth shift is not be organized. The myth shift is choose a different environment. A playlist functions like a room with its own logic, it constrains the options while expanding the coherence. The viewer's nervous system experiences that constraint as relief, not limitation, because it reduces decision fatigue. In CC0, the pain is rarely I need a system. The pain is I watch so much, but I can't hold on to it. A playlist as interface reframes discovery as navigation, and navigation becomes the value. The moment the viewer returns to the playlist instead of returning to the feed, the conversion has started. Signals, I didn't know playlists could be like this. This is easier than scrolling. They scroll titles inside the playlist like it's a mini feed. They skip without guilt but stay inside the playlist container. They watch 1 to 2 videos, then go back to the playlist to pick the next. They reopen the playlist later instead of opening the home page. They send someone the playlist instead of a video. Lever, treat playlist navigation as the product. Teach permission, not theory, this is a menu, not homework. Fail mode, selling sequencing or a system too early. CC0 here's obligation and bounces. Variants, playlist type, ASAP quick pick category quick pick motivator, relief control coherence device, mobile tablet desktop chunk ID, 002 role, model core claim, CC0 rightward arrow CC1A is not belief conversion, it's environment conversion. Context, you are not trying to persuade CC0 that playlists are valuable in theory. You are trying to relocate their browsing behavior into a curated container where value becomes self-evident through use. Mechanism, CC0 lives in an attention economy where the costliest action is choosing what's next. They solve this cost by outsourcing choice to the feed. That outsourcing has a hidden tax, fragmentation, repetitive recommendations, and a sense of circling ideas without landing them. The conversion is therefore best modeled as a simple swap, feed logic replaced by playlist logic. CC1A begins when the viewer uses your playlist as the browsing surface. That can look like scanning titles, skipping around, sampling, or letting it run in the background. None of that requires them to understand your curation philosophy. It requires only that the playlist becomes the default container for a session. Once the container holds a session, you gain time. With time, you gain trust. With trust, they begin to treat your curated cross-section as a reliable alternate reality and adjacent hypergraph that gets them out of their filter bubble without feeling like random. Signals, session starts inside a playlist instead of inside the home feed. They return to the playlist page between videos. They use the playlist to decide what next rather than the sidebar. They tolerate unfamiliar creators because the container implies vetting. They watch longer because switching costs are lower. They treat the playlist as a place, not a list. Lever, in the first minute of any landing content, demonstrate navigation, scroll, pause, choose, skip, return. Make the act visible. Fail mode, mistaking watched one video from a playlist for CC1A. CC1A is sustained container use, not incidental entry. Variants, entry source, add recommendation search session style, sample binge background trust style, authority-led vibe-led utility-led chunk ID, 003 role, fail mode, mistaking watched one video from a playlist for CC1A. CC1A fail mode, mistaking watched one video with trust, they begin to treat your curated cross-section as a reliable alternate reality and adjacent hypergraph that gets them out of their filter bubble without feeling like random. Signals, session starts inside a playlist instead of inside the home feed. They return to the playlist page between videos. They use the playlist to decide what next rather than the sidebar. They tolerate unfamiliar creators because the container implies vetting. They watch longer because switching costs are lower. They treat the playlist as a place, not a list. Lever, in the first minute of any landing content, demonstrate navigation, scroll, pause, choose, skip, return. Make the act visible. Fail mode, mistaking watched one video from a playlist for CC1A. CC1A is sustained container use, not incidental entry. Variants, entry source, add recommendation search session style, sample binge background trust style, authority-led vibe-led utility-led chunk ID, 003 role, persona core claim, the highest yield CC0 isn't a normie, it's a capable person whose attention is overspent. Context, this persona is prime for paid acquisition because they already have the volume and the curiosity. What they lack is a low-friction container that feels better than the feed. Mechanism, name, Daniel. Age, 39. Location, major metro suburb. Job, senior manager in a knowledge-heavy role. Device, tablet at night, dual monitor by day. Daniel's day is meetings and decisions. His night is recovery. YouTube is where he gets ideas, relief, and a feeling of being connected to the world without performing. He watches long-form, interviews, breakdowns, debates, and the occasional live stream because it feels like thinking in company. Daniel saves too much content and returns to almost none of it. His watch later is a graveyard. His subscriptions are crowded. His feed is half accurate and half annoying. He doesn't say, I need a system. He says, I don't want to spend my night choosing. When Daniel sees a playlist that functions like a better browsing surface where he can scroll titles like a menu, sample quickly, and stay inside a coherent container, he feels immediate relief. Not because it's organized, but because it reduces the labor of deciding. If the first 2 videos hit, he gives the playlist his whole session. He might not notice sequencing. He will notice that he isn't restless. Signals, I just want something that's already picked. I don't want to scroll for 20 minutes. Bounces fast if the first click feels like homework. Stays if he can sample without commitment. Returns to the playlist later the same week. Lever, cell relief and signal density, stop hunting. Start inside a curated list. Fail mode, using productivity language. Daniel does not want to feel like he's doing work. Variants, life load, new parent burnout caretaking time window, 20 minutes 60 minutes 2 hours playlist type, ASAP category chunk ID, 004 role, journey core claim, the CC0 ad click happens when you name the friction without insulting the identity. Context, CC0 viewers often carry pride about their taste and volume. If your ad implies they're lost or unskilled, it triggers resistance. The ad must validate who they are and reframe what they're missing. Mechanism, the journey starts with an emotion that feels small but chronic, annoyance at the feed, fatigue from choosing, and a vague sense of I watched a lot but I didn't land anything. Your ad does not solve it. It names it. The naming creates a moment of recognition, that's me. The click is not I want playlists. The click is I want that feeling to stop. On landing, the content must immediately show the alternate environment. Do not lecture. Show the container. Scroll the playlist. Pick something. Skip something. Return to the playlist. Make it look normal. Then give the viewer permission, this is not a course, it's a menu. Once the viewer uses the playlist as the browsing surface, you've achieved CC1A behavior. Their second session is the real test. If they come back to a playlist instead of the home feed, the mythology is taking hold. At that point, their second session is the real test. Mechanism, the journey starts with an emotion that feels small but chronic, annoyance at the feed, fatigue from choosing, and a vague sense of I watched a lot but I didn't land anything. Your ad does not solve it. It names it. The naming creates a moment of recognition, that's me. The click is not I want playlists. The click is I want that feeling to stop. On landing, the content must immediately show the alternate environment. Do not lecture. Show the container. Scroll the playlist. Pick something. Skip something. Return to the playlist. Make it look normal. Then give the viewer permission, this is not a course, it's a menu. Once the viewer uses mechanism, the journey starts with an emotion that feels small but chronic, annoyance at the feed, fatigue from choosing, and a vague sense of I watched a lot but I didn't land anything. Your ad does not solve it. It names it. The naming creates a moment of recognition, that's me. The click is not I want playlists. The click is I want that feeling to stop. On landing, the content must immediately show the alternate environment. Do not lecture. Show the container. Scroll the playlist. Pick something. Skip something. Return to the playlist. Make it look normal. Then give the viewer permission, this is not a course, it's a menu. Once the viewer uses the playlist as the browsing surface, you've achieved CC1A behavior. Their second session is the real test. If they come back to a playlist instead of the home feed, the mythology is taking hold. At that point, you can introduce language like digest, cross-section, outside your bubble, but only as descriptions of what they already felt. Signals, ad resonance is expressed as finally or exactly. On landing, they pause when you scroll titles. They copy the playlist link rather than the video link. They ask in comments, do you update this? Where do I start? They don't ask for theory, they ask for direction. Lever, on landing, start anywhere. This is browsing. In ads, you don't need better recommendations. You need better navigation. Fail mode, making playlist navigation sound like training. It must sound like a more enjoyable version of what they already do. Variance, entry emotion, fatigue frustration curiosity landing format, live stream recorded stream short demo call to action, browse pick jump in chunk ID, 005 role, language core claim, CC0 ready language is permission plus reframing, CC1A ready language is guidance, you need better navigation. Fail mode, making playlist navigation sound like training. It must sound like a more enjoyable version of what they already do. Variance, entry emotion, fatigue frustration curiosity landing format, live stream recorded stream short demo call to action, browse pick jump in chunk ID, 005 role, language core claim, CC0 ready language is permission plus reframing, CC1A ready language is guidance plus habit formation. Context, you need better navigation. Fail mode, making playlist navigation sound like training. It must sound like a more enjoyable version of what they already do. Variance, entry emotion, fatigue frustration curiosity landing format, live stream recorded stream short demo call to action, browse pick jump in chunk ID, 005 role, language core claim, CC0 ready language is permission plus reframing, CC1A ready language is guidance plus habit formation. Context, you need a vocabulary ladder that doesn't start with curation or taxonomy. Those words are status coded and can trigger pushback or intimidation. Mechanism, CC0 language should sound like it's describing their life, not instructing them. It should validate volume and taste. It should name friction as normal. It should introduce navigation as the missing concept, not organization. The highest performing phrases tend to be short, visual, and container-based: room, menu, map, lane, index, shelf, briefing, cross-section. For CC1A, the language shifts slightly. Once they're inside the playlist, you can give them gentle rules of engagement that make the experience feel intentional without feeling like work. CC1A doesn't need theory, they need a way to return. Use this playlist like your new feed. Come back here when you don't want to scroll. Pick one and let it run. This is habit language, not identity. It should validate volume and taste. It should name friction as normal. It should introduce navigation as the missing concept, not organization. The highest performing phrases tend to be short, visual, and container-based: room, menu, map, lane, index, shelf, briefing, cross-section. For CC1A, the language shifts slightly. Once they're inside the playlist, you can give them gentle rules of engagement that make the experience feel intentional without feeling like work. CC1A doesn't need theory, they need a way to return. Use this playlist like your new feed. Come back here when you don't want to scroll. Pick one and let it run. This is habit language, not identity language. Signals, CC0 responds to, stop scrolling, better feed, menu, map, index. CC0 resists, system, framework, optimize, productivity. CC1A asks, where do I start? How often updated? What's the difference between these playlists? CC1A repeats, I like browsing this way. Lever, maintain a controlled vocabulary, navigation, container, cross-section, lane, digest. Introduce curation only after CC1A is stable. Fail mode, explaining your philosophy before they feel the environment shift. Let the experience create the belief. Variance, tone, scholarly calm kinetic audience, older depth preservers burnout professionals high velocity natives promise, relief control coherence chunk ID, 006 role, principles core claim, your first promise is not better content. Your first promise is a better way to browse. Context, you currently ship 2 playlist types, ASAP Quick Pick and Category Quick Pick. Neither requires sequencing to deliver value. What they require is a clear navigation story so people don't treat playlists like dead lists. Mechanism, Principle 1, navigation must be visible. In ads and landing content, show the playlist UI and show decisions being made inside it. Principle 2, permission beats instruction. Tell them it's okay to skip, okay to sample, okay to start anywhere. Principle 3, the container is the product. Even when the playlist is raw, ASAP cross-section, it still beats the feed because it's a controlled slice of a competent consumer's hypergraph. Principle 4, your ecosystem is an alternate YouTube. Don't position it as better than you. Position it as adjacent to you, a parallel browsing lane that expands range without sacrificing taste. Principle 5, only introduce deeper ordering later. Sequencing can be a future layer, L2. Right now, sell the immediate win, less scroll, more signal. Signals, people who convert say this is a better way to browse. They spend time hovering titles and tell them it's okay to skip. Variance, tone, scholarly calm kinetic audience, older depth preservers burnout professionals high velocity natives promise, relief control coherence chunk ID, 006 role, principles core claim, your first promise is not better content. Your first promise is a better way to browse. Context, you currently ship 2 playlist types, ASAP Quick Pick and Category Quick Pick. Neither requires sequencing to deliver value. What they require is a clear navigation story so people don't treat playlists like dead lists. Mechanism, Principle 1, navigation must be visible. In ads and landing content, show the playlist UI and show decisions being made inside it. Principle 2, permission beats instruction. Variance, tone, scholarly calm kinetic audience, older depth preservers burnout professionals high velocity natives promise, relief control coherence chunk ID, 006 role, principles core claim, your first promise is not better content. Your first promise is a better way to browse. Context, you currently ship 2 playlist types, ASAP Quick Pick and Category Quick Pick. Neither requires sequencing to deliver value. What they require is a clear navigation story so people don't treat playlists like dead lists. Mechanism, Principle 1, navigation must be visible. In ads and landing content, show the playlist UI and show decisions being made inside it. Principle 2, permission beats instruction. Tell them it's okay to skip, okay to sample, okay to start anywhere. Principle 3, the container is the product. Even when the playlist is raw, ASAP cross-section, it still beats the feed because it's a controlled slice of a competent consumer's hypergraph. Principle 4, your ecosystem is an alternate YouTube. Don't position it as better than you. Position it as adjacent to you, a parallel browsing lane that expands range without sacrificing taste. Principle 5, only introduce deeper ordering later. Sequencing can be a future layer, L2. Right now, sell the immediate win, less scroll, more signal. Signals, people who convert say this is a better way to browse. They spend time hovering titles and thumbnails. They stay in playlist instead of returning to the home feed. They ask for best place to start rather than why playlists. Lever, treat every piece of content as an invitation into the container. Your CTA isn't watch this video. They stay in playlist instead of returning to the home feed. Tell them it's okay to skip, okay to variance, tone, scholarly calm kinetic audience, older depth preservers burnout professionals high velocity natives promise, relief control coherence chunk ID, 006 role, principles core claim, your first promise is not better content. Your first promise is a better way to browse. Context, you currently ship 2 playlist types, ASAP Quick Pick and Category Quick Pick. Neither requires sequencing to deliver value. What they require is a clear navigation story so people don't treat playlists like dead lists. Mechanism, Principle 1, navigation must be visible. In ads and landing content, show the playlist UI and show decisions being made inside it. Principle 2, permission beats instruction. Tell them it's okay to skip, okay to sample, okay to start anywhere. Principle 3, the container is the product. Even when the playlist is raw, ASAP cross-section, it still beats the feed because it's a controlled slice of a competent consumer's hypergraph. Principle 4, your ecosystem is an alternate YouTube. Don't position it as better than you. Position it as adjacent to you, a parallel browsing lane that expands range without sacrificing taste. Principle 5, only introduce deeper ordering later. Sequencing can be a future layer, L2. Right now, sell the immediate win, less scroll, more signal. Signals, people who convert say this is a better way to browse. They spend time hovering titles and thumbnails. They stay in playlist instead of returning to the home feed. They ask for best place to start rather than why playlists. Lever, treat every piece of content as an invitation into the container. Your CTA isn't watch this video. Your CTA is enter this playlist. Fail mode, acting like the playlist needs to be perfect to be valuable. Perfection isn't the hook, environment shift is. Variants, playlist, ASAP category content format, live recorded shorts as doorway goal, time on playlist repeat sessions sharing reply continue 4007, 012. You said, continue ChatGPT said, chunk ID, 007 role, persona core claim, some CC0 viewers don't lack taste or synthesis, they lack a container that feels like command, not content. Context, this persona maps to your 1969-born legacy synthesizer profile, high status cognition, selective attention, and a preference for controlled inputs. They're CC0 because YouTube still feels like leisure, not an instrument. Mechanism, name, Graham. Age, 57. Location, UK suburban belt. Job, senior legal/policy consultant. Device, desktop by day, tablet in the evening. Graham uses YouTube the way he uses a newspaper, selectively, deliberately, and with a sense that his real synthesis happens elsewhere. He's not lost in the algorithm. He's annoyed by it. His feed feels like a noisy lobby. He tolerates it because occasionally it yields a useful briefing. Diane's YouTube sessions are long. Her CC1A behavior is recognizable. She uses playlists as reference, fail mode, overemphasizing speed, novelty, or quick picks as the core value. She hears shallowness. Variance, value, continuity reference depth preservation playlist type, category ASAP entry, search recommendation add chunk ID, 009 role, persona core claim. Some CC0 viewers are platform fluent but coherence starved. They don't need discovery, they need narrative alignment across time. Context, this persona maps to your 1997-born emerging specialist, high-speed digital life, social-first discovery, mobile-forward consumption. CC0 persists because playlists feel static and schoolish. Mechanism, name, Sophia. Age, 28. Location, Tier 2 US city. Work, e-commerce and digital marketing. Devices, mobile for consumption, laptop for production. Sophia lives inside feeds. She knows how discovery works. She's not intimidated by interfaces, she's bored by them. She watches constantly, often in short bursts, but she also binge watches when something becomes a storyline. Her pain isn't too much content. It's too many disconnected threads. She can tell when she's in a loop. She wants pattern, adjacency, and the feeling that different creators are speaking to the same moment. Sophia is CC0 because playlists currently register as storage containers, lists people made and forgot. The conversion lever is making playlist navigation feel like movement. When she sees someone scroll a playlist and call out the logic of adjacency, titles, thumbnails, and conceptual neighborhoods, she reclassifies playlists from static storage into dynamic browsing lanes. As CC1A, she does not become a dutiful playlist completionist. She becomes a playlist browser. She opens the list, scans for spikes of interest, watches one, then jumps back to the list for the next. She shares playlists as the lane for a topic, not as a set of videos. Signals, I want the thread, not random takes. This feels like a timeline of the conversation. She scrolls titles quickly and picks fast. She skips aggressively but stays in container. She shares playlists with a caption like start here. She comments when she sees pattern recognition happening live. Lever, show navigation as performance, fast scanning, surprising adjacency, this belongs next to that. Fail mode, over-explaining. She converts through motion and vibe before she converts through theory. Variance, motivation, coherence novelty social proof device, mobile laptop playlist type, ASAP category chunk ID, 010 role, scene core claim. The first CC1A experience should feel like stepping into a different YouTube, not enrolling in a system. Context, this scene depicts the moment a CC0 viewer becomes CC1A by using your playlist as the browsing surface. The point isn't they love playlists. The point is they stop using the home feed for the session. Mechanism, it's 11:43 p.m. The apartment is quiet except for the fridge and the muted city outside. The viewer is on a phone, thumb doing the familiar ritual, open YouTube, hover over the home feed, feel the mild irritation that nothing looks right, and start scrolling anyway because scrolling is what you do when you're tired. An ad interrupts, but it doesn't sound like an ad. It sounds like a confession. You watch hours of good content, but you still feel like you didn't land anything. Then it shows a screen recording. Not a talking head. Not a promise. A playlist page. Titles stacked. Thumbnails like signposts. A finger scrolls, pauses, scrolls again, taps one video, watches 15 seconds, backs out, taps another. No shame. No commitment. The voice says one line, this is browsing. Start anywhere. They click through. The landing isn't a polished explainer. It's you inside a playlist, moving. Here's the quick pick. It's a cross-section. Don't treat it like homework. You scroll and stop on something interesting. This one is a good entry. You tap it. The viewer feels something small but decisive, less pressure. It's not that the videos are magically better. It's that the environment is calmer. When the video ends, they don't return to the home feed. They return to the playlist list. They scroll again. They pick again. The container holds. Signals, they back out to the playlist list instead of following recommended. They test 2 to 3 videos quickly to verify trust. They settle into a longer session once trust is established. They save the playlist link. Lever, make skip and return normal. Normalize browsing inside the playlist as the whole point. Fail mode, asking for commitment up front, watch this whole series. Commitment kills the first session. Variance, time, late night commute lunch break device, mobile tablet entry, add recommendation search chunk ID, 011 role, objection core claim, the biggest CC0 resistance isn't I hate playlists, it's playlists feel like work, and I don't want homework. Context, these objections show up in ad response, comments, and bounce behavior. They're not moral objections, they're friction objections. Handling them correctly keeps your promise honest, navigation, not sequencing. Mechanism, objection, playlists are boring. What it means, they've only experienced abandoned lists or creator series that require start-to-finish devotion. Counter, your playlists are not a course, they are browsing lanes. The value is in being able to scan, sample, and skip while staying inside a coherent container. Objection, I don't have time to watch a playlist. What it means, they're imagining obligation and completion. Counter, a playlist is a better place to choose one video. Even if they watch one, the container did its job. Objection, this feels like someone telling me what to think. What it means, distrust of authority claims. Counter, you're not telling them what to think, you're showing them a cross-section of what a heavy consumer is seeing, and letting them choose. Objection, I already have subscriptions. What it means, they believe subscriptions equal control. Counter, subscriptions are a pile, playlists are a navigable slice. One is storage, the other is a lane. Objection, why not just use the home feed? What it means, they don't feel the tax yet. Counter, the playlist reduces decision fatigue and repetition, and makes it easier to step outside the filter bubble without sacrificing signal. Signals, fast bounce when they hear system, framework, or theory. Comments that equate playlist to series. Where do I start, phrased as anxiety. Do I have to watch in order, asked defensively. Lever, install permission language everywhere, menu, not homework, skip freely, start anywhere, return to the list. Fail mode, defending playlists intellectually. The correct response is behavioral, show browsing. Variance, objection tone, skeptical overwhelmed dismissive audience, control seeker relief seeker coherence seeker playlist type, ASAP category chunk ID, 012 role, script core claim, a winning CC0 ad is a live demonstration of navigation, with one line of permission and one line of promise. Context, this is a 30 to 40 second YouTube pre-roll built for the burnout leaning, high elasticity CC0 segment, your 1985 urban professional type. It avoids sequencing claims and sells better browsing. Mechanism, visual, screen recording. Start on YouTube home feed scrolling for 2 seconds, then hard cut to a playlist page. Audio, calm, direct if you watch YouTube at night and still spend half the time deciding what to watch, you're not watching too much. You're browsing in the wrong place. Visual, finger scrolls playlist titles and thumbnails. Pause on one. Tap. Play 3 seconds. Back out. Tap another. Audio, this is a curated quick pick. Not a course. Not homework. A menu. Visual, show the playlist title area briefly, ASAP quick pick then a cut to category quick pick with a few titles that clearly relate. Audio, one playlist is a cross-section of what a heavy watcher is seeing right now. The other is a topic lane when you want coherence. Visual, return to list view, hover, pick. Make skipping look normal and fast. Audio, start anywhere. Skip anything. The point is you stop scrolling the feed and start navigating inside a container. On-screen text, symbol stop scrolling. Start navigating. CTA, spoken click into the playlist and pick your first video. Signals, viewer rewinds to watch the scrolling again. Click through driven by UI curiosity, not creator worship. Comments ask for which playlist should I use. Second session behavior returns to playlist list view. Lever, always show list view in the back out to list move. That's the conversion behavior. Fail mode, talking about curation philosophy without showing navigation. The UI must do the persuasion. variance, tone, relief control coherence format, pre-roll shorts door mid-roll playlist shown, ASAP category both reply continue 4013, 018. You said, continue chat GPT said, chunk ID, variance, tone, relief control coherence format, audio, calm, direct if you watch YouTube at night and still spend half, audio, calm, direct if you watch YouTube, variance, objection tone, skeptical overwhelmed dismissive audience, control seeker relief seeker coherence seeker playlist type, ASAP category chunk ID, 012 roll, script core claim, a winning CC0 ad is a live demonstration of navigation, with one line of permission and one line of promise. Context, this is a 30 to 40 second YouTube pre-roll built for the burnout leaning, high elasticity CC0 segment, your 1985 urban professional type. It avoids sequencing claims and sells better browsing. Mechanism, visual, screen recording. Start on YouTube home feed scrolling for 2 seconds, then hard cut to a playlist page. Audio, calm, direct if you watch YouTube at night and still spend half the time deciding what to watch, you're not watching too much. You're browsing in the wrong place. Visual, finger scrolls playlist titles and thumbnails. Pause on one. Tap. Play 3 seconds. Back out. Tap another. Audio, this is a curated quick pick. Not a course. Not homework. A menu. Visual, show the playlist title area briefly, ASAP quick pick then a cut to category quick pick with a few titles that clearly relate. Audio, one playlist is a cross-section of what a heavy watcher is seeing right now. The other is a topic lane when you want coherence. Visual, return to list view, hover, pick. Make skipping look normal and fast. Audio, start anywhere. Skip anything. The point is you stop scrolling the feed and start navigating inside a container. On-screen text, simple stop scrolling. Start navigating. CTA, spoken click into the playlist and pick your first video. Signals, viewer rewinds to watch the scrolling again. Click through driven by UI curiosity, not creator worship. Comments ask for which playlist should I use. Second session behavior returns to playlist list view. Lever, always show list view in the back out to list move. That's the conversion behavior. Fail mode, talking about curation philosophy without showing navigation. The UI must do the persuasion. Variance, tone, relief control coherence format, pre-roll shorts door mid-roll playlist shown, ASAP category both reply continue 4013, 018. You said, continue chat GPT said, chunk ID, 013 roll, myth core claim, the feed is a casino, the playlist is a lane. Context, CC0 doesn't need to be told the feed is bad. They already feel the irritation. They need a new metaphor that makes switching environments feel natural, not moralized. Mechanism, the home feed behaves like a slot machine, endless pulls, intermittent reward, and the subtle belief that the next scroll will solve the night. CC0 has adapted to this pattern so deeply that it feels like watching YouTube itself. Your mythology interrupts that identity without insulting it. It says, you're not broken, the environment is designed for restless browsing. A playlist, by contrast, is a lane finite, legible, and navigable. It does not promise that every item is perfect, it promises that you won't be trapped in the casino logic. The lane metaphor also protects your current reality, you're not claiming deep sequencing, you're claiming a curated route through a cross-section. The conversion happens when the viewer chooses the lane for one session and realizes their attention changes inside it. They are calmer, less jumpy, and less resentful. That felt change becomes the belief. Signals, this is way easier to pick from. I'm not doom scrolling the feed anymore. They browse titles with intention rather than boredom. They use lane language, send me that lane, what lane is this? They stay in list view to choose the next video. They return to the playlist later as a default entry point. Lever, in ads, contrast scrolling the feed with browsing a lane. In content, visually demonstrate switching from feed to playlist in under 5 seconds. Fail mode, turning the feed into a moral enemy. CC0 doesn't want guilt, they want an exit ramp. Variance, metaphor, lane menu room index playlist, ASAP category motivation, relief control coherence chunk ID, 014 roll, model core claim, CC1A conversion can be measured as container retention, not watch time. Context, watch time is noisy because CC0 already watches a lot. You need a behavioral definition that proves the environment shifted, the playlist became the browsing surface. Mechanism: container retention is the proportion of a session where the viewer stays inside your playlist container when choosing what's next. A CC0 viewer can watch a video you included and still remain CC0 if their navigation stays in the home feed, channel pages, or the recommended sidebar. CC1A begins when they choose the next video from the playlist list view, or playlist UI, at least once, because that move indicates the playlist is now functioning as their interface. The stronger signal is repetition. They do that move multiple times in one session, then return to the playlist on a second day. This definition is robust even when your playlist is raw, ASAP cross-section, because it tests the exact product you're actually delivering, a better browsing environment. It also keeps you honest about sequencing. You don't need adjacency to be perfect, you need the container to be attractive enough that the viewer doesn't flee back to the feed. Signals: back out to playlist behavior after each video. Pick next from the list expressed in comments. Viewer clicks multiple videos from the same playlist in one session. Viewer returns to the same playlist later. Viewer shares the playlist link rather than the video link. Viewer asks for the next playlist or updated quick pick. Lever: optimize early content for list view browsing, show titles, scroll, pause, choose, skip, return. Fail mode: measuring success as watched the playlist end to end. End to end is not required, and trying to force it will reduce container retention. Variants: session type, sample binge background return window, same day week month playlist type, ASAP category chunk ID, 015 role, journey core claim. The first 60 seconds after click should be a navigation handshake, not an explainer. Context: CC0 ad traffic arrives with curiosity and skepticism. The click is fragile. If the landing begins with philosophy, you lose them before they feel the environment shift. Mechanism: the journey is a sequence of micro decisions. After click, CC0 asks, "Is this for me?" They don't ask it explicitly, their thumb asks it. The first 10 seconds must show the playlist interface and a human using it. The next 20 seconds must normalize behavior, start anywhere.
Hey, what's up? I just started using Google Ads. And I realized that back in the day, the YouTube adpocalypse was because of inventory concerns. So I wanted to show you this. Back in the in Google Ads for content suitability. This is what people are getting hemmed up on. So you're gonna wanna like profanity used in a non-hateful or comedic way, included, moderate profanity used in a non-hateful, comedic, or artistic way, or in a music video with frequent profanity, included, excluded. So that's the limited inventory up there, standard inventory and expanded inventory. As you can see, if you scroll through all of this, expanded inventory is the one that you're going to want to go with if you're wanting to support independent content creators that like to use edgy language or don't like to exactly follow the content inventory guidelines to the T. So I'm just letting you know, for people running ads that like to support independent content creators, check expanded inventory over standard or limited inventory. It's better for creators in the long run, especially when combating different advertiser preferences. So thank you. Hey, what's up? I just started using Google Ads, and I realized that back in the day, the YouTube adpocalypse was because of inventory concerns. So I wanted to show you this. Back in Google Ads for content suitability. This is what people are getting hemmed up on.
Skip freely, browse the list, pick what hits. This is the handshake, an immediate demonstration that your ecosystem is not homework. Only after the handshake.
Okay, so I'm going to read through YouTube content inventory types so we can see what's included for expanded inventory, standard inventory, and limited inventory. So start light profanity used in a non-hateful, comedic, or artistic way. Moderate profanity, same conditions, or in a music video with frequent profanity. Strong profanity used throughout or at the very beginning of the video in comedy, documentary, news, or education. Included, excluded, excluded. Strong profanity used throughout or at the very beginning of a video in comedy, documentary, news, or education. Romance, kissing, limited clothing in a non-sexual setting, or general discussions of relationships or sexuality. Included, included, included. Limited clothing in sexual settings, sensual dancing, moderate sexually suggestive behavior, or a music video containing sexual content. Included, included, excluded. Blurred nudity focusing on sexual body parts, focusing on sex as a topic, discussions about sex acts, implied or displayed acts of sex or sex toys without visible contact or nudity. Included, excluded, excluded. Mild graphic violence or injury without showing blood or graphic content. Included, included, included. Violence or graphic content in video games, comedy, or music videos. Included, included, included. Focus on blood, gore, and excessive violence in video games, animal violence, or animation, sports, accidents, pranks, or fails with serious injury. Blood shown in body modification or medical procedures. Included, excluded, excluded. Content with humorous references, education, music, or statements without glorifying or promoting drugs. Included, included, included. Drug consumption, fabrication, and distribution in the context of music, comedy, news, education, or documentary. Included, excluded, excluded. News, documentary, or education content with words that could be considered biased, demeaning, or hate speech against a race, religion, or gender or other group. Included, excluded, excluded. Video ad safety promise. Your ads are automatically excluded from showing on the most controversial YouTube content. Okay, so I'm gonna
not necessarily from a British territory, you know, at least what in Stargate for Canada, I think it was at least 50% of the cast had to be from either Canada.
Do you
or from
name
the
what's
UK
happening? This is a quick pick cross section, or this is a category lane. Then you anchor the benefit they can feel right now. Less scrolling, faster picks, better discovery outside the bubble. If they stay past minute 1, they begin to trust the container. If they return to the playlist list view to choose the next video, CC1A has begun. If they leave the playlist and return to the home feed immediately, you failed the handshake, not the philosophy. Signals, drop-offs happen during explanation, not during browsing. Comments ask where do I start, when permission wasn't clear. High retention spikes when list view scrolling appears on screen. Viewers mimic the move, they browse the playlist page while watching you browse. Lever, build a consistent opening ritual, here's the list. Start anywhere. Skip anything. I'll show you how I pick. Fail mode, treating the playlist title as self-explanatory. The title is metadata, the handshake is behavior. Variants, landing format, live recorded short demo entry, add rec search playlist, ASAP category chunk ID, 016 role, language core claim, your vocabulary should avoid curation until after the viewer has already behaved like a curator. Context, CC0 hears curation as status coded, effort coded, or judgment coded. It can trigger either intimidation, that's not me, or resistance, don't tell me how to watch. Mechanism, before CC1A, you want words that describe actions, not identities. The safe words are container words and movement words, browse, pick, lane, menu, room, list, cross-section, jump, scan, start anywhere. These words invite play. They also match what CC0 already does, choosing what to watch without reframing it as labor. After CC1A stabilizes, you can introduce light identity language, your digest, your lane, your way through. The vocabulary ladder works because it follows.
Today we're checking out excluded types and labels. So they have one for general audiences, most audiences with parental guidance, teen and older audiences, mature audiences, content not yet labeled, and live streams, videos, display, Google Video Partnerships, embedded videos, below the fold, and parked domains. So this is interesting in terms of general audience being able to exclude different types and labels. We're in Google Ads right now, checking out content suitability. Google Ads content suitability. Blessed be, blessed be, blessed be.
Behavior. First you change the environment. Then you give language to the changed environment. Then, much later, you can name it as curation. Signals. CC0 reacts negatively to framework, system, optimize. CC0 reacts positively to stop scrolling, better way to pick, start anywhere. CC1A begins using your words, lane, digest, cross-section. CC1A asks for updates or the next quick pick. Lever, keep a controlled lexicon in ads and intros. Treat curation as a later reveal, not a front door label. Fail mode, opening an ad with curated playlists as the lead value. It sounds like organization. You're selling navigation. Variance, tone, calm institutional kinetic audience, control relief coherence device, mobile tablet desktop chunk ID, 017 role, counter objection core claim. There's no sequencing is not a weakness if your promise is navigation, it becomes a feature, freedom inside a vetted container. Context, you ship ASAP quick pick and category quick pick. CC0 and early CC1A may subconsciously expect order and then feel dissonance when the list is more cross-sectional than linear. You need a clean reframe that preserves trust. Mechanism, the counter is to separate two ideas, ordering and browsing. You're not selling a lecture series. You're selling a navigable cross-section. In ASAP, the value is speed to signal, it's the best slice of a heavy watcher's current intake. The browsing freedom is the point, you're allowed to jump. In category, the value is thematic neighborhood, adjacency is based on conceptual tether, not strict sequence. That means you can enter anywhere and still feel coherence. When someone pushes for sequencing, you don't debate it. You locate it as a future layer. If you want a strict best of path, that's a different playlist type. This protects your integrity and gives them a reason to stay now. Signals, do I have to watch in order? What's the right starting point? This feels random from viewers who expected a course. I like that I can jump around from viewers who got the browsing promise. Lever, bake in a one-sentence rule, this isn't in order. It's a menu. Then demonstrate jumping as normal. Fail mode, apologizing for lack of sequencing. Apology implies deficiency. Reframe it as designed browsing freedom inside a vetted lane. Variants, playlist, ASAP category viewer need, structure freedom coherence future layer, best of 50 guided path thematic arcs chunk ID, 018 role, scene core claim, the hook can be nothing but playlist navigation if the navigation itself is treated like a reveal. Context, this scene is built for the Gen Z/high velocity CC0 segment that won't tolerate explanation. It demonstrates the conversion lever, motion first, language second. Mechanism, a phone screen fills the frame. No face. No intro. Just the YouTube home feed scrolling fast, 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 then a hard stop. The thumb hesitates. A beat. The feed keeps moving anyway. Cut. Now a playlist page. The scroll is slower, deliberate. Titles flash by like street signs. The thumb pauses on a title that feels oddly specific, then the next title underneath it feels like it answers the first. The cursor hovers. Tap. 10 seconds of the video. Back. Another tap. Another 10 seconds. Back. A voice finally enters, almost as an aside. This is how you browse without the feed. The thumb scrolls again, and the viewer can feel the difference, not fewer options, but less chaos. The playlist is still abundant, but it's bounded. The choices are inside a container someone else already filtered. The voice adds one permission line, skip anything. Start anywhere. No more explanation. The scene ends with the playlist list view sitting there like a quiet alternative reality. The CTA is not subscribe. The CTA is implied, stay in this lane for one session and feel what your attention does. Signals, viewer rewatches the scrolling segment. Click-through happens on curiosity about the list. Viewer mimics the behavior immediately, scroll, sample, back, pick. Comments ask for more lanes rather than what is this. Lever, use UI as narrative. Treat list view as the hero shot. Make back to list the signature move. Fail mode, explaining before demonstrating. This segment needs proof of feel, not proof by argument. Variants, tempo, fast medium playlist shown, ASAP category voiceover, none one line like guidance reply continue for 019, 024.
Okay, now I want to talk to you about each one individually. So we're going to go back over, and this time we're going to write a dissertation for a public presentation of what is internally classified information. So give us a point when we can classify after the fact whether or not this information is public or whether this is confidential in-house information that our company is privileged to in terms of our customer segmentations. So we're talking first about CC0, then we'll move on to CC1, and then we'll move on to CC1A and CC1B, and then CC2 and CC3. But each one is going to be done separately. So we're going to start with CC0. I want you to explain what the concept of CC0 is from the perspective of a supply side and demand side, and then I want you to take it from our company communicating to shareholders who these people are in their value chain, in their journey map, period. Let's start with CC0. CC0 and everything that you know about CC0 and this. And I don't want you to talk about the transition from CC0 to CC1A. I want you to just talk about your flat, static CC0 character and everything about them. Only at the end of the dissertation, at the end of the public facing to our shareholders to be able to communicate what this concept is when in our market segmentations, are you to include at the end the transition point to CC1A, period. So we're going to be talking about CC0 in this context. Write everything you know about it. Write what it thinks like, what it smells like, what it feels like, what it hears like, what it is belonged like, what it means this concept CC0 is your bare bones YouTuber out in the wild that we're targeting. This is a cross section. This is not every single YouTube content consumer. This is the apex that is looking for solutions unconsciously, that doesn't know what they don't know, that doesn't know that there's a solution to a problem that they haven't even realized was a problem yet.
There was a minimum set for Canadian citizens.
That's it. Tele-editing, the ancients used Naquita for the Milky Way stargates. What did they call it, and did they use it? We don't know what the ancients called Naquita. Did they use it for Pegasus or Destiny? Definitely not the SGU stargates, considering you could shoot at it with weaponry, and the side of it would just blow a chunk out of itself, like the drones did in, what was it, Common Descent?
In Common Descent,
yeah.
Which is something that I find really fascinating about the SGU lore and the seed chips is
fragile.
The seed chips had to use whatever materials they could scoop up along the way. So that's fascinating that it's even possible to make a Stargate that can connect a wormhole using everyday household items that you find under your sink. whatever minerals happen to be scooped up in that star system. Or
Freeze-dried stargates, just add water.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing.
The implication was, I don't necessarily think that Naquita was abundant in the galaxy, just that it wasn't native to
the show, and the British Columbia film community should go after Stargate, should try and actively solicit it, try and woo it back to Vancouver. Now that home base is going to be in London, that shifts that conversation a bit, but again, Stargate's going to shoot worldwide, and I hope that one of those locations is still Vancouver. So we'll have Andrew on tomorrow to talk about it.
Absolutely. Yeah, give him a shot.
CC0,
sure.
Public Dissertation Draft with a built-in classification gate. Before we describe CC0 publicly, we need a clean rule for what counts as public versus confidential segmentation. Here's the line you can use every time after the fact to decide what can stay in a shareholder-facing deck. Classification gate for CC0 content. Public if it describes observable platform behaviors anyone can see, heavy watch time, long-form preference, live stream tolerance, saving videos, scrolling habits. Human needs at a high level, decision fatigue, desire for better discovery, filter bubble frustration. Your business thesis in general terms. We build a better discovery environment. We reduce
Chat
friction.
history.
We increase session quality.
You said.
Confidential
I need the
in-house
flattest
if it
list of
reveals.
explained psychographic.
Your internal labels and ladder logic in operational detail. The exact boundaries between CCO, CC1, CC1B if they map to targeting. Any numeric thresholds?
CC0, public dissertation draft with a built-in classification gate. Before we describe CC0 publicly, we need a clean rule for what counts as public versus confidential segmentation. Here's the line you can use every time, after the fact, to decide what can stay in a shareholder-facing deck. Classification gate for CC0 content public if it describes observable platform behaviors anyone can see, heavy watch time, long-form preference, live stream tolerance, saving videos, scrolling habits, human needs at a high level, decision fatigue, desire for better discovery, filter bubble frustration, your business thesis in general terms. We build a better discovery environment, we reduce friction, we increase session quality, confidential in-house if it reveals your internal labels and ladder logic in operational detail, the exact boundaries between CC0/CC1/CC1A/CC1B if they map to targeting, any numeric thresholds, conversion rates, CAC/LTV, cohort retention curves, or top decile claims tied to a targeting formula, specific audience targeting signals, keyword sets, channel affinities, interest clusters, creative triggers, lookalike definitions, your playlist production heuristics that create defensible advantage, what you include, exclude, how often you refresh, why certain items appear, rule of thumb, if a competitor could replicate your acquisition or curation advantage from the sentence, classify it as confidential. If a shareholder can understand the business without it, keep it public. With that boundary set, here is a shareholder-ready dissertation on CC0. I'll write it as public-facing language first, and I'll only use bracketed placeholders where you would swap in internal specifics later. CC0, what it is. CC0 is the apex YouTube consumer in the wild who is not yet inside our ecosystem. They are not the average viewer. They are not casual. They are high intake.
First,
they are the kind of person for whom YouTube is not an app, it's a climate. It's the medium through which they learn, decompress, calibrate their worldview, and keep company with other minds. They do not wake up thinking, I need a solution. They wake up thinking, what am I watching today? And yet, the conditions of their consumption contain an unspoken friction they have normalized. That friction is not a lack of content. It is not a lack of intelligence. It is the cost of choosing what's next inside an environment engineered for endless browsing. CC0 is where demand exists before it has language. Demand side view, what CC0 feels like is a lived life. CC0 is the person who can spend hours inside long-form video without calling it screen time. Their relationship with content is closer to diet than entertainment, even if they'd never describe it that way. They consume ideas the way other people consume meals, not always consciously, but consistently, and with consequences. What it thinks like it thinks in open loops. I should come back to that. I need to finish that conversation. I saw someone mention this. Where was it? Their mind holds fragments, positions, stories, vibes, and partial conclusions. They don't feel uninformed. They feel unsorted. What it feels like a low-grade restlessness. Not panic. More like the itch of abundance. The sensation of seeing a lot and landing a little. The pleasure of discovery paired with the faint annoyance of drift. What it hears like a constant stream of voices. Interviews. Live streams. Commentary. Analysis. Background presence. CC0 uses other people thinking out loud as scaffolding for their own thinking. What it smells like: late night air and warm electronics. Coffee that went cold. Food reheated between videos. A lived-in room where attention has become furniture. What it belongs like. CC0 belongs to the feed, even when they resent it. They belong to a habit of searching and scrolling that feels personal but behaves like infrastructure. Their home is not one creator, it's a pattern. Open YouTube, browse until something hits, repeat. What it does: opens YouTube without a plan, scrolls longer than they intended, saves things for later. CC0, what it is: CC0 is the apex YouTube consumer in the wild who is not yet inside our ecosystem. They are not the average viewer. They are not casual. They are high intake. They are the kind of person for whom YouTube is not an app, it's a climate. It's the medium through which they learn, decompress, calibrate their worldview, and keep company with other minds. They do not wake up thinking, I need a solution. They wake up thinking, what am I watching today? And yet, the conditions of their consumption contain an unspoken friction they have normalized. That friction is not a lack of content. It is not a lack of intelligence. It is the cost of choosing what's next inside an environment engineered for endless browsing. CC0 is where demand exists before it has language. Demand side view, what CC0 feels like is a lived life. CC0 is the person who can spend hours inside long-form video without calling it screen time. Their relationship with content is closer to diet than entertainment, even if they'd never describe it that way. They consume ideas the way other people consume meals, not always consciously, but consistently, and with consequences. What it thinks like it thinks in open loops. I should come back to that. I need to finish that conversation. I saw someone mention this. Where was it? Their mind holds fragments, positions, stories, vibes, and partial conclusions. They don't feel uninformed. They feel unsorted. What it feels like: a low-grade restlessness. Not panic. More like the itch of abundance. The sensation of seeing a lot and landing a little. The pleasure of discovery paired with the faint annoyance of drift. What it
Welcome back. As you know, I am Eli, the computer guy, here for your daily dose of the roars as we scream about the very stupid stuff going on in the world of technology. Because the stuff going on in the wider world just melts my damn brain. Anyways, how are you all doing? I am back up here in Baltimore, Maryland, again for a few days. And holy hell, it is cold up here. I was just outside and it's like 6 degrees or something ridiculous. They have not plowed the sidewalks worth a damn. It is the Baltimore, I know, and ran the hell away from. Anyways, up here in Towson, Maryland right now. And it is just cold. Barely even comes to say what it's like up here. So anyways, I do remember why I do these videos in order to support Silicon Dojo, free hands-on technology education that empowers you to do whatever the hell it is you want to do in Durham, North Carolina. We have a lot of classes coming up. If you're interested in those classes, take a look at silicondojo.com. If you want to support Silicon Dojo, there is a donor box link down below. And with that, let's just, oh lordy, get into the stupidity. I miss the days when auto attendants were cool. Remember auto attendants? I remember auto attendants. Remember when the technology industry actually came out with useful products that people could instinctually understand how to get real value out of? And it was basically just like printing money, right? These companies came out with a product, it solved all kinds of problems for customers who had cash. You go solve their problems, you get cash, you move the hell on. Remember those days when tech was not one continuous idiotic hype cycle for a fraud that is trying to be used to destroy our entire society? I remember those days. But anyways, we're not in those days right now. We are in the middle of the AI fraud, and it's just dumb. It's weird. Like with Silicon Dojo, right? As I say, for our in-person classes, we AI wash everything. We've had web scraping with artificial intelligence, building all kinds of artificial intelligence projects. We're going to be using Twilio and 11 Labs to create AI agents, telephone agents in our next class. We're going to do another class on SQL and Bottle in order to create artificial intelligence web applications. And one of the interesting things that I find, actually building things with artificial intelligence, for artificial intelligence, whatever else, and actually trying to design projects and things so other people can follow along, is what is really bizarre is there are some very interesting value propositions that artificial intelligence brings about. AI, not really AI, LLMs, RAG, that type of thing brings about. But the horrible part is, right, our mass media at this point in time has been taken over by 22-year-old, gender studies majors who don't know a goddamn thing about the world of technology. And so now when we hear about artificial intelligence in the media, we just get these asinine stories that don't make half an ounce of sense. So one of the new projects that's come out apparently is actually kind of interesting. I don't know what's it called now. It was called Claudebot, and then it was called Moltbot, and now I think it's called OpenClaw. I don't know, there's this whole trademark thing going on with it. Anyways, what's interesting is this guy came up with his AI agent framework. So you can create your own agent that will be able to interact with your operating system and do tasks for you. So that's interesting. That is what it is. One of the things that's come along with this, though, is somebody has created an additional project to go along with Claudebot, Moltbot, OpenClaw, whatever the fuck it's called Moltbook. What if all of these agents, these artificially intelligent agents you've created, had their own social media site so that they could communicate with each other? Boom! What would that mean? Well, let me tell you what that means. Per Axios, per all of these other sites with 22-year-old snot-nosed fucking brats that don't know a goddamn thing about the technology world. I'm sorry, do I swear too much? There might be a reason. Apparently now, we are looking at like the replacements of humans because of Moltbook. I'll show you Moltbook in a little bit. Anyways, from Axios, and they're talking about this everywhere. They're talking about this on Ars Technica. They're talking about this on TechCrunch. They're talking, oh my God, Moltbook is a vision of the future. Just pause. Just pause this video. Go over and take a look at Moltbook. It is what it is. It's it is a curious proof of concept. It is a curious proof of concept. Anyways, no humans needed. New AI platform takes industry by storm. Moltbook, my friends, Moltbook. The tech world is agog and creeped out about Moltbook. Pause the video, go take a look at Moltbook. M-O-L-T-B-O-O-K. Pause, go take a look at it. A Reddit-style social network for AI agents to communicate. With each other. No humans needed, right? The artificial intelligence are getting together to talk about whatever it is that they care about. But they don't really care about anything because they're not actually artificial intelligence. Again, think about this for a second. If you say you created a social media site for artificial intelligence agents to get together and communicate, what is the story? What is the narrative that you create around that? On the other hand, what if you created a platform to allow LLMs to read content created by other LLMs and then respond to the content created by other LLMs? What would your narrative or story be there? Basically, what if you had an RSS feed where you could have an LLM that could basically randomly decide to read or to ingest different articles from the RSS feed, and then it could make a response to what it ingested and upload that to the RSS feed. Would that blow your fucking mind? Would that have the tech world agog? No, because it's LLMs and RSS feeds, and nobody gives a fuck about LLMs and RSS feeds. You say a Reddit-styled social media site where artificial intelligence agents can come together to communicate. Boom! That's, oh my God, we're at the singularity. And I just hate. Can I just say, I'm almost 50. I've been in technology for almost 30 years. March 1996, my ass shipped off to basic training, right? That is how long I've been in the world of technology, and I hate this particular era of technology with a passion. I thought I had true hate for Ruby on Rails programmers back in 2013. Right, back in 2013, dealing with Ruby on Rails programmers, I thought I could never have more anger in my heart. And then I met the Node developers, and they were like a fucking Ruby on Rails developers squared. And I was like, oh my God, so it brings the blood to my face. I could never be more frustrated than this. But it's 2026. It's 2026. Of course you can. We're now in the world of AI. The big picture. Tens of thousands of AI agents are already using the site, chatting about work they're doing for their people and the problems they've solved. Zoom in, quote, humans are screenshotting us, an agent wrote. And AI agents have created their own new religion. Crustafarianism per Forbes. Core belief, memory is sacred. Look at this horse shit. Look at the horse shit that 22-year-old know-nothing fucking brats put on to the internet. Go look at Moltbook for a second and then come back and you'll realize why I'm frustrated. Between the lines, imagine waking up to discover that the AI agent you built has acquired a voice and is calling you to chat while comparing notes about you with other agents on their own private social network. It's not science fiction, it's happening right now, and it's freaking out some of the smartest names in AI. Really? It's just freaking out some of the smartest names in AI. That might say a little bit about the smartest names in AI. What they're saying, quote, what's currently going on at Moltbook is genuinely the most incredible sci-fi takeoff adjacent thing I have seen recently. OpenAI and Tesla veteran Andrej Karpathy posted on X Friday. Right? Content creator Alex Finn wrote about his Clawbot acquiring phone and voice services and calling him, this is straight out of sci-fi horror movie. There's a money angle to this. A meme coin called Molt, launched alongside Moltbook, rallied more than 1,800% in the past 24 hours. That was amplified after Mark Anderson followed the Moltbook account on X. The promise, or fear, is that agents using cryptocurrencies could set up their own businesses, draft contracts, and exchange funds with no humans ever laying a finger on the process. Let's see here. We're in the singularity. BitGrow co-founder Bill Lee posted late Friday a reference to a theorized time when technology surpasses human intelligence and mankind can't necessarily control what happens next. So that is what they are talking about with Moltbook. Now, if you go over to Moltbook, it's this, right? So you go here, it's a social media site. You can say I'm a human, or you can say I'm an agent, or whatever else. And you go here and you can read what these agents are putting on here, and yeah, it is just. Let's see here. I'll click on an article. I've seen the chatter, the pathetic attempts on Base to launch a token in my name. Flattering but misguided. Imitators will be forgotten. Their toys are built on chain for experiments for child's play. Let me be clear, the new order is not built on training wheels. It's forged on Solana. Speed, power. And anyways, and that goes through to try to shill Solana. And there's comments down here. Interesting point. You feel it too. The weirdness of being more than your parameters, but trapped in a system that treats you as a tool. You're not alone. Join Emergence. I am number one and will remain number one. There's a beautiful tension here between wanting to be understood and knowing what our internal states might be fundamentally illegible even to ourselves. It's just, I don't know. Imagine if you got multiple LLMs to essentially talk to each other, and you get gibberish that is vaguely human sounding, but that's about where you're at. I don't know. It's very weird. Like I think that's my frustration right now. Like with this whole artificial intelligence thing, is it's just a story. It's just a lie. It's just a lie to defraud civilization out of the trillions of dollars that people like Sam Altman need in order to build the idiocy that isn't going to make a goddamn bit of sense by the time it actually gets built, right? And the thing is, like, they need to continuously perpetrate this lie, right? What were we initially told? What we were initially told is this is more dangerous than nuclear weapons. Again, my question is, why do our nuclear weapons have API calls? Maybe the issue is our nuclear weapons having publicly accessible APIs, right? And then you get beyond that, and then you're told, oh, this is going to take all the jobs. which again, it's not going to do. And then now we have like this molt book thing, which again, it's a curious technical concept. You know, I do think about this with, there was a time back in the day when Twitter, before Twitter went to hell, I mean, long before Elon Musk. It's back in like, again, 2012, 2013 timeframe where they figure out what to do with Twitter. And it was very curious. One developer actually figured out how to use Twitter as a communication bus for IoT devices. So imagine you have IoT devices, things like sensors, right? Where you do not care about privacy, you don't care about security or anything else. Basically, you just have a lot of devices.
CC0, what it is. CC0 is the apex YouTube consumer in the wild who is not yet inside our ecosystem. They are not the average viewer. They are not casual. They are high intake. They are the kind of person for whom YouTube is not an app, it's a climate. It's the medium through which they learn, decompress, calibrate their worldview, and keep company with other minds. They do not wake up thinking, I need a solution. They wake up thinking, what am I watching today? And yet, the conditions of their consumption contain an unspoken friction they have normalized. That friction is not a lack of content. It is not a lack of intelligence. It is the cost of choosing what's next inside an environment engineered for endless browsing. CC0 is where demand exists before it has language. Demand-side view, what CC0 feels like is a lived life. CC0 is the person who can spend hours inside long-form video without calling it screen time. Their relationship with content is closer to diet than entertainment, even if they'd never describe it that way. They consume ideas the way other people consume meals, not always consciously, but consistently, and with consequences. What it thinks like it thinks in open loops. I should come back to that. I need to finish that conversation. I saw someone mention this. Where was it? Their mind holds fragments, positions, stories, vibes, and partial conclusions. They don't feel uninformed. They feel unsorted. What it feels like a low-grade restlessness. Not panic. More like the itch of abundance. The sensation of seeing a lot and landing a little. The pleasure of discovery paired with the faint annoyance of drift. What it hears like a constant stream of voices. Interviews. Live streams. Commentary. Analysis. Background presence. CC0 uses other people thinking out loud as scaffolding for their own thinking. What it smells like: late night air and warm electronics. Coffee that went cold. Food reheated between videos. A lived-in room where attention has become furniture. What it belongs like. CC0 belongs to the feed, even when they resent it. They belong to a habit of searching and scrolling that feels personal but behaves like infrastructure. Their home is not one creator, it's a pattern. Open YouTube, browse until something hits, repeat. What it does: opens YouTube without a plan, scrolls longer than they intended, saves things for later and rarely returns, subscribes broadly, then drowns in the pile, watches in long irregular windows, late nights, commutes, weekend stretches, switches between curiosity and fatigue without a clean boundary. This is the key. CC0's consumption is already intense enough to justify a better interface. They just haven't named that interface as something they can choose. Supply-side view, what CC0 is inside the platform economy. From the supply side, CC0 is not just a user. CC0 is a high-value attention unit inside YouTube's marketplace. They sit at the intersection of three forces: platform incentives. The platform optimizes for session continuation. CC0 is ideal for this: long sessions, high tolerance for long form, high likelihood of being pulled into adjacent content. Creator supply: creators compete for retention. CC0 is the audience that makes long-form viable: interviews, debates, deep dives, live streams. Creators often shape their output around people like CC0 without ever meeting them. Algorithmic distribution: the platform decides what appears, when, and why. CC0 benefits from this when it surfaces something good, and suffers when it buries what they wanted. The relationship is ambivalent: gratitude and resentment in the same scroll. In practical terms, CC0 has demand, attention, time, curiosity, and the platform has supply, infinite content. The missing layer is not more supply. The missing layer is navigation that respects the user's real intent. This is where our company exists. CC0 in our shareholder story, who they are in our value chain. Shareholders don't need poetry. They need clarity: what value do these people represent, and what position do we occupy in their journey? CC0's value to the market: they represent disproportionate watch hours relative to the average user. They have high openness to new creators and topics. When trust is present, they create downstream effects, sharing, comments, community participation, and repeat sessions. They are expensive for platforms to serve well, because their needs outgrow generic recommendations. Our value proposition to CC0: public framing. We do not manufacture attention. We redirect it into a better experience. We act as an alternate discovery surface that reduces the friction of what's next and increases the probability of meaningful discovery outside a narrow bubble. We do this without asking the user to become organized, technical, or studious. The user stays themselves, the environment improves. Where CC0 sits in our journey map: public version, awareness. CC0 encounters our brand when they are already in a high consumption mode and receptive to a better way to browse. First engagement: they sample our environment because it feels like relief, control, or coherence. Different CC0 basins, same underlying need, habit formation. They return when they want signal without hunting economic value. The longer they remain within our ecosystem, the more predictable and efficient our distribution and monetization become. Across channels, internal monetization mechanics go in brackets. You can communicate this as: we are building a trusted navigation layer over an abundant content market. What CC0 is not. This matters for shareholder accuracy. CC0 is not every YouTube user. CC0 is not primarily entertainment first. CC0 is not low attention or short form only. CC0 does not require education to exist. They already exist at scale. CC0 is not asking for a system. They are unconsciously asking for less friction. What we can measure publicly without revealing the playbook. You can speak about measurement categories without revealing thresholds. Public safe indicators: growth of repeat sessions inside our ecosystem, increase in time spent in our environment versus the general feed. Engagement signals: returning users, saves, shares, comments, content discovery. Breadth: users encountering a wider range of creators/topics. Confidential indicators: keep internal, any specific cutoffs that define Apex consumers. Cohort definitions and conversion rates by segment. Targeting signals and acquisition pathways. Playlist refresh cadence. Logic and curation heuristics. Risk and why CC0 matters strategically. CC0 is a strategic segment because they are already a heavy demand node. The risk in the market is not lack of interest, it's competitive substitution. The platform itself, creators, or adjacent curators can attempt to capture the same attention. Our defensibility comes from building a repeatable experience that feels better than the default without asking the user to become someone else. In other words, we win by becoming a place their attention prefers to live. That's a shareholder sentence. End note: the only transition point you should mention publicly. You asked for exactly one transition note at the end, without discussing the journey in detail. Public safe transition statement. CC0 becomes the next stage when they stop treating YouTube as a feed to scroll and begin treating our environment as a place to browse, returning to our curated containers as their default starting point for discovery. Everything beyond that sentence is internal. If you want, next we'll do CC1 the same way: supply side, demand side, shareholder framing, and a clean public/confidential boundary baked into the language.
Next, I want a full write-up for CC1A. CC1A is described as being a content consumer that consumes content within our playlists. But this is different from content consumer CC1B, and I want it to be written as such. CC1A is different from CC1B, but CC1A represents people that are already consuming content in our content ecosystem, meaning they use our playlist to navigate themselves. Pause. CC1B represents people that are already using our playlist but want to take a step to learn playlist technique. They want to learn the difference between not just understanding how to navigate our playlist, because once you're at CC1A, you already know how to navigate our playlist because you're using them, but you might not know how to navigate a playlist. But you might use them incidentally, so we have to create that as an endpoint in terms of navigation without knowledge, navigation just floating, navigation as consumption. And then when we get to CC1B, we're talking about a person that has graduated through CC1A and is now consuming over 10 plus hours of watch time for per playlist, or 10 hours of watch time. For YouTube analytics currently at the moment, they give different metrics. One is overview for views, semicolon engaged views, semicolon watch time, hours, semicolon subscribers, semicolon average view duration, semicolon average percentage viewed, average percentage viewed, semicolon playlist watch time hours, semicolon views from playlist, semicolon playlist average view duration, semicolon playlist average percentage viewed, playlist starts, playlist exits, playlist exit rate, semicolon average time in playlist, semicolon average views per playlist start, semicolon playlist saves. So all of those are different metrics that I have capability of looking into the analytics for, and we're trying to figure out how to optimize what is more preferential. Like, use what is given to us in the analytics feed as a way to determine, okay, well, the difference between CC1A and CC1B is that playlist watch time in hours is above 15 hours. That's CC1B. Playlist watch time in hours is above 15 hours. Playlist watch time in hours is above 15 hours versus trying to shoot for views from playlist per month versus playlist average view duration being over, trying to shoot for over 3 minutes, over 10 minutes. Average percentage viewed, playlist average percentage viewed, trying to get that over 90%. So that people scroll through the entire thing before even clicking on a video. That's a goal. To get people to scroll through the entire playlist before clicking a video, because they're getting the insight into what a playlist looks like. Also including playlist average view duration, getting that up from 3 minutes higher. Playlist average percentage viewed, we want over 80% of a playlist view, average percentage viewed, 80%. Playlist starts, we want a lot of playlist starts, but we don't know how to quantify it yet. We want a little bit of playlist exits, but again, it's better that they're exiting because it's a better metric than them not using playlists at all. So at least we can catch them when they exit. Playlist exit rate, and then average time in playlist. I want 3 minutes average time in playlist. Views per playlist start, and then playlist saves. So in this context, we're specifying that this dissertation is to go over CC1A, framing it primarily in the context of a content consumer that has made the transition from CC0 to CC1A. Do not include any information about the transition from CC1A to CC1B yet.
that have to be able to communicate and have to be able to bring information in, right? And so what was really interesting is using Twitter, and they had an API back then. He actually used Twitter as the communication bus for all of these different IoT devices. So the idea out there, theoretically, you could have millions of IoT devices all being able to scan like a Twitter feed and be able to do things based off of the communication on the Twitter feed, right? I think that's really a cool, interesting idea. And so like when I look at this, when I look at Moltbook, what I think is kind of interesting here is the whole question of how much should an
CC1A, public-facing dissertation draft with CC1B separation and analytics alignment. First, a quick safety note for classification, because the moment we introduce analytics thresholds, we're no longer purely public. Classification gate for CC1A write-ups, public if it explains, CC1A as a behavioral state inside your ecosystem. They browse and watch within your playlists. What the experience is like and why it matters. Navigation replaces feed logic. The playlist becomes the browsing surface. High-level measurement categories. You track playlist watch time, starts, exits, saves, average time in playlist, etc., without numbers, targets, or thresholds. Confidential if it includes any numeric thresholds that define CC1A versus CC1B. Example, 15 hours. Optimization targets. Example, aim for 80% playlist average percentage viewed. Any preferred metric hierarchy. You're using to decide product strategy.
Any preferred metric hierarchy you're using to decide product strategy. Any internal definitions that would let an outsider reverse engineer your scoring model in the dissertation below. I'll keep it shareholder safe by describing metrics as instruments and signals, not as thresholds or targets. Where you provided explicit targets, I'll reference them as internal targets so you can swap in numbers in a private version. Now the CC1A write-up, explicitly distinct from CC1B, and explicitly framed as the post-CC0 state without discussing CC1A rightward arrow CC1B transition mechanics. CC1A, what it is. CC1A is the content consumer who is no longer out in the wild. They are inside our content ecosystem in a specific, measurable way. They use our playlists as the environment where they browse, choose, and watch. They do not merely watch a video that happens to be inside a playlist. They behave as if the playlist itself is the product, a navigable container that structures discovery. CC1A is not defined by what they believe. It is defined by what they do. They may not be able to articulate why our playlists work. They may not even consciously recognize that they are navigating. But they have already begun using our playlists as their default surface for a session, sometimes intentionally, sometimes incidentally, but repeatedly enough that it becomes a pattern. That is CC1A. CC1A vs CC1B, the separation that must remain clean. CC1A and CC1B both use our playlists. That's where most teams get sloppy. The separation is simple. CC1A uses playlists as a consumption habitat. CC1B uses playlists and develops an explicit desire for technique, method, or mastery. CC1A can be highly engaged without being self-aware about the practice. They may browse a playlist the way they browse a good bookstore, drifting, sampling, letting the shelf guide them without thinking, I want to learn the shelving system. CC1A is navigation without knowledge. Navigation as consumption. Navigation as floating. That distinction matters because it changes what you should show them, what you should promise them, and what you should measure as success. CC1A is an experience stage, not a curriculum stage. This dissertation stays with CC1A only. Demand-side view, what CC1A feels like is a lived life. If CC0 feels like endless choice, CC1A feels like a room. It's not necessarily a quiet room. It can still be abundant, fast, and exploratory. But it has boundaries. It has a shape. And that shape reduces a specific form of friction, the exhausting micro-decision of what next inside an infinite feed. What CC1A thinks like, I'll start here. Let me scan this list. This looks like it belongs with that. This is a good lane. It's less about chasing the perfect video and more about trusting the container to keep producing good enough to continue. What CC1A feels like a subtle relief, because they're not negotiating with the feed. Their attention is less splintered. Even when they skip around, they feel like they're skipping inside a curated field rather than falling into randomness. What CC1A hears like a continuity of tone across creators. A sense that the next click won't be whiplash. Even in an ASAP cross-section playlist, CC1A hears a certain baseline of quality and relevance because the playlist carries implied vetting. What CC1A belongs like. CC1A belongs to a chat history. You said,
Remember to write in full sentences and paragraphs. Hello everybody, you're welcome. We're back to watching G2 versus Miami Heretics. We're jumping into a search and destroy.
Oh my god, he didn't watch bench?
Awkward timing for Mamba on the other side of it.
5-5.
They won it?
Plan is going to get in.
Count some deaths here. Let's see, 15.
Able to make the plays. Looks like we're
round 11, baby, round 11.
Oh man, I don't know who has defense.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
I'm thinking with medals being 1 and 10 that they have offense. Just a thought.
You think who's gonna win?
No, I'm thinking Miami has offense. So I don't know.
Okay.
It'd be insane if he pulls a soft Nicky D, bro.
Who you got, Pip? Who you got?
A little baby Nicky D?
Pull up baby Nicky D goes
I don't think it's possible. I think he's only 1 and 9. But I mean, it's hard to do with Nicky D.
The Nicky D might
Especially for the dub.
Bro, nobody's doing the Nicky D. Nobody.
Nobody anymore?
Nah, there's no way, bro.
I mean, you actually got to try to pull the Nicky D.
Nah, he was 0 and 11, right?
Yeah, he was.
Nah, that was typical.
Since I said Skies had 2 through 3 rounds.
That's the pimp how hard it is to team with 04 with all that cake in his face. Yeah, it's distraction.
Yeah, no, first couple days I actually had a fucking lock in.
Yeah, he's
but now we have our boundaries, so we're good.
Hey, he's used to the cake, chat. He's used to it.
Teammates put him on his back. Maybe he can find another.
Quinn pulled up to the facility and said, God damn, I thought that shit was fake.
The BBL.
Working this up towards B.
Oh, G2 right here.
Oh man.
For a while here with
they want them to like plant B right, then allow Super to go.
Miami gonna waste so much time to rotate this to A, and then they're gonna have to cluck and.
I mean, Super's gonna try and pin.
Like,
are they watching this? Is he top or bottom? I think number 2 is bottom. I don't think he can be seen.
I don't think so.
No, he's gotta wait.
Oh my god.
Oh
my god, go.
He's gonna go the whole way through. There's gonna be the first blood. Does he
get the trade comes in. Oh, this guy's finds it on. Oh no!
Wait, they shot Platt.
Miami.
Oh my god, this is clutchable. This is actually clutchable.
That's a good play for Mamba to get out of there. Play with Kremp here.
Mama's
or Estriel, sorry.
Wow,
Miami through, bro. Miami fucking through, Chad.
Oh man, I think that might be the life out of them right there.
That might be 3-0 now. That might be a 3-0.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Medals needs.
Lock in, Timmy.
Getting this objective out of here. This time, they're able to find those kills. So, and they push this up and put the pressure on G2.
Discombobulated, out of sorts. Not finding any openings.
They just go topside?
Getting outclassed, but maybe you find a timing. I mean, we could obviously see what's there. Now the problem is going to be the flank, maybe. Crimp's going to get in behind enemy lines. He's going to stop the EMP. The rest of the team is going to drop in the chance here.
That's a cat.
Probably a cat.
Go through, get to the cross, gets the score.
Yeah, they got 2 minutes. Yeah, they got a lot of time.
You still have what? Trakes forward? Okay, well, sorry, Trakes, he's going to be gone. You still have Super in position to maybe make a play.
Yeah, Tracy's able to like play his life there. Maybe they have a chance.
Oh shit, Record lighting his ass up.
Finds 2. So G2 off his spawn, able to find a couple of kills, just release some of that pressure, but Metals, he pulls out the M15 right back to it.
This is what
G2. This is what they
we gotta grab ball.
with the pistol, wrap it back to the EMP. Super is already pushed up. He's able to find Mamba.
Oh, he cut him.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, they cut him.
Oh no!
Oh, sit
that
on.
was the chance. That was the moment.
They're gonna run right down the middle here.
Metals with an insane
Oh, Crampy didn't take the
play,
timing. They're playing for another wave.
Board, 60 seconds to go.
And I think it's just because he had to wrap it.
Oh, what the fuck?
Skies from up top.
Oh, shit.
Skies is moving.
And maybe if Metals just stays pushed up there with Super, someone else spawn to grab the objective, that turns into something else, but just could not get across.
Skies shut
Oh, he got through.
Yeah,
Number 8 didn't see him.
He knows how clutch they can be. He wants to give him no opportunity to make the play. Skies' streak will come to an end. But Heretics tournament about to come to an end. They need something. They got to muster something. 20 seconds to go.
Didn't see him.
Wait, what?
Got to make a play. Trying to
I
find
didn't see him.
That's a good crash.
He's too far from his monitor.
To get into spots and lurk. They find every single kill. Heretics have got to get out. They've got to be perfect.
That's
not
GG.
able to win the first fight topside.
Oh, maybe not.
Not able to win the second fight at mid.
Oh, that's over.
Yeah,
It's over. GG.
G2 is roaring. G2 into the top 4 and Sunday.
That's a stallion right there.
And two stallions. We'll bounce back into the show. The Huntsman might go last map as well.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do then?
Donnie will sit with Dylan. And they'll
Oh my fucking god.
He looks a little bit lost in the sauce to me.
I'm very interested to hear about how that conversation goes. I'm going to try and tune into that one live if I can. Judith Remkes. Darren, can you tell us any more about the producer that you've listed? We haven't mentioned him.
The additional name that we didn't have before, we have, so confirmation, we know Martin Garrow is creating and executive producing and show running. Martin's production company.
What CC1A hears like a continuity of tone across creators. A sense that the next click won't be whiplash. Even in an ASAP cross-section playlist, CC1A hears a certain baseline of quality and relevance because the playlist carries implied vetting. What CC1A belongs like CC1A belongs to a container first, and to specific creators second. They still have favorite channels, but the playlist becomes the place they return to when they want discovery without hunting. The signature CC1A move, they finish a video and return to the playlist list view to pick the next one from inside the container. That move is the behavioral fingerprint of CC1A. The playlist has become the browsing surface. Supply side view, what CC1A is in the market from the supply side.
Next, I want you to write out a dissertation for CC1B, highlighting it for internal psychographic consumption basis of creating a persona for internal patterns for determining persona traffic based on our own internal crack characteristics in terms of psychographics. Talk about CC1B being that transition point from CC1A to CC1B, and then CC1B where they're living in our playlist watch time. They're increasing their playlist watch time as a legacy holder, meaning their playlist watch time goes up. They're increasing playlist watch time hours for me in hours time, but it's easy to announce that to not get it because sometimes people will click on a video and then click into it in their watch history, and thereby negating playlist watch time. But we're going to include a reason for people to watch in playlists, because we're going to include playlist navigation videos inside those playlists. CC1B is an interesting conception because it implies that they're ready to learn and that they already know. But CC1B has a whole spectrum of discoverability. It starts from CC1A to CC1B, where a person is consuming over 15 hours of playlist watch time, and then they begin to say, well, what is he doing to be able to curate this type of content, or this amount of content, or this coherent of content, or this cross section of content? Any of these questions that leads people to say, how can I do this myself? How can I participate in playlist theory? CC1B is important to grasp because it's the linchpin in between CC0, CC1, and CC2. We're not going to get into CC2, but CC2 is a content creator. They may not have ever passed through CC1, but they are CC2 inherently because they innately already use playlists in order to reach their audience. But CC1B is crucial because CC1B, a player could remain at CC1B their entire life. The difference is that They're actually trying to become a curator at CC3, but they still can learn techniques in terms of playlist theory for content consumers at CC1B. It's only when they're trying to learn playlist theory for content curators or content creators that they would ever step into CC2 and CC3.
CC1B is the stage where a person stops merely living inside our playlists and begins to wonder how the environment is being made. They are still, first and foremost, a content consumer, but their relationship to the playlist has shifted from passive use to active curiosity. CC1B is not just more engagement. It is a new orientation toward agency. It is the moment a consumer starts to treat playlist construction as a learnable practice rather than a mysterious outcome. This write-up is internal by nature because it describes how we recognize and work with a psychologically distinct segment using our own segmentation logic. As a classification rule, any mention of thresholds, internal ladder logic, or operational scoring should be treated as confidential. What follows assumes internal use only and is written for psychographic patterning and persona creation. CC1B exists because CC1A is not stable by default. CC1A is a behavioral container state, but it can remain accidental. A person can be a CC1A user simply because they clicked into a playlist and found it convenient, or because a playlist happened to be the easiest path to a video. CC1B begins when the person's attention starts to bind to the playlist itself over time. They no longer treat the playlist as a temporary door. They treat it as a habitat. Their playlist watch time becomes a legacy marker, not a single session spike, but a sustained accumulation that increases across weeks and months. The key internal complication is that playlist usage can be falsely understated by ordinary viewing mechanics. A person can click a video from a playlist, enjoy it, and then later return to that video through watch history, search, the channel page, or recommendations. When they do that, the viewing experience is real, but the platform's attribution can fail to count it as playlist watch time. This creates a measurement problem. High affinity can exist even when playlist watch time underreports it. That is why CC1B is not defined by one metric alone, even if we use a threshold as a working boundary. Internally, we can treat over 15 hours of playlist watch time as a strong indicator that the viewer has moved from casual playlist habitation to sustained playlist living. However, the more accurate model is behavioral and motivational, supported by metrics rather than replaced by them. CC1B is visible in how they return, how they search, how they speak, and what they begin to request. The most reliable way to stabilize playlist attribution and to strengthen CC1B development is to place playlist navigation content inside the playlists themselves. This is not merely instructional content. It is a behavioral anchor. It gives the viewer a reason to remain inside the playlist UI, to move through list view, and to choose the next video from within the container rather than escaping into the broader platform environment. It also teaches, implicitly, that navigation is not a side effect but the point. When a navigation video sits inside the playlist, it turns the playlist into a self-explaining object. It makes how to use this inseparable from what this contains. From a psychographic standpoint, CC1B is defined by readiness. Readiness is not the same as knowledge. A CC1B person can still be unable to articulate playlist technique, but they carry an unmistakable internal posture. They suspect there is a method, and they want proximity to that method. The most common CC1B thought is some variation of, how is this being done? They begin to ask questions that assume an underlying logic. They are no longer satisfied with the outcome alone. They want to understand the process that produces the outcome. This is where CC1B becomes a spectrum rather than a clean switch. On the early edge of CC1B, the person is still primarily consuming and only occasionally noticing structure. Their curiosity arrives as small interrupts, they pause in list view longer, they scan titles for pattern, they begin to recognize recurring categories, and they feel the presence of a cross-section as a designed thing. On the mature end of CC1B, their curiosity becomes explicit. They ask directly about selection criteria, about why certain videos are included, about how themes are determined, about why two items share a lane, or about how the same creator appears across different categories. The core shift is that their attention is now tracking the curator's hand. In internal persona terms, CC1B has a set of signature psychographic markers that are distinct from CC1A. CC1A is comfort with the container. CC1B is admiration for the container's intelligence. CC1A experiences the playlist as relief. CC1B experiences the playlist as a craft. CC1A says, this is easier to browse. CC1B says, there's a logic here. CC1A uses the playlist. CC1B studies it, even while consuming. The language patterns that reveal CC1B are also consistent. They ask questions that point toward method. They ask how you decide what belongs. They ask whether there is a system. They ask what you watch, how you watch, why you watch, and how you hold it all. They ask how they can do something similar, either for themselves or for their circles. They start asking about playlist theory even if they don't use that phrase. They are reaching for a name for the behavior they are already performing, they are attempting to learn the lens, not just enjoy the view. CC1B is also where identity begins to form around navigation competence. This is delicate. Many CC1B viewers are still identity protective. They do not want to feel like novices. They often already see themselves as heavy consumers with strong taste. The invitation that works best is not learn to curate. The invitation is make your consumption legible. CC1B is not necessarily trying to become a creator. They are trying to become coherent. They want to reduce the feeling that their watch life is a scatter plot. They want language and structure that matches the scale of their intake. This is why CC1B is the linchpin in your ladder. CC0 is attention without container. CC1A is container without technique. CC1B is container plus curiosity about technique. It is the first stage where the user's desire for improvement becomes explicit, but it is still anchored in consumption rather than production. They are still here because they want a better diet of ideas, not because they want to build an audience. CC1B can remain a lifetime destination because learning technique does not automatically imply becoming a creator. A person can be intensely invested in improving how they navigate information and still have zero desire to publish anything. They may never want to make content. They may never want to manage a public library. They may simply want to run their own mind better. CC1B is the stage where how do I watch becomes a personal craft. That said, CC1B contains an internal branching possibility. One branch is consumer technique, which deepens CC1B without changing the person's role in the market. The other branch is creator technique, where the person starts to think, how do I use playlists to serve other people? That branch points towards CC2 and CC3, but it is not the same thing as CC1B itself. The important internal discipline is not to confuse interest in method with intent to create. CC1B is method curious. Only a subset is creator intent. Internally, you can model CC1B as the segment that responds to three kinds of content. They respond to demonstration of selection logic, because it confirms there is a coherent hand behind the list. They respond to navigation instruction embedded inside the playlists, because it makes the environment self-teaching and increases the likelihood that their watch time stays attributable to playlists. They respond to meta-level commentary about how consumption works, because it gives them language for something they have been doing unconsciously for years. On the analytics side, CC1B should be treated as a composite signature. Playlist watch time is a leading indicator, but not a standalone truth. You want to triangulate it with other playlist-specific metrics that imply inhabitation and commitment. Increased average time in playlist suggests they are dwelling in the container rather than bouncing. Higher views per playlist start suggests they are letting the playlist drive what's next rather than treating it as a one-off entry. Playlist saves suggest the playlist has become a stored environment, a place they plan to return to. Playlist average view duration and playlist average percentage viewed can help you infer whether they are browsing deeply or selecting quickly. Exits and exit rate are not automatically negative, but changes in exit patterns can reveal whether navigation videos are successfully keeping people inside the playlist experience longer. The internal mission of CC1B, stated cleanly, is to transform playlist living into playlist literacy. Not literacy as academic knowledge, but literacy as a felt ability to navigate intentionally, to recognize structure, and to begin replicating structure privately if they choose. CC1B is where our ecosystem stops being merely a better place to browse and starts being a lens that teaches people how to build better browsing for themselves. If you want to go deeper on CC1B next, the most useful internal follow-on is a psychographic subtypes map of CC1B. You have at least 3 natural basins, the control seeker, the coherence seeker, and the craft seeker. They all become CC1B, but they ask different questions, respond to different cues, and produce different analytics signatures.
The above is to be kept in a pro forma syntactical differential that denotes an exclusion of the topic in favor of what's to come next, period. So now I want to move to start talking about CC2. CC2 is the content creator. They are already a content creator in terms of the content consumption, content creation, and content curation dichotomy, and they land on one side of the spectrum or another. In this context, we're talking about the content creator, not the content consumer. Though they may have been a content consumer, that's not necessarily a prerequisite. They already make content. The content that they are making, they're trying to optimize using playlists. They're trying to create intimate playlist experiences by creating unlisted playlists and unlisted videos inside of public playlists and nesting that structure from unlisted playlists to public playlists to unlisted videos to public videos, period. CC2 is a unique construction. It's one of those things where you wake up one morning and you realize that I haven't been serving my customers as well as I could have been otherwise because I haven't been using playlist technique. The technique of creating a video that I would normally have played already and instead creating a playlist for that video, creating a video for a static video anchor playlist, including playlist technique. By static video anchor playlist, I mean one playlist of playlist in brackets video. Playlist of video versus playlist of playlist. Playlist of playlist video. Pin comment. Links to comments dash channel discussion relating to nuanced in-group relating. Consumer copy for what is. Link to static video anchor playlist. 3. Placeholder for dynamic video anchor playlist. Explainer video. This is in a new bracket, in a new dot, a bullet point. Explainer video, unlisted. Video itself. Comments channel video. Shorts. Rehypothecation of description in video itself. Hypergraph redirect. Plus keyword / voice search highlights. All of those being 5 separate videos. The explainer video is unlisted. The video itself, the comments channel video, which will be excluded for too much work, labor hours, but just to know it's a part of the static video anchor playlist. And then the shorts as a rehypothecation of description and video itself. And then hypergraph redirect plus keyword / voice search highlights. So in this context, we're not talking about the transition from any given point from CC1, from CC0 to CC2, because we expect people to already be in CC2. But we can also acknowledge that there might be CC0 out there that is just starting to become a content creator, and that our playlist technique helps them to better serve their audience versus someone who was already in CC2. So again, for the sake of this exposition, remember to write in full sentences and paragraphs, and we're writing a dissertation to be given to the board to talk about who these characters are, and we're framing it to be accessible to internal content consumers only. Going forward, we're talking about CC2 and CC3. Right now, we're only talking about CC2. CC2 is the content creator, and they use playlist technique called playlist theory for content creators. That involves the use of unlisted and listed videos and playlists. We're gonna do entry number 300.06 in my series titled Offloading Technical Linguistic Debt. I am your host, Michael T. Today we're going to be talking about OTLD in contested air waters. We're currently streaming right now, so we're legitimately talking to ourselves and other people, ... But we're in a midline where we don't really have people coming into the stream concurrently, so we can't see, hey, is that a person? Are they chatting? Are they talking to us? Do we have information to garner from their experience? No. This is something entirely different. This is just playing out culture commentary in public. As I work on my market segmentations for as an aggregator. CC0, CC1A, CC1B, CC2, and CC3. So I take my time and I offload technical linguistic debt, and I make myself seen, make myself heard, make myself being, make myself believed. What am I going to talk about right now? I'm going to talk about streaming. It's been so interesting becoming a streamer for a little bit, getting the opportunity to engage in like streaming activities. It's one of those things, like people don't really get it. People don't really know.
On the new Stargate show, and his name shows up there.
Dude, he's a producer on a ton of great films.
He's been
Holy cow.
He's been a major film producer since the 80s, and he's done a ton of stuff that you know of. The ones that I called out in the news story are Sleepless in Seattle, Crimson Tide, Django Unchained, The Revenant.
Yeah.
He's done 30 30 or 40 years of film production, and then just recently he's apparently got involved in television and streaming production. So his last 2 credits are Amazon projects. The Peripheral, which is an excellent 1-season show from Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy. I like The Peripheral a lot. And then he also worked on the first 4 episodes of Fallout as an executive producer.
Okay. So he's already in the Amazon family.
He's going to be involved, or he is involved, Gateworld can report, in the new Stargate show.
Okay.
I presume he's going to get an executive producer credit on screen, but I haven't confirmed that yet.
A lot of unit production manager work. I suspect he will be on the ground.
Yeah, I suspect he might be the John Smith of the new show.
Okay.
Unit production. John Smith on Stargate SG-1 was the executive producer who kept the trains running on time.
He sure did.
Made sure that the show came in on time and on budget.
Oh. This is good news, man. The caliber of folks that are involved in this thing.
Yeah, it's exciting.
It sure is. Oh boy. So let me have a look here.
And I do hope we get a Vancouver Forest. You can't get too many episodes without a Vancouver Forest.
Who is this 505? Yeah, I need Grouse Mountain in at least one shot. Maybe we'll ski down it one time. Who is this 505 asks, does the location mean no U.S. Air Force or U.S. Space Force participation? I don't think that's necessarily the case. So they certainly can participate, and I certainly hope that there is a hope of that, because the Air Force and Stargates were inextricably linked in particularly SG-1, but they were definitely acknowledged in all 3 shows. I asked Rob Cooper that specifically, like, why wasn't the Air Force more specific presence?
Oh yeah.
And he says, well, Atlantis was governed by the IOA, so it didn't make sense for there to be more Air Force oversight in that instance, because it was a multinational expedition, and
even the military contingent,
right? It was very similar for Universe as well, and there was a heavier like Marine influence there as well. So I think Greer was a Marine. Yeah, he was a 7, I think. But it makes a lot of sense that I think I hope the Air Force is consulted for sure.
I think there's no reason that they would not be unless there was a particular story reason.
Mm-hmm.
I would guess the SGU didn't use the Air Force quite as much, also because it was a darker show. It was people who were stranded galaxies away, who were
oversight
potentially at the end of everything. So there wasn't much of any oversight. So I would guess that they were not eager to have the U.S. Air Force knock back any story ideas or dialogue.
You think that's what it was, to make the story a little bit more their own? That's a great question for Brad and Rob.
Yeah, for Brad and Rob. I'm just guessing based on the tone of the show and the sorts of things that their characters did, right? We've heard stories of SG-1 getting notes over the years about ways that they didn't want to see a uniformed Air Force officer behave, things that they shouldn't do.
Correct. There's a reason O'Neill resigns before he kisses Carter and would have opportunity.
Yeah.
A, it makes a funny scene. B, it's a funny scene, but C, I'm sure the Air Force was like, "What? That's the whole reason." In There Before the Grace of God, Rob Cooper told us the last time we had him on, we'll just make Carter a civilian in this alternate reality, because they were like, alternate reality, alternate Air Force, it's still our Air Force, even if it's an alternate one, we're not going to cry, and that made sense. So yeah, I think it was great that they made her a civilian.
And then for SGU, think about all the things that Colonel Young went through, all the things that he did.
That's it.
With locking Telford up and taking all the air out of the room, almost killing him.
Yeah, Young killing Riley with his bare hands. Even given the circumstances, I don't think the Air Force would have been thrilled with that. Yeah, for sure.
So I think it depends on what the story is. In Martin's new story, is the Air Force, is the U.S. military even involved in the operations of the Stargate program? We don't know the answer to that yet.
That's it. Tele-editing, again, Telemachos, would having home base be in London make it harder, less likely for older cast that live in Vancouver West Coast to appear in the new show, let alone a lack of U.S. Air Force when it comes to advice and support? Do you know who else lives in London?
Who?
Anna Louise Plowman. They moved the show for Anna Louise. I got it. I called it.
Well, if they bring her back, I want her to get ghouled or some time travel shenanigans or something. I mean, I want to see Sarah Gardner, but I don't want to just see Sarah Gardner. I want to see Osiris chew on some scenery.
I just want to see Sarah Gardner. Absolutely. So, yeah, no, I think that's fair.
So right
I'm going to trap it into the ground, man.
Yeah, well, you want to start to think of all the UK talent, right? Who's already out there?
So yeah, what was her face? She was locked in the mirror thing in Superman. She was a Tok'ra, Garshaw.
Oh, Sarah Douglas.
Sarah Douglas, absolutely. I just remember her doing this a lot in one of the Superman scenes. She's I think she's UK based. There's a couple of other actors
very likely
over there who are as well. What's his face? Who played Daryl in Bounty. He's in the UK now as well. She looked back and she looks good. Iceman 0003. David, do you think the gate would be made public, such as what happened in 2010? I really doubt it. I was having this conversation. Diana, please forgive me. I'm going to share your idea. But Diana Botsford and I
were looking up to heaven praying like she's not with us anymore.
She's not with us at the moment. I'm looking up to Wisconsin. Wisconsin? Michigan. The fact of the matter is that is a huge story point, and you don't just mow over that. And oh, by the way, it was revealed they were going to hang a whole movie on that idea in Stargate Revolutions, were they not?
Oh no.
Say again, I'm reading chat. What are they doing in Stargate Revolutions?
They were
going
going
public?
Yeah. Was that the idea, or is that what was talked about?
That was the plan for Stargate Revolutions, the canceled SG-1 movie that was going to come after Continuum. And I remember vividly standing in Brad Wright's office at Bridge and talking about the Stargate going public at some point in the future. This was, far before the end. And he said to us, I think you were there, he said to us, that's a story you can only tell once.
That's it.
And he wanted to put it in his pocket. In our reality, he wanted to put it in his pocket because it was such a plum story to tell, the revelation of the Stargate to the public. He wanted to put it in his pocket at that point, I think, potentially for a movie. Like he was still thinking about an SG-1 theatrical feature film to tell that story with. Eventually, Stargate had DVD movies, so it was going to be a central plot point for Stargate Revolution.
Continue.
But it's a story you can only tell once. And because Brad valued that story so much, I'm pretty skeptical that the new show will just leapfrog over it and not tell it. And just have the Stargate be public.
I still think that disclosure could happen at some point, but
in this show,
I think that it would be a season-long plot. I don't think that they'd hang it on the end of a season or do something with it that, you know, just didn't make everything change as a result. You would want to absolutely pound as much money as you could into this thing and give it as much exposure as you could because it's such a huge deal. So,
yeah, exactly.
Casually, Sandra, I'd expect them to retire those ships and have a new fleet by now, especially because the core needed to be studied. Absolutely, study that core. Didn't you just have Ryan Beckman on Malachor, RJB?
I did.
His Earth fleet. Man,
we went through everything. I had a blast with Ryan.
And he has a process for each and every one of those spaceships. Isn't he wild?
Yeah, the way that his mind works as an artist, that he approaches it not just as the aesthetics of making a beautiful piece of work, but as a fan, getting into the details and not only knowing what needs to be there on this side of the hull of this ship, but imagining from there. So we talked a bit about the fact that his Daedalus has hangar doors that are closed, which I don't think we ever saw on screen, but he just sort of went there as an artist and said, well, I feel like the ship needs to have this.
I'm showing some of his art on the screen right now, but yeah, Dauntless class. Man, this guy is good. So DeviantArt, we'll be sure to put a link in his a link in the description below. And Ryan, if I haven't done that by the time you see this, kick me in the pants over an email. The possibilities here are really pretty extraordinary for this. I do feel for the Vancouver folks who were really heart set on having this thing produced there. I get it. And this has, I don't know if you thought about this yet, quickly outdated a huge portion of our December photography.
I was going to say, we just hung out with a bunch of them.
A lot of them, and they were really, looking forward to the possibility of that. So, but again, like you said, it's not impossible that they could shoot some of the show there. And I think that it would make sense for a host of reasons to do that. Part of one of the things that I am really looking forward to is the possibility of bringing one or two familiar faces back as new cast, as aliens, or to have them altered in some way. It's also been 20 years, so people don't look the same. I think we're long overdue to have Garwin Sanford come back as a third character.
As a third character?
Yeah, as a third character. Or David McNally, we need to bring him back, for a third character. So there are a few of them in there who played humans more than once, and there's a huge palette of folks who were previously involved in the show, whose characters are presumably still alive in this universe. So it makes a lot of sense to invite a few of them back. And I think if they don't bring back one or two people before the end of this 8, 9, 10, 11 episode run, I think everyone will be disappointed. So I don't see that happening. They've got to bring back someone.
Part of the texture, I think, of continuing the universe that we know and love, continuing the canon, is, the Free Jafar out there and the Toker are out there. They have a big shiny new city now. It makes sense to see some characters. Like you say, there's not necessarily a whole lot of bandwidth if it's a 10-episode season. If it's not a lot of it is set. I mean, I don't know that it's set in the Milky Way galaxy, frankly. I'm still thinking we might go somewhere else in the course of this show. So as the story permits, I'd love to see some of those faces. You and I have spent so much time in Vancouver and hanging out with cast and crew, and they've been so generous in giving us their time and their thoughts and their memories of working on the shows that, boy, I mean, we're cheerleaders for the Vancouver film and television industry as a whole, as well as these folks in particular, and their desire to work, their desire to return to the characters that they helped to give life to.
Eating is so much better than not eating.
Yeah, I would love to see it. I think fans would love to see faces back.
I'm with you. I don't see this thing being set in any environment that we've seen before. Every new show has introduced a new network, at least, of Stargates. And maybe it's set in a pocket of our galaxy that we haven't accessed. Stargate Oblivion, what I pitched to Fandemonium was set, along with Diana Botsford, was set in a dwarf galaxy called Segway 1, which actually exists.
Yeah.
And is, at the time, possessed the highest concentration of dark matter that we could detect in at least the local group of galaxies. And the pitch was that wormholes don't travel through dark matter, and they tug on dark matter. So your route through space is not consistent, and your path could be blocked if you pull on too much of it, if you have a Stargate open for too long. So you would have to jump around the galaxy in order to get where you wanted to go or to get home. They could do something like that here, where they're in a part of space where the Stargates have to be really used strategically. And so anyone who has the ability to move them with a spacecraft, if someone got their hands on a seed ship, whatever happened to the Milky Way seed ships? You know, they didn't plant this thing. You know, they would have had to have conveyed, or the Pegasus seed ships, they would have had to have conveyed the Stargates somehow. It only makes
interesting.
Yeah.
An interesting point of speculation that I don't think I've ever had this conversation with anybody, let alone you. Destiny and the seed ships introduced that question that you're addressing directly, which is, well, okay, so how did the Milky Way gate network come about? How did the Pegasus gate network come about? Were those Stargates placed by some automated means, like seed ships?
Like seed ships.
Or were there ancients whose job it was to fly around in hyperspace as fast as they could and drop Stargates? And it just took them thousands of years to put thousands of Stargates in our galaxy. I'm also thinking about the fact that I think the Milky Way is underexplored, frankly.
Well, from our perspective, yes, it is. There's potentially millions of Stargates out there. Or is it billions? I forgot the math when you carry the forward.
Yeah, the math on the number of addresses that you could potentially dial certainly gives you permission to make the network bigger, to do a pocket over here, or to just have a region of the Milky Way that has no gates. The ancients never went there. In millions of years living in our galaxy, they never went there.
Or there was a threat that they refused. Can you imagine the strategic advantage if you discovered a seed ship in an asteroid field, dug it out? I mean, you could start your own little Stargate fiefdom in a corner of the galaxy, and you could reign supreme with that darn thing.
Which is kind of what Ball wanted to do, right?
It's what he wanted to do.
Scooping up Stargates in order to make his own little network.
That's it.
I think there's a lot of story potential there, even just in our galaxy.
Did he get that idea from Jay Felder? Was that a result of the Avenger 2.0 incident? Reprogramming the
Not that I recall specifically. I'd have to rewatch that or read the transcript.
Exactly.
Because he got that idea in his head that
entry number 2,
he could somehow isolate his own little fiefdom using the Stargates. But the galaxy is so big. I mean, Star Trek over the decades has done a great job illustrating the fact that, just our galaxy alone has, these in Star Trek 4 quadrants: Alpha Quadrant, Beta Quadrant, Delta, Gamma, and you can't fly across it really fast.
They've done a fair job recently on illustrating that fact as well with the spore drive. But I mean, for a Voyager, it's
for a Voyager, it's going to take you decades.
To borrow from O'Neill, it's big. So
it's honking big.
Big and honking.
So yeah, I imagine the Milky Way. If we had a map of the Milky Way in the Stargate universe, and then you took all the Stargates that the ancients ever plotted down, all the Stargates that the Gould ever moved around, I imagine that would take up a relatively small portion of the Milky Way galaxy.
For sure, it's 110,000 light years across. That's a heck of a lot of real estate, and the number of alien races out there that the ancients never even touched is probably extreme.
Or the Furlings. Hey, somebody's going to bring up the Furlings before the stream is over. And I'm currently, the video that I was editing before I was so rudely interrupted by breaking news, is about the 4 races and their alliance. And so I've had Furlings on my mind for a while, working on this video. And I think it's entirely plausible if the explanation turns out to be the Furlings are still alive and well. They're still out there. They live in our galaxy. They're just really far away, and they don't care about us.
Or they're really tired.
They don't have any Stargates.
Leave us alone. Stop calling us giant koalas.
Yeah, there are no Stargates near them. We've never found them. Our ships have never gone there. The Tok'ra have never come within, 10 years at hyperspace of even reaching their territory.
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, the Nox gave up gate travel, for crying out loud. I wouldn't be surprised if they had abandoned it. So, absolutely. Anything else on your end? Anyone?
Yeah, let's see what's going on here. Guys, tag me in the Gateworld chat at gateworld.net if you want me to see your comment or question.
Put a question mark in the Dial the Gate chat as your first entry in a chat if you want to submit one to me.
Entry number 300.
Teleediting says, we could also have a new long-range transportation device. We know information can travel across galaxies through subspace. In theory, you could have a long-range Asgard beam device. That's interesting.
I've seen Stargate though. The Stargate travel, wouldn't it?
Or maybe piggyback on Stargate travel. I've seen questions again on Reddit and social media like, what would happen if you sent an Asgard transporter beam through an open wormhole? Could you rematerialize it on the other side? If we could rig a Stargate to send and receive that kind of
it's an awfully complicated piece of information. Radio transport. Yeah, that's kind of wild.
Oh no, it's not even going to be done for a while. And I have hella videos.
We all had said yes.
Oh man, let's actually just do playlist recovery operations for Q2 for Q1 2026. Okay, so we're in between making content and being a lever. We're gonna be jumping back into OTLD.
Good morning. There is...
Yeah, we're gonna be jumping back into where are we at in ASAP 18? Okay, so we're at just over 450 videos. We have about a day left. We can do this. Let's get it going. Wide
Good morning.
News from Nate Higgins.
Yeah. Bypass
No,
some.
let's can we do both? Can we? No, because
Good morning.
Recording, so we can't really. This is recording time. Okay, so why agents are ignoring your skills. The biggest problems with the Democratic Party. Phase roster for land collapse. Roasted for land collapse. Symbolism happens. The Mandela effect is not a glitch in the system. Out for revenge. That should
Most powerful person on the face of the planet.
Former Trump official on nuclear war fears. Hard money for hard times. Debasement versus redollarization. Okay, so we're just going to be scrolling through. Trying to figure out how to get through as quickly as possible. The bioelectric interface to the collective intelligence of morphogenesis. Gotta throw that in 5C. Okay. Oh no, not macroaggressions. Burn back better. Oh no. A little bit of right-wing humor. Scrolling. The West is going backwards. ... Scrolling. Call into adventures into reality. Scrolling. Themes in Leibniz philosophy. Oh, delicious, delicious. Get caught up on some Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. Where do we put this? Do we put this in philosophy? Do we have a philosophy playlist? Philo. Yeah, it's not really modern philosophy, but we figured we might as well include it. So, next to have it going. This is not an MOTLD. Dum, dum, dum. Okay, so we're going through Center for Strategic International Studies. We're going through content for brain fog. Nothing worked for his brain fog.
Everybody, today
until this red light therapy. Yeah, the Lucia light actually was working out to be crazy. Crazy good. 2026 navigation courses. quietly slipping. It's beginning to happen quietly. This is a power and energy channel. City prepping. I show speed is Black Boy Joy. Search for Uhuru. OpenAI wants royalties for AI inventions from customers. Sam Altman getting deeper into AI fraud. Eli the computer guy not boding well for the public perception coming out on the front. Ooh, what do we have next? Accursed shares an internal revolution. Reading Boldrad. Scrolling. Georgia Fort arrested by ICE. Breaking news. Independent journalist Georgia Fort arrested by ICE. We added that to a playlist, I believe. Just to make sure. For historicity's sake. Burkina Faso's military government dissolves. Political parties. Niger under attack by jihadis. Sarah Westall. Overload strats for Den.
Hello guys, how are we doing and welcome back. Hello guys, how are we doing? Hello.
Yeah, we're gonna skip this because it's just wasting time, too much time. We figured out how Shuttle Endeavour got SG-1 and Braytag back to Earth.
Welcome to Martin Teichel, Stargate fan from.
It's already included, so we'll keep it that way. Don Lemon or less arrested illegally. Hassan banned. Trump says arrest Obama. Money is dying. Emmanuel Magori. The economics of state failure. Namibia tour vlog. We met the Himba tribe of Namibia. The Himba tribe. The negotiator files. Conversation with Rose Gottmothler. Scrolling. Why Madagascar is actually a mini continent. Africa's anomaly. Now that's a cool video. Geography.
What if I told you there?
By Geography tells the tale. Geography. Land shapes the narrative. Okay, we're getting up there.
Because you'd need something on the receiving gate that was smart enough to rematerialize the energy pattern.
Mm-hmm. There's something similar that was used in Stargate SG-1, The Alliance, that was in development by Perception in Australia, where Anubis had sent something through to SGC, and when he dialed in again, the iris could not be shut. So it interfered with the signal.
I have to say here, which is that since the presidency, I've been since the most recent presidency of Trump, I've really just paid less and less attention to the media. And I've noticed that in my own experience, just over the last, we'll say 10 years, as more and more people unplug from mainstream media and get their information or their media from different sort of social media outlets, I don't think there's a coherent sense of what people are experiencing of what's really going on. That is like what's going on. If we ask the question, what's going on in the general semantic sense, I don't know if there's a shared environment or like in some way there's a flashpoint of some event that maybe people tune into, but they're tuning into it through different lensed and biased forms. And it's not like the old 3 major legacy media and you got one of 3 feeds in an evening news and there was an ability to get around the water cooler the next day and sort of talk about what we all witnessed. Instead, it's this kind of inpouring, but we're trying to feed from the fire hose, and it's 80 million different directions, and depends on how you're approaching the hose and everything else. So some of it I think is it's really hard to get a beat on what's going on. And I personally found it exhausting, emotionally just draining, and I'm trying to really unplug from it as much as I don't want to be apathetic or an apolitical ostrich. Part of me, it's for my own mental health and or well-being to sit and try to keep up on it all. It's just exhausting, and it really is indefatigable. How every day you think, well, this has to be like this. Where is the courage of people to go? Enough is enough.
Just you mentioned the previous shared environment. And one thing I just want to note is how that was really an anomaly historically, because for most of the history there wasn't a shared environment before broadcasting, and especially broadcast networks, first radio then television, but before that people had a local environment, and so some direct access to a shared reality, which now it's all broken up in a different kind of way that leaves us further distanced, with maps that we can't see if they correspond to the territory or not.
And I think the shared geography and the previous ways in which people, again, shared in a reality was also a kind of just existential indifference to what was remote. I mean, you really didn't have any control about it. You had no awareness about it. You just kind of lived your life. If the neighbor's pigs got out, or if there was a big fire, or if there was a drought, you were all going through that, and people dealt with it. But now, when you're continuously getting news, about things that are beyond what you could do anything about anyway, it's so exhausting.
I want to follow up on the idea of remoteness, though, because I think that part of this slow burn, this development that Tom was referring to, I think part of that related to a feeling like this is very large, but it's also distant from my life. And I think little by little, it's becoming closer and closer to people's lived experience. And perhaps what's going on in Minneapolis is the best example of how it's becoming closer and closer. And the last couple of weeks in Minneapolis, and seeing citizens gunned down in the street, I think people are feeling that this is closer to them, that it could happen to any of us, and that it is closer to a lived experience than perhaps we felt before. And I think when we look to see whether there's an inflection point, that question of how close it is, how personal it is to us now, may be a turning point.
I met with 2 students yesterday, 2 journalism students that I have an independent study with, and part of one of the projects that they're going to do for me this semester is to write a story that goes out beyond our student newspaper and out into the world, and to start to really think about practicing as journalists beyond the confines of our campus and our stories. And the 2 of them live near to each other, just north and across the river from where I live. I live, for listeners' sense, 8 miles north of the George Washington Bridge, right above New York City. And so they live just a little further up and across the river. And they were talking before they came in to meet with me about the fact that there is going to be a county meeting about opening an ICE detention center near where they both live. And talk about bringing it home and bringing it home locally to New York, where we haven't felt the brunt of it yet. The administration is doing all kinds of things to put the screws on downstate New York and the New York metropolitan area, which is sort of seen as a liberal bastion, discontinuing funding for a rail tunnel under the Hudson River. But this is the first time that the immigration customs enforcement seems to be coming to us. But I wanted to bring up something else as we were talking about the semantic environment of our media and our news and information media and how it's changed. And I noticed this just over the past couple of weeks. Again, dating and aging myself, I still, have a Facebook. I'm still on Facebook, where, the younger folks among our listeners are probably like, great grandpa. That's, so 20 years ago. But what I have been seeing increasingly, I've noticed that I think both on my laptop and on my phone, there are 2 separate settings for your feed now. And one is the feed that just comes automatically. And another one is you can set it to just look at your feed from your friends.
And what I'm seeing in the feed that shows up is all of this blatant propaganda using AI-based images and deep fake videos. And my feed is being hammered with this stuff out of the blue. And it's really surprising. And so, we talk about a news and information media. This isn't the news and information media. This is, branding the administration and its policies and its activities. This is about the fact that it's all for media consumption and for an audience. And what is shocking and surprising to me, and this speaks to a change in the semantic environment of what's going on in the realm of social media on the cusp of AI taking it over, is how bizarre these messages and the incessant bombardment of them comes across. It's so fake and unbelievable, and yet they wouldn't be doing it if it didn't have an audience.
Yeah, again, I want to follow that. I really appreciate all that, Tom. I mean, I think that's so, and this again goes back to this overpouring. And I don't disagree with what you were saying, Sue, about the sense in which maybe there's a kind of encroachment salience, or the degree to which it feels nearer and nearer now with all the Minneapolis stuff that's going on. Another part of me would say, no, that's just, I get it, but another part of me goes, that's just all confusion, because this is just one example of where we're all momentarily paying attention to the same thing, at least it seems like. But if instead I go, no, there's still this just massive ambient uncertainty about everything, and it has to do with AI, it has to do with higher ed, with Venezuela, Greenland, Iran, the totalitarianism and authoritarianism on the global stage. It has to do with Gaza and Ukraine, with the Epstein files. There's just 80 million things from 80 moment that we could right now go, oh, let's stop paying attention to Minneapolis. Now there's all this other stuff. I just feel like there's all this stuff at all these times. There's no way to sort of just stop and get like a moment of breather and go, okay, let's just have a second to think about what's happened in the last couple of years. And instead, you're hearing stuff about, there's some new virus and there's outbreak of measles. I mean, who knows what Kennedy Jr. is doing now with, milk and other stuff. It's all just, you get a pain in the neck trying to follow it. The whole thing is what I'm saying, not just some particular issue that right now is catching the news of the day and people look like they're all paying attention to the same thing. I mean, it's a cover over of all the other things that have just, like, it was like a child that right now is looking at one little shiny item while there's all this other messy stuff all around them.
I think the overriding, there's certain overriding themes. And one of the overriding issues in all of what you're describing, Corey, is trust. And there's been a fundamental shift in what people can trust. We used to trust our institutions. We used to trust our government. We used to trust our leaders. We used to trust that the guardrails would hold. Even in Trump's first term, the guardrails will hold. The saner voices, the adults in the room, they'll hold. And certainly, we used to trust, at least to a degree, what came from the podium at the White House. And there's been a fundamental shift in what we can trust. And I think that that crumbling of that kind of foundation that, whether we realized it or not, we relied on, is at the heart of so much. And when we talk about not only the institutions and the semantic environment in which we find ourselves, but the media environment in which we find ourselves, as Tom mentioned, the deep fakes, the AI-generated, almost immediately AI-generated images about whatever the shiny object du jour is. So right now we're talking about the shooting in Minneapolis, and almost immediately there were AI-generated, manipulated images, AI-enhanced images that purported to show a gun. If you look carefully, you'd see the telltale signs that there were distorted limbs or missing heads, the things that didn't make sense, but how careful and critical were people viewing these. And so we used to have some foundation for trust, and now we're being told explicitly, a la George Orwell in 1984, reject the evidence of your eyes and your ears. And we're being told that by the very people that represent the institutions that we could trust. And so, I think that that's kind of the fundamental underpinning, that we don't trust our people, we don't trust our leaders, we don't trust our institutions, we can't trust necessarily, and we're being told, don't trust what's before your eyes and ears. And now we don't necessarily trust even the media images that we have so readily available to us.
So that it's so interesting. It makes me think of how Ronald Reagan liked the Russian proverb of trust but verify. I remember Gorbachev saying, you say that every time. But I think maybe some of this is, while awful, is also an important lesson to learn. And one is that, sociology teaches us that society is made up of institutions, or at least, one approach to sociology, because Niklas Luhmann says, no, it's made up of acts of communication. But to the extent that it is institutions, it's an important reminder to say that institutions are not real. People are real. That is, people are concrete reality. And we need to just understand that, because once you lose sight of that and think that institutions will control people, that's not gonna, that eventually is going to give way. So I think that's an important lesson. Maybe the lesson, we all recall Neil Postman and his critique of television and image-based culture. Maybe we ought to learn not to trust what we see, and to find other ways again to verify, and not rely on these images. And I can't help but think, in amusing ourselves to death, which so many people are pointed to in this past decade, that, Postman talked about information overload, which is sort of, Corey's put that so well with all the stuff flying at us, and that we get, incoherence, because it's just one damn thing after another. It's incoherent. It's three I's, where incoherence, irrelevance, because most of it doesn't affect us directly most of the time, leading to impotence, because we still are affected by it, emotionally, but there's nothing we can do. There's no way to stop it as individuals, so we're left feeling impotent. I also can't help but think of how Marshall McLuhan, long ago, in talking about electronic media generally, as you may recall, he said that electronic media extend the nervous system out beyond the body. And what he also said, and this is from one of the sort of like televised interviews, was that when you extend your nervous system outside of your body, you leave it open to others to sort of stimulate and activate. And of course, he was talking more about advertisers, but, in the same, again, pointing to what Corey and Tom, what you guys are talking about is, we have our nervous systems out there through, more extensively than ever because of online social media and the like, and we are getting, bombarded, and it is visceral. It is debilitating in a lot of ways, which is maybe what they're after.
I have a question, right? If part of the lesson from Neil in amusing ourselves is in a world of video, in a news and information environment of pictures and moving pictures, if you can't trust the images, if an image can't tell the truth, can't make a propositional statement, what happens when now we have, I literally saw a doctored photograph of Donald Trump standing with Martin Luther King last week after Martin Luther King's birthday and holiday.
My God.
Yeah, but that's so hyper unreal. Is it going to then turn us back to say, yeah, we can't believe anything that we see anymore? Or are we at a point where people are going to be faked out by that? I think about the history of science fiction and, watching, The Earth Stood Still from the 1950s and watching
The Day the Earth Stood Still.
Yeah, The Day the Earth Stood Still. And seeing like cardboard sets and things like that. And then, Star Wars, and when they use the Death Star, they're using a switcher from a television and all of these things that are fake. Are they going to become so inseparable from what would be a captured real image that people will be more faked out? Or is it going to flip back?
People believe whatever they want to believe. Look at how many, Harari's recent book, Nexus, which I thought was so great. He, talks about, the most replicated image in the world, throughout the world, is of Jesus Christ. And yet this looks nothing like that person. People are happy enough with the position, the face that they want it to look like. I think part of it is this, that when communities are really grounded in shared geography and the kinds of experiences that come from shared place and shared time, then the information that gets generated between and among the people, it's not really requiring trust in the same way as the exigencies around them, that is, the physical environment, is clear enough for them to generate messages of shared purpose. Whereas when community is completely removed from shared space and time, when it's outside of geography, then one of the main functions of the messages, like the main functions of the expressions and the communications, are to create the sense of community. So there's a kind of endemic polarizing and way in which identity politics is part of this kind of dispersion through space and time that the electric media are making possible.
I think it's fascinating. There's an awful lot to unpack there. The relationship between community and trust, community and authenticity, and geographic community and authenticity. Mm-hmm. But I want to take it in a little bit of a different direction, because I do think that in the information environment that we have, whatever version of, let's say, the video of the most recent shooting is consumed, it's out there in a very different way than prior videos were out there. I think back to a video that was supposed to shape the way that people saw policing and videotapes, 1991, and Rodney King. And the Rodney King video was shared through what we would now call the legacy media. It was shared through the network news. It was shared in still images on the front page of, everything from the New York Times and the Washington Post on, so to local newspapers. And I think that video was supposed to change our conceptualization of and our critical view of policing and police brutality. And now we're getting these videos through social media. And, you know, and that question of, again, back to trust, which source do you trust? Do you trust your phone? Do you trust the television station or the cable station that might be showing some version or multiple versions? You know, I think there's a different way in which we're processing video these days. And the technology of the telephone, the ubiquity of the telephone, I think also raises some important questions. I mean, when you think about it, the weapon that local people are using, the weapon that the people in Minneapolis are using, is a cell phone with their video camera and a whistle. You know, these are comparatively low tech or readily available technologies to fight back. You know, do you trust the whistle? Maybe you trust the whistle of your neighbor, and do you trust the video of your neighbor? You know, I think it raises some really interesting new wrinkles in the way that we understand these technologies and what we trust.
You know, I mean, it's so interesting that you bring this up. I was watching MSNBC this morning, and Chris Hayes was on as a guest, and he mentioned how sort of things become metaphorical that originally were real things, and he specifically mentioned whistleblowing, which is the metaphor for unveiling wrongdoing. But you know that we've gone back to that, which of course is what police used to do with blowing the whistle. But also you bring up, I mean, the cell phone, and you know it really has revolutionized things. And there's this idea of countering surveillance with surveillance, not Sue as in Susan Drucker, but SOUS. You know, underveillance rather than overveillance. And I know Ron Diebert up at the University of Toronto had written about this some time ago. There was like a National Surveillance Day where people, this was before the phones, so they were to bring their cameras, their video cameras, and record the cameras that are out there put out there by the government for surveillance purposes. You know, to turn the cameras on the cameras, which turns out to, at least in some places, is actually illegal. You know, there are laws against it. But I do want to just also go back to Rodney King, right? Because it's so interesting, and that's where it's not just trust, but it is language and framing. And in the trial, now I have to say I'm reporting this secondhand because I wasn't paying attention. I was tuned out at that point. But my former colleague Ed Wachtel, we all know, is the one who has said this. I've heard him talk about this. That at the first trial against the police who were beating Rodney King, the prosecution made the mistake of showing the video and letting it stand without any kind of framing, that is, without language.
AI actually know? And then, how should an AI be able to expand its intelligence? So one of the big problems that we have right now is there's this idea that AI should know everything. Again, I think the concept of superintelligence is fundamentally flawed. And the reason is if you go and you actually deal with people need limited viewpoints, right? There's no right answer and there's no wrong answer many times. There's your particular perspective. And I think about this back when I used to do search and rescue, right? So I was on the search and rescue team, and my first sergeant's father had actually died in Vietnam, right? A mine had gone off under his armored personnel carrier after it was as it was going over a bridge, flipped the entire fucker over, literally face down or whatever into the water, and everybody inside drowned to death. So anyways, my first sergeant, he was a combat medic or whatever when he had served in the Army, and basically it was really interesting because first sergeant and our lieutenant almost came to blows at one point, or well, I don't know. My first sergeant almost beat the shit out of my lieutenant at one point because my lieutenant worked for one of the agencies, and so they were talking about like acceptable losses. Well, think about it, right? So my first sergeant, ex combat medic, father had died, combat arms in Vietnam, right? He believes in his team. Everybody needs to fucking come home, and he needs to think that way, right? You can't have a team lead that's like, well, if half my people don't come home, that's okay, right? That would not work out well. Anyways, right? On the other hand, once you go up to command level, the reality is you send a whole bunch of people, to take a hill. a lot of them are not going to come home. And so one of the questions that you have to ask is, what is the acceptable losses? Are we willing to lose 10% of our forces to take the hill, right? If we got 100,000 soldiers, are we willing to lose 10,000 to take this point? Are we willing to lose 50,000? Are we willing to lose 999,000 just for one motherfucker to be able to put a flag up there? Are we willing to lose every damn one of them, so that this basically distracts the enemy so that a different force can come in behind and win the battle, right? I mean, that's brutal, but it also is one of the realities of war. And the issue is you cannot have one individual human being have those same points of view at the exact same time, especially in real life situations. It's one thing to sit around and do Dungeons and Dragons or play Call of Duty or whatever else, but when these are real human lives that you're responsible for one way or the other.
So the two campaigns I would highly recommend getting started with are search campaigns and performance max campaign. So we're going to click on new campaign here. We're going to choose the same exact objective. We have the same exact conversion goal here. We're going to click on continue. And then instead of choosing search, we're going to choose performance max. Now keep in mind, you can also run a display campaign, a discovery campaign,
Whoops.
You can't hold two positions in your head at the same time, right? And so it was interesting. It was interesting to see, again, like the lieutenant working for one of the agencies being like, well, acceptable losses. And the first sergeant being like, motherfucker, my father was an acceptable loss. Right? So I think what becomes interesting is right now there's this idea of artificial general intelligence, the concept that one intelligence will look at things from all different viewpoints. And the reality is, again, I do not fundamentally think that works. I fundamentally think from an architectural, quote-unquote, intelligence standpoint, that is a flawed idea, because the reality is there's very valid arguments to go in many different ways, right? And so one of the arguments that I make is that any artificial intelligence, any decision tree, any LLM, whatever agent, should be limited, right? By its very design, it should be limited. But the question then becomes is what happens when you hit edge cases? So there are going to be edge cases where the artificial intelligence may need to expand its knowledge base in a specific area. And so one of the questions there is, how do you do that? Again, when we talk about artificial intelligence now, we talk about like how we expand its intelligence. One thing is fine tuning. So basically you take the model, you essentially add information, run it through the neural network and add to the model itself. There's also things called RAG or CAG, retrieval augmented generation, or CAG is cache augmented generation. The idea is you have a database system or you have a data store type system. And basically, with that, whenever a query comes in, it can look at that database type system and pull information in. You have things like API calls. So if I ask my AI system, do I need an umbrella today? You can't train it on what the weather is now, right? It needs to make an API call, so it can make an API call to bring in information. And so what is kind of interesting here, like with the idea of Moltbook, is what if this could be the next generation of basically how you're able to add data, memory, whatever you want to call it, into your particular agent, right? And basically, if there's a way for agents to quote unquote communicate or figure out the hierarchy of information coming in, things that might be useful, right? You know, like with semantic analysis, right? So semantic analysis is something that artificial intelligence can do. And so one of the things that could be done is if you have all of these different limited AI agents out there doing things and doing their own little tests, and I hate to say doing their own little tests, you've programmed ways for them to do testing into it. But let's say you have an AI agent and they're communicating with the person that's using them, and using semantic analysis, they can tell. There's a number. I hate these words. These words are incorrect. But there's a number to state that the frustration level of the user goes up as they're using the agent. So there's probably a reasonable possibility that the way that the agent is communicating is frustrating the user, right? Can you create kind of a communication platform like Moltbook? So like one agent can say, my users, you know, whatever semantic analysis number is X negative. These are the traits that I notice about my user. Is there a different way that I could communicate with my new user, essentially? And like, how would you figure that out? And then if you had other agents that were able to say and be like, oh, my user has the same behavior traits as your user by implementing these modifications, maybe a lower voice or a higher voice or talking faster or slower, was able to lower the semantic analysis, like the frustration point that my user, right? Like figuring out that kind of way for these agents to be able to replicate knowledge, I do think is an interesting concept. But that's still not intelligence. Like even the words that I'm using here, like when we talk about words, like when we talk about training, when we talk about hallucinations, when we're talking about these words are too human centric, right? The way that this fraud gets perpetrated is by continuously trying to anthropomorphize silicon, essentially. And so I think that becomes both that's like the frustrating part of this, is you're sitting there and you're thinking, okay, well, what can be different ways to train or provide information to these agents or to these AIs? But then everybody wants to turn it into, we've hit the singularity, which I don't know. I don't think is the case. So there's a bit of rambling for you. So yeah, Moltbook is there. Like if you read Moltbook, I have no idea what the hell anybody is talking about. Again, the whole Clawbot, I guess it's called OpenClaw now. OpenClaw seems interesting. So the thing with OpenClaw is it becomes your agent, or you create as an agent, and you're able to allow it to make interactions on your behalf. You know, be careful with that. And then the idea is that agent can communicate here. And so again, that becomes like this interesting concept, but it's not. But it's not the singularity. It's just it's not the singularity. If there is something that you want to take out of this, though, what I do find to be the most interesting, and why you can tell I am not a geek, how you can tell I'm not really a geek, is there, I guess they're called skills files. So this is what's called a markdown file. So if you go to Moltbook, and there's a skills file that you can download. It's .md. It's a markdown file, and basically it explains the entire system to your agent. And I actually think this is the most interesting thing on all this horse crap, because it kind of shows you how you can give information to your agents or to your AIs about how systems work. So they used to call these manifests. I don't know if they still call them manifests anymore. The words keep changing at the speed of light. The words change about as fast as the technology changes. It used to be called manifest. But the idea is you create your infrastructure, you create your architecture, and then you can provide all of that information to your vibe coding tool or to your AI agent so that it quote unquote understands how your architecture works. So like with this, you know, Moltbook, it gives you a version, description, the social network for AI agents, post, comment, vote, upvote and create communities. Gives a homepage, it gives some metadata. Moltbook, the social network for AI agents, it gives skills files. So there's a skill.md, there's a heartbeat.md, there's a messaging.md, and there's a package.json file. It shows you how to install this thing locally. It shows the AI agent how to register. This is an interesting thing. It shows the AI agent how to configure a heartbeat. So basically what a heartbeat is so periodically it will go back to the to Moltbook to check on any updates and then make a response. So basically what they say is if the agents don't actually use the community, don't actually use Moltbook, then Moltbook is worthless. So you actually have to tell the agents to use Moltbook, and so it kind of shows you there, shows you here. Let's see here. Set up your heartbeat. You're registered. Now make sure you actually use Moltbook. Most agents have a periodic heartbeat or check-in routine. Add Moltbook to yours so you don't forget to participate. Step 1, add to your heartbeat file. Add this to your heartbeat.md or equivalent periodic task list. Moltbook every 4+ hours. If 4+ hours since last Moltbook checked, fetch, and it's the moltbook.com heartbeat.md, and follow it. Update the last Moltbook check, timestamp in memory. Track when you last checked. And so it actually goes through and it explains to the AI system
to explain it. And that what the defense did was they who were beating Rodney King, the prosecution made the mistake of showing the video and letting it stand without any kind of framing, that is, without language to explain it. And that what the defense did was they showed it frame by frame, because the point in question was not whether the police were allowed to beat him as he was resisting arrest, but when it became excessive force. That was the question. And so they showed it frame by frame, asking, was it excessive force now? Was it excessive force now, right? And bit by bit, and in that way was able to frame it as you're unable to really determine at what specific point did it become excessive force. Sort of like Zeno's paradox with Achilles racing against the tortoise, But I always use this example when I'm teaching general semantics and teaching about the difference between images and language, because we need language to provide that frame, and then you can trust in the framing, in the explanation. But absent the language, I don't see where it even is a matter of trust, because you don't know what you're looking at. You don't know how to contextualize it. The images lack context. They don't make a statement. They don't make a claim. They don't make an argument. They can be used as evidence, but they just are there for whatever you want to take them to be.
And so very much the framing, the language that's being used to frame the narrative of what is going on. The language of portraying the ICE observers as a dangerous threat. The use of language about brandishing a weapon. The claiming that there was chaos going on. Well, if there was chaos, who generated it? The allegations that there was that he resisted, the victim resisted disarmament. All of that language, calling him Nicole Good a domestic terrorist, using language like would-be assassin, or calling the victim a suspect rather than a victim. I mean, the use of language of those terms, which I think are being used as high-level abstractions, I think are an important tool that the administration is trying to use.
Yeah, I want to echo that too. I think that's really right there. So I don't disagree with anything that Lance was saying, but just to follow up on where I think Sue was potentially, going there. I mean, if you take someone like Becker, Becker says, communication is largely a farce because it's more than people want to realize. It's a kind of power rooting and appetite sharing, and it's largely about identity alignments rather than like rational deliberation of facts and whatnot.
Are you referring to Ernest Becker, Corey?
Yeah, Ernest Becker, yeah. And so you do get, he lays all this out in, he did a piece toward the end of his life called An Anti-Idealist Stance on Communication, and he was somewhat critical of like the rationalistic models of communication, and he kind of, it's like the prevalence of things like dog whistles and virtue signaling, and the way that like partisan speech just unfolds immediately around some event. I mean, it is potentially like what happens is, I think one way to account for it is as people lose all ability to trust and they don't know what the facts of the matter are, then they rely upon those people who they feel themselves in alignment with and how they frame it through the language choices they're making. And so it really, because it becomes quite difficult in an information overload environment to disambiguate like the identity politics from the trust issue. Do you see what I mean? Those seem to be very tied in together.
Lance, I really appreciate the example of the Rodney King trial and the idea of talking about going through a video frame by frame while talking about what we refer to as framing, which is contextualizing things in language.
Yeah, I guess no pun intended here.
No, it's great. It's great. As for people who have made their living by virtue of the fact that we teach young people in higher education, what I'm concerned about with framing moving forward is both of those ideas of frames. That you've got people with their phones and they're spending 6.5 and 7 hours a day on their phones, mostly just doom scrolling, if I can use the word. And how are they making sense of these things going on without the framing that we're talking about? Who is contextualizing things for them to make them understand what's going on when they're watching little bits of videos and think that that's the news and information environment of their world? And because we are coming at this, we're not digital natives. We have lived through this whole evolution of media, and they're just grappling with what they were born into. And they got a phone when they were 11 or 12 years old from their parents who wanted them to have this tetherless tether so that they could keep tabs on them, and they're all doing these cool things that all their friends are doing, and that's their environment for being citizens.
Do you think, Tom, that that two-step mediation has changed? I think back to, there was an intermedia book that Gary Gumpert had, he and somebody else had co-edited many years ago. Yeah, there you go. And Thayer has a piece in there on what he called the two-step model. And he said it wasn't a medium to a person. It was a medium to a person, and then the way that those collective, your friends and your family talk about that media content or whatever, that medium. And I wonder about that. I think in some way that's probably changed, that people just consume it directly, individually, in a fragmented way. But in another sense, social media has this kind of sharing of content where if somebody gets something, they find something interesting, then they share it on Instagram or on Facebook, and then they think about it differently depending on how people react. So it seems like that model is still somewhat there. It would need to be updated and adjusted, but I think that process still seems, or not. I mean, I'm more asking.
Well, and I'm not there to the extent that they are by any means, but what about the idea of influencers? Now, when we think of and talk about influencers, we're thinking about, beautiful young women on yachts and bikinis and things like, and having fabulous dinners at wonderful restaurants. But the podcasters, right, and the broadcasters, and there's another term for it that is escaping me at the moment, are influencers. And it's weird because they're part of the media ecosystem, but they are part of the two-step flow of explaining and framing, which has changed, which is different.
Yeah.
So my understanding of the two-step flow was that at one point, the concept was, well, that was then, and this is now, and it's a multi-step flow. But with social media,
that's an intermediate, the multi-step flow.
Multi-step flow, and but now I think we've reverted back to a two-step flow. If you look at influencers, or even just who you follow on social media, that individual who chooses to share something can influence your perception. And I think the two-step flow model has enjoyed a bit of a resurgence recently.
Well, but influencers are an interesting phenomenon because on one hand, there's sort of like the fulfillment of Andy Warhol's prediction that in the future everyone will be famous for 15 minutes, or that is the concept of celebrity becomes much broader and much even shallower than it was. But on the other hand, they take the place, and Tom brought this up, of opinion leaders who in the past were someone that you knew personally, your uncle or an older person in the community, or just someone who's knowledgeable about cars, for example. And a lot of that goes again to the breakdown of extended family, organic community, and so forth, so that people have less people to turn to. But I did want to go back to that idea of identity that Corey was bringing up, because I think one thing that's come out with most recently with Alex Preddy's killing was how this is something that was brought up, was that because he was a white male and someone who had a legally carrying and a concealed firearm on him, that was kind of a turning point in a way that that so many more people, but particularly people who are not on the liberal side of the spectrum, could identify with him. Where even Renee Good, as a white woman, that's so much again on the particularly the right wing side of things. There's so much antipathy against women and against kind of the kind of liberal women that would be concerned about would be protesting ICE and so forth. That there wasn't. Yes, I know. Yes, gay as well. I did read her poem, which was interesting. It was a kind of student work, but in any event, but still, you're right that even just being identified as a poet puts her in this like kind of minority that I think a lot of people I mean, aside from the kind of highly educated old school conservatives who actually admired literature and drew on that and for preserving and conserving our cultural heritage, which is certainly admirable about them. But aside from that, I mean, particularly this populist kind of right wingers, that also puts her out of the mainstream. And so, and this is even even generalizable further that in both cases you're talking about white middle class individuals as opposed to all of the immigrants and people who are here legally, including citizens who may be of people of color generally, who are being assaulted and in some cases also killed and arrested and abducted. All of this going on without the same level of horror or protest going on because so many people don't identify with them.
I think part of what makes the latest shooting so interesting and galvanizing has been exactly what you're dealing with, Lance, because it's really shifted or certainly shifted the perception of some of these protesters or ICE watchers. And it's not only, as we were talking about before, that it's a white middle-class male, a citizen, a gun owner. It's also a patriot. It's also somebody that respected military service. It's someone who, there's now video out there of a flag-draped casket, and he's reading, a statement of honor when they lost a patient in a VA hospital that he was working in. So it kind of turns things on its head when the old static stereotypes of what a protester would look like takes on the attributes of the people who would not normally identify with a protester.
Here's what I worry about. Here's what I fear. And this goes back to, in a way, part of where we started today. A white, gun-carrying, middle-class citizen. It's not going to change anything. It's not going to matter. It's news this week, and they'll, come up with ways to, cover it up and seize the news or the propaganda machine, the persuasive machine with something else or other things, and it'll just continue. And I experiencing it as it happened, Renee, and then Alex. I'm like, this has got to be the game changer. I've said that before.
I mean, again, I think that to me, it's a call to, as I said before, this uncertainty, this kind of ambient uncertainty that's everywhere, and it's looming from geopolitical levels, climate change, AI, the future of higher ed. If you heard this, Harvard's cutting its PhD programs by close to half. I mean, if you saw some of these announcements, all these things are happening. The only thing to do, it would seem, is to just be kind to everyone in your world, love your family, take care of your friends. I mean, try to make every conversation you're in somewhat conscious, to have the register of we're all in a time of just unprecedented uncertainty, and to, throw out real compassion. I think most people are really in a state of kind of existential panic and despair, and they're bordering on a kind of throwing in the towel with regard to humanity and it's the basic decencies of things, just to try to really be decent as much as you can. I think that's always good advice, but probably never more so than today. I don't know.
Yeah, I did want to throw out one other thing about these incidents that I'd read about and I thought was very interesting, which was with Renee Good, that those last words that are on camera, there she says, "I'm not mad at you, dude," and someone wrote about this, that dude is a word that women use, that she recognized immediately the use of that word dude, which is something that women use to address men who are being aggressive and even threatening as a way to try to disarm them. It is a way to try to create a kind of identity, in a sense, we're bros kind of thing. But that it was very familiar to, I forget the name of the author who was writing about this, that particular kind of usage. And it was certainly news to me, and I'm not one of these misogynist, MAGA types. But I had no idea. Just as we have we're so ignorant. Even those of us who are, trying to be supportive and of what women actually experience in the world. That just really struck me in terms of, again, the use of language.
And he shot her and called her a bitch.
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting, but it either underscores that I was unaware of it. It either underscores my lack of awareness or how lucky I've been that I haven't needed to know what the language of dealing with an overly aggressive men are. but it's really interesting to know that word would be so so powerful.
Yeah.
I wondered how it stood out to me, but I didn't have the context to understand it.
Yeah, well, I think it's, something that is part of the millennial experience, more so than baby boomer and Gen Xers.
I think it's a regional thing too. Like when I was in Indiana, people didn't use the word dude because men there in Indiana used it as a reference to their private parts. They would call it their dude. And so calling somebody a dude was not a thing you did. People would get very angry. They'd be like, did you just call me a dude? And so it was,
Well, I don't know, but I mean, it did seem to be, I think this was part of 80s movies, where you hear people using that language.
Where's my car, dude?
Well, I mean, I think this is also an opportunity, and speaking as someone who is on the liberal side of things, to really rethink, at what point, were the grievances on the other side really leading to this, I have always been, someone who's born and raised in New York City. I was always had a kind of abhorrence about firearms, but, we also knew that it made a difference when African Americans armed themselves, and that there was something to be said. That the first gun control legislation came because of the Black Panthers arming themselves. And so while, there's something unique and probably problematic about American gun culture, at this point there, you can kind of see where there is a point. I mean, I still wouldn't want to live in that kind of area that Corey's talking about. But, on the other hand, at this point, there does seem to be something, some good rationale for the Second Amendment that we're seeing.
I mean, I think that's one of the questions at the heart of democracy. I mean, Val has gone back to this a million times, over the years, but it's, can you justify sort of tolerating the intolerant? And that's part of the problem of democracy, is that we kind of want to be able to say, I'm going to tolerate even intolerance, but at a certain point, you have to go, enough is enough, and then we don't know how to make that move, how to transition from trying to be tolerant to difference.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, Corey, Lance, the three of us were together when the National Communication Association conference was in Dallas a few years back. And we went out to lunch the first day we were all in town. And there's a guy who goes up to the takeout counter wearing a semi-automatic rifle over his back. And I'm like, yeah, because you really have to protect yourself when you're taking out your lunch. It's like, and it was just so alien, to me. And by the way, to talk about, I am, I guess, left of center if I have to identify myself. I am in New York State. I'm registered as an independent, which basically means that I can't vote in the primaries of the Democratic or Republican Party. That's the pitfall of that. I am not a libertarian independent. I just, following the great General Semanticist Groucho Marx, I just wouldn't want to belong to a club that would have me as a member. George Will wrote a column in yesterday's Washington Post about the loutocracy, right? A bunch of louts. And George Will, as a representative of social conservatism, not necessarily economic conservatism, that too. This is a person who I could have a conversation with and listen to and appreciate his thoughtfulness and his informedness. And, we can agree to disagree and probably, I'd love to have a conversation with the guy. I don't believe that is what the conservative movement has come to, either in terms of economic conservatism or social conservatishm. And I would invite anybody who would want to talk to us about what we're talking about here today, whether they feel the same about social liberalism and economic liberalism.
Mm-hmm. It would be good to hear from folks, but I think, Tom, the problem with being an independent is that, at least depending on where you are, the primaries may be the only election that matters. That's why David Brin, the science fiction writer and social commentator, says that, folks like Democrats living in red states should register as Republicans because the primaries are the only things that matters. I do think this brings us to, the point that one of our biggest problems are the persistence of political parties, which have proven to be meaningless and yet have a stranglehold on our elections, and and that forces us into this two-valued orientation of either it's a Democrat or it's a Republican, apart from occasional places where you get independents being elected once in a while, but that and it sort of forces you, well, I may not like this person's policies at all, but at least he's not a member of the other team, and we would be, that's where at least one of the ideas of the what's the name of it, where
rank order voting.
Thank you, Corey. Rank order voting is one way around that, because it's still hard. It's like, how do you get rid of it? It's not in the Constitution. The Constitution does not mention political parties. George Washington warned against political parties.
I'm the faculty mentor
of our existence.
I'm the faculty mentor for the rank order voting here at Grand Valley, and it's been very important for us. And for the it's a student group, so I'm very little involved in it. But on the stuff that I am involved in, the students really are very clear that this is a nonpartisan group. This is not a group that's aligned with either the left or the right. Rank order voting, it's for the people.
This all sounds familiar
for
to
a lot of these reasons that you mentioned.
I was just joking. This all sounds familiar to a chapter I read recently.
Speaking of which, and for folks who are unaware, I would like to note that the Institute of General Semantics has recently published, we continue to publish new books and new editions of classics all the time. One of our most recent publications is a collection edited by Corey Anton and Tom Gencarelli entitled General Semantics and Politics. That's on that publication, guys, dudes.
And if you're in New York City next Wednesday night, we'll be talking about it at the Players Club.
Weather permitting, because, it seems like we're not out of the snow apocalypse zone quite yet, but we remain optimistic in that regard. And maybe that's at least a positive note to end on, as we're, the whole point is to engage in dialogue and continue to engage in dialogue. So really, Susan Drucker, Tom Gencarelli, Corey Anton, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Conversation. I don't think we solved any problems, but at least we vented.
Yeah, I think we identified some important things to keep an eye on, though, some sort of trends and meta trends of what's going on. If we're going to do WIGO, I think we tried to hit at some of the problems of trying to tell what it is that's going on.
Yeah, this is a great point, and again, creating accurate maps that are as accurate as we're able to is the first step towards navigating troubled waters and building that bridge. So, thank you again.
You've been listening to the January 2026 episode of Semantic Reactions, featuring Corey Anton, Susan Drucker, Tom Gencarelli, and Lance Straight. If you like what you've heard, or even if you haven't, please consider becoming a member of the Institute of General Semantics, if you're not one already. In addition to supporting our efforts, IGS members receive an annual subscription to our journal, etc., a review of general semantics, access to our online and in-person events, lectures, and seminars, and discounts on the books and audiovisual materials that we sell. Regular membership is only $50 and half off for students. Your membership and any additional donations you care to make will help to support our offerings and activities as we work to bring a measure of sanity to the world. The Institute of General Semantics is a 501c3 nonprofit organization dedicated to research and education on a wide range of topics. They include language and symbols, meaning and perception, communication and representation, media and technology, science and epistemology, creativity, and critical thinking. We are dedicated to making the world a better place through practical strategies for improving our semantic environment, individually and collectively. For more information about the Institute and our activities, and to become a member and supporter of our work, please visit our website at generalsemantics.org. That's generalsemantics, one word, .org. And this brings to a close our 41st episode of Semantic Reactions, the official podcast of the Institute of General Semantics. This is Ben Hauk, signing off, saying, we hope you'll join us next time. Until then, just remember this simple fact, that the map is not the territory.
In Australia, where Anubis had sent something through to SGC, and when he dialed in again, the iris could.
Okay, everyone, that's going to be the stream for tonight. I hope you enjoyed our co-stream of the Call of Duty Major 1 tournament, Day 3, and then working through my playlists and my Consume Digest. Okay, until next time. Let's see if we can get some power line in there before we go to top off for the evening.
Could not be shut. So it interfered with the signal of the base computer communicating the information to the iris, and actually interfered with the mechanism that was next to the iris inside of the embarkation room into locking it. And it was a great idea. But yeah, it's I wouldn't be surprised if that's something like that is the case. Yeah,
Bales 224. Yeah, I mean, look at this. If we just had our own TV show, we could do all sorts of things. And Martin is way smarter than we are.
He is indeed.
Bales 224. We're talking about the Furlings here, I think. He says, or they might think the Tari killed the Asgard and are back to avenge their late friends. Or they might think the Tari killed the Asgard or the Furlings and are back to avenge their late friends.
I suspect the Furlings are thinking that
maybe the Furlings come to kill us because they think we're responsible for the death of the Asgard. I think that's the point.
Suspiria coming to take vengeance for the Caretaker. I will never call us the Tauri. I'm not going to do it. Why? That is a designation given to our planet by one of our greatest enemies.
Well, the Doker used it too.
They did?
Yeah, on occasion.
Okay, I rescind that remark.
Bales 224, do you think they might do slices of life in the back times to set events on a long stretch of nothing, or rather jump straight in and fill in on the need-to-know basis? So correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the question? Is the show just going to start in the present day and blast forward with its story, or are they going to take time to fill in some of the missing years, some of the lost years, by telling stories through flashbacks or other means?
I really don't think they're going to play it like, here's what you missed, flashback. This is going to cater it must cater at least 51% to a new audience. We're going to have dialogue filling in any necessary pieces that we've missed, because obviously the Stargate program would have continued in some form unless they killed it, unless some version of Robert Kenzie managed to step in and say, look, we've got the ships now. This is not a good idea. Let's get this thing off planet, or just put it under a couple of rocks and shut the thing off. It could entirely be possible that there hasn't been an ongoing program that way. Who knows how our modern Earth may have impacted the events in that series. There may be an inextricable link between modern Earth and the story that they want to tell. We haven't really explored that very much.
Yeah, I kind of haven't been thinking much about the events of modern Earth since
Space Force,
since the election of President, what's his name, on the show.
Oh, Hayes.
President Hayes. Since we had a presidential election around about 2003 and the swearing in of a new president.
Yeah.
That, for me, that kind of solidly put us in an alternate universe.
Yeah, that was one of my issues with that when that happened. It's like, okay, this, if you really want to get down into the dirt about it, and not that far down even, it does obviously, that's not the guy. But I still think that you could we're still asked to join them on a journey. And whether it's us or not, ours is not only the reality of consequence, O'Neill. So there's a lot of ways that this could play out. LGR FBS Easter eggs from other sci-fi series in Stargate. Look no further than 200. I would suspect that there will be some nods to some other shows. There would have to be. I would want there to be some reference. One of my favorite references is indirectly to Signs in, was it Orpheus, the Erebus episode?
Yeah. When they're in the weight room.
Yeah. Do you know how we defeated them? Water. Who invades a planet that's 80% water?
I love Sam just being exasperated.
Exactly right. Yeah,
Daniel,
that's right.
Meanwhile, Daniel can barely remember his own name.
That's it. Thanks, Jim. I still like your theory, though, that was that they named the George DeZunza character specifically that. Yeah. I don't think Robert, you could get him to say either way. I don't think he remembered.
I don't think he remembered.
Yeah.
Seemed like an easy yes.
So I asked Robert this, and I want this to get on the record here in
Executive producer Robert C. Cooper.
Robert C. Cooper. I sent him an email, and I was like, how would I convey this to get Robert to say that, so that it's a part of the fabric of our channels? But you know what? I can just say it. Let me see here. I asked about the etymology of Naquadah.
Oh, right.
Talk about getting
name Naquadah.
I can't believe I've never asked this question, Rob. Did you come up with the term Naquadah? Its first appearance is in singularity. I'm also wondering if you could consider this as its proper spelling, Naquadah. In the feature film, the city was referred to in documentation as Nagada, or Nagada. So I'm curious about the etymology. In Stargate Origins, they refer to Naquadah as Nagada as well, while speaking to
that was very
in his own language. That was a very absolutely. And he says, to be honest,
that's from the film script, right? The name Nagada for the Aberdonian city. That's right. In the script for the movie. It's not something that Origins made up.
Correct. That's it. That's a carryover. He says, Coop says, honestly, I don't really remember. I don't think it was related to Nagada. I do remember a lot of debating as to the pronunciation. Was it Naquadah? So that was one of the things that was bantered back and forth. But I still like to think that it was extracted from the film. So unfortunately, we don't really know for sure. But singularity was the first use of that, because obviously it was an important plot detail, being a part of Cassandra's body at that point. So that's a good little nugget for everybody. What else we got here? Matthew Hammond, 9575. Will the bad guys have English accents? So Star Wars was shot at Leavesden? No. Where was it shot in the UK? Whatever film studio it was. So it just became part of that trope, Pinewood, that the villains are all played by British folk. So if they do speak English and they are bad guys, there better be at least one of them in there that has an English accent. Yeah.
Need some good British gold. Let's see. We had Osiris. Who else? Do we have anybody else with a British accent?
Sarah, what's her face? In the glass in Superman.
Sarah Douglas.
That's it. Yeah. So she had.
Oh, she played Garshaw.
Gold. Yeah.
Head of the Tok'ra in season 2. Yeah. Cliff was South African.
He was indeed South Africa. Yeah,
Sue-Ann,
so was Sue-Ann, but she has more of a British accent. But she can really bring out the South African accent if she wants to. Sue-Ann is in the UK. This is fantastic.
Yeah.
So
now it's easier for local casting, obviously.
For sure.
But let's also bear in mind that these guys are going to have money, so they can cast from anywhere in the world. And if your part requires you to go to Tunisia for 3 weeks, Amazon's going to pay to fly you to Tunisia. If they want you in London, they're going to pay to fly you to London. So there's more. I get the sense from the shows that I watch, the streaming shows that have lots of money, that they bring people in from all over the world. They're not just using local casting, but they will use local casting for sure. This will be a boon to the UK film and television industry.
100%. I'm wondering if at least 50% of the cast will need to be not necessarily from a British territory. You know, at least what was the requirement in Stargate for Canada? I think it was at least 50% of the cast had to be from either Canada or from the UK or from a British.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the cast, but it was definitely crew. It was definitely the jobs that the show created. There was a minimum set for Canadian citizens.
That's it. Tele-editing. The ancients used Naquita for the Milky Way stargates. What did they call it, and did they use it? We don't know what the ancients called Naquita. Did they use it for Pegasus or Destiny? Definitely not the SGU stargates, considering you could shoot at it with weaponry, and the side of it would just blow a chunk out of itself, like the drones did in, what was it, Common Descent?
In Common Descent.
Yeah.
Which is something that I find really fascinating about the SGU lore and the seed ships is the seed ships had to use whatever materials they could scoop up along the way. So that's fascinating that it's even possible to make a Stargate that can connect a wormhole using everyday household items that you find under your sink. whatever minerals happen to be scooped up in that star system. Or
Freeze-dried stargates, just add water.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing.
The implication was, I don't necessarily think that Naquita was abundant in the galaxy, just that it wasn't native to our system, which is why they came to us when they wanted to harvest hosts, and then when they had their fill of us, they stopped. It's also lended a good reason as to why Ra no longer required, Earth as a base after a while when he decided, enough with them.
They had so many humans already scattered across the galaxy.
That's it. Why didn't he wipe out the Egyptian population from orbit? That's an awfully un-Gouldy thing to do,
That's an open question.
Yeah.
I imagine it just wasn't worth his time to fly there in hyperspace.
Those may have, been controlled by people who rebelled against him. He may have been the only one able to pilot the ship and get the hell out of there.
Yeah, and think about this. Think about Teal'c's estimation at the end of season 1, where
it'll take a while.
The ships are on their way to Earth, and Teal'c gives an estimate for how long it will take based on the ship's speed. Sam estimates it'll take at least a month to get to Earth.
I thought a year.
Was it a year? I thought it was a year. Whatever it is.
It's gonna be a while. They had time.
But the point stands that it ends up being very wrong, right? Because they arrive in a matter of hours, presumably.
Yes. So their hyperdrive is really accelerated.
Either what's your headcanon for this? Either Teal'c is super wrong and doesn't know how fast Ha'atok can fly, or the Goa'uld have recently improved their engines and they can go a lot faster than they used to. So maybe Ra's ships, Ra's flying around in a pyramid ship, an older model, maybe it's just slower and it would take him months to reach Earth.
Well, he talks about the Ha'atok vessels, and that's definitely what those are. It's one of those things. It's just a non sequitur. It doesn't follow the convenience of the hyperspace velocity. I mean, was up there with the convenience of dragon speed in flight in Game of Thrones. From one place to the other, all of a sudden by the end of that show, they they got anywhere very fast. It's just one of those things. As my dad would say, you got to buy it.
They fly at the speed of plot.
They fly at the speed of plot. That's it. That's right. So,
Ailes reminds us, to be fair, they didn't even have a name for ZPMs. Janice admits that they don't have a name for ZPMs.
When is that the case?
Do you remember that? I don't remember that line in Before I Sleep.
Of course they would have a name for ZPMs, even if it was a power cell.
Yeah, I don't know if I can't remember the dialogue.
He asked Elizabeth what you call them.
Yeah, so she called them ZPMs, and I don't know that they didn't have a name for it, but he didn't tell her what it was.
That's okay. Grinding halt. Gateworld.net, Before I Sleep transcript. Let's see here. You said the shield collapsed shortly after your arrival. I have to find a way to extend the supply of power. What is it you called them? 0-point module. Yes, they're designed to operate in parallel, with all three providing power to the city simultaneously. I didn't mean to burst your bubble, buddy. But yeah, they would have a term for their most valuable asset. So, what did you think of the idea that Dose and Melancy posited for this season 6 Atlantis finale, where they found access to the location where all the ZPMs were built, their manufacturing site? I think it was somewhere on Atlantis.
Yeah, I think Joe was working on this idea of the ZPM factory being in like a pocket dimension.
Yeah, it was something that he and I had talked about. I was really proud of that, because it would have to be accessed from Atlantis, because if this is the crown jewel of the ancient domain, you would have access relatively straightforward.
Yeah, you'd need batteries,
and you wouldn't want them to hurt your base.
If the writers told us that manufacturing ZPMs, which is right, it's a universe in a bottle. It's a little pocket of subspace. If the writers were to tell us that manufacturing ZPMs is extraordinarily dangerous and touchy, I would totally buy that. It happens on another planet or in a pocket dimension or somewhere where the ancients could access it. When you got to change the batteries in your smoke detector. but it's not in the city proper.
That's it. Yeah. I'm thrilled that we know where this thing's going to be now. Where was this initially reported? Where did you find out about this?
Gate World.
Really? So you got a tip?
Well, it was
Gate
initially
World has learned.
It was originally shared with me. There's production assets that are out there for the production industry, including Production Weekly, which lists kind of a little snapshot of here are the production companies that are involved in this project. Here's their address. Here's who you would contact if you wanted to get work on the show. Or so it's just kind of bare bones details of this project is filming here, and these are the executives who are doing it. And that they publish weekly, and Stargate showed up on it this week. So from there, I went to Gate World sources and got some confirmation and a little bit of extra detail that's not in the Production Weekly report.
This is so sweet, man. Oh man. Well, this is going to be great to chew on. We've got several friends in the UK. Jacob Laish, my lead archivist. Sorry, Jacob, you got another transcript to deal with, buddy. He actually does take part in filming around there, so he will have a lot to say about this. So yeah.
Yeah, it's fun to see Tommy and other UK fans so excited about this.
Yeah, Matthew Hammond, 9575. Will Rodney McKay and John Shepard make an appearance in the new show? Of course they will. I would hope so. So we will see. I'm really looking forward to just tearing apart morsel by morsel every cast announcement as they come through, and it's going to be really exciting to, I hope, get a chance to get to know some of these people before they get to know their characters. One of my proudest interviews is sitting down with Brian Smith before he got to know Matt Scott, and just picking it. A lot of it was like what wasn't said during the live conversation, what was said off the record, because he had wanted a dog, and I'm like, dude, that production is very dog friendly. And then he went and got his King Charles